Malazan Empire long ago outlawed cults of war in its military. But that is not to say that there are no secret believers among the ranks. He studied the faces arrayed before him. Has it not occurred to the Focral Assail that, in so forcefully asserting the power of Akrast Corvalane, they would invite the attention of the other elder holds? It was our understanding that across most of this realm the holds were abandoned, giving way to a younger ascendancy. Erikson cocked his head. And was this the case for the parish? At last a faint sneer from the officer. You were judged an aberration. The commander smiled. We can resume this discussion at a later time. You will descend among the shriven and take command of your companies. The officer saluted. Watching them march off, Erikson gestured to one of his aides. Sister Staylock, make the soldiers aware that we may face more than one enemy this day. The young woman frowned. Sir? And then assure them that the wolves shall guard us against all threats. Yes, sir. Alone once more, Erikson made his way to the viewing platform he'd had raised 50 paces to the left of the gate. From there, he would have an unobstructed view of the enemy assault upon his defences. Malazans. To utter the name alone is sufficient to pale the most hardened soldier, especially among those who have faced them. What is it about these foreigners, these blades of empire, that so sets them apart? As he reached the ladder, he paused, recalling all that he had seen of that terrible withdrawal from Malaz City. Adjunct Tevere, did you know you would come to this land to find other Malazans awaiting you? Are they your allies, or some other gambit orchestrated by Empress Lacine? Are they hunting you? Or is this simply another invasion? A sudden chill tracked through him. If allies, then all of this must have been planned. The thought frightened him. He quickly climbed upward. Reaching the platform, the smell of fresh pine sharp in the air, he crossed the raw wooden boards to the rail facing north. The sky was lightening around him, although the approach to the pass remained in shadow. He could see enemy ranks now arrayed in 5 distinct wedges at the base. Can they not see what awaits them? Perhaps they will succeed in taking the first trench, but the second, it is impossible. The grey helms will not even draw weapons this day. His unease deepened. Call the Malazans every vile name there is, but do not call them fools. He stood alone on the platform and waited to see what would come. Grainy-eyed from lack of sleep, Janos Paran walked until he was opposite the disordered mob. This was always the problem, he reflected, when trying to manage 400 sloppy, unruly Marines. The hard eyes, the weathered faces, the sense that they were all half wild and straining at the leash. To make matters worse, this lot slouched before him on this chill morning were, one and all, sappers. Paran glanced back to the mass of wooden crates laid out behind him. There were no guards stationed around them. This entire gathering was taking place 200 paces north of the camp's edge, with good reason. He felt a trickle of sweat work its way down his spine. Facing the sappers once more, and with a glance at Noto Boyle, and then Captain Sweetcreek, who stood well off to one side, Paran cleared his throat and began. I am well aware of your frustration. I held you back from the keep defences, set you to doing repairs and nothing else. I dare say your swords are rusted in their scabbards by now. Paran paused, but saw no reaction from them, not a smile, not a nod. He cleared his throat again. I decided that it would be to our tactical advantage to withhold you sappers, along with your particular talents, for as long as possible. There was not a sound from the assembled troops, and all eyes were fixed on Paran. He glanced again at Noto Boyle. The man was standing a few paces behind and off to one side, fish spine moving up and down in his mouth, staring back at the sappers. Sighing, the High Fist resumed. In retrospect, perhaps I should have delayed my raid on that Moranth warehouse, and not just for reasons of safety, though, as I am sure you all know, the Moranth are very efficient and careful when storing munitions. Nonetheless, transporting them in bulk and overland entails undeniable risks. Fortunately, here we are, and he gestured behind him, and there they are. He had been waiting for a heightening of tension, a stirring of anticipation, the first of broadening smiles, soldiers finally straightening to attention even. Instead, Paran's gaze narrowed. Nothing. I might as well be describing the weather. What's wrong with them? Thought they respected me. Thought that maybe I'd finally earned the rank I was saddled with. But now, feels like it was all a sham. You may be pleased to know that your waiting is at an end. This morning, you will avail yourselves of these munitions and return to your squads. The Marines will lead the assault. You are to break the defenses and, if possible, advance to the second trench. This assault must be rapid and sustained. His words trailed away as he caught something at the corner of his eye. Standing in the front row off to his right, where the sun's light slanted across unobstructed, a grizzled corporal, his broad, flat face seamed with scars visible even from where the high fist stood. Paran squinted at the man. Then he gestured to Noto Boyle. The cutter walked over, pulling the spine from his mouth. "Noto Boyle," Paran said in a low tone. "Sir?" "Walk over to that corporal, that one there, and take a closer look, and then report back to me." "Is this a test?" "Just do it." The cutter reinserted the spine and then headed over to halt directly in front of the corporal. After a moment, he swung round and made his way back. "Well?" Paran demanded. Noto Boyle removed the spine. "The man is crying, High Fist." "He's crying?" "So it seems, sir." "But why is he crying?" Noto Boyle turned back to regard the corporal once more. "Was just the one tear. Could be anything." Swearing under his breath, Paran marched over to stand before the corporal. The Marine's stare was fixed straight ahead. The track of that lone tear, etching its way down from his right eye, was already dulled with grit and dust. "Something in your eye, Corporal?" "No, sir." "Are you ill?" "No, sir." "You're trembling." The eyes flicked briefly in their thinned slits, locked for an instant with Paran's own. "Is that so? Didn't know that, sir. Begging your pardon." "Soldier, am I blocking your view?" "Yes, sir. That you are, sir." Slowly Paran edged to one side. He studied the sapper's face for a half-dozen heartbeats, and then a few more, until— "Oh, gods below! I thought you said you weren't sick, Corporal." "I'm not, sir. I beg to differ." "If you like, sir." "Corporal!" Another flicker of the eyes. "Sir?" "Control yourselves. Be orderly. Don't blow any of us up. Am I understood?" A quick nod. "Aye, sir." "Bless you, sir." Startled, Paran's voice sharpened. "Bless me?" And from the mob of sappers came a muttered chorus, echoing the corporal's blessing. Paran stepped back, struggled for a moment to regain his composure, and then raised his voice. "No need to rush. There's plenty for everyone." He paused upon hearing a faint whimper, then continued. "In one turn of the sand, I want you back with your squads. Your sergeants have been apprised of this resupply, so you can be sure that the word has gone out. By the time you get back to them, they will all have done with their prayers, sacrifices, and all the rest. In other words, they'll be ready for you. The advance begins 2 turns of the sand from now. That is all." He set off, not looking back. Noto Boyle came up alongside him. "High Fist." "What?" "Is this wise? That's more munitions than any of them has ever seen." "In those crates are just the sharpers, burners, and smokers. I haven't even let them see the cussers and red bolts." "Excuse me, sir, the what bolts?" "It turns out, Noto, that there exists a whole class of munitions exclusive to the Moranth. Not for export, if you understand me. Through a card, I was witness to the demonstration of some of them. These ones, which I have called red bolts, are similar to onager bolts. Only they do not require the onager." "Curious, High Fist. But if you haven't shown them to any sapper yet, how will anyone know how to use them?" "If we need to fight the Perish, well, it's possible that a crash course will be necessary. For the moment, however, why distract them?" They were approaching the camp edge, where 2 companies of regulars and heavies were assembled, one to either side of the cobbled road. Between them, and awaiting their arrival, was Fist Writhe Bude. Noto Boyle said, "One more question, sir." Paran sighed. "What?" Those cussers and red bolts, where did you hide them? Relax, I made my own warren for them. Well, to be more precise, I walled off a small area in a different warren, accessible only to me via a card. Mew Logan? Excuse me? Did he paint the card? Of course. Did he use a funny red slash, sir? Like lightning, only the color of blood? Paran frowned. Red bolt symbol, yes. How did you know that? Noto Boyle shrugged. Not sure, sir. Seen it somewhere, I suppose. No matter. Corporal Stern wiped at his eyes. Crates were being cracked open, the sappers working quickly. He scanned the remaining boxes, swore under his breath, and then turned. Manx, get over here! The Dalhanese shaman waddled over. Just what we figured. Only the small stuff. That bastard don't trust us, Stern grunted. You idiot! I don't trust us. But listen, if we... Manx held up a hand in front of Stern's face. Got it covered. See? The corporal tilted his head back, studied the tattoo blazoned across the hand's palm, a blood-red, jagged slash. That's it? That's all you need? Should do. We made sure the Toad described it in detail. Right. Has he recovered? Well, we roasted him a bit crispy here and there, but he'll survive. It all kind of went wrong for a bit. I mean, we had them both trussed up, and we figured just threatening the Toad would be enough to make the artist break down and talk. We was wrong. In fact, it was Ormule Logan who suggested the roasting bit. Never seen the old lunatic happier. We thought they was friends. Be quiet, will you? You're babbling. I don't care what happened so long as you didn't kill either of them. They're alive, I told you. Trussed up and gagged for now. We'll let them go later. Stern looked round, raised his voice. Sappers! Leave room for a cusser or two. Ain't no cussers, Stern. Never mind that. It's taken care of. Now let's get this done, and carefully. We make a mistake here, and we don't take none of the bad guys with us on the way out, and that'll send our souls to the fiends of the Sapper's torment forever, and nobody wants that, do they? A sudden hush, a renewed attention to caution, and here and there a few subtle gestures warding against the curse of the Sapper's torment. Satisfied, Stern nodded. Manx, stay close to me from now on. We ain't never used one of those red bolts, Stern. The man grunted. Show me a munition I can't figure out, and I'll show you the inside of the Cobra God's nose. Manx shot him a look. Figured you had North Dalhon blood in you. What's in my blood don't matter. I just know that when a sapper steps onto the field of battle, they'd be wise to call on every god they ever heard of. Amen, and a spit in the eye to that. Stern hesitated and then nodded. Amen, and a spit in the eye back. Now, you ready? Good. Let's go find our squad. The Sarge is gonna love this. No, he ain't. Sarge loves what I tell him to love, Manx. Credo of the sapper's knuckle. Who's holding the sharper? Aye, sapper's knuckle. Hey, Stern. What? The shaman was grinning. See what this means? Us sappers. We're back to what we never were, but could have been. And don't that taste sweet? It's only sweet if we don't mess this up. Now pay attention where you're stepping. I seen gopher holes. Ain't the gophers, Stern. These are prairie dogs. Whatever. Stick a foot in one of those and we all go up. Commander Erikson could feel the wind freshening down from the north, funneling up the narrow approach to the pass. Carried on that breeze was the smell of iron, leather, sweat, and horses. Sister Staylock stood at his side, with a half-dozen messengers stationed behind them should commands need to be sent down to the flag stations positioned along the wall. The enemy forces were shaking out, seething motion all along the front lines. The medium and heavy infantry that had been positioned there in solid ranks since dawn were now splitting up to permit new troops to move forward in ragged formation. These newcomers bore no standards, and most of them had their shields still strapped to their backs. From what Erikson could make out, they were armed with crossbows and short swords.
"Skirmishers?" asked Staylock. "They don't look light on their feet, Commander. Some of them are wearing chain, nor are they forming a line. Who are these soldiers?"
"Marines."
"They appear undisciplined, sir."
"It is my understanding, Sister Staylock, that against the Malazan Marines the armies of the 7 holy cities had no counter. They are, in fact, unlike any other soldier on the field of battle."
She turned to eye him quizzically. "Sir, may I ask, what else have you heard about these Marines?"
Erikson leaned on the rail. "Heard? Yes, that would be the word." They were advancing now, broken up into squads of 8 or 10, clambering steadily over the rough ground towards the first trench, where waited masses of shriven Colanzi regulars. Solid enough soldiers, Erikson knew, proficient if not spectacular, yet subject to the sorcery of the Forcral assail. Without the pure, however, there would be no power sufficient to unleash in them any battle frenzy. Still, they would not buckle so long as the mixed-blood commanders held their nerve.
"I don't understand you, sir."
He glanced across at her. "The night of the adjunct's disengagement from the docks of Malaz City, sister. Where were you stationed?"
"The outer screen of ships, sir."
"Ah. Do you recall, did you by chance happen to hear thunder that night, from the island?"
Frowning, she shook her head. "Sir, for half that night I was in my sling, fast asleep."
"Very well. Your answer, sister, is not long in coming, I fear." 30 rough and broken paces below the first berm now, the squads thinning out, those wielding crossbows raising their weapons. On the shriven side, the pikes angled down, readying for the enemy to breach the top of the berm. The iron points formed a bristling wall. From the second trench the archers had moved up, knocking arrows but not yet drawing. Once the Malazans reached the ridgeline, coming into direct line of sight, the arrows would hiss their song, and as the first line of bodies tumbled, the archers would begin firing in longer arcs to angle the arrows down the slope. And the advance would grind to a halt, with soldiers huddling under their shields, seeking cover from the rain of death. 20 paces now, where there was a pause in the advance, only an instant, and then Erikson saw arms swinging, tiny objects sailing out from the hands. Too soon. Striking the bank 2/3 of the way up, sudden billowing of thick black smoke boiling out, devouring the lines of sight. Like a bank of fog, the impenetrable wall rolled up and over the berm's topside.
"Majory?"
gasped Staylock. Erikson shook his head. And from that rising tide of midnight, more objects sailed out, landing amidst the pike-wielding press of Shriven. Detonations and flashes of fire erupted along the entire length of the trench. The mass of Colanzi shook, and everywhere was the bright crimson of blood and torn flesh. A second wave of munitions landed. The report of their explosions echoed up the slope, followed by screams and shrieks of pain. The smoke was rolling into the trench, torn here and there by further detonations, but this just added dust and misted blood to the roiling mix. Along the second trench, the archers were wavering. "Begin firing blind," Erikson murmured. "Do it now." And he was pleased to see watered officers bellowing their commands, and the bows drawn back. A sleet of quarrels shot out from the smoke and dust, tore into the archers, and the heads of many of these quarrels were explosive. The entire line disintegrated, bodies tumbling back to the crouching loaders. More grenadoes arced after the quarrels, down into the trench. Closer now, Erikson could see limbs ripped clean from bodies, spinning in the air. Higher up the slope, the reserve companies boiled into motion, rushing down towards the third trench, while those troops who had been stationed in that position were now foaming up over their own berm to begin a downhill charge. The line of archers dug in above the third trench was swept up in the wholesale advance.
"What are they doing?"
demanded Staylock. The trenches are proving indefensible against these munitions, Erikson replied. The half-blood officers have correctly determined the proper response to this. They must close with the Marines. Their elevation and their numbers alone should win the day. The Marines, he now saw beneath the fast-thinning smoke, had overrun the Archers' trench and looked to be digging in all along the line. But Erikson had ensured that the earthworks were designed in such a manner as to expose them to attack from higher up the slope. Those trenches offered them nothing. The Marines began scurrying in full retreat.
"They're panicking," hissed Staylock. "They've run out of toys, and now—"
The descending, elongated mass of Colansi was like an avalanche racing after the straggly Marines. "Hold up at the lowest trench," Erikson pleaded. "Don't follow the fools all the way down." The sound of that charge past the Archers' trench and into the dip of the first trench was like thunder. There were officers in the lead ranks. Erikson saw them checking their soldiers. The whole scene vanished in multiple eruptions, as if the entire slope had exploded beneath the Colansi forces. The concussion rolled upwards to shake the summit, fracturing the wall and shaking the stone gates, taking hold of the wooden platform Erikson and the others stood on and rattling it so fiercely that they all lost their footing. Rails snapped and men and women tumbled over the sides, screaming. Erikson grasped one side post, managed to hang on as successive shock waves slammed up the slope. "Wolves protect us!" Twisting now on the strangely tilted platform, he saw the clouds lifting to blot out the view to the north. Dust and dirt, armor and weapons, and sodden strips of clothing, all of it now swept down towards them, a grisly rain of devastation. Unmindful of the deadly deluge, Erikson pulled himself upright. One of the legs of the platform had snapped, and he was alone. Even Staylock had plummeted to the broken ground below. A sword tip stabbed deep into the pine boards just off to his left, the blade quivering with the impact. More rubble rained down. He stared downslope, struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. All but the highest, nearest trench, along with the levelled ground behind it, was torn chaos. The ground wounded with overlapping craters steaming amidst chewed-up corpses. Most of the Colansi army was simply gone. And then he saw movement once again, from the downward end. The same Marines swarming back up the slope into the huge bites in the earth, up and over. Squads advancing, others drawing into tight clumps and beginning work on something. Streams of Colansi survivors, stunned, painted crimson, were retreating up towards the stone wall, clumping on the cobbled road. Most of the soldiers had flung away their weapons. Just like that, the Colansi are finished. Strange crackling bursts of fire from the Marines, and Erikson's eyes widened to see streaks of flame race out from squad positions, sizzling as they lunged up and into the air, arcing upslope. Of the dozen terrifying projectiles launched, only 2 directly struck the crowded road. The platform under Erikson pitched back, flinging him round. He lost his grip, slid past the embedded sword, and then he was falling. There was no sound. He realized that he had been deafened, and so in sweet, perfect silence he watched the ground race up to meet him, and overhead shadow stole the morning light. Staylock had only just picked herself up, bruised and aching, when a closer detonation threw her back to the ground. The wall before her rippled, punching away the soldiers huddled against its protective barrier. And then, with a roar of fire, something descended on the gate to her right. The stones disintegrated in a flash of light. The sound of the impact threatened to crush her. Stunned, she staggered away from the blazing gate, saw Commander Erikson lying not 10 paces away in the wreckage of the toppled platform. Vague motions from his body drew her to him.
"Brother Erikson!"
she cried. His eyes were open, but the whites were crazed with blood. His mouth opened and closed like that of a beached fish, but she could hear no breaths going in or out. Just as she reached his side, she heard a desperate gasp from the man, and all at once he was on his side, coughing.
"Commander!"
But he did not hear her. She could see that. She looked up. Entire companies of Perish had been thrown to the ground by multiple impacts.
"This is not war. This is slaughter."
And in her skull, she thought she could hear the howling of her gods, a sound of impotent rage and blind defiance, a sound that understood nothing. A gloved hand grasped Stern by the shoulder and spun him round. Snarling, he reached for his sword and then stared.
"Fist! Cease the bombardment immediately!"
The corporal looked up and down the rough line of red bolt stations. The crates positioned behind them had each been cracked, and bundles of fleece-packed padding lay torn and scattered between the crates and the launch sites. He did a quick count of the nearest ones.
"Still got 4 or 5 salvos left, sir, right down the line." "I said stop! The High Fist does not want the Parish engaged."
Stern blinked.
"But we ain't engaging the Parish." "Have you any idea how far those bolts are going?"
The corporal turned to spit grit from his mouth. There was another taste there, bitter, new to his tongue.
"We're softening up that wall, that's all. Not one's gone beyond it, Fist, on my word." "Pass it down! Cease your fire!" "Aye, Fist. Oh, Fist, did you see that fiddling hedge drum? Gods below, in all my days left, I'll never forget."
He stopped when he saw the black rage in her face.
"We wanted them broken, sapper, not all dead."
Stern scowled.
"Sorry, Fist, but nobody told us that."
For a moment he thought she might attack him. Instead, off she stormed. Stern watched her head laterally across the slope to where regulars and heavies were drawing up, struggling to stay on what was left of the cobbled road.
"Shit, we're going to have to rebuild that, aren't we? But isn't that the secret truth of everything in the military? Order us to blow it up and then order us to rebuild the fucker. Ah, the sapper's lot."
Manx crunched down at his side, his face flash-burned and smeared with greasy smoke.
"Why are we holding up? Got a plenty left?" "Fist's orders, Manx. Listen, pass word along. Repack the crates. Use all that extra padding."
He straightened, arched out the ache in his lower back, and then looked round. Enormous holes in the earth, huge craters steaming, heaps of shattered bodies, dust and dirt and blood still raining down through the choking smoke. He sighed. "Looks like our work here is done." Staylock helped Erikson to his feet. There was a storm in his head, a droning rush as if the heavens had opened to a deluge, and beneath that pounded the labouring drum of his own heart. Looking up, squinting through the pall of smoke and dust, he saw his soldiers swarming like wasps. Officers were shouting, straining to assert some order in the chaos. What is happening?" He heard his own question as the faintest of whispers. Staylock replied from what seemed 1,000 paces away.
"There are Malazans on the other side of the pass, Commander. At least 4 companies."
"But that's impossible."
"They simply appeared, sir. Now we are trapped between 2 armies."
Erikson shook his head, struggling to clear his thoughts. "This cannot be. We were told there was no other way through the mountains. Form up into hollow squares, the wounded in the center." Staggering, he set out towards the southern stretch of the pass. Behind him, Staylock was shouting orders. Pushing through his soldiers, appalled at their shattered discipline, Erikson moved through the camp, still half dazed, until he was beyond the last of the Parish tents. The smoke and dust flowed past him, carrying with it the stench of burnt meat and scorched cloth and leather. He thought back to what he had seen down among the trenches and shivered. What has come to us? What have we become to do such things? Within sight of the Malazans, he halted. There was no mistaking this. The companies he now looked upon were the same as those he had seen earlier, down on the north side of the pass. Warren, but no one has such power. I doubt even the gods could open such gates. Yet how can I deny what I see with my own eyes? The enemy was drawn up, presenting a curious mix of heavy infantry, marines with crossbows, regulars and skirmishers. Beyond them a single small tent had been raised, around which soldiers clustered. A messenger ran up to Erikson from behind. "Sir, the enemy has reached the highest trench and continues to advance." "Thank you," Erikson replied. He saw 2 figures emerging from the ranks, walking side by side, one tall, the other almost as tall, but much broader across the shoulders. The ebon sheen of their skin cut a stark contrast to the bleached landscape. Dal Honis or Southeast Seven Cities. Ah, I know these two men. The thin one, I remember him standing at the prow, facing down the Tist Edur fleet. The High Mage, Quick Ben, meaning the other one is the assassin. They do not belong here, but among all the flaws afflicting me, blindness is not one of them. Ignoring the soldier behind him, the commander set out to meet the two men.
"Look at us now,"
Quick Ben muttered.
"Never mind us," Callum growled in reply. "I see the commander. That's Erikson, right? See the ranks behind him? They're a mess."
"You know," the wizard said,
"I didn't think it was possible. Opening two gates at the same time like that, and the size of them. Gods below, he really is the master of the deck."
Callum glanced across at him. "You were skeptical?"
"I'm always skeptical."
"Well, impressive as it was, Paran came out half dead, so even he has his limits."
"Minala's all over him. Jealous, Callum?"
The assassin shrugged. "That's one bone I never had in my body, Quick."
"Her and Rise Bude. What is it with Ganos Paran, anyway? All these women slobbering all over him."
"He's younger," Callum said. "That's all it takes, you know. Us old farts ain't got a chance."
"Speak for yourself."
"Wipe that grin off quick, or I'll do it for you." They were closing on Erikson now, and would meet approximately halfway between the two armies, the way it should be.
"Look at us,"
Quick Ben said again, low, under his breath.
"What do we know about negotiating?"
"So leave it to me," Callum replied. "I mean to keep it simple."
"Oh, this should be fun."
They halted 6 paces from the perished commander, who also stopped, and the assassin wasted no time. "Commander Erikson, High Fist Paran extends his greetings. He wants you to surrender, so we don't have to kill all of you." The man looked like he'd been caught in the blast wave of a cusser or sharper. His face was speckled with tiny cuts and gashes. Dust covered his uniform, and he'd lost one chain-backed gauntlet. Erikson opened his mouth, shut it, and then tried again. "Surrender?" Callum scowled. "Those sappers have only just started. You understanding me?" "What have you done?" Callum grimaced, glanced away, hands now on his hips, and then looked back at the commander. "You're seeing how it's going to be. The old way of fighting is on its way out. The future Erikson just stood up and bit off half your face." Erikson was clearly confused. "The future?" "This is how it'll be, from now on. Fuck all the animals, they'll all be gone. But we'll still be here. We'll still be killing each other, but this time in unimaginable numbers." The commander shook his head. "When all the beasts are gone?" "Long live the cruelest beast of all," Callum said, suddenly baring his teeth. "And it won't end. It'll never end." Erikson's eyes slowly widened, and then his gaze shifted past Quick Ben and Callum to the waiting ranks of Malazan soldiers. "When all the beasts are gone," he whispered, and then raised his voice, once more addressing Callum. "Your words satisfy me. Inform your High Fist. The perished Grey Helms surrender." "Good. Disarm. We'll collect your weapons on our way through. Sorry we can't help with your wounded, though. We're in something of a hurry." "And what do you intend to do with my brothers and sisters?" Callum frowned. "Nothing. Just don't follow us. Your role in this whole hood-damned mess is now done." "Look," the assassin added, "we had to get through the pass. You got in our way. We got no qualms killing the Assail and their shriven. That's what we're here to do. But you perish. Well, the High Fist made it clear enough. You ain't our enemy. You never was." As they made their way back, Quick Ben shot Callum a look.
"How did you know?"
"Know what?"
"The thought of us humans slaughtering each other forever and ever. How did you know that he'd settled with that?"
The assassin shrugged. "I just told him how it was going to be. Soon as he heard it, he knew the truth of it. They may be fanatics, but that don't make them fools." Quick Ben snorted.
Beg to differ on that one, Callum.
Grunting, Callum nodded and said, "Soon as I said it. All right, try this. Even a fanatic can smell the shit they're buried in. Will that do?"
Not really. They're fools because they then convince themselves it smells sweet. Listen, you basically told him that his sacred beasts were finished.
Aye, then I made it taste sweet. Quick Ben thought about that for a time, as they approached the ranks, and finally he sighed.
You know, Erikson ain't the only fool around here.
What's that smell? And I thought you a smart wizard. Now get us some horses while I report to Paran.
Tavare?
If she's alive, we'll find her. With an enraged scream, Carabas snapped her head down, jaws closing on the Elaine's shoulder. Bones exploded in her mouth. With the talons of one of her feet, she sized the beast's underbelly, and then struck again, claws plunging deep. Blood and fluids gushed down as she tore loose the dragon's guts. With its carcass still in her jaws, she whipped it to one side, into the path of another Elaine. Claws scored across her back. The Otataral dragon twisted round, lashing with her talons. Puncturing scaly hide, she snatched the dragon close, bit through its neck, and then flung it away. Jaws crunched on one ankle. When her own jaws lunged down, they closed sideways around the back of the Elaine's head. A single convulsive crunch collapsed the skull. Another dragon hammered down on her from above. Talons razored bloody tracks just beneath her left eye. Fangs chewed at the ridge of her neck. Carabas folded her wings, tearing loose and plummeting away from the attacker. The dragon directly below her took the full impact of her immense weight. It spun away, one wing shattered, spine snapped, and fell earthward. Thundering the air, she lifted herself higher once more. Elaine swarmed around her like crows surrounding a condor, darting close and then away again. The air was filled with their reptilian shrieks, the ancients among them roaring their fury. She had killed scores already, had left a trail of dragon corpses strewn on the dead ground in her wake. But it was not enough. Blood streamed from her flanks, her chest creaked with her laboring breath, and the attacks were growing ever more frenzied. The change was coming. She could taste it, in the gore sliming her mouth, shredded between her fangs, in the frantic furnaces of her nostrils, in the air on all sides.
Too many, Elaine. Too many ancients. The storms are still in collision, but soon they will merge. Soon Tiam will awaken.
Another storm struck. Howling, Carabas lashed out, crushing chests, tearing legs from hips, wings from shoulders, ripping heads from necks. She bit through rib cages, sent entrails spilling. Bodies fell away, trailing tales of ruin. The air was thick with blood, and much of it her own.
Too much of it my own. Tiam, Tiam, mother, will you devour me? Will you devour your child so wrong, so hated, so abandoned? Mother, see the coming darkness? Will you hear my cries in the dark?
There was terrible pain. The blind rage surrounding her was its own storm, all of it whirling in and down to ceaselessly batter her. She had not asked to be feared. She had not wanted such venom. The only gift from all of her kin. She had not asked to be born.
I hurt so. Will you kill me now? Mother, when you come, will you kill your wrong child?
Around her, an endless maelstrom of dragons. Weakening, she fought on, blind now to her path, blind to everything but the waves of pain and hate assailing her.
This life, it is all that it is, all that I am. This life, why do I deserve this? What have I done to deserve this?
The storms ripped into her. The storms tore her hide, rent vast tears in her wings, until her will alone was all that kept her aloft, flying across these racked skies, as the sun bled out over the horizon far, far behind her.
See the darkness. Hear my cries.
Chapter 23. On this grey day, in a valley deep in stone, where like shades from the dead yard sorrows come forth in milling shrouds, and but a few leaves grey as moths cling to branches on the shouldered hillsides, fluttering to the winds borne on night's passing, I knelt alone and made voice awaken to call upon my God, waiting in the echoes as the day struggled, until in fading the silence found form for my fingers to brush light as dust, and the crows flapped down into the trees to study a man on his knees with glittering regard, reminding me of the stars that moments before held forth watchful as sentinels on the sky's wall now withdrawn behind my eyes. And all the words I have given in earnest, all the felt anguish and torrid will so sternly set out like soldiers in furrowed rows, hovered in a season's sundering of birds, with no song to beckon them into flight, where my hands now spreading like wings, blooded in the passion of prayer, lay dying in the bowl of my lap. My God has no words for me on this grey day. Pallor and pallid dust serve a less imagined reply, mute as the leaves in the absence of bestir, and even the sky has forgotten the sun. Give me the wheel of silence to worry answers from this tease of indifference. No matter, I am done with prayers on the lip of dawn, and the sorrows will fade with light. My fill of answers, Fisher Keltath. He'd brought the bundled form as close as he dared, and now it was lying on the ground beside him. The cloth was stained, threadbare, the colour of dead soil. Astride his lifeless horse, he leaned over the saddle horn and with his one eye studied the distant spire. The vast bay on his left, beyond the cliffs, crashed in tumult, as if ripped by tides, but this violence did not belong to the tides. Sorceries were gathering, and the air was heavy and sick with power. It had all been unleashed, and there was no telling how things would fall. But he had done all that he could. Hearing horse hoofs behind him, he twisted round. Tock saluted.
Sir?
Whiskey Jack's face was cruel in its mockery of what it had once been, in the times of living. His beard was the hue of iron below a gaunt, withered face, like the exposed roots of a long-dead tree. The eyes were unseen beneath the ridge of his brows, sunken into blackness.
We are passing away, sinking back from this beloved edge. You cannot remain here, soldier.
I know. Tock gestured with one desiccated hand down to the shrouded form lying on the ground. Behind Whiskey Jack, the bridge burners waited on their mounts, silent, motionless. Tock's eye flitted over them.
I had no idea, sir,
he said. There were so many.
War is the great devourer, soldier. So many left us along the way.
The tone was emptied of all emotion, and this alone threatened to break what remained of Tock's heart.
This is not how you should be. We are fading. So little remains. So little.
When Whiskey Jack wheeled his mount and set off, his bridge burners following, Tock rode with them for a short distance, flanking the solid mass of riders, until something struck him deep inside, like the twist of a knife, and he reined in once more, watching as they continued on. Longing tore at his soul.
I once dreamed of being a bridge burner. If I had won that, I would now be riding with them, and it would all be so much simpler. But, as with so many dreams, I failed, and nothing was how I wanted it.
He drew his mount round and stared back at that now distant shape on the ground.
Fallen one, I understand now. You maimed me outside the city of Pale. You hollowed out one eye, made a cave in my skull. Spirits wandered in for shelter time and again. They made use of that cave. They made use of me. But now they are gone, and only you remain, whispering promises in the hollow of my wound. But can't you see the truth of this? He muttered. I hold on, but I feel my grip slipping. It's slipping, fallen one.
Still, he would cling to this last promise for as long as he could. He would make use of this one remaining eye to see this through,
if I can.
He kicked his horse into motion, swinging inland, into the wake of the guardians of the gate. The hamlets and villages of the headland were grey, abandoned, every surface coated in the ash from the spire. Furrowed fields made ripples of dull white, as if buried in snow. Here and there the jutting cage of ribs and hip bones made broken humps. He rode past them all, through the hanging dust cloud left behind by the bridge burners, and in the distance ahead, rising above banks of fog, the spire. Huddled close in this cave. It's almost time. Once, long ago, the treeless plains of this land had been crowded with vast herds of furred beasts, moving in mass migrations to the siren call of the seasons. Brother Diligence was reminded of those huge creatures as he watched the bulky provision wagons wheel upslope on the raised tracks, away from the trenches and redoubts. Feeding almost 50,000 soldiers had begun to strain the logistics of supply. Another week of this waiting would empty the granaries of the city. But there would be no need for another week. The enemy was even now marshalling to the south, with outriders riding along the far ridge on the other side of the valley's broad, gentle saddle. The dawn air was brittle with surging energies. Akrast Corvalane swirled so thick it was almost visible to his eyes. Yet he sensed deep agitation, alien currents, gnawing at the edges of the Elder Warren's manifestation, and this troubled him. He stood on a slightly raised, elongated platform overlooking the defences, and as the day's light lifted, he scanned yet again the complicated investment of embankments, slit trenches, machicolations, fortlets, and redoubts spread out below him. In his mind, he envisioned the enemy advance, watched as the subtle adjustments he'd had made to the approaches funneled and crowded the attackers, punishing them at the forefront by onager defilade, and then taking them on the flanks by enfilading arrow fire from the mounded redoubts. He saw the swarming waves of enemy soldiers thrust and driven this way and that, chewing fiercely at the strong points only to reel back blooded. His eyes tracked down to the centre high-backed earthworks where he had positioned the Perish grey helms. They were locked in place, thrust down onto the flat land, with few avenues for retreat. Too eager to kneel, that shield anvil, and the young girl. There had been a feral look in her eyes Diligence did not trust. But they would fight and die in one place, and he was confident that they would hold the centre for as long as needed. By all estimations, his defenders outnumbered the attackers, making the enemy's chances for success virtually non-existent. This invasion had already failed. The planks underfoot creaked and bowed slightly, and Brother Diligence turned to see that Shield Anvil Tanakalian had arrived on the platform. The man was pale, his face glistening with sweat. He approached the Forqueral assail as if struggling to stay upright, and Diligence smiled upon imagining the man flinging himself prostrate at his feet. "Shield Anvil, how fare your brothers and sisters?" Tanakalian wiped sweat from his upper lip. "The Balkando forces possess a mailed fist in the Evertine Legion, Brother Diligence, commanded by Queen Abrastil herself. And then there are the Gilk Bargast." "Bargast? This is your first mention of them," Diligence sighed. "So they have at last come to the home of their ancient kin, have they? How fitting." "They see themselves as shock troops, sir. You will know them by their white-painted faces." Diligence started. "White-painted faces?" Tanakalian's eyes narrowed. "They call themselves the White Face Bargast, yes." "Long ago," Diligence said, half in wonder, "we created a Bargast army to serve us. They sought to emulate the Forqueral assail in appearance, electing to bleach the skin of their faces." Frowning, the Shield Anvil shook his head. "There was, I believe, some kind of prophecy guiding them across the seas to land north of Lether. A holy war to be fought, or some such thing. We believe that only the Gilk clan remains." "They betrayed us," Diligence said, studying Tanakalian. "Many pures died at their hand. Tell me, these Gilk, are they in the habit of wearing armor?" "Turtle shell, yes. Most strange." "Kilankai! Their hands are drenched in the blood of pures!" Tanakalian backed a step in the face of this sudden fury. Seeing this, Diligence narrowed his gaze on the Shield Anvil. "How many warriors among these Gilk?" 3,000, perhaps? 4? Snarling, Diligence turned to face the valley again. The weapons of the Focral assail are our hands and feet. The Gilankai devised an armor to blunt our blows. Shield Anvil, when they come, concentrate against these Barghast. Break them. Sir, I cannot command the presentation of enemy forces. I came here to tell you it is my suspicion that the Evertine Legion will engage the Grey Helms, a clash of heavy infantry. We shall lock jaws with them, and we shall prevail. As such, sir, we leave the Gilk, the Safi, and other assorted auxiliaries to your Colansi, in addition to the Leathery, of course. Any other threats you've yet to mention, brother? Sir, you vastly outnumber the attackers. I expect we shall make short work of them. And does this disappoint you, Shield Anvil? Tanakalian wiped again at the sweat beading his upper lip. Provided you do not seek to use your voice, sir, to demand surrender, we shall welcome all the blood spilled on this day. Of course. It is the slaughter you so desire. Perhaps I shall indulge you in this. Perhaps not. The Shield Anvil's eyes flicked away momentarily, and then he bowed. As you will, sir. Best return to your soldiers, Diligence said, and keep a watchful eye on that destriant. She is not what she would like us to believe she is. Tanakalian stiffened and then bowed again. Diligence watched the fool hurry away. Watered Hestand thumped up onto the platform and saluted. Blessed Pierre, our scouts report the advance of the enemy. They will soon crest the ridge and come into view. Very well. Sir, there are not enough of them. Indeed. As Hestand hesitated, Diligence turned to eye the officer. Your thoughts? Sir, surely their own scouts have assessed our numbers and the completeness of our defences. Unless they hold some hidden knife or weapon, they cannot hope to best us. Sir, go on. The high-watered among us have sensed the sudden absence of Brother Serenity far to the northwest. Clearly, the forces that emerged from the keep are now advancing, and somehow they are proving their worth against even the most powerful Pures. Hestand. Sir, this is not the day to fret over distant events, no matter how disquieting they may be. Sir, it is my thought, perhaps the enemy now arraying before us possess similar efficacy when it comes to the Focral assail. After a long moment, Diligence nodded. Well said. I appreciate your persistence on this matter. By your courage you chastise me. Hestand, you are wise to awaken caution. As you have observed, the enemy before us cannot hope to prevail, nor can they be so blind that they cannot see the hard truth awaiting them. Raising the question, what secret do they possess? Sir, what can we do? Only wait and see, Hestand. Diligence turned back to the valley, tracked with his eyes down the paths leading to the centre redoubt and the wolf standards of the parish. Perhaps I should compel the Shield Anvil. He is holding something back. I see that now. What I took for nerves before battle, I may have misread him. Shall I retrieve the parish commander, sir? Or perhaps send a squad down to arrest him? Diligence shook his head. And invite a mutiny among the troops holding our centre? No. I believe I must undertake this task in person. Sir, is there time? And Hestand now pointed to the south ridge. The enemy were presenting in a solid line along the crest. Diligence studied the distant scene for a moment, and then he nodded. There is time. Await me here, Hestand. I shall not be gone long. She had ascended the spire and now stood, her back to the altar and the heart it held, facing out onto the bay. The fleet of anchored parish ships rocked like wood chips in a cauldron of boiling water, and as she watched, she saw a trio of masts snap in a writhing fury of shredded stays. The white spume of the waves sprayed high into the air. Sister Reverence found that she was trembling. There is something down there, in the depths of the bay.
something building to rage. Strangers have come among us.
Spinning, she faced inland, eyes darting as she studied the vast array of defences crowding the approach to the narrow isthmus. 20,000 elite Colansi heavy infantry, their pikes forming thick bands of forest in solid ribbons all down the tiered descent. 1,500 onagers, clustered in raised fortlets interspersed among the trench lines, each one capable of releasing 12 heavy quarrels in a single salvo, with reloading time less than 40 heartbeats. The defilade down the choke point ensured devastation should any attacker strive to close on the lowest fortifications. There was a taste of bitter metal in her mouth. Her bones ached despite the gusts of hot, rancid air belching out from fissures in the stone on all sides.
I am afraid. Should I reach out to Brother Diligence? Should I avail myself of all these unknown terrors? But what enemy can I show him? An unruly bay? That vague bank of fog or dust to the south? These things are nothing. He prepares for a battle. He has his mind on real matters, not an old woman's gibbering imagination.
She should never have sent Brother Serenity away, and now he was dead. She had shared his last visions, raging fire, the flames blackening his once white skin, scouring the flesh of his face, boiling the water of his eyes until the balls burst.
And his cries, abyss below, his cries, the fire filling his mouth, the flames sweeping in, sucked past charred lips, igniting his lungs. Such a terrible death.
These humans were an abomination. Their brutal ways shook her to the core. There was no end to their capacity for cruel destruction, no end to their will to deliver horror and death. The world would find a clean breath once they were all gone, finally a clean and blessedly innocent breath.
Acrast Corvalane, attend me. This is the day we are challenged. We must prevail.
Reverence walked to stand before the altar. She glared down at the knotted object set in the surface of the stone. Awakening her sorceress vision, she studied the now visible chains binding the heart down. All her ancestors, their bones given new shapes, but their strength had not changed. There was no weakness in what she saw. The sight relieved her.
No one shall take this from us. If I must, I will destroy it by my own hand.
The warrens surrounding the heart had kept it hidden for all this time. What had changed? How had it been found?
Not even the gods could sense it, not hidden here at the heart of our warren. And yet we are about to be attacked. We are about to be besieged. I feel the truth of this. Who could have found it?
A sudden thought struck her, clenching like a fist in the center of her chest.
The fallen one! But no, he is too weak, bound by his own chains. What gambit is he playing? To think that he could challenge us? No, this is madness.
But then, was the crippled god not mad? Tortured in agony, broken, ripped apart, fragments of him scattered across half the world.
But I am the one holding his heart. I have stolen it. Ha! And see how deep and how vast my love. Watch as I squeeze it dry of all life. A marriage of justice with pain. Is this not the torture of the world? Of all worlds? No, she whispered. I will never relinquish my love. Never! This is the only worship worthy of the name. I hold in my hand a god's heart, and together we sing 1,000 songs of suffering.
Distant eruptions drew her round. The perished ships, torn from their anchors, the huge vessels now lifting wild on the heaving swells, white foams spouting skyward, splinters as ships collided broke apart, the wolf heads drowning on all sides. She saw the Colansi ships in the harbour directly below, moored to the moles and the inside of the breakwater, all stirring like beasts milling in blind confusion. Waves hammered the stone breakwater, lifting enormous sheets into the air. And yet, there is no wind. There is no wind. Grubb was almost lost in the moulded scale saddle behind the shoulders of the Vigath. And yet, as the beast loped forward, he was not tossed about as he would have been if on a horse. The scales were still changing, growing to shield his legs, including his thighs, as if the saddle sought to become armor as well. He was amazed at seeing such a thing. Flanged scales now rose to encircle his hips. He had a moment of fear. Would this armor, extruded out from the beast he was riding, eventually encase him in entirety? Would it ever release him? He turned his head to the rider travelling beside him, to see if the Vagath's thick hide was growing up in the same way, but no. There it remained, an ornate saddle, that and nothing more, and mortal sword Krugava rode it with all the ease and familiarity of a veteran. He envied such people, for whom everything came so easily. My father was not like that. He was never a natural fighter. He had nothing of the talent of, say, Kalam Mekhar, or Stormy or Gessler. He was just an average man, forced to be more than he was. I am glad I did not see him die. I am glad my memories see him as only alive, forever alive. I think I can live with that. I have no choice. They had left the Kachain Shemal army halfway through last night, and now they were swiftly closing on the Letherian Bolkando armies. If he stretched up, as far as the sheathing armor round his thighs would permit, he could see directly ahead the dark, seething stain of the troops ascending to the ridge. Grubb glanced again across at Krugava. She was wearing her helm, the visor dropped down and the hinges locked. The wolfskin cape was too heavy to skirl out behind her, despite the swift pace the Vagath were setting, but still it flowed down with impressive grace along the horizontal back of the Kachain Shemal, sweeping down to cover its hips and the projecting mass of its upper leg muscles, so that the fur rippled and glistened as the muscles bunched and stretched. She would have made a frightening mother, he decided, this Krugava. Frightening, and yet, if she gave a child her love, he suspected it would be unassailable. Fierce as a she-wolf, yes. But I have no mother. Maybe I never had one. I don't remember. Not a single face swimming blurry in my dreams. Nothing. And now I have no father. I have no one, and when I look ahead into my future, I see myself riding forever alone. The notion, which he trucked out again and again, as if to taste it on his tongue, stirred nothing in him. He wondered if there was something wrong with him. He wondered if, years from now, on that long journey, he might find it, that wrongness, like a corpse lying on the ground on the path ahead. He wondered what he would feel then. Thinking back on their parting from the Kachain army, Grubb tried to recall the reasons behind his decision to leave Sin's side. Something had pulled him to Bryce Bedict and all the Letherian Bolkando, a vague belief that he would be more useful there, though he had no idea what he might do, or if he had anything to give. It was easier thinking of this like that, instead of the suspicion that he was fleeing Sin, fleeing what she might do. No one can stop me, Grubb, no one but you. So she'd told him more than once, but not in a reassuring way, not in a way that told him that he mattered to her. No. It was more like a challenge, as if to ask, what have you got hidden inside you, Grubb? Let's see, shall we? But he didn't want to know what he had inside him. That day they'd come to do battle with the moons, that day when there had been fire and stone and earth and something cold at the center of it all, he had felt himself falling away, and the boy who had walked at Sin's side was somebody else, wearing his skin, wearing his face. It had been terrifying. All that power, how it poured through us. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I'm not running away. Sin can do what she likes. I can't really stop her, and I don't want her to prove it despite her own words. I don't want to hear her laughing. I don't want to look into her eyes and see the fires of Telas. They had been seen, and now the warrior beasts under them were shifting their approach, angling towards a small party that had ridden out to one side. Prince Bedict, Aranict, Queen Abrastal, and Spax, and 3 people he'd not seen before, 2 women and a tall, ungainly-looking man with a long face. Just behind this group, standing alone and impossibly tall, was a woman shrouded in a cloak of rabbit skins, down to her ankles, her hair a wild, tangled mane of brown, her face looking like it had been carved from sandstone. The thumping gait of the Vagath fell off as they drew nearer. Glancing down, Grubb saw that the armor formed a high collar up past his hips, flaring out just beneath his ribs. and behind his back an upthrust of overlapping scales formed a kind of backrest, protecting his spine. The Kachin Shamal halted, and Grubb saw Bryce Benedict studying Krughava. "You are a most welcome sight, mortal sword." "Where are my perish positioned?" Krughava demanded in a voice like grating gravel. Queen Abrastal replied, "Center, nearest line of defences and a little way past that. Mortal sword, their position is untenable. They are provided no avenues of retreat. With a little pushing, we can attack them on 3 sides." Krughava grunted. "We are meant to maul ourselves on this studded fist, sirs. And should they all die, my perish, it is of little interest to the Focral assail."
"We more or less worked that one out,"
Spax said. The Gilk war chief was in full turtle-shell armor, his face painted white, the eyes rimmed in deep red ochre. The mortal sword was momentarily silent, her gaze moving from one figure to the next, then slipping past to narrow on the huge woman standing 15 paces back. "You have found new allies, Prince. Toblakai?" Bryce glanced back, made a face. "Gods below, I've never known a woman as shy as her. She is Teblor, and she commands 300 of her kind. She is named Gilimada." "Where will you place them?" Krughava's tone was, if anything, yet harsher than it had been a moment earlier. Grubb saw them all hesitating, and this confused him. "What is wrong?" Erinict lit a new stick from her old one and flung the latter away, speaking all the while. "Mortal sword, there are over 40,000 Kalansi on the other side of the valley." 40,000? "We are faced with a challenge," Bryce Benedict said. "We must endeavor to engage the entirety of this force for as long as possible." Queen Abrastal spoke. "Once the pure commanding here learns of the real assault, the one upon the spire, he will seek to withdraw as many of his troops as he can safely manage. We judge 3 bells to fast march to the isthmus. In other words, they can reach that battle in time, mortal sword, and strike at Gessler's flank. As yet, we can determine no way in which to prevent this happening." "I will turn the perish," pronounced Krughava. "I will pull them from their position and wheel them round, placing them to block the way east. We need only slow the enemy, sirs, not stop them."
"If you so succeed in regaining your command of the Grey Helms," said Bryce, "will you welcome the company of the Teblor?"
Krughava's thinned eyes switched to the Teblor commander. "Sirs," she said, loud enough for all to hear, "to fight alongside the Teblor would be an honor unsurpassed on this day." Grubb sought to see the effect of these words, but from Gilimada there was no reaction at all. "Mortal sword," said Queen Abrastal, "are you confident that you can resume command of the Grey Helms? And before you answer, this is not the time for unrealistic bravado." Krughava stiffened at that. "Do you imagine that I do not understand the severity of this moment, Highness? I will speak plainly. I do not know if I will succeed, but I will give my life in the effort. Would you ask more of me?" Abrastal shook her head.
"We must, however," said Bryce, "present ourselves to the enemy in such a manner as to deal with either eventuality."
A loud voice suddenly boomed,
"They talk bad!"
Gilimada was suddenly among them, her eyes level with the mounted men and women.
"Excuse me?"
She fixed the prince with her gaze, her brow fiercely knotted.
"The fish faces! They use words that hurt. If this fight goes bad, the fish face will speak and make us kneel. Make us kill our own anger. You must be stubborn. You must say no and shake your heads no. You must see the fish face in your head, and then you must push him or her to the ground, and then you must squat, and then you must shit on that fish face. I have spoken."
A short time of awkward silence, and then Grubb saw that Erinict was staring straight at him. He felt a strange shiver track up his spine. "I don't know," he said in a small voice. All eyes fixed on him, and he felt himself shrinking inside his peculiar half-armor. Erinict spoke. "Grubb, we have heard what you achieved when you joined the battle between the Kachin factions. The Teblor commander speaks of the power of Akrast Corvalane, this sorcery of the voice, and we are uncertain if we will face that power today, nor do we know how to oppose it if it should come."
Shit! Bellowed Gillimada. I have spoken! Grubb shook his head. At the Battle of the Moons, that was sin. Most of it. She just used me, as if I was a knife in her left hand. I don't know what I can do.
We shall deal with that threat when it comes, announced Bryce Benedict. For now, I would welcome suggestions on the engagement. Queen Abrastel, what are your thoughts?
The Bolcando woman scowled. She unstrapped and drew off her helm, revealing a shaved head. I think we should ignore the perish. Long may they sit in their holes, or, and she shot a glance at Krughava, spin their standards round, should the mortal sword reassert her authority. Either way, we leave the centre alone. Bryce was nodding. I was thinking much the same. I have no taste for spilling perish blood, and in truth the Assail commander has done us a favour by so isolating them. This said, we must wait our right flank. The moment we see the enemy splitting to form up and fast march towards the spire, we need to contest that move with as much ferocity as we can manage. Accordingly, I would the Teblor form the centre of that intercept.
The rest will need only a handful to hold us off the trenches,
Spax muttered.
So we engage with but a handful,
Bryce retorted, and peel off rank on rank as fast as we are able to. That will have to do, said Abrastel. No offence, Prince, but I will place the Evertine Legion on the right of centre.
None taken, Highness. You are correct in assessing your legion as our elites. Once we start that wheeling of reserves, the enemy might well advance pressure on your side to break through and cut off our motion eastward.
I would do the same, Abrastel replied. We shall be ready for that.
Very well. Bryce looked round. That's it, then? So be it. All of you, in the tasks awaiting you, farewell.
Krughava said, Prince, I will ride with you to the ridge. Bryce nodded. As the group dispersed, Grubb allowed his Vergath to fall in behind Krughava's. He looked up at the sky. The jade strangers blazed directly overhead, the point of each talon as bright as the sun itself. The sky was too crowded, and in a flash he suddenly knew that it would get much more crowded before this day was done.
What the fuck is this?
Careful, muttered Stormy. Your language is offending our destriant. Growling under his breath, Gessler pulled his feet from the scale stirrups and clambered to stand balanced on the Vergath's back.
A hood-damned army, all right, but I see no camp, and they're looking rough.
Gods below, Gess. Sit back down before you fall and break your scrawny neck. Stormy turned to Callis. Halt 'em all, lass, except for Sagchurok. We'll take the Kell Hunter with us and check this out. The woman nodded. As the vast Kachain Chimal army ceased its advance, Gessler gestured and led Stormy and Sagchurok forward at what passed for a canter. The mysterious army stood motionless on a treed hill at the edge of an abandoned village. Squinting, Gessler looked for the usual flash of armor and weapons, but there was none of that.
Maybe not an army at all,
he muttered as Stormy rode up alongside him.
Maybe refugees.
Your eyes are getting bad, Gess.
What do you mean?
Old man, you've gone blind as Hood's own arsehole. Those are Tlani Mas.
Oh, shit. Who invited those hoary bastards?
He shot Stormy a glare.
Was it you, oh carrier of flint fucking swords?
I know nothing about 'em, Gessler, I swear it.
Right, playing friendly on ships, and now look, you never could just stay out of other people's business, Stormy. A soul stuck in the sky. Oh, let me fix that.
This ain't them, Gessler. Can't be. Besides, that debt was paid up, back in Malaz City. You was there. I gave that sword back. Off to one side, Sagchurok suddenly clashed his massive swords, and both men looked over. Gessler snorted.
Think he just told us to shut up, Stormy.
They were fast closing on the hill with its grey, silent mass of undead warriors.
That hill, that's a cemetery. Well, where else would they be?
Gessler saw one warrior setting off down the lumpy hillside, dragging its stone sword as a child would an oversized branch.
That one, he said, wants to talk to us.
Better than rising up under our feet and cutting us to pieces.
Aye, much better. What do you think, Stormy? We got ourselves unexpected allies?
Pity the assail if we have. Gessler spat.
This ain't the day for pity. Sag Churok, don't do anything stupid like attacking it, all right?
They slowed to a walk 30 paces from the lone Talani Mas. At 15, the Kell hunter halted and planted the tips of his swords in the ground. Gessler and Stormy continued on, halting 5 paces from the undead warrior. Gessler called out,
"What clan?"
For a moment it seemed the Talani Mas would ignore the question, but then, in a heavy, rasping voice, the warrior said,
"Logros, Malazan. I am Onos Tulan."
"Onos,"
Gessler began, then snapped his mouth shut. Stormy muttered a curse.
"Can't be. The first sword? How many cronies of that long-dead rat-faced emperor are involved in this?"
More Talani Mas were coming down from the hill, ragged and slow, like the grinding of stones, and Gessler sensed something wretched in this scene, something appalling.
"What are they doing here?"
Onos Tulan spoke.
"Logros's banishment of me was without meaning, Malazan. I knelt before a mortal human on the throne of bones, and there is none other whom I shall serve. This is what Olar Ethil did not comprehend. Bound once more to the ritual of Telan, I am returned to the shadow of the Emperor."
Gessler felt sick inside. He knew he was getting only a taste of what all this meant, but it was already breaking his heart.
"He sent you, First Sword?"
"I am invited to my own death, Malazan. The manner of it remains to be decided. If the one upon the throne could see into my soul, he would know that I am broken."
"Broken, you say?" Stormy interrupted. "Now that's an interesting fact, Onos Tulan." The ancient warrior tilted his head.
"I do not understand your meaning."
Stormy pointed north. "See that spar of rock, First Sword? Right up top of that, there's something else, something just as broken as you are. The Fulcral Assail are guarding it, but we mean to take it from them. You say Kellenved ordered you here, so we got to know, First Sword, are you here to fight? And if you are, will it be against us or at our side?"
"You are Malazans."
"The army behind us ain't." Onos Tulan was silent for a time, and then he said,
"The Kachain Chamal hunted Imas from time to time."
"Just like you hunted Bedarin or elk or whatever. What of it?"
"When we were mortal, we had cause to fear them."
"And elk will run when it sees you. But then you're not mortal anymore, are you?"
"I am here, Malazans, seeking a war, and yet only now do I realize that I have walked in shadow all this time, since I first rose from the dust outside the city of Pale. I thought I was abandoned, and each time I sought a new path, that shadow followed me. That shadow found me, as it must. I am the First Sword of the Talani Mas, and from this there is no escape."
Gessler cleared his throat, blinked to work the water from his eyes.
"First Sword, am I understanding you? Are you placing yourselves under our command, just because we happen to have come from the Malazan Empire? Before you answer, you've got to understand, Kellenvad is long dead, and that empire has since outlawed us. We're not here because of any damned throne, and we're not at the beckoning of anyone who's sitting in it either."
"Tell me, then, human, why are you here?"
Gessler looked up, studied the hundreds of Talani Mas crowding the hillside, spilling out into the streets and avenues of the village. Lifeless faces were turned to him, and their regard was a crushing weight.
"Gods below. It sounds stupid, you know," he said, now eyeing Stormy, "when you just out and say it."
"Go on,"
growled Stormy, his face reddening as emotions rose within the huge man. Gessler could see it, and he was experiencing the same thing. The air itself seemed to swirl with feelings of appalling force.
"Go on, Gessler, and if it makes us fools, well, we can live with that, can't we?"
Sighing, he faced Onos Tulan.
"Why are we here? The truth is, we're not even sure. But we think we're here to right an old wrong, because it's the thing to do, that's all."
Silence, stretching. Gessler turned back to Stormy.
"I knew it'd sound stupid."
Onos Tulan spoke.
What do you seek on that spire, Gessler of the Malazans? The heart of the crippled god. Why?
Because, Stormy replied, we want to free him.
He is chained.
We know. Onos Tulan said nothing for a moment, and then,
You would defy the will of the gods?
Fast as spit, Stormy said.
Why do you wish to free the fallen one?
When Stormy hesitated, Gessler shifted in the scaled saddle and said,
Hood take us. We want to send him home. Home.
The word very nearly drove Onos Tulan to his knees. Something was roaring in his skull. He had believed it to be the sound of his own rage, but now he could sense a multitude of voices in that cacophony, more than the unfettered thoughts of the Talanimas following him, more than the still distant conflagration that was the Otataral dragon and the Elent. No, what deafened him here was the unceasing echoes of terrible pain. This land, all the life that had once thrived here, only to falter and suffer and finally vanish. And there, upon that tower of rock, that cracked spire that was the core of a restless volcano, where the earth's blood coursed so close to the surface in serpentine tracks round its fissured, hollowed base, another broken piece of a broken, shattered god, a being that had been writhing in torment for thousands of years.
No different from the Tlanimas, no different from us. The shadow of a throne, is that not a cold, frightening place? And yet, Kellanved, do you truly offer succor? Dare you cast a shadow to shield us, to protect us, to humble us in the name of humanity? I once called you our children, our inheritors. Forgive my irony, for all the venal among your kind. I had thought... No matter.
In his mind he reached among his followers, found the one he sought. She was close, almost behind him.
Bone-caster Bitterspring, of the second ritual, do you hear me?
I do, First Sword.
You are named a seer. Can you see what awaits us?
I have no true gift of prophecy, First Sword. My talent was in reading people. That and nothing more. I have been an impostor for so long, I know no other way of being.
Bitterspring, we are all impostors. What awaits us?
What has always awaited us, she replied. Blood and tears.
In truth, he'd had no reason to expect anything else. Onos Tulan drew his flint sword round, dragging a jagged furrow through dirt and stones. He lifted his gaze to the Malazans.
Even the power of Telan cannot penetrate the wards raised by the Focral assail. We cannot therefore rise in the midst of the enemy in their trenches. This will have to be a direct assault.
We know that, the one named Gessler said.
We shall fight for you,
Onos Tulan said, and then he was silent, confused at seeing the effect of his words on these two men.
Have I distressed you?
Gessler shook his head.
No, you greatly relieve us, First Sword. It is not that, it's just...
And he shook his head.
Now it's my turn to ask. Why? If by our sacrifice, yours and mine, said Onos Tulan, the pain of one life can be ended, if by our deaths this one can be guided home, we will judge this a worthy cause. This crippled god, he is a stranger to us all. It is enough that in the place he calls home, he is no stranger. Why should these words force tears from these two hardened soldiers? I do not understand.
Onos Tulan opened his mind to his followers.
You have heard. You have shared. This is the path your First Sword chooses. But I will not compel you, and so I ask, will you fight at my side this day?
Bitterspring replied,
First Sword, I am chosen to speak for all. We have seen the sun rise. It may be that we shall not see it set. Thus we have us this one day to find the measure of our worth. It is, perhaps, less time than many might possess, but so too is it more than many others are privileged to know. One day to see who and what we are. One day to find meaning in our existence. First Sword, we welcome the opportunity you have given us. Today we shall be your kin. Today we shall be your sisters and brothers. To this Onos Tulan could find no words. He floundered for what seemed a long, long time. And then, from the depths of his being, there arose a strange feeling, a sense of recognition. Then you shall be my kin on this day, and among my kin, am I not at last home? He had spoken these words out loud, and turning he saw surprise on the faces of the two Malazans. Onos Tulan stepped forward. Malazans, make it known to your Kachain Chemal. Each in our time, we two peoples have warred against the Fokral Asel. On this day, for the very first time, we shall do so as allies. 15 paces back, the Kel hunter straightened then, and lifted high both swords, and Onos Tulan felt its reptilian eyes fixed solely upon him, and he raised his own weapon. One more gift, then, on this final day. I see you, Kachain Chemal, and I call you brother. Gessler wiped at his eyes. He could not fathom the rawness of his emotions. First Sword, he called out in a roughened voice. How many of your warriors are here? Onos Tulan hesitated and then said, I do not know. Another Tlanimas, who had been standing behind Onos Tulan, then spoke. Mortals, we are 8,684. Hood's black breath, Stormy swore. Gessler, Tlanimas in the center, with Vigas to either side and Kel screening our flanks? Aye, Gessler nodded. First Sword, do you know the jagged teeth? Gessler, Onos Tulan cut in. Like you, I am a veteran of the Seven Cities campaigns. Guess you are, aren't you? Gessler grinned. Stormy, suck some oil and get our lizards back up and moving. I don't see any point in wasting any time on this. Fine, but what about you? Me and Sag Churok, we're riding ahead. I want to see the lay of the land, especially at the base of the spire. You catch us up, right? Stormy nodded. Good enough. How come that winged snake's not around again? How should I know? Get going. I'll see you on whatever high ground I find. Make sure we draw up in formation. I don't plan on posing for the bastards. Calith stood close to Matron Gunth Mac. The destriant had crossed her arms and knew the gesture to be protective, though it did little good, not in the face of what was coming. Wars were not part of the Elan heritage. Skirmishes, yes, and feuds and raids, but not wars. But already she had been in the midst of one, and now here she was, about to join another. The frail woman stumbling from the camp so long ago now would have quailed at the thought, would have wept, helpless with fear. It was the flavors of the Kachain Chemal that now made her resilient, resolute. You are wrong in that, Destriant. She turned in surprise, studied the huge reptilian head hovering at her side, close enough to caress. It is your courage, Calith insisted. It has to be. I have none of my own. You are mistaken. It is your courage that gives us strength, Destriant. It is your humanness that guides us into the waiting darkness of battle. Calith shook her head. But I don't know why we're here. I don't know why we're going to fight this battle. We should have led you away, somewhere far from everyone else. Somewhere you don't have to fight and die, a place to live in peace. There is no such place, Destriant. Even in isolation we were assailed, by our own doubts, by all the flavors of grief and despair. You and the mortal sword and the shield anvil, you have led us back into the living world. We have come from a place of death, but now we shall take our place among the peoples of this world. It is right that we do so. But so many of you will die today. We must fight to earn our right to all we would claim for ourselves. This is the struggle of all life. There are those who would deny us this right. They feel it belongs to them alone. Today we shall assert otherwise. Be free this day, Destriant. You have done what was needed. You have guided us here. The mortal sword and the shield anvil shall lead us into battle, and by the wind's scent we shall be joined by Tilani Mas, in whom the hope for redemption is no stranger.
Thinking about Stormy and Gessler, Calith shivered.
Protect them, I beg you. They shall lead. It is their purpose. This, too, is freedom.
Motion in the corner of her eye drew Calith's attention. Sin, slipping down from the back of her Vigath, racing forward a few steps in the manner of any carefree child, and then she whirled like a dancer and faced Calith.
The worm is burning. Can't you taste it? Burning!
Calith shook her head.
I don't know what you mean, Sin.
But the girl was smiling.
You can't leave fire behind. Once you've found it, you carry it with you. It's in the swords in your hands. It's in the armor you wear, and the food you eat, and the warmth of the night, and the way to see through the dark. And it never sits still. It's always moving. It moved away from the Imas when they turned from it. But now they'll see that the fire they once knew didn't leave them. It just spread out. But maybe they won't understand anyway. They're not even alive after all. You forget so much when you stop living.
She waved her arms in her excitement.
That's what was wrong with the lizard camps. No fires.
She jabbed a finger at the matron, hissed,
You need reminding about fire.
The words were bitter as ice, and Calith found her arms wrapping yet tighter about her chest, and from beside her the flavour of Gunth Mac's oil suddenly soured, and the Destriant knew it for what it was.
She is afraid. The matron is afraid.
Sister Reverence stared to the south.
At last, the enemy shows its face.
Still too far to make out anything more than the solid, dark mass of advancing legions.
Those numbers are paltry. They need 50 or 60,000 to even hope to break the defences. And from the looks of it, these are cavalry. Imagine the forage they must have carried with them.
She glanced to the left, but the storm in the bay was unchanged, the cauldron ferocious, yet striking her as strangely impotent.
The one hiding there can come no closer. Acrost Corvalane is too powerful, drinking deep of the fallen one's heart. It is too late for all of them. We have grown too strong. We have achieved what we sought.
A Wartard was on the stairs below, using both feet and hands to make his way up, his gasps sounding torn and raw. Sister Reverence awaited him with impatience.
Even with our blessed blood, their humanness makes them so weak. Beloved sister, I am here, she replied. Our scouts have returned, the army to the south. I see it, yes. They are giant lizards, thousands of giant lizards.
Sister Reverence staggered back a step. Then, in a surge of suddenly febrile power, she quested out towards that army, her mind reaching.
There, a presence, a little further, reaching. Touch,
she cried out.
A matron! But there are no matrons left! The Naruk promised! The Kachain Chamal are destroyed!
She realized that she was shouting out loud, and looked down into the wide eyes of the man kneeling at the edge of the stairs.
Return to the defences! Have the onagers loaded! The Chamal will waste no time! They never do! Go!
Alone once more, Reverence closed her eyes, sought to slow the savage twin beats of her hearts that now seemed to clash in discordant panic.
Brother Diligence, hear my cry. We are deceived. The foe you face is but a feint. Ignore them. I summon you, and as much of the army as you can relinquish. We face Kachain Chamal.
Releasing her power, she waited, breath held for her brother's reply, and received nothing. With hooded eyes, Setok crouched atop a berm, facing upslope, and watched the descent of Brother Diligence.
This is not your place, she whispered. Can you feel that yet? The wolves have claimed this den. this den you so kindly made for us, and here we will wait until the chosen time."
She pivoted and scanned the brothers and sisters. She could smell their distress rising up rank and sour from the maze of trenches, from these dusty holes carved down through stone and dead soil. Many were looking out across the widths of the valley to where the Balkando and Lethari armies were even now beginning the descent. She saw how the soldiers reacted in dismay upon seeing no enemy element positioning itself at the center. Well, not all dismay. She saw quickly hidden expressions of relief, and the scent of that was a looser, thinner emanation.
"When the wolf becomes you, you hear and taste and smell so much more, making vision seem like a lesser power, a weakling subject to blindness in the face of truths. No, it is better with the ghosts gathered within me now, so much better."
Down came Brother Diligence, and there was Tanakalian climbing into view, turning first to study the approaching fulcral assail, and then facing Setok. He made his way closer, but not so close that should she leap, her fangs would find his throat. She noted that, and was not surprised. "Destriant Setok, we are about to be challenged." She bared her teeth. His face knotted in a scowl. "Listen to me. It is of no use if you can do little more than lift hackles and growl. He will use Akrast Corvalane. Do you understand me?"
"And what is it about that to cause fear, Shield Anvil?"
"The Assail know nothing of the Kachain Chemal. Do you see? I have kept that from them."
"Why?"
"It does us no good if the Assail win on this day, does it?" She cocked her head.
"It doesn't?"
"We remain balanced on the knife's edge, or have you forgotten? By what we do, by what we say or do not say, it all falls to us, here, now."
"Shield Anvil."
She paused to yawn.
"Shield Anvil, why did you banish the mortal sword?"
"She broke our holy vow, Destriant. I have already told you this."
"By swearing fealty to this adjunct woman?"
"Yes."
"And these Lethari and Balkando, they are her allies? This adjunct's allies?"
She could see the growing frustration in the man, and was unmoved. "I told you this!"
"Do you fear Brother Diligence? I see that you do. Should he compel us? But, Shield Anvil, I want to know, which do you fear the most, the adjunct or the brother? Think of it as a contest, if that helps. Which one is it?"
Tanakalian looked back up the slope to where Diligence was coming ever nearer to their earthen fort, and then back again. "The adjunct is dead."
"You do not know that, and besides, that doesn't matter. It's not relevant to the question I asked."
A sneer curled his lips. "If it is a question of immediacy, then it must be Brother Diligence." His tone dripped venom, and she understood that as well. All the reasons, all the emotions raging back and forth in this man. Setok nodded, and then straightened from her crouch. She arched her back, stretched out her limbs.
"Immediacy. It's such a lie. One is close, the other is far away. So fear more the one who is close. But, you see, there are two sides to immediacy. The one you're seeing is the one now, but there is another one, the one you only find at the end of things."
Tanakalian's eyes narrowed on her, and she could see that he was startled, that he was thinking, and thinking hard now.
"So," Setok continued, "let's forget the now for the moment and go to the end of things. At the end of things, Shield Anvil, whom will you fear the most? Yon Brother Diligence or the adjunct?"
Hearing voices from the trenches, filled with surprise and something like excitement, she smiled and added,
"Or our mortal sword, who even now rides for us."
Suddenly white, Tanakalian climbed the nearest berm, faced the valley called Blessed Gift. For a dozen heartbeats he made no move, and then he looked back down at Setok. "Where will you stand in this, Destriant?"
"I stand with the wolves."
Triumph flashed in his eyes.
"But," she continued, "that is only half the question, isn't it?"
He frowned.
"You must then ask me, where stand the wolves?"
He half snarled.
"And all the beasts beneath now awaken,"
and said,
I know well their position, Destriant.
Well, Setok corrected, you thought you did. She leapt down then, crossed the back edge of the fort to come opposite the narrow stepped track down which the Focral assail was descending. Lifting her gaze, she held out her arms and shouted, "Brother, come no closer! You are not welcome here!" Diligence was still 50 or more steps away, but he halted in obvious surprise. She felt him awakening the sorcery in his voice. And in the moment that he released it, Setok opened her own throat to the howl of 10,000 ghost wolves. The sound was a detonation, rising up to slam Diligence down onto his back on the earthen steps. In the numbed silence that followed, Setok shouted again, "You are not welcome! Go back to your slaves, brother!" There was no sign that the Focral assail had heard. He was lying sprawled on the track, unmoving. Shriven were rushing towards him from both sides and from above. In moments they had closed, and then were lifting him up, carrying him back up the steps. Satisfied, Setok turned round. The entire Perish army was facing her, every soldier. Among those closest to her, she saw blood at their ears and trickling down from nostrils. She saw faces that looked bruised and eyes shot with red. When Setok spread out her arms again, they visibly flinched back. "No foreign magic can compel us," she said, and then she pointed. "The mortal sword approaches. We shall welcome her, and in the making of this day we shall know our fates." "Destriant!" someone shouted from one of the trenches. "Who do we choose? Who do we follow?" Tanakalian wheeled round at that, but there was no way to find the speaker amidst the press. "I am Destriant of the Wolves," Setok replied. "I am not a grey helm, not a sister to any of you. I am not one of your pack, and in this matter, who is to rule the pack is not for me to say." "Who do we fight? Destriant, who do we fight?" Setok dropped her gaze to Tanakalian, just briefly, and then she answered, "Sometimes even wolves know the value of not fighting at all." And there she had given him what he thought he would need for the challenge to come. Because Setok could smell that mortal sword and that woman was a thing of war. Inside, the ghost wolves huddled close, giving her their immeasurable warmth. The echoes of their howl whispered back and forth. Even they had been surprised at its power. "But I wasn't. This is my den, and we shall defend it." Ears ringing at that holy cry, Krughava slowed her mount to a slow canter. Before her, lining the top of the front berm, stood her brothers and sisters, those she had known and loved for years. It was still too far for her to make out their expressions, to see if her arrival was welcome or cause for fury. But even the latter would not dissuade her. She was coming to fight for her people, and for all of Tanakalian's gleeful mocking of her belief in heroism, and indeed in heroism lay her one and only true faith, she knew that the next few moments would test her as no battle had ever done. "If I am to be a hero, if I have such capacity within me, let it come now." They said nothing when she reined in at the foot of the mound. Dismounting, Krughava looped the reins about the saddle's horn, pulled the horse round until it faced the valley once more, and with a hard slap on his rump, sent it on its way. Was the gesture lost on the witnesses? No, it most assuredly was not. Drawing off her helm, mortal sword Krughava swung round and looked up at her estranged brothers and sisters. She raised her voice. "I would speak to Shield Anvil Tanakalian." An old veteran replied in a toneless voice, "He awaits you within. Come forward in peace, Krughava." "They have not chosen a new mortal sword, but neither will they give me my old title. So then, it all remains to be decided. So be it." A knotted rope slithered down the steep ramp side. She took hold of it and began climbing. Precious Thimble drew closer to Faint's side. They remained on the valley's ridge, watching the ranks of Lethery marching down into the basin. Far to their right, the Evertine Legion and its auxiliaries were doing the same. "All that marching for this and only this. I'll never understand soldiers. Faint?"
"What is it, Precious? You're going to tell me that you can use all this power to carve us out a gate back home?
She glanced over, studied the pale, round face.
No, I thought not.
What can you feel?
Faint shrugged.
My skin is crawling, and I'm no mage.
Exactly. You have no idea how this is feeling. Even Amby Bowl is a mass of nerves, though he won't talk to me anymore. I think he's become unhinged.
He never was hinged in the first place,
Faint cut in.
So what do you want from me?
That boy.
What boy?
The one half swallowed up by that giant lizard. Who did you think I was talking about?
Faint twisted kinks from her back, wincing.
Fine. What about him? I'll grant you he's cute enough, but...
You think all this sorcery that's making us sick is coming from the assail? You're wrong.
What?
Faint stared at Precious.
Him?
It's only making us sick because he doesn't know what to do with it.
He's Malazan, isn't he?
I don't think he's anything.
What's that supposed to mean?
But the witch's eyes were wide, staring at seemingly nothing.
Can an idea find flesh, bone? Does it have a face? Is that even possible? Can people build a saviour with handfuls of clay and withered sticks? If their need for a voice is so terrible, so demanding, can a people build their own god, Faint? Tell me, have you ever heard such a thing? Has anyone ever even thought it?
Faint reached out, pulled Precious Thimble round to face her.
What in Hoot's name are you talking about? What do you see in that boy?
Precious Thimble's face twisted.
I don't know,
she cried, pulling herself away. Faint turned, scanned the mass of troops. Where was he, then, that strange boy? But the dust was rising in walls, slipping across like curtains in the hesitant wind tracking the length of the valley. She looked to the prince's command position, off to her left, but saw only mounted messengers, signallers, and the prince's staff. Her eyes narrowed on Atrisida Erinict.
Precious, come with me.
She set out. The ghost of sweetest sufferance was suddenly walking at her side.
You should listen to the witch, love.
Faint glared at the ethereal form, and then shot a look back over one shoulder, to see Precious trailing 6 paces behind, walking like a drunk.
Sweetest,
Faint whispered.
How can I listen to her? She's talking nonsense. I'm just saying her ideas are intriguing. Maybe she's on the right track. I doubt that boy's even got a belly button. Have you looked? He's probably old enough for a roll in the grasses, a little schooling from Mistress Faint. What do you think? Can I watch? Just to see if he's got one, of course.
Breath hissed from between Faint's teeth.
Gospillo, I can't even see the runt. Besides, in case you hadn't noticed, this whole valley is about to erupt in a bloodbath, and you want me to tickle his damned sack? Never mind the whole belly thing, then. It was just a thought. I'm sure he's got one. Everyone does. Precious is panicking, that's all. When the Fulcral Assail unleash Akrast Corvalane, when they awaken that deadly voice, well, who's here to fight against that? Yon Atrisida and Precious herself, and that's it. Is it any wonder she's gibbering? Stop talking, sweetest.
Faint was almost upon the Atrisida. The woman was standing on the very edge of the descent into the valley, dragging on a rust-leaf stick as if it held the blood of immortality and eternal youth. And for all Faint knew, maybe it did.
Atrisida!
Erinict turned, and almost immediately her eyes shifted past Faint, fixing on Precious Thimble.
Greetings, witch. Be so good as to awaken a circle round us, and I would ask that you add your talents to my efforts in the defence to come.
She pulled hard on the stick.
Failing that, we fall that much sooner.
Precious Thimble made a whimpering sound. Erinict's expression darkened.
Courage, child. Where is your boyfriend? We will need him here. He possesses a natural disinclination to sorcerous attacks.
Licking dust-dry lips, Faint cleared her throat.
Atrisida, your words do not elicit confidence over the outcome of this battle.
Lighting another stick, Erinict waved one hand as if distracted. Sending a blast of smoke into the air, she said,
I would advise that you run, but then there is nowhere to run to.
She pointed with a hand visibly trembling.
See the prince, down there on the horse behind the last ranks? That is the man I love, and he is about to die. Precious, listen to me. Defend this position with all that is within you, because all my power will be down there with him. Once the Pure finds me,
He will make every effort to shred me alive. Faint took a step back, appalled by the heart-rending rawness of the woman standing before her, so much exposed, so much ripped open for all to see. And yet, if I could find a love like that, if I could find such a love— Erinicht, she now said in a soft voice, and something in the tone drew the Atricida round. If I may, I will stand with you. She saw Erinicht's eyes widen and then flit away, as if she could no longer bear to see what was there in Faint's own face. The Atricida stared north. He's not yet touched on his power, but it's only a matter of time. He may not have to, Faint said, following Erinicht's gaze. I don't know much about battles, but I can't see us winning this one. We're not here to win, Erinicht replied. We're just here to take a long time to die. Precious Thimble moved past Faint then, mumbling chaining words under her breath. And there, 3 paces to the right, stood Amby Bowl, his face a stone mask, his hands clenched into scarred fists. And the ghost of sweetest sufferance spoke. Faint, I hear an echo of something. It's nothing, Faint muttered in reply. Nothing but the sound of all that we are about to lose. What is that sound like? When you hear it, you will know. Bryce Benedict rode hard along the back of the reserve line. He wanted his soldiers to hear the hoofs of his horse behind them, wanted them to know he was there, so that they would understand that wherever they hesitated, he would ride to them. When they needed the strength of a commander's will, he would find them. Riding parallel to the ranks, he scanned the formations. Companies held tight in their rectangles, with broad avenues between them. Their discipline remained strong, resolute. There would be nothing subtle in the assault to come, and they had not yet wavered. Horns sounded from the front ranks to mark the last 50 paces from the enemy's forward earthworks. That forlorn cry sang through Bryce, and he almost faltered. Is she alive? Do we give our lives to a cause already lost? Is my last gesture to be an empty one? Oh, beloved brother, I could do with some encouraging words right now. Better yet, make me laugh. What more fitting way to meet that moment when you fall to your knees than with sweet, unchained laughter? The kind that lifts you into the air, high above the grim violence of the land and all its sordid cruelty. He was riding inward along the line now, the ranks on his left, and in moments he would come into the clearing opposite the parish-held centre, and before him, across the gap, he would see the Evertine Legion closing with the Colancy lines. Queen Abrastel, such a noble ally you have become. If my brother could but know of this, if your husband could witness this, some futures hold such promise as to convince you they can be nothing more than dreams, delusions built on wishful thoughts. You walk the steps of your life, and always that dream beckons, that dream waits. You don't know if it can ever be made real. You don't know that even should you somehow stumble upon it, you won't find it less than it was, less than it could have been. If only you could have kept that distance, kept it just outside arm's reach, forever shining, forever unsullied by the all-too-real flaws of your own making. Erinicht, how could you have given me such a thing? How could you have let me take it close, feel it here in my arms, so warm, so solid? When those dreams in that unreachable future suddenly rise up around you, how can you not be blinded to their truths? All at once it is here. All at once you are living in its very midst. Why then must you seek to pull away? He rode on, waiting for the roar of clashing weapons, waiting for the awakening of the power of the fulcral assail. And I must answer it, in the only way I know how. And when I am done, I know, there will be nothing left of me. For so long he had not understood what he was meant to do, but now, with energies crackling the air, it had all come clear. Erinicht, my love, you now hold the best in me. I pray that, for you, it is enough. He bolted into the gap, sword on the reins of his mount, and swung round to face the massive earthen fort where waited the Perish grey helms. But he could see nothing of what was happening behind the banked walls of earth. In the center of the maze of trenches and berms, there was a broad marshalling area of packed earth cut with narrow slits to gather the blood of the wounded who would be brought here during the battle. Cutters waited standing close to stretchers, their faces smeared with ash to keep sweat from dripping into open wounds. Their sawing and cutting tools were laid out on skins beside leather buckets of steaming water. In all the trenches that Krughaver could see into, her blessed soldiers stood with their eyes fixed on her as she made her way towards the center, where waited Shield Anvil Tanakalian, and, a dozen paces behind him, a young woman whom Krughaver had never seen before. There was something strange about her eyes, but the mortal sword could not yet determine what gave them such a disquieting regard. She was barely into womanhood, dressed in ragged deerskins, her hair long and ropey with filth, and the smile curving her lips looked faintly ironic. Krughaver ascended a ridged ramp and stepped out onto the hard ground. She set her helm down and drew off her gauntlets. Tanakalian spoke. "It is our hope, Krughaver, that you have come seeking to return to the fold, that you will fight with us on this day, that you will lead us in battle." She drew herself up, settling one hand on the pommel of her sword. "Yes, I would lead the Grey Helms in battle, Shield Anvil Tanakalian, but not against the Lethery or Bolkando. Rather, I would our soldiers quit these trenches." She lifted her gaze, studied the avenues leading back up the slope, and scowled. "Do you not see what they have done? The Assail have made the Grey Helms a forlorn hope." Tanakalian sighed, tilting his head as he regarded her. "There is another way of seeing our position here, Krughaver. Simply put, Brother Diligence does not trust us, and you would prove to him that the Perish are as treacherous as he suspected." "Treachery? Now that is a curious thing, Shield Anvil. I am not surprised the Assail does not trust you, given your precedence." The Shield Anvil's face flushed. "The betrayal was yours, not mine. But have we not already been through all of this? The Grey Helms heard your arguments. They heard mine. They voted." Krughaver looked round, hard expressions unyielding on all sides. "On this day, brothers and sisters, our allies will seek to break the tyranny of the Fokral Assail. But that is not the only reason for this war. Indeed, it is the least of them. Hear me, all of you. Long ago a foreign god was brought down to this earth. He was torn to pieces, but they would not let him die. No, instead they chained him, as one would bind a wild beast, as one might chain a wolf. And so bound, so caged, that god has known nothing but unending pain and anguish. The gods feed upon him. The wretched among us mortals sip his blood in prayer. And these Fokral Assail, they hold his heart in their cold, cruel hands. My brothers and sisters, on this day we shall seek to shatter those chains. We shall seek to free the fallen god. But more than that, we shall endeavor to return him to his realm." She pointed upslope. "And yet, where do you stand? Why, you stand at the side of torturers, and all the words of justice they so eagerly whisper in your ears, they are nothing but lies." The young woman came forward then, and Krughaver saw now what gave her gaze such strangeness. Wolf eyes, one silver, one amber. Blessed throne, she is our destriant. The wolves of winter look out from those eyes. Where had she come from? The destriant spoke in the Lethery trader tongue. "Mortal sword, we are stirred by your words. But then, what do we know of mercy? We who have never felt its gentle touch. We who are hunted and ever hunted down. Shall I tell you of the memories rushing through me now? Will you hear my words?" Krughaver felt the blood draining from her, the heat of her passion stealing away. Beneath her heavy armor, she was suddenly cold. "This woman is my foe. Tanakalian is as nothing compared with her. Destriant, I will hear your words." The young woman looked round. "In your mind, see a herd, so many, great, strong beasts, and they see us. They see us running beside them or standing off in the distance. They see our shaggy heads sink low. Yet to all their nervous attention we are indifferent. Our eyes study the beasts,
We seek scents on the wind, and when at last we drive that herd into flight, whom do we single out? Which of these great, terrible animals do we choose?"
Tanakalian answered with unfeigned excitement. "Destriant Setok, the wolves ever choose the weakest among the herd, the old one, the wounded one." Krughava stared at Setok.
"The wolves would feed on this day, Destriant, upon the heart of the crippled god?"
Setok gestured, a loose wave of one hand.
"Tell your allies, ignore us in this battle. We'll not leave this nest, and when this day is done, we shall see who remains standing. It does not matter which of you has won, for you will be bleeding, your head will be hanging, you will be on one knee."
"And then shall the grey helms strike!" cried out Tanakalian. "Can you not see the truth of this, Krughava? Are you so blind as to still hold to your foolish conceit?"
Krughava was silent. After a long moment, wherein the only sounds came from the advancing armies on the plain, she approached the shield anvil, halting only when she stood directly before him.
"Tanakalian," she said in a low rasp, "we are not wolves. Do you understand? When we act, we are privileged or cursed to know the consequences. The wolves of winter are not. They have no sense at all of the future. There can be no worship of the wild, shield anvil, without the knowledge of right and wrong."
Tanakalian shook his head, avid pleasure gleaming in his eyes.
"You have lost this, Krughava. You cannot win. It is not just me anymore, is it? Not even just the Perish. Now you face a Destriant, and through her our very gods."
"That child is mad, Tanakalian."
"I do not fear her, Krughava."
That struck her as an odd thing to say. Deeply shaken, she lifted her gaze, studied Setok.
"Destriant, shall this be the only game the wolves play?" "This game they know well."
Krughava pushed past Tanakalian, pushed him out to the side, no longer important, no longer relevant.
"Yes, they do, don't they? The glory of the hunt, yes? I will speak to the wolf gods now, and they would do well to hear me."
Shouts from the Perish grey helms, offended, indignant, shocked, but Setok simply shrugged. Krughava drew a deep breath. The ground was trembling beneath her now, and in moments the forces beyond this fort would collide.
"You wolves think yourselves masters of the hunt, but have you not seen? We humans are better at it. We're so good at it that we have been hunting down and killing you for 500,000 years. But we're not content with just the weak among you or the wounded. We kill every damned one of you. It may be the only game you know, but hear my words. You're not good enough at it."
She advanced on Setok now, and saw the Destriant flinch back.
"I have found my moment. I see the comprehension in her eyes. The wolves of winter have heard me. They finally understand. Let me show you another way. Let me be your mortal sword once again."
But it was not the wolf gods who understood. It was only Setok. And in the moment before the wolf gods poured through her, she spun round in her mind.
"No, heed her words. Can you not see the truth? You cannot hunt here."
But then they were upon her, tearing her apart in their frenzy to reach through, to close jaws on the hated human.
"No, I loved you. I wept for you."
She screamed, and it was the last sound Setok ever made. Krughava's eyes widened upon seeing the woman's face transform into something unhuman. The flesh of her arms burst as the bones seemed to twist their way free, black tendons writhing like serpents. Her body stretched, the shoulders hunching, the eyes flared. Shrieking, she launched herself at the mortal sword. Fangs, welters of boiling blood and thick saliva, a sudden burgeoning of mass, black-furred, looming huge before her, and then a figure slipped past Krughava. Tanakalian,
forgotten Tanakalian,
his knife flashing, the blade plunging deep into Setok's chest. A deafening howl thundered, staggering Krughava back. Blood sprayed from Setok's eyes. She leapt away from the knife, suddenly flailing, groping blind. Another howl sounded, battering the air. Dark blood spilling down from her mouth and nose, the woman fell onto her back on the earthen steps and then curled up like a child. Krukava stumbled forward.
Tanakalian, what have you done?
He had been thrown to the ground by that terrible death cry, but now he clambered back to his feet, the knife still in his hand. The face he turned to Krukava horrified her.
This was supposed to be my day, not yours, not hers. I am a hero, I am.
Tanak,
this is my day, mine!
He rushed her. She threw up an arm, but the gore-smeared blade slipped beneath it, punched hard, stabbing through her neck from one side to the other. Krukava fell back, struggling to stay on her feet, and then pitching round to land hard on one knee. The side of her face where the hilt had struck throbbed. She could feel that. One hand reached up, collided with the leather-bound grip. The knife was still stuck through her throat, and her lungs were filling with blood. She opened her mouth, but could draw no breath. Tanakalian was shrieking.
They were coming through! I couldn't allow that! The Hassel! The Hassel! He would have taken them! He would have killed them!
She fought back to her feet, dragging free her sword. Seeing her, he backed away.
I saved our gods!
You fool! You killed one of them! Did you not hear it die?
The world was growing black on all sides. Her chest was heavy, as if someone had poured molten lead down into her lungs.
Blessed wolves! I did not intend this foul murder. This day, so sordid, so human.
Rearing upright, blood pouring down her chin, Krukava advanced. Tanakalian stared at her, frozen in place.
We needed her out of the way. Don't you see? Don't you?
Her first swing smashed into his right side, shattering ribs, slicing through the lung before jamming halfway through his sternum. The blow lifted him from the ground, flung him 3 paces to the right. Astonishingly, he landed on his feet, scattering the cutters. Blood and unidentifiable pieces of meat were spilling from the enormous cut in his chest. Krukava closed again.
Enough for one more. Enough!
Her second swing took off the top half of his head, the blade slicing across just beneath his eyes. The broken bowl spun over the slick back of her blade, then off to one side, loosing the brain it held, and with it both eyes, swinging on their stalks. What remained of Tanakalian then pitched forward, landing on his chin. She sank down onto her knees. All breath was gone. The world roared in her skull. Someone was at her side, fumbling with the knife still thrust through her neck. She feebly pushed the hands away, and then fell forward. Her face settled against the hard clay, and there a gouged furrow, no wider than a knuckle, running out from under her eyes. She watched it fill with blood.
I wanted a better death. But then, don't we all?
2 thunderous howls erupted in quick succession from the perish position, their ferocity plunging Bryce Beddick's horse into a blind panic. He was almost thrown from the lunging, terrified animal, but then he managed to set his heels in the stirrups, drawing tight the reins. The horse bucked, and then, unexpectedly, it ran straight towards the fort's high bank. He looked to the top edge of the high-banked wall, but he could see no Perish soldiers watching him, no one preparing for his arrival. He saw no one at all. Bryce eased the reins. There was no fighting this bolting beast, not yet. He rose in the saddle as the animal tackled the slope. The ascent was steep, uneven, and the straining effort burned out the horse's fear as it lunged upward. Reaching the top of the berm, Bryce checked his mount's advance, pulling on the reins hard enough to make the animal rear once more. His heels took his own weight as he shifted to take the movement, his eyes already studying the array of faces turned now towards him. Where was Krukava? Where were all the officers? He saw the nearest grey helms, almost directly below in the first trench, reaching for their pikes. Swearing, Bryce wheeled his horse round while it still stood high on its hind legs, sent it stumbling back down the slope. Stones and clouds of dirt followed the frantic descent.
Gods, they could have ended this for me right then.
Wasn't anyone watching? No, they had all been facing the other way. I caught them completely by surprise. What was happening in that camp? He suspected that he would never know. He was riding across level ground again, his horse's hoofs kicking through the dusty plough tracks, and ahead and to his right his leathery soldiers had reached the first of the earthworks. Behind the companies, crews swarmed to position the heavy onagers, driving wedges beneath the front runners to lift the arc of fire. The enemy had begun releasing their own salvos of heavy bolts from raised fortlets flanking the trenches. Those deadly quarrels tore deep gashes into the advancing ranks. His soldiers had begun dying, because I asked them to. Dying in the name of a failed wish. I have brought them to this. But why? Why do they follow? They are no more fools than I am. They know my title means nothing. It is an illusion. No, worse, a delusion. Nobility is not something you can wear like a damned cloak of jewels. You can't buy it. You can't even be born into it. The nobility we talk about is nothing but a mockery of all that it used to mean. By no measure am I noble. Why do you follow? Gods, why do I presume to lead into this? Bryce Benedict drew his sword, but the taste of ashes filled his mouth. So many conceits gathering here, crowding this moment and all the moments to come. Now then, shake yourself awake, Bryce. The time has come to find us a name. He twisted his horse round, headed for the nearest avenue between companies, and rode to meet the enemy. High Cutter Sindakan was still kneeling beside the body of Krukava, staring down into her pale, lifeless visage. In the clearing behind him, all the officers and veterans had gathered, and the arguments were raging fierce on all sides. Horror, shock, and confusion. The parish was moments from tearing itself apart. Sindakan was the eldest among them all, a veteran of many campaigns, a soldier in the long, hopeless battle that was staunching wounds, breathing life into dying lungs. And once more he could only sit silent, looking down at yet another of his failures.
She came among us, a brave, brave woman. We all knew her pride was ever her enemy. But see here, she came to us. Imagine how doing that must have stung that pride. And yet, even over this powerful flaw within her, she finally triumphed. What could be more heroic than that?
When at last he straightened, though in truth it was no more than 30 heartbeats since Krukava's fall, all the voices fell away. He was the veteran. He was the one they would now turn to, desperate for guidance.
Oh, all you fools! What to do? What to do now?
He cleared his throat.
I do not know what has happened here. I do not know if the shield anvil slew a young woman or a god, nor can I judge his reasons for doing so. This is beyond all of us.
A young soldier called out, "Brother Sindakan, do we fight this day?" He'd been thinking about that from the moment of Krukava's fall, and he recalled looking across to the hacked corpse of Tanakalian and thinking,
"You are only what we deserved. Brothers, sisters, on this day, yes, we must fight."
Silence answered him. He had expected as much. They would not follow blindly, not any more.
Not after this. Brothers, sisters, there has been murder in our fold. We were witness to it, and in witnessing we are made part of this crime. We must be cleansed. Today we must fight to regain our honor.
But who is the damned enemy?
And here the old veteran found himself at an impasse.
Wolves help me, I don't know. And I'm not the one to decide. Veteran, am I? Yes, but the only wise veterans are the ones who have left war and killing behind them. No, I'm just the biggest fool among you all. Oh, fine then. Time to fall back on useless superstition. Isn't that what old soldiers turn to when all else fails? Brothers, sisters, we must seek a sign. We must look to the world, here and on this day. We must—"
And then his eyes widened, faces turned, eyes stared, as the Prince of Lether lunged into view atop the high berm at the fort's facing wall, surging up and on to the narrow, ragged edge, and how the horse found purchase there was a mystery. That beast then reared, hoofs scything the air, with the prince glaring down at them all. And at that moment, from either side of the valley's length, came the sound of battle's clash.
Gods take me. I think I just pissed my breeches.
Abrastos sat astride her charger, The beast felt thin beneath her, but was still quivering in anticipation. Bastard loves this. The stench of blood, the screams, wants at them. God's war is a fever. She glanced back at Spax and his mass of warriors. Hold them, war chief. Wait for it. The Gilk Bargast glared up at her. But how long? Your damned soldiers are dying on that front. At least let us charge and take out one of the fortlets. Those onagers are carving you bloody. She knew that. She could see the terrible casualties those perfectly emplaced weapons were delivering as her legions struggled to overrun the first line of defenses. I said wait, Spax. I will need you and the Teblor to move fast when that assail finds out. But what if it's all gone wrong at the spire? Firehair, we can collapse this flank. Just let us loose, damn you! But something had caught her eye. She wheeled her mount round, stared towards the centre. Jackan's fat cock! The Perish are pouring out of their trenches! Spax! I see them. Do you see Krughava? Abrastel shook her head. They're too far away. Listen, form a line to hold our inside flank, War Chief. If I was commanding that position and saw it uncontested, I'd do precisely what they're doing right now. Out and into our unprotected sides. They'll see us! Spax was now at her side, a heavy axe in his hand, a spear in the other, his face half hidden by his ornate shell helm. And we'll round to bite the Lethery flank. Bryce has no reserves to guard against them. If they do that, Abrastel said in a snarl, you know what to do, Spax. Climb up their hairy asses, yes, but just ready your warriors, she cut in, and then jabbed her spurs into her mount's sides. I'm going for a closer look. Not too close! She pushed her horse into a canter, the beast's armour cladding a weaponsmith's clamour around her. When 4 bodyguards rode to join her, she waved them back. She hated the fools, worse than hens, but the one messenger who drew close, she gestured forward. Beyond the Perish, the Lethery army had locked jaws with the first line of defenders, but they too were being savaged by the Colansi onagers. She saw that the prince had deployed his own artillery, and the rate of fire from these heavy weapons was superior to the enemy's. At least 3 positions were concentrating fire on the nearest fortlet, and the raised redoubt was studded with heavy quarrels. Foot archers and skirmishers had advanced under the cover of that counterfire, and were now assaulting the position. The prince knew his business, but would it matter? Already the losses were appalling, and she knew her own Evertine soldiers were suffering the same behind her. And now these Perish. A part of her wanted to sink her teeth into the throat of the Grey Helms. For all that betrayal and treachery thrived in the court games of the Bolcando kingdom, out here it was a far deadlier indulgence. Maybe this is teaching me a lesson about backstabbing, lying, and cheating to get your way. No, try as I might, I can't swing it across. The palace is my world, and I'll run it the way I like. Hoofs thundering, she was fast closing on the Perish. The soldiers were smoothly forming up now that they'd cleared the fort, and she saw them wheeling to face her. You want us first, do you? Spax will be so pleased. But that wasn't tactical. No, clearly they should have swung to face the Lethery. And as she drew yet closer, the front ranks before her made no effort to draw weapons. Can it be? Has Krughava won them over? Where is she? Where is Tenakalian? Errant's nudge. Who's commanding this army? Abrastel waved up the messenger. Stay close until we're within earshot, and then halt yourself. I will ride on. Listen well to this parley, soldier. The lives of thousands may well count on it, should I fail to win clear. The young woman, selected for her riding ability, was pale beneath the rim of her helm, but she nodded. Your eyes are better than mine. Do you see a commander anywhere? Highness, there is one, with the grey face. He has been gesturing, sending out orders. There! And she pointed. I see him. What's with the face paint? He's a cutter, Highness. A field medic. Whatever. No matter. Looks as if he's the one wanting to talk. I don't like this. What has happened to Krughava? They slowed to a canter, and at the appropriate distance the messenger halted, whilst the queen trotted forward. She studied the cutter, an old man, at least insofar as these grey helms went. His face was well worn with tracks of sorrow and loss, and she saw nothing in that face to suggest that anything had changed in his outlook. Her unease deepened. The cutter raised a hand in greeting. Highness, the grey helms welcome you.
I am Sindakan, elected commander following the tragic deaths of the mortal sword and the shield anvil.
Abrastal felt her jaws clench. The words had struck like a blow to her chest. "Leave it, woman. Now is not the time." "You are arrayed. State your intentions, Sindakan. As you can see, we've got us a fight here, and I really cannot waste any more time while you decide which way the fucking wind's blowing." The man recoiled as if slapped, and then he drew a deep breath and slowly straightened.
"The Perish Grey Helms humbly place themselves under the command of you and Prince Bryce."
He made a faint gesture to the troops behind him.
"We face you because we could not determine the whereabouts of the prince. Highness, the pure Focral Assail was injured in a clash with our destriant. It is safe to assume, however, that he will recover, and when that happens, we anticipate an awakening of dire sorcery."
"Can you defend against it?"
The old man shook his head. "I fear not, Highness. We have lost our place as the weapon of the wolf gods. You see us as we are, simple soldiers seeking to regain our honor as men and women. That and nothing more."
"As soon as that pure is made aware of the attack on the spire, he will disengage as many soldiers as he feels he can spare."
"We understand this, Highness."
"Are your soldiers rested, Sindakan? Can you fast-trot down this valley and find an undefended ascent?" She made her voice louder, addressing the soldiers waiting behind the cutter. "Grey Helms, can you stand in the path of the Colansi, who will soon drive east to the spire?" In answer, the soldiers shipped their shields onto their backs, began tightening straps. Abrastal grunted. "Who needs words?" Sindakan spoke.
"Do you require that we delay the enemy or stop them in their tracks?"
"There are not enough of you to stop them, Commander, and you know it. If I can, I will spare you my Barghast and the Teblor, but they may be arriving late to the fight."
"We shall hold until they arrive, Highness."
Abrastal hesitated, and then called, "What I've seen of you thus far, Perish, has been sticks up the ass and plenty of proper marching and not much else. Well, now's your chance to show the world what you can do in a real fight." They seemed to weather this, either in humility or in shame. She had expected a wave of anger, but saw not a single spark. Her gaze fell once more to the cutter. "Sindakan, you'll need to work hard at inspiring this lot. They're broken."
"Yes, Highness, we are. But on this day I believe that this is no weakness. We shall answer the world."
She studied him for a moment longer, and then collected her reins. "I trust you'll forgive my Barghast if they face you while you pass." The man simply nodded. "Fare you well, then. If justice truly exists, perhaps your mortal sword will stand with you, if only in spirit. Seek to match her measure, all of you, and perhaps you will indeed find your honor once more." Dragging her mount round, she set off. The messenger fell in alongside her. Abrastal glanced over. "You've the lighter burden here. Ride ahead and inform War Chief Spax that the Perish march to take position in the expected path of the Colansi relief force. They will pass south of our position at a fast trot, but he is to face his warriors on them the entire time. Repeat my words back to me." The messenger did so, without error. "Ride, then. Go." Abrastal watched the younger woman swiftly pulling away. Was I ever that young? It's the curse of nobility that we must be made to grow up all too fast. But then, look at you. Tits barely budding, and you're in the middle of a damned war. And I can't even remember your name. But should we both survive this, I'm sending you to learn embroidery, and a year or two of flirting with artists and musicians and other ne'er-do-wells." Growling under her breath, the Queen of Bolcando shook her head, rose in her saddle to glare at the forward lines of her beloved legion. They'd yet to even take the first entrenchments, and that slope was a mass of dead and dying soldiers, getting deeper with every moment that passed. Errant's tug, they've got us by the balls here. We need to push harder. No let up on this pressure. Time for the Safi, then, assuming they've gotten all yellow-eyed on that brave spit they guzzle before battle. They should be well primed. But were they all doing little more than going through the motions? 14th daughter, can you hear me? Thought not. I could use your eyes right now, just to see where things stand over there.
You should be in the damned bay by now. You should be in a good position to witness everything." Once more she shook her head. Too many things in her damned skull. Her horse was tiring, and she slowed her pace a fraction. She might need one more charge out of this beast. The queen takes the sword and shows her face beneath the mask. But the world does not tremble as it should, for the mask only comes off in the face of death. Husband, dear me, your wife strayed too far this time. She drew her sword as she closed. The Safi commander was standing to the right of the royal entourage, his eyes upon her, as were the eyes of virtually everyone else. She pointed her sword directly at him, saw him suddenly straighten as if in delight, raising his spear in one hand, and then he was moving, his tall dark figure speeding across the ground, back to his troops. And she saw them now, too, leaping and dancing in a frenzy of excitement. Oh, Colancy, you have no idea what is about to hit you. Captain Feverin, 9th cohort of the Evertine Legion, slid back down the slope on a greasy mass of bodies, swearing all the way down to the base, where he was thrown up against the shins of the soldiers struggling to do what he'd just tried. He'd lost sight of his own troops, those that remained alive, but such details barely mattered now. The only cohesion left was the one that defined the living from the dead. This was slaughter. Twice they had momentarily overrun the first trench, only to be thrown back by indiscriminate fire from ranks of onagers, the huge quarrels tearing through multiple bodies, blood and gore exploding in torrents, men and women flung about like rag dolls. Shields shattered with impacts, breaking the shoulders behind them, driving soldiers down to their knees. The bank of the first berm was a ceaseless mudslide of all that could spill out from a human body, streaming over pale limbs, over staring, sightless faces, ruptured armor and tangled embraces. Cursing, he struggled to find his feet again. He could feel another push coming from the ranks pressing against him, and wanted to be in a position to ride that tide upward. They were going to take that damned trench no matter. But the Evertine infantry were being jostled, the solid lines broken apart. And Feverin swore upon seeing tall Safi pushing through, their eyes bright yellow with that infernal drug they took before battle, the froth thick on their lips.
"Clear paths!" the captain bellowed. "Clear paths!"
But the command was not needed. Nothing would stop the Safi spear-wielders, not this close to the enemy. Lighter armored, lithe and fleet of foot, the warriors seemed to clamber like spiders up the slope of the berm. In one hand they held their spears, and in the other a pick of some sort, its business end a splay of talon-like hooks that they swung down into dead and dying flesh alike, pulling themselves yet higher. In moments the first line of Safi had reached the top, and over and out of sight. The screams from the first trench intensified.
"Follow!" bellowed Feverin. "Follow!"
And up they went. Somehow they'd lifted him to his feet, but his mind remained lost in a deafening roar. Brother Diligence raised his head, struggled to find his balance. Officers surrounded him, healers crowded close, and from a great distance the sounds of battle took hold of the air above the valley, shaking it without pause. He sought to make sense of the cacophony in his head. He heard screams, horrified screams, rising in waves of panic and dread, but even that seemed far away. Far away, yes. That voice, so far away. Abruptly, he shoved his helpers from his side, and then staggered as at last he could make out the words, the sources of those desperate screams. Sister Reverence. Her answer came in a savage torrent.
"Brother Diligence, your battle is faint. We are attacked. K'chain Chemal, Tlanimas. We cannot hold. God's the slaughter."
He silenced her hard as a slap. You must hold, sister. We are coming. Looking around, he saw the panic in the eyes of the watered. They had felt her, had heard her frantic cries. "Attend!" he bellowed. "Maintain the defenses of the two lowest tiers. The rest are to withdraw to the high road. They must march east to the spire with all haste. Weapons and armor and one skin of water and nothing more. You have one bell to get 25,000 soldiers on the road."
"Blessed pure, the perish have betrayed us."
He waved a dismissive hand. "Leave them. I shall awaken Akrast Corvalane.
I shall obliterate the enemies before us. Wait! I want the forces on our left to counterattack. Lock on to the enemy flank. I want those Bolcando and Bargast driven from the field. Now, clear me a path down to the second tier."
The world seemed to be trembling beneath his feet. As he made his way down, choosing the right flank, he quickly scanned the battle before him. The damned Lethery fought as if blind to defeat, and they would be defeated, of that there was no doubt. Even without his voice, they could not hope to overrun his defences. "But I want them on their knees, empty-handed, heads bowed, and my soldiers shall rise from the trenches and walk among them, their weapons swinging. Not one Lethery shall leave this place, not one. And when I have driven them down, I shall turn to the other flank. It is stronger, I can see that. The white faces remain in reserve, but none there can hope to stop me. They will be held in place by the counterattack. I will have them all." Almost directly below, he saw a tight mass of Lethery, a standard waving above them, and there, to his amazement, 2 Kachin Chimal, Vagath's soldiers, one being ridden by a scale-armoured figure, the other revealing an empty saddle. They were flanking a lone Lethery on a horse, a man struggling to form the tip of a wedge pushing its way up the first berm. "The Kachin Chimal we shall have to cut down the hard way, and Sister Reverence faces an army of these creatures. We were complacent. We were fools to think them without cunning. Are they not humans, after all? I see you, Commander. I will take you first. The first to kneel, the first to submit to execution." He continued his rapid descent of the earthworks, feeling his warren awakening within him. Below, Lethery's sorcery crackled in a grey wave, swept up and over an onager redoubt. Bodies erupted in crimson mists. Furious, Diligence reached out, found a handful of squad mages. With a single word he crushed their skulls. Reaching a ramp, he made his way across and took position atop the second tier. Across a distance less than a bowshot, the Lethery commander had attained the top of the berm, his Vagath clearing a path with vicious sweeping strokes of their halberds that sent bodies spinning through the air.
"I see you!"
roared Diligence. Bryce Benedict felt his horse crumpling under him, and as he flung his feet clear of the stirrups and twisted to evade the falling beast, he saw an enormous quarrel driven deep into its chest. Landing in a crouch, he readied his blood-smeared sword. The trench below was a mass of Colansi infantry, pikes thrust upward and awaiting their descent. On either side of the prince, the Vagath were fending off flanking counterattacks, and their ferocity forced the breach yet wider. The moment he straightened, 3 shouted words struck him like a fist, snapping his head back, and all at once he was under siege. The Focral Assail had found him. "At last, you saw and wanted me first. Oh, friend, you are most welcome to me." He rose under the barrage, lifted his head, and met the eyes of the pure.
"I see you. Kneel, yield to my will."
"You see me? Tell me, Assail, whom do you see?"
"I will command you. I will take all that is within you."
Bryce Benedict, King's champion and Prince of Lether, spread open his arms and smiled. "Then have me." And from his soul, from a deep, unlit world of silts and crushed bones, there came a stirring, a sudden billowing of dark clouds, and from this maelstrom, names. A torrent, a conflagration.
Seden Sa, Lord Protector of Semai, Haravathan of the River People, Yesendra, the Mountain of Eyes, Woman of Sky above the arrested Tidan, Blessed Hela, Twin Horns of the Elananas, Horastal Ne'eru, Sun-bearer and Giver of Crops in the Valley of the Sanathal, Itkovas, Lord of Terror among the Kolas Kachin Chemal of Ethila's Nest. And the names rose unending, flowing through Bryce Benedict's mind, one after another. Trathalor of the twin rivers, sower of spring among the Gralan, Adast, face of the moon among the Corsoon.
All the forgotten gods, and as each name whispered out, sweeping into the torrid current of the Focral Assail's warren, his terrible power of the voice, of words and all their magic, Bryce felt part of himself tearing away, snatched loose, drowned in the swirling flow. There was no stopping this. The Pure had found him in the manner that Bryce had desired. As he rode to the forefront of his army, as he fought between two Kachain Chemal, as he delivered unopposable slaughter, "Find me," he had prayed. "Find me. I am waiting for you. Find me." Once begun, once the warren was a torrent between the Assail and the Prince, there was no stopping it. Power fed power, and its fuel was justice. Let them be known, all the forgotten gods, all their forgotten people, all the ages past, all the mysteries lost, this unending stream of rise and fall, dream and despair, love and surrender. They deserve utterance one more time, one last time. Take them, take me, you with your power in words, me with my power in names. Without me, your words are nothing. Come, let us devour each other." He could see the Pure now with a sudden clarity. A tall, ancient male, one arm outthrust, one finger pointing across at Bryce. But the Assail was motionless, frozen in place. No, Bryce's eyes narrowed. He was crumbling. His face was a stretched mask, thin over the bizarre skeletal structure underneath. His eyes wept red, his mouth was open, pulling taut as the jaw angled down, as if the names were pouring down the Pure's throat, as if he was drowning in their deluge. Bryce's own soul was shredding apart. The world, this valley, this battle, all fell away. He could feel the pressure of the sea now, could feel his legs planted in shin-deep mud, and the current rushed past him, scouring the flesh from the bones of his soul, and still he had more to give. Clouds of silt billowed and seethed around him. He was losing his vision. Something was blinding his soul, something new, unexpected. No matter, I am almost done with him. No, the names do not cease. They can never cease, and once my voice is gone, there will be another. Some day, to guard what would otherwise be forever lost. For you, Focral Assail, I have held back on one final name, the one to gather up your own life and carry it into the darkness. This is the name of your god, Focral Assail. You thought it a name forgotten, but I remember them all. Blinded, deafened by some unknown roar, feeling the last of his soul ripping free, Bryce Benedict smiled and spoke then the last name, the name of the slain god of the Focral Assail. He heard the Pure's shriek as the power of the name reached out, clutched him tight. For this one god, alone among them all, did not come bereft of its people. This god flowed into the soul of its own child. It does not do to abandon one's own gods, for when they return, so unexpected, they are most vengeful. The current pulled him from the silts, drove him forward into a darkness so complete, so absolute, that he knew it to be the abyss itself. I have saved my people, my dear soldiers. Let them fight on. Let them take breaths in owning and in release, in all the measures of living. I have done as a prince should do. Tehol, be proud of me. Aranict, do not curse me. The sorrow of the ages closed around him. This was one river from which there could be no escape. Do not grieve. We all must come to this place. My friends, it is time to leave. Impossibly, he felt hands close from behind, hard as iron over his shoulders, and a harsh voice hissed in his ear, "Not so fast!" Faint stood close to Aranict. The Atricida was standing, head bowed, her arms outthrust. but her hands and forearms had vanished inside a billowing grey-brown cloud, and water was streaming down from her elbows. The air around her was rank, thick with the decay of tidal flats. Faint could see the veins standing out on Erinicht's taut neck, could see the muscles of her shoulders straining, and the Atricida was slowly being pulled forward. Whatever was inside that swirling cloud was seeking to drag her into its maw. Off to one side, Precious Thimble was on her knees, shrieking without surcease. They had seen Bryce Benedict there atop the first earthen embankment. They had seen the standing stones rise from the ground around him, pushing upward through dirt and rocks, almost black with slime and filth. They had seen the prince's armor and clothing disintegrating, and then on the man's pallid skin dark swarms, tattoos, runes, emerging only to be torn free, spinning wild around him, and then rushing across, hammering into the fulcral assail. And then, as if within a whirlwind, Bryce Benedict vanished inside swirling gloom that was so thick as to be impenetrable. It spread out, devouring the huge menhirs. Erinicht now began howling. She was being pulled forward, and Faint suddenly understood.
She has him. She has hold of the prince. God's below.
Faint staggered towards the Atricida, but something resisted with devastating pressure, bitter cold, and she was flung back, gasping, spitting out blood. On her hands and knees, she lifted her head and looked across. Most of Erinicht's arms had disappeared inside the cloud, and now Faint could make out words in the Atricida's cries.
Mail! Damn you! Help me!
Faint crawled over to Precious Thimble.
Stop that screaming, witch! Look at me! No, here, look at me!
But the eyes that fixed on Faint belonged to a mad woman.
I can't help her. Can't you see that? She's gone too far, too deep. How is she even alive? It's impossible.
Precious Thimble pulled away, scrabbling like a crab.
He's lost. He's forever lost.
Faint stared at the witch as the words slowly sank deep.
But that's not fair. Not a love like that. No, you can't take it away. Don't you dare kill it. Precious, what can I do? To help, tell me.
Nothing.
Go to Hood, then.
She spun round, drawing a dagger.
Mael's an elder god, but Erinicht must understand this. He cannot answer this prayer, not the way it is now. I won't stand here to see this love die. I won't.
The blade cut a glistening slash along her left arm, and then, fumbling to take the knife in her left hand, she carved deep diagonally across her right forearm. Forcing herself forward, she reached for Erinicht.
Mael, take my blood in offering. Just fucking take it.
The pressure sought to rebuff her, but she pushed harder, and then she was through, floundering, unable to breathe, the cold crushing her. She saw her blood billowing out as if under water, saw it spin on currents, so much of it, she almost lost sight of Erinicht. Desperate, feeling her bones cracking, Faint pushed closer, reached out and took the Atricida into an embrace.
Mael, don't you dare tell me this is not enough.
Precious Thimble had stared, disbelieving, as Faint struggled to reach Erinicht. Her blood was a thick billowing cloud streaming out from her, curling round to whirl into the dark cloud. There seemed to be no end to it. Someone had taken hold of the witch, strong arms closing round her, lifting her from the ground. Twisting now, she looked up. Amby Bowles' face was almost unrecognizable.
This is bad magic,
he said.
Save Faint! Save her!
But the man shook his head.
No one can live in there.
Save her, Amby! For my love, save her!
His frown deepened, his eyelids suddenly fluttering, and he met her eyes.
What?
You want me? I'm yours, damn you! Just save Faint!
Bowl threw her down, her visage darkening.
All the fun ended with you. I don't want you, witch. I don't ever want to see you again.
Precious stared up at him, and then she snarled,
I will chase you, Amby. I'll hunt you down no matter where you go. Year after year I will follow you, I swear it. There's nowhere you can run to, you understand me? Nowhere. I hate you. The only place you could hope to escape me is there.
And she pointed at that billowing cloud of blood now obscuring Faint and Erinicht. Amby made an animal cry, spun, and ran heavy-footed straight into the crimson cloud. Precious Thimble fell back.
Gods below, but that man is stupid.
Hold on, my love, whispered a voice close to Faint's ear. Some laws even an elder god cannot easily defy, but he's trying.
Faint felt the life leaving her. She was lying against the legs of Erikson. She could feel them cold as bars of ice. Were her eyes open? All she could see was the redness of her own blood.
Sweetest, is that you? Always knew you had a romantic streak. What a thing to do. I'm dying. Looks like it. Regretting your moment of madness?
Faint shook her head, or tried to.
Only if it fails. Well, how often do we regret successes? Is it enough, sweetie? It's all I have. You're in water, fool. Of course it looks like a lot. And if you stay in here any longer, you'll bleed out for sure. Now, wish I could help you. Wish I could help both of you. But I'm just a ghost. Well, not even that. Could be I'm just a voice in your head, Faint, born out of some bizarre, misguided guilt. Oh, thanks for that.
A foot slammed into the side of her head, half stunning her, and she struggled feebly as hands groped across her body, briefly closing on one of her tits before moving on, and then back again for a second squeeze. Abruptly, someone was lifting her from the muddy silts, throwing her over one bony shoulder. She felt one hand clutch and then leave her thigh, felt the fingers brush her knee as the arm reached out. A deep grunt seemed to thrum through Faint, and she felt the stranger's feet slip suddenly, as if pulled by some inexorable pressure. And then the heels planted firm, and, impossibly, she felt him heave back against the current. One step, and then another. Another. Amby Bowl reappeared from the crimson cloud, Faint hanging limp over one shoulder. His other arm was stretched back behind him, and Precious saw him strain, saw him leaning hard, and then out from the cloud emerged Erikson, held by the back of her collar, and after her, the naked form of Bryce Benedict. The cloud erupted, burst apart in a welter of icy water. The four figures fell to the ground, Faint rolling out almost to the witch's knees. Precious Thimble stared down, saw the blood still pumping from the woman's slashed arms. She closed trembling hands on both wrists, healing spells tumbling out on her breath. Soldiers were rushing up, shouts filled the air. Precious Thimble's hands tightened on the wounds, but now there were only scars beneath her palms, and she could feel Faint's pulse.
But, gods, it's there. I can feel it. It's Faint.
A sudden giggle escaped her, but that was just relief. She'd always hated puns. Proper women did. She scowled down at the scars.
Hold on. Where did I get that power?
Looking up, she saw Amby Bowl lying motionless on the muddy ground. Beyond him, soldiers crowded round Erikson, who knelt with her prince, cradling his head on her lap. And then Precious Thimble caught a glimpse of motion from one of Bryce's hands. Out from under the cloak someone had thrown over him.
I can't believe it.
Faint stirred, groaned, eyes opening, stared unseeing for a moment, and then focused on the witch. She slowly frowned.
I'm not dead.
No, I've just healed you. The Atricida made it out too. So did the prince. Your blood bought passage. Though how that watery piss you call blood ever passed muster in the eyes of an elder god, I'll never know.
What? But how? Who saved us? Who dragged us free?
Sudden coughing from where Amby Bowl lay sprawled. Precious Thimble shook her head.
The only one who could faint. Some idiot from Black Dog Swamp.
The dozen menhirs erupting from the earthworks around Prince Bryce Benedict had ruptured the embankment for 60 paces, driving fighting soldiers from their feet, bodies tumbling into the trenches even as enormous mounds of earth and stones poured down, burying scores alive. The Vagath beneath Grubb elected to escape the chaos by leaping forward, across the entire trench, and landed close to where the Focral assail stood. A Kachain Chemal had shattered its halberd some time earlier, and now wielded a double-bladed axe in one hand and a falchion in the other. The Focral assail stood with his face stretched as if in agony, tilted back, the eyes shut and the mouth stretched wide open. When the Vagath advanced, he gave no sign of awareness. 2 swift, thumping strides, and the falchion swung down, taking the motionless Pure between his right shoulder and neck. The blade tore down through the chest, ripped free in a spray of bone shards. The other Vigath had followed its kin and now came in from the left. An instant after the first Vigath's attack, its heavy single-bladed axe slammed into the side of the assail's head in an explosion of skull fragments and gore. The Forkral assail collapsed in red ruin. Even as Grubb struggled to wheel the beast round, two heavy quarrels hissed across between him and the Vigath's head and punched into the side of the other Vigath. The impact staggered the giant reptile, and then it fell over, hind legs scything the air.
Back! Back across!
The K'chain Shemal burst into motion, sprinting down the length of the berm, 15-20 paces, and then wheeling to plunge down amidst crowds of Colansi in the first trench. Weapons hammered down, slashed and chopped a carnage-strewn path through to the other side. Pike blades glanced across the armor encasing Grubb's legs and girdling his hips, and then they were clawing up the other side, winning free atop what remained of the first bank. Grubb looked round for the prince, for any officer, but the chaos reigned on all sides. Had Bryce fallen? There was no way of knowing. But Grubb now saw Leathery soldiers lifting their heads, saw them tracking his thumping trek across the front of the warring forces, watching the Vigath clear attackers from its path with devastating sweeps of its bladed weapons.
"They're looking to me, but I know nothing. Fool! Nothing but a life of war. Look well, decide what must be done."
Twisting in the saddle, he scanned the climbing slope to his left, squinted at the succession of fortified tiers, and saw soldiers streaming from the highest positions. But between them and the Leathery,
4 trenches.
"No, this is impossible. We've lost a third of the army against this first trench alone."
Grubb faced the Leathery ranks once more.
"Withdraw!"
he shouted.
"By the prince's command, withdraw!"
And he saw, all along the front, the Leathery soldiers disengaging, shields up as they backed away, others dragging wounded comrades with them. Another quarrel hissed past, too close. Cursing, Grubb kicked at the sides of the Vigath.
"Down from the ridge, along the front! Put those weapons away and find us some shields! Better yet, pick up some of the wounded, as many as you can carry!"
The beast skidded down the slope, righted itself, and staying low beneath the cover of the first berm, began picking its way through heaps of bodies. Grubb stared down at the terrible carnage.
"I remember on the wall, and that man and all the ones who fell around him. He fought and fought until they overcame him, brought him down. And then there was a cross, and he was nailed to it, and the crows spun and screamed and fell from the sky. I remember the old man on his horse reaching down to collect me up, and the way he wheeled outside the gate to stare back, as if he could see all the way we'd come, the bloody road where I was born, where I came alive. I remember that world. I remember no other. All of the brave soldiers, I am yours. I was always yours."
The Colansi counterattack from troops stationed in the next 2 trenches met the advance of Safi and Evertine legionnaires in an avalanche of iron fury. Rolling down with the slope, along the wide descent tracks or up and over the berms, they slammed into the Volcando forces like a storm of studded fists. For all the wild fury of the Safi, they were not sufficiently armoured against heavy infantry, and the Evertine soldiers were unable to close a solid shield wall with the Safi in their midst. The first lines were overwhelmed, driven underfoot, and the entire Volcando front reeled back, yielding once more the second berm, and then the first trench, and finally the first bank of earthworks. With the enemy gaining momentum, the Legion was pushed back still further. Almost none of the Safi remained by this time, and as the Colansi rolled out onto level ground, they rushed across, only to collide with the Legionnaires. They met a solid shield wall. The impact sent bodies and weapons into the air, and the crush made both sides recoil before closing once more in savage fighting. Queen Abrastel, still mounted, her sword and forearm painted with blood, forced her charger away from the inside edge of the Evertine line. The animal's muzzle was gushing blood from a frenzied bite against a visored face, and its hind flanks were slashed through the cladding, spattering blood with every muscle surge. But she could feel the pounding of its heart, and she knew that her horse had never felt more alive than at this moment. It was impossible for her not to grin at the terrible joy in the beast she rode, impossible to not find herself sharing it. Still, they'd arrived upon the crux, and looking to the west she saw the Lethery forces withdrawing from the assault, though their onager salvos continued unabated. The Pure had done as she had expected, seeking to break her hold here, forcing the Lethery away from any hope of marching to the spire by blocking the valley, but only if they could succeed in turning the Evertine Legion. She rode hard round to the back of her legion. Still held in reserve, the Barghast ranks were readying weapons, and Abrastel caught sight of War Chief Spax standing atop a small hill of bundled supplies and straining to see over the Evertine ranks to the front of the battle. She saw him turn to her upon hearing her horse's drumming hoofbeats. She reined in before him.
"I've never swum in a sea of blood before, Firehair. How was it?"
The Queen glanced down to see herself lathered in gore. She shook her sword clear. "How fast were those Perish moving?" she asked.
"A good clip, almost as quickly as a band of white faces on the raid. If they have anything left after tackling the valley side, they should be almost in position. But, Highness, you've seen how many are headed their way."
He shook his head. "Can they even slow them down?" The war chief shrugged.
"Depends on the lay of the land, I suppose. If it's a broad front they need to hold, no, they'll barely slow 'em."
Abrastel cursed under her breath as she swung her mount round, thought furiously for a moment, and then nodded. "Very well. War Chief, take your warriors and the Teblaw and move with all haste to support the Perish. Whatever you can manage, understood?"
"You send us to our deaths, Highness."
"Aye." She bared her teeth at him. "I show you my coin. You show me your love."
"I wasn't complaining, just saying."
"We will screen you here."
"Highness, you can't hold against this counterattack. We can see that."
"We will screen you for as long as is needed," Abrastel said firmly. "Now get going, War Chief."
"If we do not meet again, Firehair, I should tell you,"
and Spax leapt down from the mound of supplies.
"I went and knocked up your daughter."
"Gods below!"
"You'll have years of doting on that little runt. You'll know it for mine, 'cause it's got my eyes."
"Just get going for errant's sake." Laughing, Spax raised his axe and waved it in a circle over his head. As one, the white faces lunged into motion, eastward. Impressed in spite of herself, Abrastel watched in silence for a moment. Spax was following her gaze.
"Aye, we live for this, Firehair. We'll give a good account of ourselves, I promise you."
He looked up at her.
"Sing songs about us, and remember to tell your court poets that's Gilk with 1 K."
She frowned down at him. "How else would it be, you fool?"
"Fare you well, my queen,"
Spax said, bowing even as he turned away. When he'd trotted a dozen paces, Abrastel called out, "Spax!" The war chief glanced back. "Boy or girl, I'll make sure it's named after you, but that's the only favor you'll get." Smiling, the Barghast waved his weapon, and then was on his way again. She watched the Teblaw falling in alongside the mass of white faces, and then she swung round to study her legion. Sure enough, they were being driven back. These Colansi heavies were anything but soft. Abrastel adjusted her grip on the sword in her hand, collected the reins once more. "Let us make them remember us." She was about to kick her horse forward when a rider thundered up on her left.
"Highness!"
Abrastel stared. A damned Lethery. "That was a long ride. What news?" The messenger, a blue-rose lancer, saluted.
"Felicitations from the Prince, Highness."
"Felicitations? Gods take me. Sorry, go on."
"Highness, the pure Focrel Essail is dead. Only mixed blood Essail remain in command. The Prince hereby informs you that he has disengaged his forces from the Colansi positions, and that he has established dug-in defenses along the Onager line on the valley floor, and will commit a third of his remaining forces there."
"Excuse me, a third?" The Lethery nodded.
"Prince begs to inform you, Highness, that he is on his way to your position."
Abrastel looked round and then cursed. "Take a moment to rest your horse, sir, and then ride with all haste back to Prince Bryce. Inform him he'd better hurry." But the messenger wasn't interested in resting, and he wheeled his weary horse round and set out at the gallop. Damn, but those lancers know how to ride. And damn me, young man, if we both survive this, I'm going to give you a ride you'll never forget." Abrastel sighed and then shook herself. With a low growl, she kicked her horse forward. "My standard to the front! Get on with you! Follow your damned queen!" Someone had found clothing and armor for the prince. With Erinicht close by his side, he stood on the high ground and watched his troops swarming to entrench all along the line of onagers. Lines of soldiers were moving the wounded back on stretchers, while still others retrieved serviceable weapons from the field, and overseeing it all, a young man riding a Kachain Chemal. Bryce was still struggling to regain himself. He did not know how Erinicht had managed to save him, or how she even survived her descent into that lifeless warren. While still only half conscious, he had heard fragments of conversation, and it seemed that the three foreigners, Faint, Precious Thimble, and Amby Bowl, had all had a hand in his resurrection, and then he'd caught the name Mail. "Old man, we owe you so much. Why are we Bedicts so important to you? But it wasn't me you did this for, was it? It was for Tehol, your chosen mortal, the one you would have wanted as your own son. Rest assured, I'm not complaining." Someone brought him a helm, and he took it with a grateful nod, tugged it on and fastened the clasp. An officer crowded close. "Sir, we have found you a horse. It would do the troops good to see you again as soon as possible." Bryce shook his head. "Our Malazan guest has things well in hand, Lieutenant. He has issued orders in the prince's name, sir. A clever thing to do under the circumstances. He may be young, but he does command a presence on the back of that lizard. From this moment forward, he is to be considered my second. Make this clear to all the other officers." "Yes, sir." Bryce glanced over to see that a horse had been brought forward. Erinicht spoke. "Still, beloved, it would be good for them to see you." "I am tempted to place Grubb in command of our relieving force," he replied. When she stepped closer, he held up a hand. "I am not recovered. I feel as likely to fall off that horse as stay on it. Oh, I'll mount up, and as long as the beast isn't moving under me, why, I should cut a strikingly inspiring figure." He shot a look up at the Imperial Standard and winced. "So long as no one looks too carefully." He reached out and took hold of her hand. "Erinicht, I am glad you fought for me." "It was Mail," she said, "and Faint's blood. And then, if not for Amby Bowl, we still would have failed." "Will you think less of me if I choose to remain here, commanding these defenses?" "Bryce, if I had to, I'd have tied you down to keep you here, close to me. We're not saving you just to see you fall to some errant arrow. No, you stay back, issue orders, and leave the rest to everyone else." He smiled. "You have begun to show a stubborn side, Atricida." "Idiot." She lit a stick of rust leaf. "The only thing just begun is you noticing it. But that's what makes the first flush of love so dangerous. And once it fades and you start seeing clearly again, why, it's too late." Still smiling, he took the reins and set a foot in the stirrup, pulling himself up to slump in the saddle with a low groan. From all sides voices rose upon seeing him. Grimacing, Bryce straightened, and then raised one gauntleted hand. The roar redoubled in its intensity. He saw Grubb riding up the slope towards him. The boy didn't look much like a boy any longer. He was splashed with drying blood, and from somewhere he'd found a blue rose lance, and its iron point had swum in blood not long past. "Prince Bryce! I didn't know you. I mean—" "There is little time to waste," Bryce cut in. "I am placing you in command of the relief force. They're almost assembled. In fact," he squinted eastward, "they can shake themselves out on the march. The Volcando are losing ground. Lead them, Commander, and be quick about it." Grubb saluted. "Sir, when we close, I may ride ahead." "Would any of us expect otherwise?" Bryce asked. "Just don't get yourself killed." Nodding, the Malazan youth kicked at the flanks of the Vegath, and the huge beast wheeled round and set off. Faint studied the defenders opposite, watching as they regrouped, drawing reinforcements down from the higher earthworks. "They're going to break cover," she muttered. "They're going to charge us." Precious Thimble glanced over.
What? Why would they do that?
Because most of us are headed east, down the valley. They can't let us chase after their own relieving force. They need to wipe out both the Lethery and the Bolcando.
The witch's gaze was darting back and forth along the hasty defences thrown up by the Lethery.
We're badly outnumbered.
Haven't you been paying attention? Assaulting costs dear. We're about to turn the tables on them, and they're not going to like it.
It's only the mixed bloods who are keeping them fighting at all, Precious said under her breath.
What? What did you say?
It's the mixed bloods feeding off this cursed warren, using it to bend the Kalansi to their will. I doubt they'd fight this hard without it.
Now you say all this.
Feint looked about, saw the prince sitting on a horse 20 paces away, his back to them as he observed the departing companies. Stepping forward, Feint stumbled slightly, recovered, but her head was spinning.
What's wrong with me?
Blood loss,
snapped Precious Thimble. Hissing in frustration, Feint made her way, slowly, towards Bryce Benedict.
Find the damned mixed bloods, aim a few onagers at them, tear them to pieces, and this battle is done. Prince Bryce!
The man turned his head. Feint hobbled forward.
A word with you, Highness.
Ascending a valley side at the run and in full armour left the Perish staggering once they'd reached the top. Heart hammering in the cage of his chest, Sindakan pulled clear of the others and then halted, studying the lay of the land.
Shit! It's all shit!
40 paces away was a raised road running parallel with the valley, its steep side facing them banked with water-worn stones. In between was a strip of furrowed field left fallow for 2 years or more. Off to the right, 100 paces along, rose a cluster of buildings, farmstead facing onto the field, public stables and inn facing the road. Sindakan continued on, bleakly eyeing the sharp slope of the roadside. Reaching it, he sheathed his sword and scrambled his way to the top. Beyond the road, the unplanted fields stretched on for at least a third of a league, broken up by walled hedgerows forming a chaotic patchwork.
Now that's better,
he grunted. No army would be happy crossing that. The walls alone would slow them up, since they were as high as a man was tall. The Perish could break up into half cohorts and contest one after another, and by the time the Kalansi won through, the battle at the spire would be long over.
Still leaves the road and this side, though. Narrow enough, but where do I weight my defence, road or field? And what about this infernal stony bank? Can't defend it worth a damn. That said, trying to breach along it would be a nightmare until they won through. So I throw a cohort 5 steps back of the line, waiting for them. We bottle them up, don't let them spill out to the sides. It'll work. It'll have to.
Hands on his hips, he turned round, looked down on his grey helms. Winded, most of them bent over or on one knee, gulping air like beached carp. He pointed at the buildings.
Wounded, go there. Cutters on your way. Set up fast as you can. Rest of you, drink down the last of your water if you haven't already. Chew on some food while you're at it. We're going to hold on the road and this side of it, mostly. I want 2 cohorts on the other side in case they send anyone that way. If they do, make them pay, brothers and sisters. Now, march to 20 paces from the buildings and form up there.
Not a single groan as the Perish picked themselves up again and set off along the rippled, weed-knotted field. Swinging round, Sindakan looked up the road. Was that a glitter of pike points? He glared back at his grey helms.
Step lively! Enemy sighted on the road! Wolves preserve us this day.
High-watered Festian gestured, watched as the columns plunged down off the road on the inland side, breaking up as they entered the hedgerow fields. He saw crews rushing ahead with picks to ensure that the passage gates through the walls were serviceable. 700 paces up the road he could see the cursed Perish, but they had fully discounted the enclosed fields. Festian intended to lock fiercely with the grey helms, pushing forward with the weight of 15,000 Kalansi heavy infantry, and then send 8,000 through the enclosures to take the road behind them. They would first crush the defenders on the road itself, and then drive the rest south across the field to the very edge of the valley, where the only retreat was a deadly tumble down the steep valley side. He intended to make quick work of this. In the distance to the east, he could make out the top third of the spire. Everything below that, on the ridge descent of the isthmus, was obscured in clouds of dust or smoke. The sight chilled him. And now Brother Diligence is dead, slain by some foul trap of sorcery. It all falls to you, Sister Reverence, but we shall prevail. Justice is a sword without equal. I pray to you, sister, hold on. We are coming. Guillemada slowed her pace to match that of the war chief, and he glared up at the huge woman as he struggled for breath.
I sent a scout up to the road. There are soldiers on it.
Spax nodded, but could manage little more. He couldn't remember the last time he'd led a raid, and while his warriors were thumping along in his wake with all the infernal ease of youth, his own legs were cramping. There was a stitch in his side, and sweat was stinging the vicious bite a Brustol's daughter had delivered to his penis the night before. That she'd been trying to tear it off with her own teeth was only because of her frustration and anger at getting pregnant. Nothing to do with him, really, and it was just his bad luck that his champion was the nearest thing at hand on which to vent all her anger and what-not.
We could attack,
suggested the Teblor in her stentorian voice.
A surprise?
Can we overtake 'em?
Teblor can, but not you. They are using the road. There is a road up there. My scout saw it, and there were soldiers on it, running.
Did your scout see the parish?
No. Colansi soldiers on the road, running.
Oh, my cursed gods of the Bargast. Am I wallowing in the muck with you? Feels like it. With some brainless backwoods harridan for company, too. Felled any trees lately, woman?
What? No trees anywhere. I'd hit my head if there were trees. I'm glad there are no trees.
And she bellowed a laugh, only to then shake her head.
Your language, it is so clumsy.
She drew a sudden deep breath, and out from her came a smooth flow of sounds Spax had not imagined possible from this Teblor.
What was that?
He demanded when she'd finished.
I make up poem songs in my own language. I am famous for it. Ha ha!
Care to translate what you just said?
No, useless. You have one word for one thought. We have many thoughts for one word. You all speak too slow, and we have to slow down too, and we get bored talking to you humans.
Gasping, Spax shook his head.
Right now, no more words from me, at all.
I should carry you?
Oh, and watch me try and live that down, in front of all my warriors? They'd die laughing, never mind enemy pikes and swords. Don't even touch me, he growled. Ha ha ha!
The Colansi wasted little time, pouring down from the road to form up opposite the parish on the field, and then, once the shields were locked and swords drawn, they advanced, matching step by step the troops remaining on the road. Sindakan stood one row back from the front line. Much as he wanted to be with his fellow cutters amongst the buildings, he was now commanding, and his place was here with his brothers and sisters. They were still winded, their legs sagging under them. He knew the signs of muscle exhaustion, and there was no time to fully recover.
This is going to be unpleasant.
The Colansi closed to within 6 paces, and then charged. Guillemada dropped back again.
There is fighting!
For hood's sake, Teblor, we may be slow, but we're not deaf.
Should we join them from here?
Not unless you want to fight on the damned slope. No, we'll move past the whole mess and come up behind the parish, and then move forward.
But I want to kill the mixed blood.
Maybe you'll get a chance at that.
No, I want to kill him right away. It's important.
Fine, you can lead a counterattack once we're up there, all right?
Guillemada smiled broadly, her teeth even and white as snow.
And we will cut down every tree we see.
He glared at her back as she loped ahead. His heart felt ready to burst, and he wondered if it might, the moment he stepped up to fight, a sudden clenching in his chest or whatever happened when the thing seized up. He was certain that it had hurt, probably a lot. Glancing upslope to his left, he saw rising dust, and there, the flash of spears or perhaps pikes or even swords. Ahead, the tableau raised a shout, and Spax squinted to see bodies sliding down the slope, limbs flailing, weapons skirling away.
"Go past! Go past!"
His warriors were pressing up behind him. Spax snarled,
"Go round me then, damn you all! I'll catch up!"
They poured past on either side in a clatter of armor and drawn weapons.
"My beloved fools, all of you!"
40 more heaving paces, another 10, 5, and then, looking up, he saw his Barghast scrambling in the wake of the tableau, up the valley side, many of them using their hands where they could, and above them the Perish falling back, spinning away from blows, tumbling and skidding down into the midst of the climbing warriors.
"Gods curse us all! Climb! Get up there!"
He saw the tableau reach the summit, saw them plunge forward and out of sight, weapons swinging. And then, behind them, the first of the Gilk, armor grey with dust, their white faces running with stained sweat. Spax reached the base, clambered upward. His legs were half numb under him. Blisters roared with pain on his ankles, his heels. He coughed out dust, was almost knocked over by a descending corpse, a Perish, most of his face cut away, and struggled yet higher.
"Is there no end to this damned hillside?"
And then a hand reached down, took hold of his wrist, and Spax was dragged onto level ground. They were in the midst of farm buildings, and the Colansi were on all sides, sweeping down from the road, driving the buckling clumps of Perish back towards the valley edge. His first sight of this told him that the Grey Helms had been flanked, and though they fought on with a ferocity worthy of their gods, they were dying by the score. His Gilk had slammed into this press, but even as they did so, more Colansi surged forward, fully encircling the defenders, with the valley side the only possible retreat. Dark fury raged in Spax as he staggered forward, readying his weapons.
"We failed, Firehair. May all the swamp gods rot in Hood's own bog. We should have set out earlier. We should have marched with the Perish."
The tableau had formed a solid square and were pushing through the enemy, but even they were not enough. On the road, Spax could see massive elements of the Colansi army simply driving forward, eastward, ignoring the vicious last stand on their right.
"We didn't even slow them down. Withdraw! Barghast, Perish, tableau, withdraw! Down the hillside! Back down the hillside!"
Seeing warrior and soldier stumbling back, seeing them twist and pour down from the summit, the war chief's heart felt cold, buried in ashes.
"Gessler, wear your flank. We couldn't hold them. We just couldn't."
The press of retreating warriors, bloodied and desperate, gathered him up, and they all slid ragged paths back down the slope. He was pulled along unresisting.
"All this way for this? We could have done more."
But he knew that any stand would have been doomed. There were just too many Colansi, and they fought with demonic valor. He had lost both his weapons on the descent, and his soul howled at the appropriateness of that. Tilting his head back, he stared up at the sun. It was barely noon. In the depths of night, rain was pouring down in Darujistan. Karsa Orlong had walked into the city, and now he stood, water streaming from him, waiting. Opposite him was the temple, and the vow that he had made so long ago now, in the savage intensity of youth, was a heat in his flesh, so fierce that he thought he could see steam rising from his limbs. Almost time. He'd seen no one else in the street since dusk, and during the day, while he had stood in place, the people of this city had swept past, unwilling to fix eyes upon him for very long. A troop of city guards had lingered for a time, nervous, half-circling his position where he had stood, his huge stone sword resting point down, his hands wrapped about its leather-bound grip. Then they had simply moved on. He would have been irritated at having to kill them, and no doubt there would have been alarms, and yet more guards, and more killing. But rather than being heaped with the dead, the cobbled width of the street before him remained unobstructed. Eyes half-closed, he experienced again the echo of the life he had watched seething back and forth in the day now gone. He wondered at all those lives, the way few would meet the gazes of their fellows, as if crowds demanded willful anonymity, when the truth was they were all in it together, all these people facing much the same struggles, the same fears. And yet, it seemed, each one was determined to survive them alone, or with but a few kin and friends offering paltry allegiance. Perhaps they each believed themselves unique, like a knotstone in the center of the world's mill-wheel. But the truth was, there were very few who could truly make claim to such a pivotal existence. After all, there was only one Karsa Orlong, standing here across from a modest temple with stained walls and faded friezes, standing here with the fate of the world in his hands. He had known a time in chains. He had lived in that wretched house, his hands closed into fists against the slavery in which so many insisted he reside, meek, uncomplaining, accepting of his fate. He thought back to the citizens he'd seen here. So many had been dragging chains. So many had walked bowed and twisted by their weight. So many had with their own hands hammered tight the shackles, believing that this was how it was supposed to be. Sweating at another person's behest, the muscles and will given away and now owned by someone claiming to be their better in all things. Year after year, a lifetime of enslavement. This was the conversation of the civilized, and it repulsed Karsa Orlong to the very core of his being. Who was the slave master? Nothing but a host of cruel ideas, nothing but a deceitful argument, a sleight-of-hand deception between things of value, where one wins and the other always loses. He had heard bartering, had witnessed bargains made, and it all had the illusion of fairness, and it all played out as if it was a ritual deemed necessary, made iron like a natural law. But where was the joy in that ceaseless struggle? Where was the proper indolence of the predator? And just how many fangs needed pulling to make this precious civilization? Of course, not everyone suffered the same emasculation, and this was where all the lies finally gathered. The hungriest Moors, fangs dripping, hid in the cool upper rooms of the estates in the fountained gardens of the rich, and these ones, oh, they indulged all the indolence they desired, while the crowds of their lessers looked on, wide-eyed and ever eager for details. A broken and suffering god in chains had haunted him. It had flung weapons in his path. It had whispered all manner of enticements. It had, in all its desperate pain, rushed down 1,000 tracks, only to find not a moment of blessed relief. Karsa now understood that god. The times that he had been chained, he had felt that terrible panic, that animal frenzy to escape. No mortal, human or Toblakai, should ever feel such feelings. Nor, he knew now, should a god.
He cannot know compassion from whom compassion has been taken. He cannot know love with love denied him. But he will know pain when pain is all that is given him.
Compassion, love. It was not civilization that birthed these gentle gifts, though its followers might claim otherwise. Nor was civilization the sweetest garden for such things to blossom in, though those trapped within it might imagine it so. No, as far as he could see, civilization was a madman's mechanism that, for all its good intentions, ended up ensnaring the gentle gifts, stifling them, leaving them to wander mazes only to die alone and in the dark. A mechanism, a cage-work, and in its chaos the slaves bred like flies, until the world itself groaned under the assault of their appetites.
You have made many vows, Karsa Orlong.
A civilization was the means by which too many people could live together despite their mutual hatred. And those moments where love and community burgeoned forth, the cynics descended like vultures eager to feed, and the skies soured and the moment died away.
Upon my heart, Karsa Orlong, do you hear me? Upon my heart.
Blinking, Karsa looked down to see a crippled man drawn up against his feet. The rain streamed around him, gushed and swirled, and the face that had twisted up to look at him seemed to be shedding from blinded eyes the tears of the world.
Is it time, then?
Karsa demanded.
Will you kill it all?
The Toblakai showed his teeth.
If I can. It will simply grow up again, like a weed from the ashes. For all that we are made to kneel, Karsa Orlong, we yearn to fly.
Yes,
rare and noble and precious as pigeons. I've seen the statues of old heroes in the square, old man. I've seen their crowns of bird shit. I was an artist once. These hands, so deformed now, so bent and frozen. Can you understand? All this talent, but no way to release it, no way to give it shape. But perhaps we are all like that, and only the lucky few are able to find talents pass unbarred. I doubt it, Carcer replied. Thunder rumbled from beyond the lake. The crippled man coughed. I am drowning. I have enjoyed our conversation on the merits of the civilized, Carcer Olong, but now I must surrender. I must die, sick, fevered. The needs burn too hot. I have given you the words you shall use. Upon my heart, upon my heart. Carcer stared at the wretched shape at his feet. He set his sword to lean against the wall behind him, and then crouched down. The crippled man's face lifted, the sightless eyes white as polished coins. What are you doing? Carcer reached down, gathered the skeletal figure into his arms, and then settled back. I stepped over corpses on the way here, the Toblikai said. People no one cared about, dying alone. In my barbaric village this would never happen. But here in this city, this civilized jewel, it happens all the time. The ravaged face was turned upward, the last of the raindrops dripping away as he huddled beneath the cover Carcer provided. The mouth worked, but no sounds came forth. What is your name? Carcer asked. Munug. Munug. This night, before I must rise and walk into the temple, I am a village, and you are here in my arms. You will not die uncared for. You would do this for me, a stranger? In my village, no one is a stranger, and this is what civilization has turned its back on. One day, Munug, I will make a world of villages, and the age of cities will be over, and slavery will be dead, and there shall be no chains. Tell your god. Tonight I am his knight. Munug's shivering was fading. The old man smiled. He knows. It wasn't too much to take a frail figure into one's arms for those last moments of life. Better than a cot or even a bed in a room filled with loved ones. Better, too, than an empty street in the cold rain. To die in someone's arms, could there be anything more forgiving? Every savage barbarian in the world knew the truth of this. Behind their massive shields, the Vagath soldiers of the Kachin Chemal advanced into a hailstorm of arrows and heavy quarrels. Impacts staggered some of them, quarrels shattering against the shields. Others reeled, heads, necks, and chests sprouting shafts, and as they fell, their kin moved up to take their places, and the reptilian assault drew ever closer to the trenches and redoubts. In the center of the advance, the Tlani Mas weathered a similar deluge of missile fire. But they held no shields, and where the oversized quarrels struck, the bodies shattered, bones exploding into shards and splinters. Those that could then picked themselves back up and continued on, but many were too broken to rise again, lying amid the wreckage of their own bones. The withering fusillade lashed into the attacking forces again and again. Scores of Vagath went down, legs kicking, tails whipping or striking the ground. Deep gaps opened in the Tlani Mas lines. Yet there were no screams, no terrible cries of agony or horror. Sister Reverence stood high above the battle, winds both hot and bitter cold whipping about her, and watched as the enemy forces pushed ever closer to her soldiers waiting in their trenches and raised redoubts. The sorcery of Akrast Corvalane streaming from her, she held fast her Kalansi heavy infantry, leaving no room for fear, and she could feel them bristling as she fed them her hunger. "Do not yield! Slay them all! Do not yield!" They would hold, they had to. And then high-watered Festian would arrive, to strike at the Kachin flank, driving deep a mortal wound against these hated enemies of old. She swore under her breath upon seeing masses of Kell hunters break out along the high rock-studded sides, rushing the fortified onager positions, and she watched as the crews frantically swung the heavy weapons round. They managed a single salvo, the scores of quarrels tearing into the ranks of hunters, before the rest reached the base of the hill and swarmed upward, their terrible swords lifting high. As the helpless crews were slaughtered, their machines smashed into splinters, Sister Reverence dismissed the scene from her mind. She had seen 10 or more Kell hunters go down, and if each fortlet could match or better that toll, then she was satisfied. She would rely on attrition. There was no other choice. Now that the battle was underway, her panic had subsided, though the murder of Brother Diligence still sent trembling waves of shock through her. She remained uncertain as to the manner of his death, and that still disturbed her. If she gave her dread free rein, she knew her fear would return. Humans were duplicitous and brazen. They should have known better than to underestimate their treacherous, deceitful natures. His power had been turned back upon him, somehow. He had drowned in a deluge of words, and she could not comprehend how that was even possible. But in this battle below, she could see but 2 humans.
"Riding Vergath by the abyss. Do they command? No, that cannot be. The Kachin Chemal would never yield to human rule. They are ever commanded by their matron and none other. It has always been so, and so it remains. A formidable matron, however, to have spawned so many Vergaths. She stays hidden, she evades my questing. That alone speaks of impressive power. But when this is done, when her army is destroyed, I will find her. I will eviscerate her. This day is the last gasp of the Kachin Chemal. There are no other matrons left. I am certain of it. They must have discovered the alliance I made with the Naruk, and so they have come here seeking vengeance. Am I a child with a hand to be slapped? Of the 4 ancient races, who was always the most feared, if not the fulcral assail?
She knew there were other Pures on distant continents, and once Akrast Corvalane's power was made unassailable in this place, she would quest to find them. She would invite them to share in this power, and the cleansing could begin in earnest.
We shall unleash such justice as to...
A frigid blast of air swept up around her, and Sister Reverence turned from the battle below. Facing into that icy wind, she made her way across the platform to the side looking out over the sea. What she saw stunned her. Collant's Bay was filling with ice. Mountains, glowing emerald and sapphire, were rising up from the depths, and as she stared she saw the churning water bleach white, saw every wave freeze solid. The perished ships, which had been broken and smashed and swallowed by the sea, had now reappeared, the wreckage sealed in ice, and there were more ships, ones long buried in the silts of the sea bottom, heaving to the surface. Directly below, the sheltered Colansi galleys and triremes, now locked in ice, began to shatter, hulls collapsing. The sound of that destruction, rising up to where she stood, was a chorus of detonations, as of trees battered down by winds. The entire bay was now solid ice, the surface a crazed landscape of jagged, translucent crags, welling fissures, and flat sweeps of dirty snow. Mists poured from it in roiling clouds. And, with the voice of grinding mountains, it had begun lifting higher, tilting, the nearest end reaching upwards. The mole and breakwaters of the harbour directly below were suddenly obliterated, torn and crushed to rubble. And as the ice shifted, reaching the base of the spire, Sister Reverence felt the stone tremble beneath her feet.
This cannot be! Omtos Felak, what Jaghot dares this? No, they are gone, extinct. There is not one Jaghot left with this kind of power. We would have found the threat. We would have destroyed it.
Sister Reverence staggered back from the precipice as she felt the spire sway under her. Hearts pounding, hips aching, she stumbled across the platform. Reaching her previous position, she glared down at the battle. In time to see the Vergath soldiers pouring up the embankment.
Rise, Colansi, my blessed children, rise to meet them!
Fists clenched, she flung her humans into the Kachin Chimal. Buffeted to one side by a collapsing Vagath, Gessler struggled for balance as his mount stumbled. He could see that the front line had plunged into the trench, and from higher up the tiers, hundreds of Colansi were rushing down to support their besieged comrades. He saw Stormy, dragging his axe upward, a cloven helm jammed on the blade. The man's face was red as his beard, a berserk rage upon him. His Vagath stood atop the berm, its own weapons hammering down at the Colansi swarming up to assail it.
Fool's gonna get himself killed. He'll do it too, just to spite me.
He commanded his Vagath forward. Amidst the swirling flavors in his mind, he spoke to his Kachin Chimal.
Take this trench! Push! All of you! Push!
Off to his right he saw the Tlanimas chopping their way through the defenders, overrunning the redoubts. Once they were able to close in hand-to-hand fighting, their battle turned into slaughter. Gessler saw Onos Tulan, enemy weapons rebounding from him, wade forward, flint swords swinging. He seemed to be walking through a mist of blood.
Bastards are showing us up. Of course, we're all flesh and blood, and they're not. Nothing's more irritating than an unfair advantage on the field. At least they're on our side. Gods, why am I even complaining? Push!
The Vagath advance stalled in the trench. The sheer mass of armored bodies had blocked the huge reptilian warriors. Their weapons tore through the Colansi, but more of the enemy kept arriving. Ascending the berm, Gessler could see that the next tier of earthworks had been abandoned, all the forces pouring down to slam into the Kachin Chimal. Yet beyond those entrenchments, the remaining infantry stayed in their positions. He could see high redoubts on enfilading angles, onagers loaded and waiting.
This is going to take all day. Worse yet, we might even lose.
The Tlanimas had taken the trench at the center and were now seeking to broaden the breach. A salvo of heavy bolts slashed through their ranks.
Kill hunters! Sag Churok! We need you at the center! We need those onagers destroyed! The Tlanimas can break this wide open! Flow in behind them! Vagath rear ranks! Form up on the center and advance into the breach!
An arrow skidded off his left shoulder. Swearing, he kicked his Vagath forward, down into the trench to join Stormy. The slaughter was appalling, close and packed with heaving bodies, slashing and stabbing weapons. His Vagath landed on corpses. Already the trench was at but half its normal depth, and the smeared limbs and torsos slipped beneath his mount's weight until its claws dug in for purchase. A half-dozen shield-locked Colansi held the top of the ramp directly opposite, short-handled spiked axes at the ready. They were attacking the Vagath low, chopping at legs and thrusting at underbellies.
This is how the Malazans did it. Why couldn't these Colansi be stupid?
Howling, he drove his Vagath forward.
We kill and we kill still more, and yet they do not break. Destriant, these soldiers are under a gath. A pure-blood Fokral Asel commands their souls.
Calith slowly nodded. She could see that well enough. No army could withstand this kind of ceaseless slaughter. She knew that thousands of Colansi had fallen. The battle for the first trenches had consumed almost half the morning, and now, as the sun blazed directly overhead, in the very midst of the Jade Strangers, the Kachin Chimal and Tlanimas had advanced no further than crushing the last defenders of the third entrenchment.
Only halfway through the defenses.
Beside her, the matron Gunth Mac spoke in a melange of flavors.
My Vagaths are beginning to tire, Destriant. 1,000 have fallen and will not rise again. And now Gorul informs me that more Colansi are on the way, upon the inland high road to the west.
Calith hugged herself. What to do? What to say?
Then the Letheri and Balkando have failed.
No, they pursue, but they are much reduced and exhausted. They will not arrive in time to assist us. Destriant, it is difficult to reach the shield anvil and the mortal sword. They are in battle frenzy. Again and again they call upon a name I do not know, but each time it is voiced, something trembles in the air, a flavor pungent and bestial. Destriant, we must withdraw an element of our forces to meet this threat from the west. You must reach through to our human commanders. You must break their fury and speak with a voice of reason. Ride the minds of the Vagath. They will guide you to them. Calith drew a deep breath and then closed her eyes. The tattoos on Gessler's forearms were burning, as if splashed with acid, but he barely noticed as he leaned over the shoulders of his reeling Vergath. He had never been so tired, so demoralized. The enemy would not break. The enemy fought with a rage to match his and Stormy's, and though they died and died, still more came. An axe spike had plunged deep into his mount's gut, and the animal was dying beneath him, yet somehow it remained on its feet. Somehow it continued advancing, weapons bashing foes aside. They had drawn closer to the center, to where the Tlanimas still pushed forward, their tireless arms rising and descending. Never before had Gessler been so close to the ancient undead warriors in the midst of battle, witness to this devastating implacability.
And the Emperor had almost 20,000 of them at his command. He could have conquered the world. He could have delivered such slaughter as to break every kingdom, every empire in his path. But he barely used them at all. Kellanved, is it possible? Did even you quail at the carnage these creatures promised? Did you see for yourself how victory could destroy you, destroy the entire Malazan Empire? Gods below, I think you did. You took command of the Tlanimas to keep them off the field of battle, to keep them out of human wars. And now I see why.
He still held his heavy sword, but had no strength left to even so much as lift it. The battle lust was fading. Something was assaulting it, tearing it down, away from his eyes, and all at once the redness of his vision fragmented, vanished, and he heard Calith's voice.
"Gessler, there is another Colensi army on the high inland road. They are fast marching. We must guard our flank."
Guard our flank? With what?
He angled his mount round, lurched as it staggered.
Ah, shit. My Vergath's finished.
He pulled his boots from the scale stirrups, slid down from the beast's slathered back. Landing, his knees buckled and he fell to one side. Fighting to regain his breath, he stared up at the strange and strangely crowded sky.
All right. Listen, Calith. Draw the Kel back and send them over there. All of them. Tell Sag Turok I'm sending him the Tlanimas.
He forced himself to his feet.
Did you hear all that?
He flinched as his Vergath fell over, legs flailing, half its guts hanging out in thick ropes. He saw the life empty from its eyes.
"Yes, Gorol says you must hurry. There is little time."
That damned Rizan's finally come back, has it?
"Gorol says there is a storm coming, Gessler. He says you called it."
Like could I have?
He looked around, but Stormy was nowhere to be seen.
A storm? What's she going on about? Whatever it is, it's probably that red-bearded bastard's fault.
Cursing, the mortal sword set off to find Onos Tulan. His forearms, he saw with faint alarm, were sweating beads of blood. Onos Tulan cut diagonally in a downward chop through the torso of the Colansi opposite him, dragging his blade free as he stepped over the crumpling body. An axe head slammed into his ribs on his left side, bounced off, and he turned and slashed through his attacker's neck, watched the head roll off the shoulders. 2 more strides and he was atop the 4th berm, his warriors coming up alongside him. Looking down into the trench, he stared at a mass of upturned faces, all twisted with inhuman hatred, and weapons lifted as he prepared to descend into the press.
First sword!
Onos Tulan paused, stepped back and turned round. The Malazan named Gessler was stumbling towards him.
Gessler, said Onos Tulan, there are but 2 more tiers left, and the number of enemy in those positions is sorely diminished. We shall prevail. Draw your Vergath into our wake. First sword, we are about to be flanked to the west. I have sent what remains of my Kel hunters there, but they are not enough.
Onos Tulan lowered his sword.
I understand. We will push on here without you, Gessler said. You've split the defenses in 2, and when all is said and done, the Vergath can outclimb and outrun humans. We will fight to the foot of the stairs. We will assault the spire. Akrust Corvalane is wounded now, mortal sword. Telan is awake. Olarethil is near. It seems that this shall be a day of ancient powers. Malazan, beware the voice of the pure who awaits you atop the spire.
The man revealed red-stained teeth.
Once I get up there, she won't have time to get a single damned word out.
I wish you success, mortal sword. Tell the Kachin Chemal we are honored to have fought at their side this day.
Onos Tulan reached out to his followers, and as one they fell to dust. Sister Reverence could hear the grinding ascent of the ice against the spire off to her left, while before her she saw the Kachin Chemal carve their way ever closer to the base of the stairs. The Tlanimas had vanished, but she knew where they were going.
And high-watered Festian will have to face them. He will have to find a way to encircle them, to win past and strike the Kachin Chemal.
Then she looked skyward, where enormous dark clouds were building almost directly overhead, forming huge towering columns bruised blue and green. She saw flashes of lightning flaring from their depths, and the blinding light was slow to fade. Two remained, burning luridly, and instead of diminishing, it seemed that those actinic glares were growing stronger, deepening in hue. All at once she realized what she was seeing.
There is a god among us. A god has been summoned.
The eyes blazed with demonic fire, and the clouds, ever massing, found form, a shape so vast, so overwhelming, that Sister Reverence cried out. The argent gleam of tusks, the clouds curling into swirls of dark fur. Towering, seething, building into a thing of muscle and terrible rage, the eyes baleful as twin desert suns. Dominating the entire sky above the spire, Fenner, the boar of summer, manifested.
This is no sending. He is here. The god Fenner is here.
With dawn paling the grey sky overhead and water running in streams along the gutters, Karsa Orlong looked down at the peaceful face of the old man cradled in his lap. He slipped a hand under that head and lifted it slightly, and then moved away, settling it once more on the hard cobbles of the street. It was time. He rose, taking hold of his sword. Fixing his eyes on the temple opposite, he walked towards the barred door. The city was awakening. Early risers out on the street paused upon seeing him crossing their path, and those who could see his face backed away. He reached for the heavy brass latch, grasped hold of it, and tore it away from the wooden door. Then he kicked, shattering the door's planks like kindling, the sound of the impact like thunder, its echoes tumbling down the passageway within. Voices shouted. Karsa entered the temple of Fenner. Down a once opulent corridor, past the flanking braziers, two priests appearing with the intent of blocking his passage, but when they saw him they shrank from his path. Into the altar chamber, thick smoke sweetly redolent with incense, a heat rising from the very stones underfoot, and to either side the paint of the murals was crackling, bubbling, and then it began to blacken, curling away from the walls, devouring the images. Priests were wailing in terror and grief, but the Toblikai ignored them all. His eyes were on the altar, a block of rough-hewn stone on which rested a jewel-studded boar tusk. Closing on the altar, Karsa raised his stone sword. Upon his heart. When the blade descended, it smashed through the tusk and then continued on, cracking the altar stone with the sound of thunder, shattering the block in half. Onos Tulan could hear weeping, but this was the sound of something unseen, something long hidden in the souls of the Tlanimas. He had never expected it to awaken, had never expected to feel it again. In his mind he saw a child, clothed in mortal flesh, lifting a face to the heavens, and that face was his own. So long ago now. There had been dreams, but even as they faded, the child boy wept with shuddering convulsions. Things die. Dreams fall to dust. Innocence bleeds out to soak the ground. Love settles in cold ashes. We had so much, but we surrendered it all. It was unforgivable. He rose again on a broad, level stretch of land where a village had once stood. It had been made mostly of wood, and that wood had been taken away to build engines of war. Now only the foundation stones remained. The raised road that ran into it sloped until it was level with the cobbled street at the village's edge. His kin rose around him, and they moved out to present a broad front facing onto that road, there to await the army they could now see to the west. The sound of thousands of marching boots on cobbles was a solid roar underfoot. "We shall fight here, because the fighting and the killing goes on forever, and the child will shed his tears until the end of time. I remember so many loves, so many things lost. I remember being broken again and again. There need be no end to it. There is no law to say that one cannot break one more time." When he raised his weapon, his kin followed suit. 7,459 Tlanimas. Another battle. The same war. The war we never lost, yet never knew how to win. The concussion that clove through the heaving clouds behind them staggered the Tlanimas, a thunder so loud it shivered through their bones. Wheeling round, Onos Tulan stared up to see a stone sword, an Imas sword, descending as if held in the hand of the jade strangers, impossibly huge, slicing down through a vague bestial shape that then staggered. Twin embers of crimson, eyes, suddenly blossomed as if filling with blood. A roar sounded, filling the air with such fury and pain that it pounded the entire army of Tlanimas back a step, and then another. The death cry of a god. And the heavens erupted. Onos Tulan watched the waves of blood descending, falling earthward. He watched the crimson sheets rolling across the land, watched them roll ever closer, and then with yet another roar, the rain slammed down upon the Tlanimas, driving them to their knees. Head bowed beneath the deluge, Onos Tulan gasped, one breath, another, and his eyes, fixed now upon the hands on his knees, slowly widened. As the withered skin softened, thickened, as muscles expanded. Another terrible gasp of breath, deep into aching lungs. From his kin, sudden cries, of shock, of wonder. "We are remade. By the blood of a slain god we are reborn." Then he lifted his gaze to look upon the Kalansi ranks, fast closing on their position. This was ill-timed. The blood of a slain god rained from the sky, in torrents cascading down from the ruptured, now shapeless clouds. The air filled with the terrible roar of those thick drops, falling heavy as molten lead. The armies fighting near the highest level of the isthmus were staggered by the downpour. The vast shelf of ice, ever rising towards the pinnacle of the spire, now streamed crimson in growing torrents. Bowed beneath the onslaught, Sister Reverence staggered towards the altar stone. Through the carmine haze she could see the crippled god's heart, no longer a withered, knotted thing of stone, now pulsing, now surging with life. But the sorceress chains still held it bound to the altar.
This changes nothing. My soldiers shall hold. I still have their souls in my hands. I have the chains of their fallen comrades, their slain souls, all feeding my power. At the foot of the stairs they shall make a human wall, and I will take this unexpected power and make of it a gift. I will feed this blood into the soul of Akrast Corvalain.
She drew up against the altar stone, slowly straightened, and held her face to the sky, to feel that hot blood streaming down. And then, laughing, she opened her mouth.
Make me young again. Banish this bent body. Make all that is outside as beautiful as that which was ever inside. Make me whole and make me perfect. The blood of a god. See me drink deep.
It was as if the heavens had been struck a mortal wound. Callus cried out in shock, in dread horror, as the deluge descended upon the land, to all sides, devouring every vista as if swallowing up the entire world. The blood on her face, on her hands, felt like fire, but did not burn. She saw the heavy drops pounding into the lifeless earth, saw the soil blacken, watched as streams of thick mud slumped down the hillsides. She could barely draw breath.
Gansmack, what will come of this? Destriant, I cannot give answer. Immortal rituals unravel. Ancient power melts, dissolves. But what do these things mean? What is resolved? No one can say. A god has died, Destriant, and that death tastes bitter, and it fills me with sorrow. Calith saw how the Kachin Jamal, momentarily stunned, now resumed their assault upon the highest defences of the Kalansi. She saw the defenders rise to meet the Vegas. A god dies, and the fighting simply goes on, and we add to the rain with blood of our own. I am seeing the history of the world here before me. I am seeing it all, age upon age, all so useless. There was low laughter behind her, cutting through the dull roar, and Calith turned. Sin had stripped naked, and now she was painted in blood. "The Pure has made a shining fist," she said, "to block the ascent. The lizards cannot break it. Their oils are fouled with exhaustion." Her eyes lifted to Calith. "Tell them to disengage. Order them to retreat." She walked past. The Imas reeled back. The Kalansi heavy infantry pushed forward over Imas corpses. With shields and armor they weathered blows from stone weapons. With iron sword, axe, and spear they tore apart unprotected flesh, and on all sides the rain of blood, cooled now, lifeless, hammered down. Driven past the remains of the village, the Imas forces contracted, unable to hold the enemy back. Pincers swept out to either side, seeking to encircle the increasingly crowded, disorganized warriors. Onos Tulan sought to hold the center in the front line. He alone remembered what it was to defend his own body, now so vulnerable, so frail. His kin had forgotten. They attacked unmindful of protecting themselves, and so they died. Reborn, only to live but moments. The anguish of this threatened to tear the first sword apart. But he was only one man, as mortal as his brothers and sisters now, and it was only a matter of time before... He saw the Kalansi line opposite him flinch back suddenly, saw them hesitate, and Onos Tulan did not understand. Low, deep laughter sounded from somewhere on his right, and even as he turned, a voice spoke.
"Imas, we greet you."
Now, pushing through to stand in the foremost line, Jaghut. Armored, helmed, bristling with weapons, all of it dripping blood. The Jaghut beside Onos Tulan then said in a loud voice,
"Suvalas, are you as beautiful as I remembered?"
A female shouted in answer, "You only remember what I told you, Hort, and it was all lies." Amid Jaghut laughter, the one named Hort tilted his head to regard Onos Tulan.
"To draw breath was unexpected. We thought to fight with you, two lifeless but eternally stubborn peoples. A day of slaughter! Ha!"
The Jaghut beyond Hort then said,
"And slaughter it shall be. Alas, the wrong way round. And there are but 14 of us. Aymanan, you are good with numbers. Does 14 dead Jaghut constitute a slaughter?" "With 5,000 Imas, I would think so, Gedoran." "Then our disappointment is averted, and I am once more at ease."
The Jaghut drew weapons. Beside Onos Tulan, Hort said,
"Join us, First Sword. If we must die, must it be on the back step? I think not."
His eyes flashed from the shadows of his helm.
"First Sword, do you see? Fokral Asel, Kachin Chemal, Imas, and now Jaghut. What a fell party this is!"
Gedoran grunted and said,
"All we now need are a few Sel Akai, Hot, and we can swap old lies all night long."
And then, with bull roars, the Jaghut charged the Kalansi. Onos Tulan leapt forward to join them, and behind him the Imas followed. Gilimada, who had been chosen to lead because she was the most beautiful, looked back on the way they'd come. She could barely make out the Barghast.
"They are slow."
If only you were taller, Gilly, bellowed her brother, Gand. You could look the other way and see the fighting.
Scowling, Gillimada faced forward again.
I was about to, impatient runt Gand. Everyone, enough resting, we shall run some more. Do you all see? Of course we do, shouted one of her brother's mouthy friends. We're all taller than you, Gilly. But who's the most beautiful? Exactly. Gilly, there are Jaghut with those emas.
Gillimada squinted, but the truth of it was, she was the shortest one here.
Are they killing each other? No. Good. All the old stories are lies. Surely just that one, Gilly. No. If one is a lie, then all of them are. I have spoken. Is everyone rested? Good. Let us join the fight, just like in the old story about the war against death itself. But it's a lie, Gilly. You just said so. Well, maybe I was the one doing the lying. Did you think of that? Now, no more wasting of breath. Let us run and fight. Gilly, I think it's raining blood over there. I don't care. You all have to do what I say, because I'm still the most beautiful, aren't I?
With the remaining Kell hunters, cut and slashed, many with the snapped stubs of arrow shafts protruding from their bodies, Sag Chorok advanced at a cantering pace. Before them he could see the emas, granted the bitter gift of mortality, locked in fierce battle against overwhelming numbers of Colansi heavy infantry. Among them, near the front, there were armoured Jaghut. To see these two ancient foes now standing side by side sent strange flavours surging through the Kell hunter, scouring away his exhaustion. He felt the sense flowing out now to embrace his kin, felt a reawakening of their strength.
What is this that so stirs my heart? It is glory. We rush to our deaths. We rush to fight beside ancient foes. We rush like the past itself into the face of the present. And what is at stake? Why, nothing but the future itself. Beloved kin, if this day must rain blood, let us add to it. If this day must know death, let us take its throat in our jaws. We are alive, and there is no greater power in all the world. Brothers, raise your swords!
Reaching level ground, the Kachain Chemal Kell hunters stretched out their bodies, swords lifting high, and charged. 278 Teblor smashed into the flank of the Colansi forces near the line of engagement. Suddenly singing ancient songs, mostly about unexpected trysts and unwelcome births, they thundered into the press, weapons swinging. Colansi bodies spun through the air. Entire ranks were driven to the ground, trampled underfoot. Wild, terrible laughter rose from the Jaghut upon seeing their arrival. Each of the 14 led knots of emas, and the Jaghut themselves were islands amidst slaughter. None could stand before them. Yet they were but 14, and the emas fighting close to them continued to fall, no matter how savagely they fought. The Kell hunters struck the inside envelopment, driving the enemy back in a maelstrom of savagery. They swarmed out across the pasture and over the paddocks to swing round and plunge into the Colansi flank, almost opposite the Teblor. And in answer to all of this, high-watered Festian ordered his reserves into the battle. 4 legions, almost 8,000 heavy infantry, heaved forward to close on the enemy. Bitter Spring, crippled by a sword thrust through her left thigh, lay among the heaps of fallen kin. There had been a charge, it had swept over her, but now she saw how it had stalled, and was once more yielding ground, step by step. There were no memories to match this moment, this time so short, so sweet, when she had tasted breath once again, when she had felt the softness of her skin, had known the feel of tears in her own eyes, how that blurred her vision, a thing she had forgotten. If this was how living had been, if this was the reality of mortality, she could not imagine that anyone, no matter how despairing, would ever willingly surrender it. And yet... The blood still raining down, thinner now, cooler on her skin, offered no further gifts. She could feel her own blood, much warmer, pooling under her thigh and around her hip, and the life so fresh, so new, was slowly draining away. Was this better than an inexorable advance into the enemy forces? Better than killing hundreds and then thousands when they could do little to defend themselves against her and her immortal kind? Was this not, in fact, a redressing of the balance? She would not grieve, no matter how short-lived this gift. I have known it again, and so few are that fortunate, so few. The ship of death lay trapped on its side, embraced in ice. Captain Shurk Elal picked herself up, brushing the snow from her clothes. Beside her, Skorgan Kaban, the pretty, was still on his knees, gathering up a handful of icy snow and then sucking on it. "Bad for your teeth, pretty," Shurk Elal said. When the man grinned up at her, she sighed. "Apologies, forgot you had so few left." Princess Falash came round from the other side of the ship's prow, trailed by her handmaid. "I have found him," she announced through a gust of smoke. "He is indeed walking this chilly road, and it is safe to surmise, from careful gauging of the direction of his tracks, that he intends to walk all the way to that spire, into that most unnatural rain." Shurk Elal squinted across what had been, only a short time ago, a bay. The awakening of Omtos Felak had been like a fist to the side of the head, and only the captain had remained conscious through the unleashing of power that followed. She alone had witnessed the freezing of the seas, even as she struggled to ensure that none of her crew or guests slid over the side as the ship ran aground and started tilting hard to port. And alone among them all, she had seen Hood setting out on foot. A short time later, a storm had broken over the spire, releasing a torrential downpour of rain that seemed to glisten red as blood as it fell over the headland. Shurk Elal regarded Falash. "Princess, any sense of the fate of your mother?" "Too much confusion, alas, in the ether. It seems," she added, pausing to draw on her pipe and turning to face inland, "that we too shall have to trek across this wretched ice field, and hope that it does not begin breaking up too soon, now that Omtos Felak sleeps once more."
Skorgan scowled. "Excuse me, sleeps? Captain, she's saying it's going to melt?"
"Pretty," said Shurk Elal. "It is already. Very well, then. Shall we make haste?" But the princess lifted a plump hand. "At first I considered following in Hood's footsteps, but that appears to entail a steep and no doubt treacherous ascent. Therefore, might I suggest an alternative? That we strike due west from here?"
"I don't know," said Shurk Elal. "Shall we spend half a day discussing this?"
Falash frowned. "And what precisely did I say to invite such sarcasm? Captain?" "My apologies, Highness. This has been a rather fraught journey." "It is hardly done, my dear, and we can scarcely afford the luxury of complaining now, can we?"
Shurk Elal turned to Skorgan. "Get everything ready. There truly is no time to waste." The first mate turned away and then glanced back at Shurk. "If that's the case, then why in Mael's name is she—"
"That will be enough, pretty."
"Aye, Captain. Sorry, Captain. On my way, aye."
"Queen Abrastal, I will deliver your daughter into your keeping, with every blessing I can muster. Take her, I beg you, before I close my hands round that soft, delicious neck and squeeze until her brains spurt from every hole in her head. And then her handmaid will have to chop me into tiny pieces, and Skorgan will do something stupid and get his head sliced in half, and won't that be a scar worth bragging about?" She could just make out Hood's trail towards the spire, and caught herself looking at it longingly. Don't be a fool, woman. Some destinies are better just hearing about over ales in a tavern. Go well on your way, Hood, and the next face you see, well, why not just bite it off? He had passed through the gates of death, and this rain, in its brief moments of magic, could do nothing for ghosts. No kiss of rebirth, and no blinding veil to spare from me what I now see. Tok sat on his lifeless horse, and from a hillside long vanished, worn down to nothing but a gentle mound by centuries of ploughing. He watched, in horror, the murder of his most cherished dreams.
It was not supposed to happen this way. We could smell the blood, yes. We knew it was coming. But Onos Tulan, none of this was your war. None of this battle belonged to you.
He could see his old friend, there at the center of less than 1,000 Imas. The 14 Jaghut had been separated from kin and now fought in isolation, and archers had come forward, and those Jaghut warriors were studded with arrows, yet still they fought on. The Kel hunters had been driven back, pushed away from the Imas, and Tok could see the Toblakai, barely 50 of them left, forced back to the very edge of the slope. There were Barghast on that far side now, but they were few and had arrived staggering, half dead with exhaustion. Tok found that he was holding his scimitar in his hand.
But my power is gone. I gave the last of it away. What holds me here, if not some curse that I be made to witness my failure? Onos Tulan, friend. Brother, I will not await you at the gates. My shame is too great.
He drew up his reins.
I will not see you die. I am sorry. I am a coward, but I will not see you die.
It was time to leave. He swung his mount round and stopped. On the high ridge before him was an army mounted on lifeless war horses.
Bridge burners.
Seeing Whiskey Jack at the center, Tok kicked his mount into a canter, and the beast tackled the hillside, hoofs carving the broken ground.
Will you just watch this?
He cried as his horse scrabbled up onto the ridge. He drove his charger towards Whiskey Jack, reined in at the last moment. The old soldier's empty eyes were seemingly fixed on the scene below, as if he had not heard Tok's words.
I beg you,
pleaded Tok, frantic, the anguish and frustration moments from tearing him apart.
I know I am not a bridge burner. I know that. But as a fellow Malazan, please, Whiskey Jack, don't let him die.
The lifeless face swung round. The empty eyes regarded him. Tok could feel himself collapsing inside. He opened his mouth to speak one more time, to plead with all he had left. Whiskey Jack spoke in a tone of faint surprise.
Talk younger. Did you truly imagine that we would say no?
And he raised one gauntleted hand, the 2 soldiers of his own squad drawing up around him, Mallet on his left, Trots on his right. When he threw that hand forward, the massed army of bridge burners surged onto the hillside, lunged like an avalanche, sweeping past Tok, driving his own horse round, shoving it forward. And one last time the bridge burners advanced to do battle. The thunderous concussion of the god's death had driven Torrent's horse down to the ground, throwing the young warrior from the saddle. As he lay stunned, he heard the thumping of the animal's hoofs as it scrambled back upright and then fled northward, away from the maelstrom. And then the rain slammed down, and out over the rising ice beyond the headland he could hear shattering detonations as the ice fields buckled. Whirling storms of snow and sleet lifted from the cliffside, spun crimson twisters, and the ground beneath him shifted, slumped seaward. All madness! The world is not like this! Torrent struggled to his feet, looked across to where the children huddled together in terror. He staggered towards them. "Listen to me! Run inland! Do you hear me? Inland and away from here!" Frozen blood slashed down from the sky. Behind him, the wind brought close the sound of laughter from Olar Ethil. Glancing back, he saw that she was facing the spire. Absi suddenly wailed. Story cried, "Don't leave us, Torrent! You promised! I will catch you up! Torrent! Just run!" Taking up Absi in her thin arms, Stavi plucked at her sister's filthy tunic. And then they were on their way, vanishing in moments as the red sleet intensified, flinging curtains down that rolled deeper inland, one after another. Turning to the east, Torrent stared in astonishment. The entire edge of the headland now sloped steeply towards the bay, but ice was rising beyond that edge, now level with the top of the cliff. Off to his right, the spire was engulfed in the downpour. Hearing the witch's laughter again, he looked across to where Olar Ethil stood. But the ancient hag was no more. A young woman stood in the deluge. "Reborn!"
she shrieked. "My kin, all reborn! I shall lead them! We shall rise again!" She spun to face Torrent, blood like paint on her bold features, and then her head darted like a bird's. "Where are they? Where are the children? My gifts to him. And I will give him more children. We shall rule together, the Bonecaster and the First Sword. Where are they?" Torrent stared at her, and then, slipping treacherously on the icy ground, he collected up his bow and quiver. "They slid," he said. "They panicked, went down the slope, down onto the ice. I couldn't reach them." "You fool!" When she ran towards the ice field, Torrent followed. The frozen blood lacerated his face as the wind howled up from the bay. One forearm held up to shield his eyes, he stumbled after Olarithil. "You will give him more? Is that what all this was about? You love him? You took his life and made him a thing of skin and bones. You stole his children away, maybe even killed his wife, their mother. You did all this, thinking you could win his heart?" But he had seen her, enough of her, anyway. Reborn, made young, she was not displeasing to the eye. Solid, full-breasted and wide-hipped, her hair, before the blood soaked it, so blonde it was almost white, her eyes the colour of a winter sky. No longer undead. So too then Onos Tulan? Now reborn? She took everything away from him, and would now replace it with herself, with the world she would make. Tok Anasta, did you know this? Did you understand her reasons for all that she has done? Does it matter? He reached the ice. She was still ahead, fleet as a hare as she danced her way down the broken, jagged slope. He thought he could hear her, crying out for the children. Fissures were opening up as the field's own weight began to crush the ice, and the descent was growing ever steeper. Off to his right he could see one part of it still climbing, as if it would reach to the very summit of the spire itself. Was there a speck there, halfway up that ramp of ice? Someone ascending? He could not be sure. His feet went out from under him, and he slid, rebounding from spars of rock-hard ice. In a blur he was past Olarithil, hearing her shout of surprise. His head struck something, spinning him round, and then his feet jammed against a hard edge that suddenly gave way. He was thrown forward, the upper half of his body pitching hard, as what felt like jaws closed on the lower half, snapping shut on his hips and legs. He heard and felt both thigh bones snap. Torrent screamed. Trapped in a fissure, the edges now rising above his hips as he sank deeper. He could feel blood streaming down, could feel it freezing. He had lost grip on his bow and the hide quiver. They lay just beyond his reach. Olarithil was suddenly there, standing almost above him. "I heard bones break. Is it true? Is it true, pup?" She reached down and took a handful of hair, twisting his torn face around. "Is it? Are you useless to me now?" "No, listen. I thought I heard them. The children. Absi, I thought I heard him crying." "Where? Point. You can still do that. Where?" "Pull me out, witch, and I'll show you." "Can you walk?" "Of course I can, woman. I'm simply jammed in this crack. Pull me out. We can find them, but quickly, this entire field is shattering." She cackled. "Ontos Felak in all its glory, yet who dares face it? A Bonecaster, that is who. I will destroy it. Even now I am destroying it. That fool thinks he will take that wretched heart. I will defy him. He deserves no less. He is Jaghut. Pull me free, witch." She reached down. Her strength was immense, and he could feel frozen blood splitting, could feel massive sections of skin and flesh torn away as she lifted and dragged him out from the fissure. "Liar! You lied!" Torrent lay on his back. The red sleet was diminishing now. He could see the jade strangers and the sun itself. From below his hips he could feel nothing. Frozen, bloodless. I haven't got long. "Where are they?" He forced himself onto one elbow, pointed off to the right and slightly downslope. "There, behind that rise. Stand atop it, witch, and you may see them." "That is all I need from you. Now you can die, pup. Did I not say you would?" "You did, Olarithil."
Laughing, she set off for the rise of hard-packed snow and ice, 25, maybe 30 paces away. Torrent twisted round, dragged himself closer to his bow.
"I promised," he whispered.
Half-numb fingers closed about the bow's shaft. He scrabbled one-handed for the quiver, drew out a stone-tipped arrow. Rolling onto his back, he lay gasping for a moment. It was getting hard to do anything. Ice squealed and then cracked, and he slid half a pace, back towards that fissure, but now it was wider. Now it could take all of him. Torrent forced the Nock's slitted mouth round the gut-string. She was almost there, tackling the ragged side of the rise. He used his elbows and shoulders to push himself up against a heap of rubbled ice, brought the bow round and drew the arrow back. This is impossible. I'm lying all wrong. She's too far away. Wretched panic gripped him. He struggled to calm his breath, deafened by the pounding of his own heart. Olarethil scrambled onto the rise, straightened and stared downslope. He saw her fists clench, half heard her howl of fury. Squinting, his muscles starting to tremble, he stared at her shoulders, waiting, and when he saw them pivot, he released.
"I will make him pay for the lies."
Olarethil, eldest among all the bonecasters and now reborn, spun round towards Torrent. The arrow caught her in the left eye. The stone tip tore through the eyeball, punched through the back of the socket, where the bone was thin as skin, and the spinning, chipped stone point drilled a gory tunnel through her brain, before shattering against the inside of the back of her skull. He saw her head snap back, saw the shaft protruding from her face, and by the way her body fell, collapsing like a sack of bones, he knew that she was dead, killed instantly. Gasping, he sagged back. "Did you see that, Tok? Did you see that shot? Oh, gods, it's done, brother. It's done. I am Torrent, last warrior of the All." When he slid towards the fissure, he was helpless to resist. "Torrent, last warrior of the—" Stormy bellowed in agony as Gessler dragged him away. The red-haired Falari had been stabbed through his right thigh, but the blood was slow, gushing only when the muscles moved, telling Gessler that the fool wouldn't bleed out before he got him away. The Vagath were all drawing back and back. "Because she's coming. Because she's finally joining this fight. Gods help us all." Pulling Stormy onto the blood-soaked embankment of the third trench, he looked back upslope. She was walking alone towards the massed Colansi, little more than a child, stick-thin, looking undernourished, pathetic. When Gessler saw her raise her hands, he flinched. With a terrible roar, a wall of fire engulfed the highest trench. Scalding winds erupted in savage gusts, rolling back down the slope. Gessler saw the corpses nearest the girl, crisp black, limbs suddenly pulling, curling inward in the heat's bitter womb. And then Sin began walking, and as she did so, she marched the wall of fire ahead of her. Calith stumbled to her knees beside Gessler.
"You must call her back. She can't just burn them all alive."
Gessler sagged back.
"It's too late, Calith. There's no stopping her now."
Calith screamed, a raw breaking sound, her hands up at her face, but even she could not tear her eyes from the scene. The fire devoured the army crouched against the base of the spire. Bodies simply exploded, blood boiling. Thousands of soldiers burst into flames, their flesh melting. Everything within the fire blackened, began crumbling away, and still the firestorm raged. Ganth Mac was crouched down over Stormy, oil streaming from her clawed hands and sealing the wound on his leg, but he was already pushing those hands away.
"Gessler, we got to reach those stairs."
"I know," he said. "Through fire. Well, of course it has to be us."
"She won't stop,"
Stormy said, pushing himself to his feet, swaying like a drunk.
"She'll take it for herself, all that power."
"I know, Stormy, I know, damn you!"
Gessler forced himself to his feet. He squinted inland.
"Gods below, what is that?"
"A ghost army," Calith said. "The matron says they simply came down from the sky."
"Send the Vagath that way. All of them, Calith. Do you understand? You need to get them as far away from this as possible. If sin reaches the heart, that fire's likely to consume the whole fucking land for leagues around."
She pulled at him. "Then you can do nothing. Don't you see? You can't—"
Gessler took her face in his hands and kissed her hard on the lips.
"Teach these lizards, Calith. Only the best in us humans. Only the best."
He turned to Stormy.
"All right, let's go. Forget any weapons. They'll get too hot in our hands. We can tear off this armor on the way."
"Stop ordering me around!"
Side by side, the two old Marines set out. They climbed across greasy bodies, over ground that steamed, and through air hot as the breath of a smithy's forge.
"Can't believe you, Geth," gasped Stormy. "You called on Fenner." "I wasn't the only one, Stormy. I heard you."
"Not me. Must have been someone else. You called him, and someone fucking killed him. Gessler, you went and killed our god."
"Go to Hood," Gessler growled. "Who crossed his finger bones when he swore off that cult? Wasn't that you? I think it was."
"You told me you did the same."
"Right, so let's just forget it. We both killed Fenner, all right?"
5 more strides, and there could be no more words. Every breath scalded, and the leathers they now wore as their only clothing had begun to blacken.
"Now it's going to get bad. But this is Tellus. I can feel it. We've been through this before."
He looked for Sin, but could not see her anywhere.
"Walked out of the flames at Yidatan. Walked into them here. It's her world in there. It always was. But we knew that, didn't we? I swear I can hear her laughing."
The 2 men pushed forward. Calith cried out when Gessler and Stormy vanished into the flames. She did not understand. She had looked on in disbelief as they had stepped over bodies reduced to black ash. She had seen their tunics catch fire.
"Matron, what gift is this? What power do they possess?"
"Destriant, this surpasses me. But it is now clear to me, as it is to all of us, that you chose most wisely. If we could, we would follow these 2 humans into the firestorm itself. If we could, we would follow them to the edge of the very abyss. You ask what manner of men are these? Destriant, I was about to ask this very same question of you."
She shook her head, shrugged helplessly.
"I don't know. Malazans."
The flames drove him back, and this was a source of fury and anguish. He tried again and again, but his beloved master was beyond his reach. Howling, he raced back and forth along the 3rd berm, the foul stench of his own burnt hair acrid in his nostrils. And then he saw the pup, the one of tangled hair and piercing voice, the pup that never grew up, running towards the cold, towards the frozen sea. Had the pup found a way round this burning air? The Wiccan cattle dog with the scarred face tore off in pursuit. There would be a way round. He would find his master again, to fight at his side. There was, for Bent, no other reason to exist. The base around the spire had been reduced to scorched bedrock. Not a scrap of armor remained, nothing but molten streaks of iron tracking the slopes of the blackened stone. Yet Gessler and Stormy walked through the conflagration. Their leathers had melted onto their bodies, hard and brittle as eggshells, and as the 2 Marines pushed closer to the stairs, the clothing's remnants cracked, made crazed patterns like a snake's shedding skin. Gessler could see the stairs, but she wasn't there. His gaze tracked upward. Shit! She was already a quarter of the way up. He punched at Stormy's shoulder and pointed. They reached the base, set foot on the baked, crumbling stone. Stormy edged into Gessler's path and began gesturing, the hand language of the Marines. "Leave her to me. I'll slow her up. Hold her back, whatever. You go past. You go fast as you can. Get to the top. Listen, this was almost too much, even for us. She'll cook you down to bones. Never mind that. I'll hold her back. Just don't fuck up there, Gess. Throw the hag off the edge. Get that damned heart." Gessler's legs ached with every step. He was too tired for this. A whole day of fighting. The strain of command. The seemingly endless slaughter. By the time he reached the top, assuming they even got past Sin, he'd have nothing left, weaponless, face to face with a damned fulcral assail. Sin had not looked back down, not once. She had no idea she was being pursued. Her steps were measured, relentless but slow, almost casual. They had all climbed above the flames, which had at last begun dying below them. The girl would hold it back now, saving it for the fulcral assail. Tell us to wage war against the assail's warren.
Old shit, all of this. Can't they all just go away? Back into their forgotten graves? It's not right, us having to fight in wars we didn't even start. Wars that have been going on for so long they don't mean a thing anymore. You took a foreign god's wounded heart. I see the blood on your lips. It's not right. It just isn't. Adjunct, I know you ain't dead. Well, no, I don't. But I refuse to believe you failed. I don't think there's a thing in this world that can stop you. We'll do our part. You'll know that much. You'll know it. Make this right. Make it all right.
Stormy was one step up from Gessler. He saw his friend reaching out, saw his hand close about Sin's ankle. And then, visibly snarling, Stormy tore her from the stairs, swung her out into the air behind him, and let go. Gessler saw her plummet, saw her mouth open wide in shock, and then that visage darkened.
Now you got her mad, Stormy.
But he was reaching now for Gessler, grasping his arm and lifting him past.
Go, Gessler! Climb your sorry arse off!
A push that almost sent Gessler sprawling against the steps, but he recovered and pulled himself upward, leaving Stormy in his wake.
Don't look down. Don't look at him, Gessler. You know why. Don't!
Instead, he paused, twisted round, met his friend's eyes, their gazes locked. And then Stormy nodded and flashed a half-mad smile. Gessler made a rude gesture, and then, before his heart could shatter, he turned back to the stone steps and resumed his ascent. Hood pulled himself over a splintered ridge of ice and looked up once more. Not far now. The ice road was groaning, cracks spreading like lightning. He had felt the assault of Olar Athil, her hatred of Omtos Felak unleashing power that raked through him sharp as talons. And then it had vanished, and he knew that she was dead. But the damage had been done. There was the very real chance that he would not make it, that this spar of ice would shatter beneath him, sending him down to his death. Death. Now that was an interesting notion. One that, perhaps, he should have been more familiar with than any other being, but the truth was, he knew nothing about it at all. The Jaghut went to war against death. So many met that notion with disbelief or confusion. They could not understand. Who is the enemy?
The enemy is surrender.
Where is the battlefield?
In the heart of despair.
How is victory won?
It lies within reach. All you need do is choose to recognize it. Failing that, you can always cheat, which is what I did. How did I defeat death? By taking its throne.
And now the blood of a dying god had gifted him with mortal flesh, with a return to mortality. Unexpected, possibly unwelcome, potentially
fatal. But then, who has a choice in these matters? Ah, yes, I did.
A rumble of laughter from deep in his chest followed the thought. He resumed his climb. Ahead was a broad fissure cutting diagonally across his path. He would have to jump it. Dangerous and undignified, his moment of humor fell away. He could sense the nearby unleashing of Telas, could see how the air around the spire was grey with smoke, and the stench of burnt flesh swept over him on an errant gust of wind from inland.
This is not by the hand of an Imas. This is something new, foul with madness. This could defeat us all.
He reached the fissure, threw himself over its span. His chest struck the edge, the impact almost winding him, and he clawed handholds in the rotted ice beyond. And then waited for a moment, recovering, before dragging himself from the crevasse. As he cleared it, a solid shape flashed past on his left, landed with a crunch, claws digging into the crusted snow. A dog. A Dog? He stared at it as it scrabbled yet higher, running like a fiend from the abyss. From behind him, on the other side of the fissure, Hood heard furious barking, and looking back he saw another dog, or rather some shrunken, hair-snarled mockery of a dog, rushing up to the edge only to pull back. Don't even try. And then, with a launching leap, the horrid creature was sailing through the air. Not far enough. Hood cursed as jaws clamped on his left foot, the teeth punching through the rotted leathers of his boot. Hissing in pain, he swung his leg round, kicked to shake off the snarling creature. He caught a blurred glimpse of its horrid face, like a rat that had been slammed headfirst into a wall, as it shot past him on the trail of the bigger animal. He glared after it for a moment, and then the jaghut picked himself up and resumed climbing, with a limp. She had been hurt by the fall, Stormy saw, watching as she laboriously made her way back up the stairs. Her left arm was clearly broken, the shoulder dislocated, skin scraped off where she had struck the unyielding bedrock. Had they been a dozen steps higher, she would be dead now. The Marine swore under his breath, twisted round to glare up at Gessler. He'd reached some kind of rest platform, maybe 25 steps below the summit.
What's he doing? Taking a damned breather? There's no time for that, you idiot! Go! I will kill you!
At the shriek, Stormy looked back down, 10 steps between him and Sin. Her face was lifted towards him, made demonic by hatred and rage. A billowing gust of scorching heat rushed up to buffet him. He backed up the steps, 2, 3, 5. She climbed closer. The air ignited around Sin, red and orange flames white hot where her body had been. Yet from that raging incandescent core he could still see her eyes, fixed on him.
Gods below, she is not even human. Was she ever human? What manner of creature is this?
The fire roared words.
I will kill you! No one touches me! I will burn you! I will burn all who touch me! I will burn you all! You will know what it is to hurt! You said you wanted the fire inside me. You said you would kiss it. But you lied. You hurt me. You hurt me. You wanted the fire in me. You shall have it.
The flames exploded out from her, stormed up the steps and engulfed Stormy. He howled. This was not Tellus. This burned. This reached for him, took hold of him, bursting and cracking open his skin, tearing into his flesh, burrowing to clutch at his very bones. His screams vanished, though his mouth remained open, his head thrown back in the stunning agony of the fire. His lungs were burned, useless, his eyes erupted and boiled away. He felt her drawing closer, knew she was directly below him now. He could feel the stone steps against his back, could feel his body melting, pouring down as if molten. Her hand closed on one ankle, crushed it to dust. But he had been waiting for that touch. He had been holding on, to what he knew not, and with a silent sob that seemed to tear his soul in half, Stormy threw himself forward, closed what remained of his arms about her. Her shriek filled his skull, and then they were falling. Not like the first time. He'd drawn her almost half the way to the top, and he could feel her body inside that fire, or thought he could. They plummeted.
Guess, take this. All I could...
He was dead before they struck, but enough of Stormy's corpse remained to hammer Sin against the bedrock, though it was not needed. The impact split her skull, sent burning meat, blood, and flesh spraying out to sizzle on the superheated rock. Her spine broke in 4 places, her ribs buckled and folded under her back, splintered ends driving up through her lungs and heart. The raging fires then closed on her, consuming every last shred, before dying in flickering puddles on the bedrock. Gessler could not keep the tears from his eyes as he climbed the last few steps. He would not look down, would not surrender to that, knowing it would break him. The fury of heat that had lifted up around him moments earlier was now gone.
He's done it. Somehow. He's killed her. But he didn't make it. I feel it. A hole carved out of my soul. Beloved brother, you are gone. I should have ordered you to stay behind. Not that you ever listened to orders. That was always your problem, Stormy. That was... Oh, gods take me!
He pulled himself onto the summit, rolled onto his back, staring up at the chaotic sky. Smoke, the jade strangers, a day dying to darkness. And then, gasping, numbed, Gessler pushed himself onto his feet. Straightening, he looked across the flat expanse. A female Focral Assail stood facing him, young, almost incandescent with power. Behind her was a mass of bone chains heaped over something that pulsed with carmine light, the heart of the crippled god.
"Where is your sword?" the Focral Assail demanded. "Or do you think you can best me with just your hands?"
My hands. I broke a man's nose once, Gessler said, advancing on her.
She sneered.
"It is too late, human. Your god's death assured that. It was your god, wasn't it? By your own prayers you summoned it to its execution. By your own prayers you lost your war, human. How does that feel? Should you not kneel before me?"
Her words had slowed him, then halted him still 3 paces from her. He could feel the last remnants of his strength draining away.
There is no magic in her voice. None we would call so, anyway. No, the only power in her voice resides in the truth she speaks. I killed Fenner.
"When this day began," continued the Focral Assail, "I was an old woman, frail and bent. You could have pushed me over with a nudge then. Look at you, after all, a soldier, a veteran of many battles, many wars. I know this not by the scars you bear, but by the endless losses in your eyes."
Losses? Yes, so many losses.
The woman gestured behind her.
"There can be an end to the pain, soldier, if you so desire. I can grant you that. Sip."
I need a way out,"
said Gessler. She nodded.
"I understand, soldier. Shall I give it to you? That way out?"
"Yes."
She cocked her head, her forehead seeming to flinch inward momentarily, as if about to vertically fold in half.
"I sense no duplicity in you. That is good. I am indeed become your salvation."
"Yes," he replied. "Lead me from here, pure."
She raised one bony, long-fingered hand, reaching for his brow. His fist was a blur. It smashed into her face. Bones snapped. The Focral Assail reeled back, breath spraying from a crushed nose, and that fold dividing her face was deeply creased. Shaking her head, she straightened. Gessler knew he was fast, but she was faster. She blocked his second punch and countered. The blow broke his left shoulder, threw him 6 paces back. He landed hard, skidded, and then rolled onto his broken shoulder. The agony that ripped through him took with it all of his strength, his will. Stunned, helpless, he heard her advance. A strange skittering sound, and then the sound of 2 bodies colliding. He heard her stumble, heard bestial snarling. Gessler forced himself onto his side, looked across. Bent had struck the Focral Assail from one side, with enough force to drive her to one knee. The cattle dog's jaws had closed on the side of her face, its canines tearing through flesh and bone. One eye was already gone, a cheekbone pulled away, spat out and lying on the blood-stained stone. He saw her reach round even as she staggered upright, and one hand closed on Bent's throat. She dragged the beast from the ruin of her face. The cattle dog, held out at the end of that long, muscled arm, struggled desperately in her choking grip.
"No!"
Somehow Gessler found his feet, and then he was rushing her. Her lone eye locked with his glare, and she smiled. He saw her flexing her free arm, drawing it back to await him. He could block that blow, he could try to take her down, but Bent was dying. She was crushing his throat.
"No!"
In a flash, he saw a battlefield filled with corpses, saw Truth dragging a limp dog free of the bodies. He heard the lad's shout of surprise, and then that look in his eyes, so hopeful, so young.
"No!"
Ignoring her fist, even as it shot out for his head, Gessler sent his own blow, not into her face, but into the shoulder of the arm holding the dog. The hardest punch he ever threw. Crushing impacts, and then The soldier's punch spun Reverence round, the stunning power behind it shattering her shoulder, even as her own blow connected with his forehead, splitting it, snapping his head back and breaking the vertebrae of his neck. He was dead before he struck the ground. But her right arm was useless, and she sagged to one knee as the dog pulled itself free of her numbed hand.
No matter. I will kill it next. A moment to push past this pain, to clear my thoughts.
Bent kicked free, stumbled away. Air filled his lungs. Life flooded back into him. In his mind, a red mist, yearning need, and nothing else. Head lifting, the beast turned back to his master's enemy. But his master was lying so still, so emptied of all life. The Wiccan cattle dog was not bred for its voice. It rarely barked and never howled. Yet the cry that now came from Bent could have awakened the wolf gods themselves. And the white-skinned woman straightened then and laughed, slowly turning to face the beast. Bent gathered his legs beneath him. The scarred nightmare of his muzzle peeled back, revealing misshapen, jagged fangs. And then someone stepped past him. Hood advanced on the fulcral assail, even as she was turning towards the dog. When she saw him, she cried out, took a step back. He closed. Her left fist snapped out, but he caught it one-handed, crushed both wrist bones. She screamed. The jaghut then reversed his grip on that wrist and added his other hand. With a savage lunge, he whirled her off her feet, slammed her body down on the stone. Yelping, the dog backed away. But Hood was not yet done with her. He swung her up again, spun, and once more hammered her onto the stone.
I have had...
The jaghut roared, and into the air she went again, and down once more.
Enough!
With a sob, the crushed, broken body was yanked from the ground again.
Of your justice!
As the stranger dropped the limp arm he still held, Bent crawled over to his master's side. He lay down, settling his heavy head across the man's chest. The stranger looked at him, but said nothing. Bent showed his teeth to make his claim clear. He is mine. The heavy thud of wings made Hood turn round, to see a Shigal assassin descend to the great altar. Half crouched, yet still towering over the jaghut, it regarded him with cold eyes. Hood glanced over at the heart of the crippled god. The Pure's ancestral chains were gone, destroyed with her own death. The heart was finally free, lying pulsing feebly in a pool of blood. The smaller dog arrived, rushing over to worry at the torn face of the fulcral assail. Grunting, Hood gestured towards the heart, and then turned away to stare out over the lands to the west. Beyond the fields heaped with corpses, beyond the armies now gathered, virtually motionless with exhaustion, and now figures were climbing the stairs. He heard the winged assassin lifting into the air, and he knew that the creature now clutched that pathetic heart. The Shigal's shadow slipped over the jaghut, and then he could see it, rising yet higher, winging towards the setting sun. Then his gaze fell once more, looking down on the devastation below. I once sat upon the throne of death. I once greeted all who must in the end surrender, with skeletal hands, with a face of skin and bone hidden in darkness. How many battlefields have I walked? Must I walk one more? But this time they are the ones who have left. Guardians of the gate, will you tell all these who come to you now that it all meant nothing? Or have you something to give them, something more than I ever could? Others had arrived. He heard the wailing of a woman in grief, and was reminded that there was, in truth, no sadder sound in all the worlds. Bitter Spring, Lera Epar of the Imas, lay propped up against cold bodies. Her wound had been bandaged, the flow of blood staunched. Around her the survivors were moving about, many simply wandering, while others stood motionless, heads lowered, scanning the ground for familiar faces. She saw her kin. She saw Sel Akai. She saw Kachain Chemal and Jaghut. And she watched Onostulan leaving them all, stumbling northward, onto the stretch of flat land edging the walled port city that had once been the capital of the Focral Assail Empire. None of the Imas called after him, none asked where he was going. He was the first sword, but so too was he a man. She tilted her head back, studied the procession up the scalded stone stairs of the spire. Prince Bryce Bedict, Aranict, Queen Abrastel, Spax of the Gilk Bargast, the priest-woman of the Kachain Chemal. The 11 remaining Jaghut were also making their way in that direction.
It is done, then. It must be done. There is peace now. It must be peace. What other name for this terrible silence?
More rain began to fall as the day's light slowly died, but this rain was pure and clear. She closed her eyes and let it rinse clean her face. Onos Tulan walked past the city, out onto a barren headland of gorse and heather. The day's light was fast fading, but he was indifferent to that, and the ground underfoot, which had been soaked in blood, was now slick with simple rain. The sun spread gold across the western horizon. And then, in the distance, he saw 3 figures, and Onos Tulan's eyes narrowed. Like him, they seemed to be wandering, like him, lost in the world. He drew closer. The sword in his right hand, thick with gore, but now showing its gleaming stone as the rain washed down its length, then fell to the ground, and he was running. His heart seemed to swell in his chest, seemed to grow too large for the bone cage holding it. When they saw him, he heard childish cries, and now they were rushing towards him, the girl not carrying the boy, winging ahead. All 3 were crying as they ran to meet him. He fell to his knees to take them into his arms. Words were tumbling from the twins, a savior, an all-warrior they had lost in the storm, a witch who had stolen them, their escape, and he had promised them he would find them. But he never did, and... Lifting his gaze, still facing into the north, Onos Tulan then saw something else. A vague shape that appeared to be sitting on the ground, curled over. He rose, the girls reaching up to take his arms, the boy clinging to one shin. And then he moved forward, taking them all with him. When the boy complained, Story picked him up in her arms. But Onos Tulan walked on, his steps coming faster and faster. It was not possible. It was... And then, once more, he was running. She must have heard his approach, for she looked up and then over and sat watching him rushing towards her. He almost fell against her, his arms wrapping tight round her, lifting her with his embrace. Hetan gasped.
Husband, I have missed you. I don't know where I am. I don't know what has happened.
Nothing has happened,
he whispered, as the children screamed behind them.
Onos, my toes.
What?
I have someone else's toes, husband. I swear it.
The children collided with them. In the distance ahead, on a faint rise of land, Onos Tulan saw a figure seated on a horse. The darkness was taking the vision, dissolving it before his eyes, and then he saw it raise one hand. Straightening, Onos Tulan did the same.
I see you, my brother. I see you.
When at last the light left the rise of land, the vision faded from his eyes. Chapter 24. I have heard voices thick with sorrow. I have seen faces crumble with grief. I have beheld broken men rise to stand, and witnessed women walk from small graves. Yet now you would speak of weakness, of failings worth nothing but scorn. You would show all the sides of your fear, brazen as trophies in the empty shell of conquest. But what have you won, when the night draws close to make stern your resolve among these shadows, when at last we are done with the world, when we neither stand nor fall nor wake from stillness, and the silent unknowing waits for us? I have heard my voice thick with sorrow. I have felt my face crumble with grief. I have broken and turned away from graves, and I have grasped tight this hand of weakness, and walked in the company of familiar failings. Scorn lies in the dust, and in the distance behind. Every trophy fades from sight. The night lies ahead, drawing me into its close. For when I am done with this world, in the unknowing I will listen for the silence, to await what is to come. And should you seek more, find me in this place before the rising dawn. Journey's Resolution, Fisher Keltath. Banascar remembered how she had stood, the sword in its scabbard lying on the map table before her. A single oil lamp had bled weak light and weaker shadows in the confines of the tent. The air was close and damp, and it settled on things like newborn skin. A short time earlier she had spoken to Lostari Yil with her back to that weapon, and Banascar did not know if Tavaret had used those words before, and the question of that gnawed at him in strange, mysterious ways. If they had been words oft repeated by the adjunct, then what tragic truths did that reveal about her? But if she'd not said them before, not ever, then why had he heard them as if they were echoes, rebounding from some place far away and long ago? Lostara had been to see Hanavat, to share in the gift of the son that had been born. The captain's eyes had been red from weeping, and Banascar understood the losses these women were now facing, the futures about to be torn away from them. He should not have been there. He should not have heard the adjunct speak. It is not enough to wish for a better world for the children. It is not enough to shield them with ease and comfort. Lostari Yil, if we do not sacrifice our own ease, our own comfort, to make the future's world a better one, then we curse our own children. We leave them a misery they do not deserve. We leave them a host of lessons unearned. I am no mother, but I need only look at Hanavat to find the strength I need. The words were seared into his memory. In the voice of a childless woman, they left him more shaken, more distraught than he perhaps would otherwise have been. Was this what they were fighting for? Only one among a host of reasons, surely. And in truth he could not quite see how this path they'd chosen could serve such aspirations. He did not doubt the nobility of the adjunct's motivations, nor even the raw compassion so driving her to seek what was, in most eyes, virtually impossible. But there was something else here, something still hidden. How many great compassions arose from a dark source, a private place of secret failings? After she had sent Lostara away, Tavaret had turned once more to the sword, and after a time Banascar had stirred from his seat on the war-gear chest, risen and walked to her side.
I have stopped running, adjunct.
She was silent, her eyes fixed on the weapon in its battered, scratched scabbard.
I wish to thank you for that. Proof, he added with a sour smile, of your gifts of achieving the impossible.
Priest, she said, the Chalmanaga, the snake, that was a manifestation of Derek, was it not? He found himself unable to meet her eyes, but managed a simple shrug.
I think so, for a time. Her children were lost, in her eyes anyway, and that made her just as lost, I suppose. Together they needed to find their way.
Those details do not interest me, she said, tone hardening. Banascar, tell me, what does she want? Why is she so determined to be here? Will she seek to oppose me?
Why would you think I have answers to those questions, adjunct?
Because she never left you either. She needed at least one of her worshippers to live on, and for some unknown reason she chose you. He wanted to sit down again, anywhere, maybe even on the floor.
Adjunct, it is said that a worm finding itself in a puddle of ale will get drunk and then drown. I've often thought about that, and I admit I've come to suspect that any puddle will do, and getting drunk has nothing to do with it. The damned things drown anyway, and yet, oddly enough, without any puddles the worms don't show up at all.
We have left the new lake behind us, priest. No one drowned, not even you.
They're just children now.
I know. Banascar sighed, nodded down at the sword.
She will protect it, adjunct.
He heard her breath catch, and then, but that might well kill her. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Are you certain of this, Demidrek?
Gods below, adjunct. Are you a student of theology as well? Teishren was...
As the last surviving priest of the Worm of Autumn, the honorific belongs to you, Banascar.
Fine, but where are the gold-stitched robes and the gaudy rings?
An aide entered behind them, coughed, and then said, "Adjunct, 3 horses are saddled and waiting outside." "Thank you." Suddenly Banascar was chilled, his hands cold and stiff, as if he'd left them in buckets of ice water.
Adjunct, we do not know if the heart will be freed. If you...
"They will succeed, Demidrek. Your own god clearly believes that."
Wrong.
She was startled to silence.
It's simpler than that, Adjunct.
Banascar went on, the words tasting of ashes.
The wreck doesn't care if the crippled god is whole or not. If he's little more than a gibbering fool, or a gutted body with a huge hole in his chest, it doesn't matter. Whatever you have of him, she wants it gone.
Then, her eyes narrowed.
Correct. Listen to her last, Demidrek, because he knows when his god has lost all faith.
"They won't fail,"
Tavaret whispered, eyes once more on the sword.
"And if the parish betray them, what then?"
But she was shaking her head. "You don't understand."
"All our putative allies, Adjunct. Are they strong enough, willful enough, stubborn enough? When the bodies start falling, when the blood starts flowing, listen to me, Tavaret. We have to weigh what we do, all that we do here, on the likelihood of their failing."
"I will not."
"Do you think I have no respect for Prince Bryce Benedict or Queen Abrastal? But, Adjunct, they are striking where Akrast Corverlane is at its strongest, where the most powerful of the Focral Assail will be found. Has it not once occurred to you that your allies won't be enough?"
But she was shaking her head, and Banascar felt a flash of fury.
"Will you be nothing more than a child? Hands over your ears because you don't like hearing what I have to say?"
"You do not yet understand, Demidrek, nor, it seems, does your god."
"So tell me then. Explain it to me. How in Hood's name can you be so sure?"
"The Kachane..."
"Adjunct, this is the last gasp of those damned lizards. It doesn't matter who seems to be commanding them either. The matron commands. The matron must command. If she sees too many of her children dying, she will withdraw. She has to, for the very survival of her kind."
"They are led by Gessler and Stormy, Banascar."
"Gods below! Just how much faith have you placed in the efforts of 2 demoted Marines?"
She met his eyes unflinching. "All that I need to. Now you have indulged your moment of doubt, I trust. It is time to leave." He studied her for a moment longer, and then felt the tension draining from him, managed a lopsided smile.
"I am Demidrek to the Worm of Autumn, Adjunct. Perhaps she hears you through me. Perhaps in the end we can teach Drek a lesson in faith."
"Better," she snapped, picking up the sword. They stepped outside. The 3 horses were waiting, 2 saddles as yet unfilled. Slouched in the third one, Banascar looked up, nodded in greeting.
"Captain?"
"Priest," Fiddler replied. He and the adjunct swiftly mounted up, the scrawny animals shifting beneath them, and then the 3 of them swung away, rode out from the Malazan encampment on the grassy plain, riding northwest. There had been few words on that journey. They rode through the night, alternating between canter and trot. The western horizon was lit on occasion with lurid lightning. The flashes stained red, but overhead the jade strangers commanded the night sky, bright enough to expunge the stars, and the rolling grasslands around them bore a hue of healthy green the day's light would reveal as false. There had been no rain in this place for years, and the hoofs of their horses kicked up broken blades of grass like scythes. When they came in sight of a lone rise that dominated all the others, the adjunct angled her horse towards it. The lesser hills they crossed as they drew closer all bore signs of ancient camps, boulders left in ragged rings to mark where the sides of teepees had been anchored down. 1,000 paces to the northwest the land dropped down into a broad, shallow valley, and its far slope was marked by long, curving stretches of rocks and boulders, forming lines, blinds, and runs for herd beasts now long gone, as vanished as the hunters who had preyed upon them. Banascar could feel the desolation of this place, like an itch under his skin, a crawling unease of mortality.
It all passes. All our ways of doing things, seeing things, all these lost ways of living. And yet, could I step back into that age, could I stand unseen among these people, I would be no different inside. Gods, could I explain this even to myself, I might someday make a claim to wisdom. Our worlds are so small. They only feel endless because our minds can gather thousands of them all at once. But if we stop moving, if we hold to one place, if we draw breath and look around, each one is the same, barring a few details. Lost ages are neither more nor less profound than the one we live in right now. We think it's all some kind of forward momentum, endless leaving behind and reaching towards. But the truth is, wherever we find ourselves, with all its shiny gifts, we do little more than walk in circles. The thought makes me want to weep.
They drew rein at the base of the hill. The sides were uneven, with projections of rust-stained bedrock pushing up through the thin skin of earth, the stone cracked and fissured by untold centuries of frost and heat. Closer to the summit was a crowded chaos of yellow-white dolomite boulders, their softer surfaces pecked and carved with otherworldly scenes and geometric patterns. Spikewood and some kind of prairie rose bushes, skeletal now and threatening with thorns, filled the spaces between the boulders. The adjunct dismounted, drawing off her leather gloves. "Captain?"
"Aye,"
he replied. "It will do." When Fiddler slipped down from his horse, Banascar followed suit. The adjunct in the lead, they ascended the hillside. Now closer to the rotted outcrops, Banascar saw bleached fragments of human bone trapped in cracks and crevasses, or heaped on ledges and in niches. On the narrow, winding tracks between the upthrust bedrock, his boots crunched on beads made from polished nuts, and the ground was littered with the withered remnants of woven baskets. Reaching the summit, they saw that the dolomite boulders formed a rough ring, perhaps 10 paces across, with the center area more or less level. When the adjunct walked between 2 boulders and stepped into the clearing, her lead boot skidded, and she lurched back. Righting herself, she looked down, and then crouched to pick something up. Banascar reached her side. She was holding a spear point made from chipped flint, almost dagger length, and the priest now saw that the entire stretch of level ground was carpeted in thousands of similar spear points.
"Left here, all unbroken,"
muttered Banascar as Fiddler joined them.
"Why, I wonder?"
The captain grunted. "Never could figure out holy sites. Still, those tools are beautifully made. Even an Imas would be impressed."
"Here is my guess," Banascar said. "They discovered the technology that was too successful. Ended up killing every animal they saw until none were left. Why? Because we are all equally stupid. Just as short-sighted, 20,000 years ago or tomorrow makes no difference. And the seduction of slaughter is like a fever. When they finally realized what they'd done, when they all began starving, they blamed their tools. And yet," he glanced across at Fiddler, "even to this day we think efficiency's a good thing." Fiddler sighed. "I sometimes think we only invented war when we ran out of animals to kill." Dropping the spear point, it broke in half when it struck the lair of its kin. The adjunct stepped forward. Stone snapped with every stride. When she was at the very center, she turned to face them. "This is not a matter of sacredness," she said. "There is nothing worth worshipping in this place, except perhaps a past that can never again exist, and the name for that is nostalgia. I'm not a believer in innocence, either." "Then why here?"
Banascar asked, but it was Fiddler who answered. "Because it is defendable, priest." "Demidrek?" Tavaret asked, one hand now on the grip of her sword. He looked round, stepped over to see one of the dolomite boulders. Swirling patterns, grooves flowing like hair. Demonic, vaguely human figures, faces composed of staring eyes and open mouths filled with sharp teeth. He sighed, looked back at the adjunct, and then nodded.
"She can, I don't know, Wrap herself round the base of this hill like a dragon worm of legend, I suppose.
To what end, Demidrek?
Containment.
For how long?
Until she dies.
He shrugged. He saw her studying him for a moment longer, and then the adjunct Tavare drew out her Otatarl sword. The rust-coloured blade seemed to blaze in Banaskar's eyes, and he staggered back a step. Nearby, Fiddler swore under his breath.
Adjunct, it's awake. And, whispered Banaskar, it shall summon.
Tavare kicked a space clear on the ground with one boot, and then set the sword's tip against the earth. She pushed down, using all of her weight. The blade slid, as if through sand, down to half its length. Stepping back, the adjunct seemed to reel. Banaskar and Fiddler reached her at the same time, taking her weight.
Gods, there is so little left of her, bones and skin.
She slumped unconscious in their arms. Here, grunted Fiddler, let's drag her back. Find somewhere clear.
No, said Banaskar. I will carry her down to the horses.
Right, I'll go ahead. Get her some water. Banaskar had picked Tavare up.
Fiddler.
Aye, he growled, like a starved child under that armor. When she comes round, priest, we're making her eat. The soldier might as well have said, we're laying siege to the moon, and been absolutely convinced that he would do just that, and then take the damned thing down in ruin and flames.
It's how a soldier thinks. At least this one, this damned marine.
Saying nothing, he followed Fiddler down the narrow, twisting track. She had been laid down on a threadbare saddle blanket. Banaskar had unstrapped and removed her helm, and rested her head on the worn saddle they'd pulled from the adjunct's horse. Off to one side, Fiddler was splintering wood and building a small fire. Taking a water skin, the priest soaked a bundle of bandages from the sapper's kit bag and began tenderly wiping the sweat and grime from Tavare's brow and those so plain features. With her eyes closed, he saw the child she had once been, serious, determined, impatient to grow up. But the face was gaunter than it should have been, too old, too worn down. He brushed tendrils of damp, lank hair from her forehead, then glanced over at Fiddler.
Is it just exhaustion, do you? Gods below, Fiddler!
The man was breaking up his deck of dragons, using his knife to split each card. He paused, looked across at the priest. She's getting a cooked meal. Banaskar watched as the sapper fed the splinters into the fire. The paints filled the flames with strange colors.
You don't expect to survive, do you?
Even if I do, I'm done with this. All of it.
You couldn't retire from soldiering even if you wanted to.
Really? Just watch me.
What will you do? Buy a farm? Start growing vegetables?
Gods, no. Too much work. Never could figure out soldiers saying they'd do that once they buried their swords. Earth grows what it wants to grow. Spending the rest of your life fighting it is just another damned war.
Right then. Get drunk. Tell old stories in some foul tavern.
Like you was doing back in Malaz City? Banaskar's smile was wry.
I was about to advise against it, Captain. Maybe it sounds good from here, being able to live every moment without purpose, emptied of all pressure. But take it from me, you do just as well topping yourself. It's quicker and probably a lot less miserable.
Fiddler poured some water into a pot and then set it on the flames. He began dropping shreds of dried meat into it.
Nah,
nothing so wasteful. Thought I'd take up fishing.
Never figured you for a man of the seas.
You mean like in a boat with lines and nets, out on the waves and o'er the deeps? No, not that kind of fishing, priest. Sounds like work to me, and dangerous besides. No, I'll stay ashore. I'm thinking hobby, not livelihood. Glancing down at Tavare's lined face, Banaskar sighed.
We should all live a life of hobbies, doing only what gives us pleasure, only what rewards us in secret, private ways.
Wise words, priest. You're just filled with surprises tonight, aren't you? When Banaskar shot the man a look, he saw his faint grin and the tension eased out from him. He grunted.
I went into the priesthood looking for wisdom, and only then did I realize I'd gone in precisely the wrong direction.
Piety not all it's made out to be, then?
Is soldiering, fiddler?
The man slowly settled back, stirring with his knife blade. Had a friend once. Tried warning an eager little boy away from the soldier's life.
And did your friend succeed?
Doesn't matter if he did or didn't. That's not the point.
So what is the point, then?
You can't steer anyone away from the path they're going to take. You can show 'em that there's plenty of other paths. You can do that much. But past that, they'll go where they go.
Your friend should have scared that boy rigid. That might have worked.
Fiddler shook his head. Can't feel someone else's terror either, Banascar. We only know terror for what it is when it looks us dead in the eye. There was a sigh from Tavare, and the priest looked down.
You fainted, adjunct.
The sword.
It's done.
She struggled to sit up. Then we must leave. We will, adjunct, Fiddler said, but first we eat. Tavare pushed Banascar's hands away and struggled upright.
You damned fool! Do you know who that sword is summoning?
Aye, just burned that card, as it happens. Banascar almost felt the adjunct's shock, like a jolt of sparks snapping through the air between them. The priest snorted.
You've gone and made her speechless, sapper.
Good. Can't eat and talk at the same time. Come over here, adjunct, else me and the priest will have to hold you and force this stew down your throat. Won't do any good if you go and collapse at the wrong moment, will it?
You should not have done that, Fiddler.
Relax, the man replied, tapping his satchel. Saved one house, the only one that means anything to us now.
Ours is a house still divided, Captain.
The king in chains? Never mind him. The fool's too busy undermining the throne he happens to be sitting on, and the knight is with us.
Are you certain?
I am. Be at ease on that count.
When that god manifests, Fiddler, it will be upon a battlefield. Thousands of souls will feed its shaping. We are speaking of a god of war. When it comes, it could well fill half the sky.
Fiddler glanced across at Banascar, and then he shrugged. Beware the vow of a Toblakai. And then, with a half-smile, he filled a tin bowl with stew and handed it up to the adjunct. Eat, dear consort. The rest are with us. Reaver, Fool, the Seven, Leper. And his gaze fell for a moment with that title, before he looked back up, grinned over at Banascar. Cripple.
Cripple? Oh, well, yes. Been staring me in the face all this time, I suppose. Been thinking it was terror, that old mirror reflection. And surprise, it was.
While they ate, Banascar's memories wandered back to the moment in her tent and her words with Lostara, and all that followed.
Children, gather close. Your mother's days are fraught now. She needs you. She needs us all.
Glancing up, he saw Tavare studying him. Banascar, was it you who removed my helm, wiped down my face and combed through my hair? His gaze dropped.
Yes, adjunct.
She made an odd sound and then said, I am sorry. I must have looked a mess.
Oh, Tavare.
Fiddler rose suddenly and said in a gruff voice, I'll saddle your horse, adjunct. Hedge watched as the three riders rode back into the camp.
A verdict. Distribute the munitions.
The alchemist turned and in a startled voice asked, All of them?
All of them. And get 'em kitted out. Water, a little food, armor and weapons, and nothing else.
I'll go talk to the sergeants. Nodding, Hedge set off. He found Fiddler on foot, just outside the adjunct's tent. The man was alone, standing looking down at the ground.
We're coming with you,
Hedge said. Fiddler looked up, scowled. No, you're not.
The bridge burners are coming with you. Nothing you can do about it.
It's all over with, Hedge. Just leave it alone. And he turned away. But Hedge reached out, pulled the man round.
I already asked the adjunct. I did it last night, once I figured out what was going on. You need me there, Fiddler. You just don't know it yet. You don't know the half of it, but you'll just have to trust me on this. You need me there.
Fiddler stepped close, his face dark. Why? Why the fuck do I? Passing soldiers paused, turned to stare.
You just do. If you don't, I swear this, Fid, I swear it, you'll spend the rest of your days poisoned with regret. Listen to me. It's not only us, can't you see that? You need the bridge burners.
Fiddler pushed him back with both hands, staggering Hedge.
They're not bridge burners. It's not just a fucking name. You can't just pick up any old useless fools and call them bridge burners. Why not? Hedge retorted. It's what we were, wasn't it, at the beginning? Young and wide-eyed, stupid, and wanting to be better than we were.
He waved an arm to take in the camp.
No different from these bone hunters. Don't you see that? Don't follow me. You're not listening. I went through, I came back. I have no choice, damn you.
There were tears glistening in Fiddler's eyes.
Just don't.
Hedge shook his head.
I told you. No choice. None at all.
When Fiddler pushed past him, Hedge let him go. He looked round, scowled.
It's almost noon. Go eat something, you slack-jawed bastards.
Then he headed back for his company's camp. Fiddler cut between two staff tents and made it halfway down before he stopped and slowly sank to one knee, his hands over his face. As tears broke loose, shudders drove through him, wave upon wave.
We're going to die. Can't he see that? I can't lose him again. I just can't.
He could still feel Hedge's shoulders where he'd pushed him, and see the hurt look on the man's face.
No, don't.
His hands stung, his hands burned. He balled them into fists, head hanging, forcing himself to draw deep breaths, forcing all the rawness away, and with it the terrible anguish that threatened to break him, crush him down. He needed to go to his soldiers now. The sergeants would have them ready, waiting, Marines and heavies, the last of both. One more thing to do, and then we'll be done. All of it, finished. God's Hedge, we should have died in the tunnels. So much easier, so much quicker. No time to grieve, no time for the scars to get so thick it's almost impossible to feel anything at all. And then you showed up and tore them all open again. Whiskey Jack, Callum, Trots, they're gone. Why didn't you stay there with them? Why couldn't you just have waited for me? Still the tears streamed down his face, soaking his beard. He could barely see the matted dead grasses beneath him. End this. One more thing to do. They'll try and stop us. They have to. We need to be ready for them. I need to be a captain, the one in charge, the one to tell my soldiers where to die. Wiping at his face, he slowly straightened. Gods, he muttered. First the adjunct, and now this. He sighed. Let's just call it a bad day and be done with it. Ready, Fid? Ready for them? You'd better be. He set out. There was glory in pissing, Korab decided, as he watched the stream curve out and make that familiar but unique sound as it hit the ground. Doesn't look like you need both hands for that, Smiles observed from where she sat nearby. Today I shall even look upon you with sympathy, he replied, finishing up and then spitting on his hands to clean them. Sympathy? What am I, a lame dog? Sitting leaning against his pack, Bottle laughed, earning a dark look from Smiles. We are going somewhere to fight, Korab said, turning to face her and the others sitting on the ground beyond. Today, you are all my family. Explains the sympathy, Korik muttered. And I will stand at your side, Korik of the city, Korab said. Smiles snorted. To what? Keep him from running? No, because this time he will stand with us. He will be a soldier again. There was a long moment of silence from the gathered squad, and then Korik rose and walked a short distance away. There's demons crouched in his brain, Cuttle said under his breath. All that whispering must be driving him mad. Here comes the sergeant, Korab said. It's time. He went to his kit bag, checked the straps once again, picking up the crossbow and admiring it for a moment before tying it on to the satchel. He recounted the quarrels and was satisfied to find that they still numbered 12. Load up, Tar said when he arrived. We're headed northwest.
That's damn near back the way we came, said Smiles. How far? If I even come within sight of that desert, I'll slit my own throat. It's a big lake now, Smiles, Bottle pointed out. Tar said, Should be there by noon tomorrow, or so the captain says. Take food for 2 days, and as much water as you can carry. Corab scratched at the beard covering his jaw. Sergeant, the regulars are getting ready to break camp, too. They're going east, Corporal. When do we rendezvous? But the sergeant's only reply was a sharp glance, and then he went to his own gear. Smiles edged up close to Corab. Should have used that thing for more than just pissing, Corporal, and now it's too late. Oh, I get it. We're not coming back. Then we march to glory. Hood's breath, Smiles sighed. But he caught a look on her face, quickly hidden. She is afraid. She is so young. And you, Smiles, shall stand on my other side. Did she almost sag towards him then? He could not be sure, and she kept her face down, turned away as she worked on her satchel. You have let your hair grow long, he said. It makes you almost pretty. Cuttle edged close. You really don't know when to keep your mouth shut, do you, Corab? Form up, Tar said. We're in the lead to start. Cuttle met his sergeant's eyes and gave a faint nod. Tar turned and looked ahead to where Fiddler waited. The captain looked ill, but he held Tar's gaze without expression, and then Fiddler swung round and set off. Their march would take them through the entire camp of regulars, down the central, widest avenue between the uneven rows of tents, awnings, and blinds. The sapper looked up at the sky, then back down again. Those blazing slashes seemed closer than ever, unnerving him. Cuttle waved the others in their squad forward, then glanced back to see Baum leading his own soldiers, and beyond them Sergeant Erb, and then the rest of them, Hellion, Badan Gruck, Sinter, Gauntai, and the heavies falling in wherever they felt like it. He stepped in behind Shortnose. The man had a way of wandering off, as if forgetting which squad he'd joined, but now he was here, trudging along under a massive bundle of rolled chain armor, weapons, and shield. The heavy had tied a Naruk finger bone to his beard, and it made a thumping sound on his chest as he walked. His maimed shield hand was bound up in leather straps. As they walked, the regulars to either side began converging ahead, as if to line their route, as if to watch in that hood-damned silence of theirs as the Marines and heavies passed. His unease deepened. Not a word from them, not a thing, as if we're strangers. As the troop approached the broad avenue, the only sound came from their marching, the hard impact of their boots and the clatter of equipment, and through his growing anger, Cuttle had an uncanny sensation of walking through an army of ghosts as the regulars drew up on either side. He didn't see a single youthful face among all the onlookers. And not a nod, not even a tilt of a head. But we look just as old and ruined, don't we? What are they seeing? What are they thinking? Tavaret, I don't envy you, these soldiers. I can't read them at all. Do they understand? Have they worked it out yet? They're heading east, to block the army the Assail are sending after us, to buy us the time we need. But if they can't do it, if they can't slow the bastards down, it's all lost. This whole damned thing falls apart. You're headed for a fight, and we won't be there for you, any of you. No fist of heavies, no knots of Marines in a line. So if that's a look of betrayal in your faces, if you think all this is about abandoning all of you, then hood take me. The thought ended abruptly, and Cuttle's growing anger simply disintegrated. The regulars began saluting, fists to their chests, standing at attention in suddenly perfect rows to either side. The few muttered conversations among the Marines and heavies fell off, and suddenly the silence became oppressive in an entirely different way. Cuttle felt more than heard the company's footfalls slipping into cadence, and in the squad directly in front of him he now saw the soldiers edging into paired rows behind Captain Fiddler, with Corab and Tar in the lead, Smiles and Corik behind them, followed by Bottle and Shortnose. You just had to be uneven, growled Baum in a low voice as he came up on his right. Then drop back, and shake this out all over again. Can't even remember the last time I found myself on a parade. No, we just hold this sapper, and hope to hood no one trips over their own hood-damned feet. Wasn't expecting this. I hate it. I feel sick. Where are we going again? Stop panicking, Sergeant. And who in the white jackal's name are you, soldier?
Cuttle sighed.
Just march, Sergeant. Once we get through this, we can relax again. Promise.
We getting medals or something?
No, this is something else. This is what the adjutant said wouldn't happen. Look at these regulars. They're witnessing us.
Did you see this?
Kisware asked. Cinta kept staring straight ahead, but she frowned.
What do you mean? Your visions. Did you see any of this? And what about what's coming? What about tomorrow or the next day? It's not like that.
Her sister sighed.
Funny. I can see what's coming. Right through to the very end. No, you can't. That's just fear talking. And it's got a lot to say. Just leave it, Kisware. No, I won't. Tell me about a vision of the future, with us in it. Here's mine. You've got a baby on your hip, with a boy running ahead. It's the morning walk down to the Imperial School, the one they were building before we left. And I got a girl who looks just like me, but wild, a demon in disguise. We're exhausted, in the way of all mothers, and I'm getting fat. We brag about the runts, complain about our husbands, bitch at how tired we are. It's hot, the flies are out, and the air smells of rotted vegetables. Husbands. When are they going to finish fixing the roof? That's what we want to know, when instead of doing something useful, the lazy bastards spend all day lying in the shade picking their noses. And then, if that's not... Stop it, Kisware.
To Cinta's astonishment, her sister fell silent.
Was that the first time? Must have been. Sorrido, the miller's boy. I'd woken up that morning with tits. We went behind the old custom house annex, on that burnt stubble where they'd toasted an infestation of spiders only a few days before, and I lifted up my shirt and showed them off. What was that boy's name? Rilt? Rallit? His eyes got huge. I'd stolen a flask from the house. Peach brandy. You could set your breath on fire with that stuff. I figured he needed loosening up. Hood knows I did. So we drank and he played with them. I had to fight him to get his cock out. And that was the first time. Wish there'd been 1,000 more, but it didn't work out that way. He was killed a year later in his father's shop. Some rushed order on ship fittings. Rumours of another crackdown on Kartuli pirates because the Malazan overlords were losing revenues or something. They weren't pirates. That's just a name for people being obvious about theft. There could have been other boys, dozens of them. But who wants to lie down on the ground on an island crawling with deadly spiders? Rallit or Ralt or whatever your name was, I'm glad we fucked before you died. I'm glad you had at least that. It's not fair how the years just vanish.
I love you, Hellion. How hard could it be to just say those words? But even thinking them made Erb's jaw tighten as if bound in wire. Sudden sweat under his armor, a thudding heart, a sickening sensation of nausea in his throat. She had never looked better. No, she was beautiful. Why wasn't he the drunk? Then he could blather out all he wanted to say in that shameless way drunks had. But why would she want him then, unless she was just as drunk? But she wasn't anything like that now. Her eyes were clear, and they never rested, as if she was finally seeing things, and all that slackness was gone from her face, and she could probably have any man she wanted now, so why bother looking at him? He kept his gaze ahead, trying not to notice all these regular soldiers with their salutes. Better to pretend they weren't even there, weren't paying them any attention, and they could walk out of this army, off to do whatever it was that needed doing, and no one needed to notice anything. Attention made him nervous, when the only attention he really wanted was from her. But if she gave it to him, he'd probably fall to pieces. I'd like to make love, just once, before I die. I'd like to hold her in my arms and feel as if the world's just slid and shifted into its proper shape, making everything perfect. And I could see all of that, right there in her eyes. And looking up, I'd see all these soldiers saluting me. No, that's not right. Don't look up, Erb. Listen to yourself.
Idiot.
Widdershins found that he was walking beside Throatslitter. He'd not expected an actual military march, and already his bare feet inside his worn boots were raw. He'd always hated having to throw his heels down with every step, feeling the shocks shooting up his spine, and having to lift his knees higher than usual was wearing him out. He could see the end ahead, the edge of the damned camp. Once out of sight of these wretched regulars going all formal on them, they could relax again. He'd happily forgotten all this shit, those first months of training before he'd managed to slip across into the Marines, where discipline didn't mean striding in cadence and throwing the shoulders back and all that rubbish, where it meant doing your job and not wasting time on anything else. He remembered the first officers he'd encountered, bitching about companies like the bridge burners.
Sloppy, slouching slackers. Couldn't get 'em to stand in a straight line if their lives depended on it, and as likely to slit their officers' throats as take an order.
Well, not quite. If it was a good order, a smart order, they'd step up smart. If it was a stupid order, an order that would see soldiers die for no good reason, well, the choice was not doing it and getting hammered for insubordination or quietly arranging a tragic battlefield casualty. Maybe the bridge burners had been the worst of the lot, but they'd also been the best, too. No, Widdershins liked being a Marine, a bone hunter in the tradition of their unruly predecessors. At least it had put an end to this kind of marching. His heels were already bloody in his boots. Dead Smell didn't want to say goodbye, not to anyone, not even Throatslitter limping one row ahead of him, whom with a choice comment or two he could make yelp that laugh, like squeezing a duck, always entertaining, seeing people flinch on hearing it, and Dead Smell could do it over and over again. It had been a while since he'd last heard it, but now was not the time, not with all these regulars on either side. All these men and women saying goodbye to us. The bone hunters were in their last days. This tortured army could finally see the end of things, and it seemed to have come up on them fast, unexpected, appallingly close. But no, we marched across half a world. We chased a whirlwind. We walked out of a burning city. We stood against our own in Malaz City. We took down the Lethri Empire, held off the Naruk. We crossed a desert that couldn't be crossed. Now I know how the bridge burners must have felt, as the last of them was torn down, crushed underfoot, all that history vanishing, soaking red into the earth. Back home in the Empire, we're already lost. Just one more army struck off the ledgers. And this is how things pass, how things simply go away. We've gone and marched ourselves off the edge of the world. I don't want to say goodbye, and I want to hear Throatslitter's manic laugh. I want to hear it again and again, and forevermore. Hedge had drawn up his bridge burners just outside the northwest edge of the encampment. Waiting for the Marines and heavies to appear, he scanned his collection of soldiers. They were loaded down, almost groaning beneath the weight of their gear. Way too many kittens. Sergeant Rumjugs caught his eye, and he nodded. She moved up to position herself at his side as he turned to face the bone hunter camp.
Ever seen the like, sir? Who do you think gave the command for that? Maybe the adjunct herself?
Hedge shook his head.
No command, Sergeant. This came from somewhere else, from the regulars themselves, rank and file and all that. I admit it, I didn't think they had this in them.
Sir, we heard rumours about the Marines and heavies, that maybe they won't want us with them.
Doesn't matter, Sergeant. When it comes right down to it, we don't even take orders from the adjunct.
But didn't she—
I lied, Hedge said. I ain't talked to nobody. This is my decision.
He glanced over at her.
Got a problem with that, Sergeant?
But she was grinning. Hedge studied her.
You find that funny, do you? Why?
She shrugged.
Sir, we heard rumours, other ones, about us not being real bridge burners, but you just proved 'em wrong, didn't you? We don't belong to nobody, only to each other and to you, sir. You lied! Ha!
Behind them, Sweetlard said,
Last night I took a man to bed for free, sir, and you know why? When he asked me how old I was, and I said 26, he believed me. Lies are sweet, ain't they?
Here they come,
said Hedge. Fiddler had appeared, leading his troops out from the camp. Even from this distance, Hedge could see the faces of the Marines and heavies, sickly, grim. They'd not been expecting any sort of send-off.
And they don't know what to do with it. Did Fiddler throw a salute back? No, he wouldn't have. Fid, I see you. You're as bad off as the rest of 'em, like you're headed for the executioner. Us soldiers only got one kind of coin worth anything, and it's called respect. And we hoard it, we hide it away, and there ain't nobody who'd call us generous. Easy spenders we're not. But there's something feels even worse than having to give up a coin. It's when somebody steps up and tosses one back at us. We get antsy, we look away, and part of us feels like breaking inside, and we get down on ourselves, and outsiders don't understand that. They think we should smile and wave or stand proud. But we don't want to do anything of the sort, even when we're made to. It's because of all the friends we left behind on all those battlefields, because we know that they're the ones deserving of all that respect. We could sit on a king's hoard of those coins and still stay blind to all of them, because some riches stick in the throat and choke us going down. When he saw Fiddler look up and see him, Hedge strode over. Don't do this, Fid. Do what? I told you. Not that. You hold your company now. You form 'em up facing those regulars. You're captain now, and they're looking to you. It's the coin, Fiddler. You got to give it back. The captain stared at Hedge for a long moment. Didn't think it'd be this hard. So you thought to just run away? Fiddler shook his head. No, I didn't know what to do. Wasn't sure what they wanted. Cocking his head, Hedge said, You're not convinced they're worth it, are you? The captain was silent. Hedge shook his head. We ain't made for this, you and me, Fid. We're sappers. When I get in trouble on all this stuff, I just think, what would Whiskey Jack do? Listen, you need those regulars to stand up. You need them to buy you the time needed. You need them to buy it with their own blood, their own lives. It don't matter if you think they've not earned a damn thing. You've got to give the coin back. When Fiddler still hesitated, Hedge swung round and gestured to his bridge burners, then turned back. We're forming up, Fid, faces to the camp. You just gonna stand there with all your Marines and heavies mobbing up and not knowing where to fucking look? No, Fiddler replied in a thick voice. Hedge, I think I just faltered a step, that's all. Better now than a few days from now, eh? As Hedge moved to join his squads, Fiddler called out, Wait! He turned back. What now? Something else everyone needs to see, I think. And Fiddler stepped forward and held out his hand. Hedge eyed it. You think that's enough? Start there, idiot. Smiling, Hedge grasped that forearm, and Fiddler pulled him into a hard embrace. Badal stood atop a wagon, Sadik at her side, watching the scene at the edge of camp.
What's happening, Badal?
Sadik asked.
Wounds take time to heal,
she replied, watching the two men embracing, feeling a vast tension seem to drain away on all sides.
Are they lovers? Brothers,
she said.
The one with the red beard. You called him father, Badal. Why? It's what being a soldier is all about. That is what I have seen since we found them. You do not choose your family, and sometimes there's trouble in that family, but you don't choose. But they did. They chose to be soldiers. And then they come face to face with death, Sadik. That is the blood tie, and it makes a knot not even dying can cut. And that is why the others are saluting. Soon, she said, very soon, we are going to see this family awaken to anger. But Mother is sending those ones away. Will we ever see them again? It's easy, Sadik, she said. Just close your eyes.
Walking slowly, Paws made his way to the edge of the camp so that he could look out on the Marines and heavies, who were now forming up to face the regulars. He looked round for the adjunct but could not see her, nor was Fist Blistig anywhere in sight. The man who tried to murder me. There is nothing more dangerous than a man without a sense of humour. As Fiddler and Hedge drew apart and headed for their respective companies, Paradan Sort came up alongside Paws, and then, on his other side, Fist Kindly. Paws sighed.
Fists, was all this by your command?
I was barking orders when they just stood up and left me standing there, said Faradan Sort. They're as bad as Marines, these regulars.
We will see if that's true soon enough, kindly said. Master Sergeant Lieutenant Pors, are you recovered? Some additional healing proved possible once we were away from the desert. As you see, sir, I'm up and about. It is your innate laziness that still needs addressing.
Yes, sir.
Are you agreeing with me, Master Sergeant Lieutenant Pors?
I always agree with you, sir. Oh, enough, you two, Faradan Sort said. We're about to be saluted. All the regulars had drawn to this side of the camp and stood in an uneven mass. There was an ease to all of this that Pors found peculiar, as if the entire structure of the military, in all its rigidity and inane affectation, had ceased to be relevant. The regulars no longer held their own salute, and now stood watching, for all the world like a crowd drawn down to the docks to see a fleet's departure from the bay, while Captain Fiddler moved out to stand in front of his Marines, facing them all. He lifted his hand in a salute, held it for a moment as his soldiers did the same, and then let the hand fall. And that was it. No answering gesture from the regulars. Pors grunted.
It's the old coin thing, isn't it?
Indeed, replied kindly in a rough voice.
He cleared his throat and said, That tradition was born on the Seti plain from the endless internecine warfare among the horse clans. Honest scraps ended in an exchange of trophy coins.
He was silent for a few breaths, and then he sighed.
Seti combs are works of art, antler and horn polished to a luster.
I feel another bout of laziness coming on, sir. Isn't it time you ordered me to do something? Blinking kindly faced Pors, then shocked him with a hand on his shoulder.
Not today.
And he walked back into camp. Faradan Sort remained at his side for a moment longer. If he had a son to choose, Pors...
I've already been disowned once, Fist, and regardless of what you might think, I'm not a glutton for punishment.
She studied him. He was saying goodbye.
I know what it was,
Pors snapped, wincing as he turned too quickly away. When she reached to take his arm, he waved her off. Both gestures made his chest hurt, but that was the kind of pain he welcomed these days, keeping the other kind at bay. Forgot to thank him. Dead smell, and now it's too late. And now kindly goes all soft on me. Where's the fun in that? Go back to your wagon, Faradan Sort said. I'll detail 3 squads for the harness.
No heavies now.
Better make it 4, Fist. It is my understanding, she replied, that we do not have far to go today. Despite himself, he glanced over at her.
Really? Has she announced our destination, then?
She has.
And?
She looked across at him. We're looking for a suitable field of battle.
Pors thought about that for a few moments. So they know we're here?
Yes, Lieutenant, and they are marching to meet us. He looked to the departing column of Marines and heavies.
Then, where are they going? This is what I get for lying half dead for days and then spoon-feeding old Shorthand, waiting for a word from him. Just one word, something more than just staring into space. That's not a proper way for a man to end his days. And now I don't know what the hood's going on. Me, of all people.
The camp was breaking up behind him. Everything coming down for the march was barely a single word spoken. He'd never known an army as quiet as this one.
Fist?
Yes?
Will they fight?
She stepped close, her eyes cold as ice. You don't ask that kind of question, Pors. Not another word. Am I understood?
Aye, Fist. I just don't want to be the only one unsheathing my sword, that's all.
You're in no condition for that.
That detail hardly matters, Fist.
Making a face, she turned away. I suppose not. Pors watched her head back into the camp.
Besides, I might need that sword if Blistig gets close. It's not like he'll be of any use in the scrap, the very opposite, in fact. But I'll choose the perfect moment. It's all down to timing. All of life is down to timing. And that was always my talent, wasn't it? I'm mostly a nice guy, made a career of avoiding blood and fighting and all the unpleasant stuff. The challenge was pulling that off while being in an army, but not as hard as it sounds. No matter. It's not as if I'm afraid of war. It's the chaos I don't like. Kindly's combs.
Now, you see, those I do understand. That man I understand, through and through, and being his one unruly comb, why, how perfect was that? Mostly a nice guy, like I said, but Blistig tried killing me for a few empty casks. I don't feel like being nice any more.
Adjunct wishes to see you, Fist,
said Lostara Yill. Blistig glanced up, saw the look in her eyes, and decided to ignore it. Grunting, he straightened from where he had been sitting amidst discarded equipment. He followed the woman through the camp, paying little attention to the preparations going on around them. These regulars were good at going through all the motions. They'd done enough of it, after all, and had probably walked more leagues since forming up than most people did in a lifetime. But that didn't add any notches on the scabbard, did it? For all their professionalism, suddenly rediscovered since the blood for water miracle, and not just rediscovered, but reinvented with a discipline so zealous it bordered on the obsessive, these regulars looked fragile to Blistig. They would melt away before the enemy at the first hint of pressure. He'd seen them lining the route taken by the Marines and heavies. He'd seen their pathetic salutes. Good for gestures now, these soldiers, but their faces were empty. They had the look of the dead, every man, every woman. When Lostara reached the entrance to the adjunct's tent, she halted, gesturing him inside. He moved past her, stepped within. Only the front chamber remained standing. The back end of the tent was already unstaked and hanging in a thick creased wall behind Tavaret, who stood facing him. There was no one else present, not even that smirking priest, and Lostara Yill had not followed him in.
"What is it, adjunct? I have troops to oversee if you want us up and on the way before noon."
Fist Blistig, I am placing you in command of the centre. You will have Fist Kindly on your right and Fist Feridan Sort on your left. War Leader Gaul will hold the Kundril in reserve, along with the skirmishers and archers.
He stared at her, dumbfounded.
"You are describing the presentation for battle," he said. "But there won't be any battle. It will be a rout. We will face Forkrul Assail, and you've gone and given up your sword. Their sorcery will overwhelm us."
Her eyes held on his, unwavering.
You will hold the centre, Fist. That is your only task in the upcoming engagement. You will be attacked by normal soldiers, Kolansi, a conventional army. Expect them to be highly disciplined and well-trained. If there are heavy infantry among the enemy, then you can be certain that they will strike for your position. You will not yield a single step, is that understood? Blistig drew off his helmet, contemplated throwing it at the woman standing opposite him. Instead, he clawed a hand through his thinning hair.
"I could kill her right now here in this tent. But she bought their souls again, didn't she? I'd never get away alive. Better to wait, find a more perfect moment. But then who am I trying to fool? Put me there, adjunct, and I'll take a knife to the back before the Kalansi even crest the horizon."
There was a look in her eyes that made him wonder if she'd seen right through to his thoughts, if she knew how close she was to being murdered and simply did not care enough to feel fear.
Fist, I was advised when in Aran to leave you in command of the city garrison. Indeed, there was talk of promoting you to the city's Fist. And had that occurred, it is possible that you would then be touted to become High Fist, overseeing all of South 7 cities. I understand that what I have just described would have suited you perfectly, at least until the next uprising.
Blistig's voice was a rasp.
"What is the point of this, adjunct?"
However, your proponents, the officers and functionaries in Aran, couldn't see a span beyond their city's walls. They could not imagine that Gistal Malik Rel would not rot away the rest of his days in a jail cell or lose his head to a pike above the main gate. In other words, they had no comprehension of the extent of the man's influence, how it had already corrupted the Claw, or that his agents were even then positioned within reach of Lassine's throne. Furthermore, she continued, still studying him, that his hatred for you and your betrayal at Aran following Coltain's fall pretty much assured your eventual assassination. You may indeed be unaware that between the fall and my arrival in the city 3 attempts were made on your life, all of them successfully intercepted, at the cost of 4 valuable agents. Your transfer to under my command was in fact the only means of keeping you alive, Fist Blistig. The 4th time your life was saved was at Malaz City.
Had we failed in extricating ourselves, you would have been arrested and executed. Now, you may choose to believe that I undertook such efforts because I value you as a commander, and be sure that to this day I remain impressed and admiring of your quick wit and decisiveness when refusing to yield Arran to the rebels. But that was not my primary reason for saving your life. Malik Rel, High Fist Corbalo Dom, and their interests would seek to revise the events at Arran. The outlawing and castigation of the Wiccans was but the beginning. Fist Blistig, there are few who know the truth of those events. I saved your life to keep that truth alive. He was silent following this speech. A part of him wanted to disbelieve every word, wanted to call her a damned liar, and a self-serving one at that. But how could any of this be self-serving? She was placing him in command of the center, probably facing heavy infantry, among Malazan's soldiers who despised him. She'd saved his life only to throw it away now, and how did that make sense, any sense at all?
Adjunct, are you expecting me to thank you?
The only expectation of any importance, Fist, concerns commanding the center to the best of your abilities.
They won't follow me.
They will.
Why should they?
Because they will have no one else.
No one. Where will you be, Adjunct?
I will be facing the Fulcral Assail and their sorcery. I will be fighting the power of their will. I will be preventing it from reaching my soldiers.
But you gave up your damned sword, woman!
There are residual effects to bearing such a weapon, Fist. In any case, none of that is your concern.
Except when you fail, when you fall.
Even then, Fist. His eyes narrowed on her.
That only works if you take them down with you. Is that the plan, Adjunct? One final sacrifice to defend an army that doesn't even like you, that doesn't want to be here, that doesn't even know what it's supposed to be fighting for? And then you expect me and the other Fists to hold them together, with you dead and gone?
She cocked her head. You are contradicting yourself. He waved a dismissive hand, the gesture chopping the air. Tavaret seemed to flinch slightly at that, but the tone of her next words belied the impression. Maintain your line with the flanks, Fist.
We're going to get cut to pieces.
Turning away, she reached for her leather gloves. If so, Fist, just make sure you take a long time dying. He left without bothering to salute, walked with his helm dangling from one hand.
3 foiled attempts on my life? A corrupted claw? Then who did the foiling?
Banascar stood 20 paces away from her tent, motionless while figures moved in measured haste around him, wanting to be a heavy stone in the stream, a place to set a foot and find an instant or two of rest. But his was a lifeless island until Lostara Yil found him, taking his arm in hers and pulling him round. Hanar Vigolf grinning off to one side.
What is this?
Banascar demanded, only vaguely resisting as she led him away. He'd just seen Blistig exit Tavaret's tent, his stride echoing that of a lifeless Talani Mas, and he'd been considering going to the adjunct again to see what he could glean of what had taken place between her and the Fist. Instead, he was being pulled away. And there, ahead, stood a small group of officers, Scannero, Ruthen Gud, Raband, and Faradan Sort. Banascar sought to disengage his arm.
You keep forgetting I'm not actually in this army.
Our last palaver, said Lostara. Make it mocking, make it solemn, however you like it, priest, but it will happen, and you will be in attendance.
Why?
They'd reached the others, and Banascar saw the expectation in their faces and wanted to hide under a shield. Ruthen Gud, fingers combing his beard, was the first to speak. Priest, we've all been given our orders. Will you be at the adjunct side through all of this?
All of what? The dying? I don't know. I doubt it.
Why? Asked Faradan Sort, the word sharp, accusing. He shrugged.
I expect she will be fighting, eventually.
Lostara Yil cleared her throat in the silence that followed, and then said, She has ordered me, Hanar and Ruthen Gud, to attend to her at all times.
That makes sense,
Banascar said. It's the Fulcral Assail, isn't it? To Lostara's question, Banascar simply shrugged again. She has surrendered her sword somewhere, said Faradan Sort.
How does she expect to defend herself against the sorcery of the assail?
I don't know.
Raband voiced a raw curse and looked ready to leave, but Scanero shook her head at him, and he subsided, scowling. Lostara caught Banaskar's eye. He could see fear in hers.
Priest, I do not think I will again shadow dance. Not the way I did before. If she is expecting such a thing from me, perhaps against the Focral assail—
Captain, I don't know what she is expecting, said Banaskar quietly. You and Ruthengard, you have both shown exceptional abilities. Is that why she wants you close? I imagine that it is. And at the moment of greatest need, will she look to you too? Why wouldn't she?
I can't do it again.
Banaskar glanced over at Ruthengard.
And what of you, Captain? Besieged by the same uncertainties, are you? Or will the gift of the Storm Riders reawaken to protect you?
The adjunct clearly believes that it will, he replied.
Have you told her otherwise, Captain?
It's complicated.
Is it not why you're here? Banaskar asked. Was this not the reason for their gift?
The others were studying Ruthengard now, and the man looked decidedly unhappy. It depends. Nobody's ever as forthcoming on these things as one might like. Did they know what was hidden in Collance? Probably. Are they interested in liberation?
Hardly,
growled Faradan Sort, one hand now on the sword belted at her side. Ruthengard's eyes flicked down to that weapon, and his smile was wry when he lifted his gaze to Faradan's. I suspected you had a sound reason for forswearing the wall.
I fought 3 links from Greymane.
Ruthengard nodded, but said nothing more. Breath hissed from Lostara Yill.
This isn't fair. Ruthen, do you fear using what the Storm Riders gave you?
The Storm Riders are not a people given to compromise,
Banaskar said, when it was clear that Ruthengard had no intention of replying.
The captain senses the ambivalence in what is to come, and the risk of failure. He anticipates that the power of the Storm Riders will, if unleashed, conclude that said risk is too great, with too much to lose should the adjunct's plan fail.
Lostara said,
Ruthen, do you not control that power?
Finally the man scowled and said, Ask that of yourself and the shadow dance, Lostara Yill.
But that is the will of a god.
And whom do the Storm Riders serve? Does anyone even know? You, Faradan? Are they mindless, senseless creatures? You have stood the wall. Tell her what you have seen with your own eyes.
They have purpose, she said slowly. They are driven. More than that, I cannot say.
This is getting us nowhere, said Raband. The fact is this, you and me, Scanero, we're in command of our companies. Is there anything more that you and I need know? Then I suggest we head back to our troops and leave the rest of their discussion to our superiors.
Banaskar watched him dragging Scanero away by one arm. She threw a look back at Ruthengard, but he either did not notice or chose not to, and so did not see the crushing grief take her face. Sighing, Faradan Sort drew her gauntlets from her belt.
Fare you well, captains.
The priest looked up at the morning sky, squinted at the jade strangers.
Never been closer. We only have a day or two. Not more, surely.
Cotillion swore to me that he would never again take possession, said Lostara Yill.
Banaskar shot her a searching look.
Too tempting, I imagine.
What's given and what's taken away, priest?
He nodded, understanding her meaning. I was expecting to survive all of this, said Ruthengard. Now I am not so sure.
So you know how the rest of us feel,
snapped Lostara Yill. But the man simply turned to Banaskar. If you will not be with her, priest, then where will you be? What is your reason for being here?
There is the question that has been haunting me,
he replied over the sound of the first horns announcing column formation.
How does a mortal win over a god? Has it ever happened before, even? Has the old order been overturned, or is this just special circumstance, a moment unique in all of history?
You have won the Worm of Autumn to her cause, priest?
At Lostara's question, Banaskar frowned. He studied her for a moment and then glanced at Ruthengard.
You look shocked, he said to him. Is it that I somehow possessed that power? Or is it the very idea that what we do in this mortal world, with our lives, with our will, could make a god kneel before us? Then he shook his head. But you both misunderstood me. I was not speaking of myself at all. I cannot win over a god, even when I am the last priest in that god's house. Don't you understand? It's her. She did it, not me.
She spoke to your god?
Banascar grunted. No, Lostara. She rarely speaks at all. You of all people should know that by now. No. Instead, she simply refused to waver from her path, and by that alone she has humbled the gods. Do you understand me? Humbled them. Ruthen God shook his head. The gods are too arrogant to ever be humbled. A year ago, lying drunk on my cot, I would have agreed with you, Captain. So tell me now, will you fight for her? His eyes were thinned as he studied Banascar, and then he said, With all my heart. The gasp that came from Lostara was almost a sob. The bone hunters formed up into column. Alone by express order, the adjunct mounted her horse and remained motionless on it until the last of the wagons they were taking trundled past, and then she took up her reins and swung the animal to face west. She could see the worn path taken by the Marines and the heavies, angling slightly northward but still on a westerly track. They were already out of sight, vanishing into the deceptive folds of the plain. Her hand brushed the empty scabbard at her side, and then away again. She adjusted the strap of her helm and looked down to examine her worn, oft-mended Malazan uniform. The burgundy was faded, the grey worn to white in places. The leather of her gloves was cracked, sweat and salt-stained. The armor bands protecting her thighs had rubbed through the underpadding here and there. She had clasped her cloak to the fittings situated on the harness over her breastbone, and the black wool hung heavy, drawing her shoulders back. Adjusting its weight until it was even, she straightened and ran a hand across the fittings she could reach, tightening them where needed. Reached up and pushed stray wisps of thin hair from her cheeks. Guiding her horse round, she nudged the animal into a slow trot. As she passed her soldiers on her left, the adjunct held her gaze straight ahead. Faces turned to watch her. No one called out, not a word of encouragement, not a single jest, not a question rising up above the thump of boots and the rustle of gear to which she might respond with a word or two. She held herself straight, moving slowly, making her way towards the head of the column. And of all the journeys she had undertaken, since the very beginning, this one, from the back of the column to its head, was the longest one she had ever travelled, and, as ever, she travelled it alone. Riding bone-white jag horses, the three Focrel assail reined in a third of a league ahead of their armies. In their minds they could hear distant clamour, and they knew that the assault against the great spire had begun. But Akrast Corvalane was trembling with blows from foreign magics, both ancient and new, and so details evaded their questing. The unease drifting between them was, alas, palpable. "It does not matter," Brother Aloft announced. "We have before us a singular task, and in this we shall prevail. If it follows that we must retrace our steps to win once more the altar of judgment, then we shall do so." Sister Freedom spoke.
"Brothers, I sense 3 threats before us, but one will not reach us in time to effect the forthcoming battle, so we can, for the moment, discount it. It is, however, the smaller of the 2 elements before us that troubles me. Clearly, they have a specific intention, and the main force marching towards us is positioning itself with the aim of blocking our advance. From this, I conclude that the purpose of the smaller force is of vital importance."
Brother Aloft slowly nodded.
"What do you propose, sister?" "We each possess an army, brothers, if my senses are accurate, and I assure you that they are. Any one of us alone is more than a match for the main force ahead of us. However, bearing in mind that our enemy is perhaps formidable in ways we have not yet been made aware of, they did manage to cross the glass desert, after all, I advise that we commit 2 armies to their destruction. The third, perhaps yours, Brother Grave, sets off at a faster pace to hunt down the smaller force,
and prevent them from doing whatever it is they plan to do." "And this small force," Brother Graves said in his thin voice, "they flee northwest, yes?" "I doubt it is flight as such, brother," Freedom said, frowning. "I continue to sense a measure of confidence in you, Brother Grave, perhaps somewhat overinflated under the circumstances." The older Pure snorted. "We shall face humans. Thus far, in all my thousands of years of life, I have yet to be impressed by these creatures. Nevertheless, I implore you to engage with surety tempered by caution, brother." "I shall be suitably exact in the execution of my mission, Sister Freedom. I shall hunt down this handful of humans and destroy them." "Your words reassure me," she replied. "Brother Aloft, I welcome your advice in the matter to follow, as much as I do Brother Graves. That third element, so disturbingly efficacious against our northern forces, is, as I said, too far away to affect the engagements we anticipate. However, there is the slight risk, as it is known that certain companies among them are mounted, that they would in fact intercept Brother Grave should he lead his forces north from here in his effort to reach his target as quickly as possible. You see, my instincts are that Brother Grave's foe, despite its paltry size, is in fact the most dangerous element now arrayed before us."
"Understood, Sister Freedom. Then might I suggest the following: that Brother Grave divide his army on the basis of speed of travel, that he personally lead his light and medium infantry not northwestward, but southwest, skirting the force you and I shall engage, and then striking due north behind said enemy, while in turn his heavy infantry take the shorter northwest route. Being heavy infantry, they can well successfully withstand incursions by cavalry should the unexpected happen. If led by the purest of the watered, the heavy infantry element can coordinate their arrival at the target to coincide with Brother Graves' own companies, as rudimentary communication should be possible."
Sister Freedom turned to Brother Grave. "Does this suit you, brother?" "Light and medium elements constitute a little over 2,000 soldiers. My force was ever weighted on the heavier elements, organized as it originally was for sieges and set battles. Sister Freedom, how accurate is your gauging of the complement of this smaller enemy force?" "No more than 100, I believe, Brother Grave." "Well, then," the man smiled, face folding with the expression, 2,000 against 100. Will you both forgive me for a small measure of confidence regarding those odds?"
Brother Aloft said, "Since we are certain that there is nothing like a pass or any other similar feature into which to force attackers, then I cannot but share your confidence, Brother Grave. At best, the enemy will be defending a hill, perhaps one of the ancient Elan barrow camps, and so can be attacked from all sides. And of course, even should the light and medium forces fail, the heavy infantry companies will rejoin you and thereby contribute to subsequent assaults. Given all this, I believe we have successfully addressed the matter of the smaller enemy force."
Aloft faced Freedom.
"Only 100, you say? Perhaps they are deserters."
"It is possible," she conceded, "yet my instincts say otherwise."
"With vehemence?" She glanced at him.
"Yes, Brother Aloft, with vehemence."
"Then, if I may," said Aloft, "we should perhaps discuss another concern. The third force, which has so thoroughly negated our efforts at defeating or even containing it, is now marching with the clear intention of joining this battle. Though, as you say, sister, they will be too late. My thoughts are these. It is too great a reach to imagine that there has been no coordination here. To begin, the strongest fortress in Estobans is taken, thus threatening our north and, more important, our primary source of food, being the Valley Province. We respond by sending armies against them, only to have them crushed. Now, from what we are able to glean from Sister Reverence and Brother Diligence at the Spire, two distinct elements have engaged us from the south. And we, of course, now march to block an incursion from the west. For all we know, a foreign fleet is even now entering Collins Bay. He surveyed the expressions before him and slowly nodded. This was well planned, do you not agree? Its principal aim, to draw apart our active armies, has already succeeded. In each instance, we are forced to react rather than initiate.
A proficient high command, then, said Sister Freedom, nodding.
But Aloft shook his head. In truth, this has the feel of a grand strategy, and just as your instincts speak with vehemence to you about the matter of the smaller force, Sister Freedom, so now my instincts have been shouting that this invasion, this strategy, and each and every tactical engagement is in fact the product of a single individual's will. He nodded to Brother Grave. I accept your assessment of humans in general. But is it not also true that, on rare occasions, there rises from the multitude of mediocrity that is humanity a single person of extraordinary vision, conjoined with the will to achieve that vision, who presents a most formidable presence, one to shape the course of history?
Brother Grave grunted.
Charismatic tyrants, you mean? Indeed, they do appear from time to time, burning bright and deadly and expunged just as quickly. Such individuals among humans are inevitably self-corrupting, and for all that they may shape history, that shaping is more often than not simply born out of that tyrant's indulgence in destruction. Brother Aloft, you may well be right that we face such a person behind all of this, but does it matter in the end? And is it not that unbridled ambition that assures the fool's demise? I would venture, with considerable amusement, that we now represent that fatal overreaching on that tyrant's part.
He faced Sister Freedom.
Have you not confirmed that the northern threat is too far away? This grand execution of coordinated invasions has failed, in fact.
It may be as you say, acknowledged Brother Aloft. But what if our eyes deceive us? What if what we are seeing is in fact precisely what our opponent wants us to see?
Now you are too generous by far, Sister Freedom admonished him. This is a breakdown in timing, perhaps precipitated by our detecting this western threat almost the instant it stepped out from the glass desert, and already being in perfect position to strike them with little delay.
I accept the wisdom of your words, sister.
I will not castigate you, brother, for listening to your instincts, although, as we all know, if left unrestrained, instincts have a way of encouraging panic. As they lie beyond the control of the intellect to begin with, theirs is the shorter path to fear.
The three Forkrel assail was silent then, each preoccupied with her own thoughts.
And then Sister Freedom said, I shall seek to enslave the soldiers we face. They could prove useful.
But not the 100 I hunt, said Brother Grave.
No, she agreed. Kill them all, brother.
Ben Adifon Delat reined in hard, his horse's hoofs skidding through the parched grasses. Cursing, Callum wheeled his mount round, the beast pitching beneath him in its exhaustion. He glared back at his friend. What is it now, quick? But the wizard held up a hand, shaking his head. Settling back to ease his aching spine, Callum looked round, seeing nothing but empty rolling land. The taint of green from the jade slashes overhead made the world look sickly, but already he was growing used to that. Never mind the adjunct, Quick Ben said. Callum shot him a startled look. What? Her brother? I know. You think this was easy? I felt them pulling apart. I've been thinking about that all morning. I know why Ganos wants us to find her. I know why he sent us ahead, but it's no good, Callum. I'm sorry, it's no good. The assassin stared at his friend for a moment longer, and then he sagged, spat to clear the taste of ashes from his mouth. She's on her own, then? Aye, her choice. No, don't even try that, Quick. This is your choice. She's forced my hand, damn you. How? What has she done? What's all this about pulling apart? What in Hood's name does that even mean? Quick Ben's horse must have picked up some of its rider's agitation, for it now shied beneath him, and he fought to regain control for a moment. As the animal backed in a half-circle, the wizard swore under his breath.
Listen, it's not with her anymore. She's made herself the sacrifice. How do you think I can even know this? Callum, she's given up her sword.
Callum stared. What?
But I can feel it, that weapon. It's the blank place in my vision. That's where we have to go.
So she dies, does she? Just like that? Quick Ben rubbed at his face.
No, we've been doing too much of this, all of us, from the very start.
Back to the fucking riddles.
Underestimating her. From damned near the first day I ended up with the Bone Hunters, I've listened to us all second-guessing her every damned step she took. I did my share, who knows. But it wasn't just me, was it? Our officers, the Marines, the fucking camp cook. What did you tell me a while back about that moment in Mock's hold when she asked you to save her? You did it, you said, because she just asked you. No bargaining, no reasons or explanations. She just went and asked you, Callum. Was it hard saying yes? Tell me the truth, was it?
Slowly Callum shook his head. But I sometimes wondered, did I just feel sorry for her? Quick Ben reacted as if he'd been slapped. In a soft voice he asked, "Do you still think that, Callum?" The assassin was silent, thinking about it. Then he sighed. "We know where Ganos wants us. We even know why he's her brother, for hood's sake.
We know where she wants us too, Callum.
Do we?" Quick Ben slowly nodded. "So which of the fucking Parans do we obey here? Which one would you rather face? Here or other side of the gates, to tell him you failed, that you made the wrong choice? No, I don't mean brazening it out either, just standing there, saying what needs saying."
"Fuck, I feel like I'm back in Mock's hold," he said in a growl. "I feel as if I never left."
"And she meets your eyes." Abruptly a sob took the assassin, vicious as a body blow and just as unexpected. His friend waited, saying nothing, and Callum knew that he wouldn't, because they'd been through it all together. Because true friends knew when to keep silent, to give all the patience needed. Callum struggled to lock down on his emotions. He wasn't even sure what had taken him in that moment. Maybe this unrelenting pressure, this endless howl no one else even hears. I stood looking down on the city. I stood knowing I was about to walk a path of blood. The betrayal didn't even matter, not to me. A claw was always full of shits. Did it matter to her either? No. She'd already dismissed it. Just one more knife in her chest, and she was already carrying plenty of those, starting with the one she stuck there with her own hands. Callum shook himself. "Same direction?"
"For now,"
Quick Ben replied.
"Until we get closer. Then southwest."
"To the sword?"
"To the sword."
"Anyone babysitting it, Quick?"
"I hope not."
Callum gathered his reins, drew a deep breath, and slowly eased it back out. "Quick, how did she manage to cross that desert anyway?" The wizard shook his head, half smiled.
"Guess we underestimated her."
After a moment, they set out once again. Wings crooking, Silchas Rowan slid earthward. After a moment, Tulas Shorn followed. To the south, they could see something like a cloud or a swarm. The air hissing past their wings felt brittle, fraught with distant pain rolling like waves across the sky. Silchas Rowan landed hard on the ground, sembled almost immediately, and staggered forward, hands held over his ears. Taking his Edor form, Tulas Shorn studied his friend, but drew no closer. Overhead, one of the jade slashes began edging across the face of the sun. A sudden deepening of shadow enveloped them, the gloom eerie and turgid. Groaning, Silchas finally straightened, stiff as an old man. He looked across.
"It's the husked sword," he said. "Its howling was driving me mad."
"I hear nothing,"
Tulas said.
"In my skull, I swear I could feel bones crack."
"Unsheathe it, friend."
Silchas Rowan looked over with wide eyes, his expression filling with dread.
"Grasp it when you veer."
"And what will that achieve?"
"I don't know, but I cannot imagine that this gift was meant to torture you. Your only other choice, Silchas, is to discard it." He gestured southward. "We are almost upon them. I am frankly astonished that she still lives. But if we delay here much longer—"
"Tulas, I am afraid."
"Of dying? A little late for that."
Silchas smiled, but it was more of a grimace.
"Easy for you to say."
"I dwelt a long time in the house of death, tormented by the truth that I failed to achieve what I most wanted in my life. That sense of terrible incompleteness overwhelmed me many times. But now I stand with you, my brother, and I will fall in your stead if I can in this battle to come. Oblivion does not frighten me. I see only its blessed release."
Silchas Rowan studied him. Then he sighed and reached for the sword. Hand closing on its plain grip, he slid the weapon free. The husked sword bucked in his hand, voicing a deafening shriek. Tulas Shorn was driven back a step, and he stared in shock as enormous ghostly chains appeared, writhing from the sword's patterned blade. Those chains seemed to be anchored deep into the ground, and suddenly the land beneath them was shaking, pitching them about as if the world was rolling its shoulders. From below, a rising thunder. A blast of dirt and stone lifted skyward off to Tulas Shorn's left, and he bellowed in shock upon seeing a dragon clawing its way free of the steaming earth. And then, off to the right, another erupted in a shower of debris, and then a third, each one chained as it rose from the ground, wings hammering the dust-filled air. Their roars of release ripped across the plain. Silchas Rowan stood, both hands now on the sword, as the ethereal chains snapped taut, scissoring wildly above him like the strands of a wind-whipped thread.
"Eloth, Ampilas, Kals."
Tulas Shorn staggered forward.
"There! Silchas Rowan, there! We have our storm! He has given us our storm!"
Screaming, Silchas Rowan blurred, pungent clouds roiling out from him. Sword and chains vanished, yet the three dragons held close in the air above them. Veering, Tulas Shorn launched himself into the sky. Eloth's voice filled his skull.
"Brothers, it is as Cotillion promised. We are freed once more."
"Only to die,"
cried another voice, Ampilas, yet there was nothing of frustration in its tone.
"Should we prevail, Silchas Rowan, will you vow to break our chains?"
And Silchas replied,
"Eloth, I so swear."
"Then we have a cause worth fighting for. He bargained true. He is a god with honor."
The 5 ancient dragons wheeled then, climbing ever higher as they winged southward. The shadow cast down by one talon slash in the heavens above them marked their path, true as an arrow into the heart of the battle.
"My leg!" Telerast shrieked. "Colonel, I am crippled! Help me!"
The other skeletal lizard halted so quickly it fell over, rolled once, twice, and then leapt back to its feet.
"Aye! See the shadow! It hunts us! It chases us! Webs across the sky! Telerast, you are doomed! I see a laint! They are coming for us! This was a trap, a lie, a deceit, betrayal, bad luck! Help me, Curdle!"
Curdle leapt up and down as if eating flies on the wing.
"They only pretended. Those 2 usurpers. They are venal and vicious, selfish. Not Apsalar was their servant, was she not? She was. This has been planned from the very start. Telerast, I will weep for you. My sister, my lover, my occasional acquaintance. I promise I will weep for you. You lying bitch! Carry me! Save me! I would save you in your place if I was you and you were me, and I wanted to run because that's the smart thing to do, except when I'm me and you're you. Then it's not smart at all."
She clawed furiously at the ground, one leg kicking, trying to reach Curdle, her small hands clutching the air, her serrated jaws clacking in a manic frenzy.
"Come closer, I beg you!" Snap, snap, snap. "I only want to say goodbye, I swear it!" Snap, snap, snap. "The shadow!" Curdle shrieked. "I've waited too long! Help!"
She began running, leaping over tufts of dead grass, dodging boulders and small stones. Her rush startled a grasshopper into the air, and she bit it in half in passing.
"Did you see that? Tell her—"
Both creatures veered. Chains cracked like lightning, lifting them skyward.
"Storm! 5 ancients, now 7!
Elos greets you, betrayers! Telerast anthras, Kerudas Carosius!"
Elos, Ampelas, Gals! They still hate us! Telerast, look what you've done!"
Carabas, the Otataral dragon, was being driven earthward as dragon after dragon crashed down on her from above, their talons raking through her hide, flensing her wings. She had killed hundreds, but now, at last, she was failing. The land beneath her loomed, every detail a bitter language of death. She could no longer give voice to her fury, her crushing frustration, and was too exhausted to strike out at the Alaint harrying her on all sides. Blood streamed down her flanks, rained like acid on the lifeless earth below. The summons dragged her forward, but she was blind to its purpose. Perhaps nothing more than a lure. Yet the imperative was absolute, and she would strive to answer it. With her last breath, she would seek that fated place.
A trap or a promise, an answer to my prayers, or the making of my barrow. No matter, I fail. I would even welcome chains, but they will not grant me that mercy. I feel Mother awakening. I feel Tiam so close now. The storms gathered, the power building. She is coming. She will see me killed.
She pitched as yet another Alaint slammed down on her. With one last surge, she swung her neck round, lacerated jaws stretching wide, and saw 7 dragons descending from high above the swarm surrounding her. Another storm.
This ends it, then.
The creature clinging to her back tore itself away, flinching from her jaws. She caught a hind limb, ripped the flesh from the bone. The 7 ancients plunged into the maelstrom, and suddenly Alaint was screaming in shock and pain, bodies twisting as they plummeted, blooms of blood like clouds.
They fight to save me, but why? Do not draw near, friends. I am poison. But more, do not die for me. I, whose touch is death, beg you, do not die for me.
Yet on they fought, but now their foes were recovering, and scores lifted higher to close on them.
And should Tiam manifest, she will take even you.
East, the place of the summons, called to her. Torn fragments of meat falling from her jaws, Carabas fixed her gaze upon that beckoning horizon. Her allies had drawn away her assailants, won her a reprieve with fatal sacrifice. She did not understand, but she would honor them in the only possible manner available to her.
If this be a destiny offered me, I shall meet it. I shall face it, and if I can, I shall speak to the world. And if this be the place of my death, so be it. I was free, even if only for a moment. I was free.
He had pushed them hard, marching them through half the night and without pause through most of this day, and the Marines and heavies were staggering as they came within sight of the hill. The muscles of his legs leaden, Fiddler angled towards it. Vast bands of shadow were still tracking the landscape, cast down by the jade strangers spanning the entire sky, leaving the captain with a sense that the world was unraveling before his very eyes. He had worked hard not to think about the army they had left behind, and the fate that awaited them. Before the captain, now was all that mattered. That forlorn hilltop with its fractured flanks, the lone sword of Otataral thrust deep into the ground at its very center. He feared that it would not be enough. They had all feared as much, those among them who understood what she was attempting here. The chains that bound the crippled god had been forged by gods. A single sword to shatter them all? Tavare, you must have believed it was possible, or that some other force would awaken here to lend us a blessed hand in this. Without this breaking of chains, all that we do here is for naught. Tavare, I am trusting you. With the lives of my soldiers, with the meaning to their deaths. I know it's unfair asking this of you. You're mortal, that and nothing more. But I know, I feel it. I am setting my weight upon your shoulders. We all are, whether we care to admit it or not. And it's that unfairness that's tearing me apart. He glanced off to his left. Hedge walked there at the head of his own troop, Lethery and Kundral cast-offs, a mix of half-bloods from a dozen subdued tribes of the Lether Empire. They'd had trouble keeping up, so loaded down were the soldiers. Hood knew why they'd felt the need to carry so much. All those kittens, I expect. Hope they're worth it. Hedge had been keeping his distance, and Fiddler knew why. He could feel his own face transforming whenever his friend drew near, becoming a mask, bleak and broken, and the anguish and dread clawed at him with a strength he could not match. So much of this is unfair, so much. But now Hedge shifted his track, came closer. He pointed at the hill.
That's it. Damned ugly, Fid.
We can defend it.
We're too thin, even for a knoll as puny as that one. Listen, I'm breaking up my company. I ain't making too many big promises here, but my bridge burner's got a secret.
Kittens, eh? Hedge scowled at him.
You had spies! I knew it!
God's below, Hedge. Never met anyone as hopeless with secrets as you.
Go ahead and think that. You're in for a surprise, I promise you.
Can they match the Moranth munitions? That's the only thing I need to know. But Hedge shook his head.
Not them. Never mind.
And then he shrugged, as if dismissing something.
You was probably too busy last time, but we made a mess of those short tails.
And you didn't use most of them up? That's not like you, Hedge.
The verdict concocted more. The man's a genius. Deranged and obsessive, the best kind of genius. Anyway, we're packing them all.
I'd noticed.
Sure, it's wore us out, all that stuff. Tell me, Fid, we going to get time to rest up first?
A little late asking me that now.
So what? I'm still asking you.
To be honest, I don't know. Depends.
On what?
Whether the spire's fallen to us, whether they got the heart undamaged, whether they managed to break its own set of chains, or whatever gath is protecting it. Could be 20 Kenilrah demons for all we know, and imagine the scrap that'd be.
20 Kenilrah demons? What is this, some bad fairy tale? Why not a demon king, or a giant three-headed ogre with scorpion tails at the end of every finger, and a big one on his cock for added measure, breathing fire out of his arse, too?
Fine, so my imagination's failed. Sorry about that. I ain't no spinner of decent tales, Hedge.
I'll say. What else should I know? We got to kiss that fucking heart awake once we get it? Put a hat on it? Dance in fucking circles round it? Gods, not more blood sacrifice. That stuff creeps me out.
You're babbling, Hedge. It's what you always do before a fight. Why?
To distract you, of course. You keep chewing on yourself, there'll be nothing left but wet gristle and a few pubic hairs I really don't want to see. Oh, and the teeth that did all the chewing.
You know, Fiddler said with a sidelong glance, if you wasn't here, Hedge, I'd have to invent you.
What's that?
Just saying thanks, that's all.
Fine. Now can I babble some more? 'Cause I'm terrified, you see.
This will work, Hedge. Get your kitten throwers spread out through my squads, and we'll make a mess of whoever tries to take us down.
Exactly. Good idea. Should have thought of it myself.
The man moved off again, and Fiddler's gaze tracked him until he reached his original position at the head of the bridge burners. Bless you, Hedge. He swung round to face his troops. That's the place, soldiers, that hill. Let's quick time it now. Only a bell or two before dusk, and I want us digging and piling stones in a solid perimeter.
Aye, Captain,
barked out a heavy.
Could do with some fucking exercise.
Another soldier answered. Knew I should never have carried you, woman.
If you'd been carrying me, Relico, I'd be pregnant by now. Any chance you get, right, you rat-eating piece of elephant dung?
Maybe if I closed my eyes. But then can a man even breed with a warthog?
If anybody'd know the answer to that, save your breaths, damn you, growled Fiddler.
They trudged over the lesser rises, tackled the hillside. Bottle moved up past Korab and made the climb alongside Sergeant Tar.
Listen, Sergeant. Now what, Bottle? Pull out your shovel, we got work to do.
Soldiers were throwing down their kits on all sides, muttering and complaining about sore backs and aching shoulders.
It's this ground, Bottle said, drawing close.
I need to talk to the captain. Tar scowled at him and then nodded. Go on, but don't take too long. I don't want you dying 'cause you dug your hole too shallow. Bottle stared at the man and then looked round. They that close? How should I know? Care to risk your life that they aren't? Swearing under his breath, Bottle set out to where he'd last seen Fiddler, up near the crest of the hill. Hedge had gone up there as well. Taking a narrow, twisted route between outcrops of bedrock, he heard boots behind him and turned. Dead smell. You following me for a reason, or is it my cute backside? Your cute backside, but I need to talk to Fid too. Two joys in one, what can I say? This hill. Barrow. Right, fine, Barrow. There's something sunk deep all the way round it, aye. Widdershins damn near shit himself the moment he hit the slope. Bottle shrugged. Us other squaddies call him Widdershits, on account of his loose bowels. What about it? Really? Widdershits? That's great. Wait till Throat Slitter hears that one. But listen, how come you're keeping secrets from us like that? Names like that? We wouldn't do it to you, you know. Stiff lips and crack, scuttle and corncob, turd and brittle. Oh, you heard them, huh? They reached the crest, stepped out onto level ground. Ahead, standing near a long sword thrust into the ground, Fiddler and Hedge. Both men turned as the soldiers approached, hearing the stones snapping underfoot. Forgot how to dig holes, you two? No, Captain, it's just that we got us company. Explain that, Bottle, and be succinct for a change. There's a god here with us. Hedge seemed to choke on something and turned away, coughing, hacking, and then spitting. You idiot, said Fiddler. That's the whole fucking point. Not him, Captain, said Dead Smell. What do you mean, not him? Of course he's here, as much of him as there is, I mean. The adjunct said this was the place. Dead Smell met Bottle's eyes, and after a moment, Bottle turned away, his mouth suddenly dry. Captain, he said, the crippled guard ain't here. We'd know it if he was. Fiddler gestured at the sword. That's the adjunct's, Bottle. Otatarl, remember? Why should you think you'd be able to sense anything? Dead Smell was rubbing at the back of his neck as if he wanted to wear off 2 or 3 layers of skin, checking to see if he still had a backbone. Then he drew a fortifying breath and said, He's foreign. We'd know it anyway, Captain. Fiddler seemed to sag. Hedge clapped him on the back. Relax, Fid. It's just the usual fuck-up. So we go through the motions anyway. You're still a damned sapper, you know. Who said you were supposed to be on the thinking side of things? We don't know that all this isn't how it's supposed to be right now anyway. In fact, we don't know a damned thing about anything. The way it always is. What's the problem? He faced Bottle then. So which turd-chewing gods got the nerve to horn in our business? But Dead Smell was the first to respond. Smells like old death. Hood? Wrong. Impossible. Didn't say that, did I? Dead Smell retorted, scowling. Just smells old and dead, right? Like brown leaves in a cold wind. Like a barrow's stone-lined pit. Like the first breath of winter, like worm of autumn, growled Bottle. I was working up to that, damn you. What does the wreck want with us? Hedge demanded. Doesn't matter, said Fiddler, turning back to stare at the sword. We've had that priest crouching on our shoulders ever since Malaz City. When we were here, he said something about his god, I seem to recall. Wrapping round the base of the hill, him and the adjunct seemed to think we'd need help. Anyway, it's not like we can do anything about it. Fine, what you said, Hedge. We go through the motions. Dead Smell, is this place a barrow? Aye, but no longer sanctified. The tomb's been looted, broken. Broken, huh? Trust the adjunct, said Hedge. Fiddler rounded on him. Was that you saying that? Hedge shrugged. Thought it worth a try. Then he frowned. What's that smell? Probably widdershits, Bottle said. Gods, downwind, damn him. Always downwind. Masangilani threw herself down near Sinta and Kisware.
Baum just tried putting his hand down my breeches. Said he forgot where he was. Said he wasn't even looking. Said he thought he was reaching into his kit bag.
Kisware snorted. And with that sharpness of wit, Delhane's men won an empire.
I should have stayed with the cavalry.
There was no cavalry.
The Kundril, then.
Cinta slowly straightened, studied the darkening sky.
See any clouds?
She asked, slowly turning as she scanned the heavens.
Clouds? What's up, sister? Not sure. I keep expecting... Clouds?
Cinta made a face.
You were the one asking me what I was seeing, remember? Now I'm telling you, I got something. Clouds. Oh, never mind.
She settled back down lengthways in the slit trench she'd hacked out of the stony barrow side.
But if anyone sees... Clouds, aye,
said Masangilani, rubbing at her eyes. Rejoining his squad, Bottle glanced over at Shortnose. Joined us again, have you?
I brought a shield,
the heavy said. Oh, that's nice.
You need to tie it to my hand.
What now?
Tie it so it doesn't come loose. Use knots and things.
With rawhide?
Knots and things.
Bottle moved over to the man, crouched down.
You do that,
Smiles observed, and next he'll be asking you to give him a shake, too.
Make sure it's after the little shudder, Cuttle advised, else you get wet.
I once shuddered so hard, said Shortnose, I shit myself.
Everyone looked over, but it seemed that no one could think of a rejoinder to that. Korik had drawn his sword from its scabbard and now began running a stone down the length of the blade's edge.
Someone make us a fire, he said. We're facing east here. If they come in from the morning sun, I want charcoal under my eyes. Sound enough, replied Cuttle, grunting to his feet. Glad you're back thinking like a soldier, Korik.
The Seti half-blood said nothing, lifting the weapon to squint at its edge.
Once that's all done, Tar said, eat, drink, and sleep. Corporal, set the watch. Aye, Sergeant. Listen, all of you. I can taste it in the air. That'd be Widdershins. No, it is glory, my friends. Glory.
Korik said,
If that's the smell of glory, Korab, I knew an anemic cat that was queen of the world.
Korab frowned at him.
I don't get it. Was it named Glory?
Corporal Rim settled down beside Honey.
I can hold a shield, he said. I'll cover you one side.
Not if it's going to get you killed.
A soldier who's lost his weapon arm isn't much good to anyone. Just let me do this, will you?
Honey's brow creased.
Listen, you've been moping ever since the lizards. It's obvious why, but still, show us a smile, will you? If you die here, you won't be the only one, will you?
So what's the problem if my guarding you gets me killed?
Because I don't want it on me, right?
Rim scratched at his beard.
Fine, then. I'll shield bash the fuckers.
That's better. Now, I got a watch here. Go to sleep, sir.
Fiddler walked the crest of the hill, doing a full circuit, studying where his troops had dug in and fortified defensive positions using boulders and stones. Hedge was right, he saw. They were too thin, and the footing was precarious at best. Should have brought spears, like those bridge burners did. Admit it, Fid, having Hedge here may hurt like a stuck knife, but you're glad of it anyway. He studied the sky. The setting of the sun had passed almost unnoticed, so bright were the jade strangers overhead. Sighing, the captain moved to find a place to sit, his back against a carved stela. He closed his eyes. He knew he should try to sleep, but knew as well that such a thing was impossible. He'd never wanted any of this. Handling a single squad had been burden enough. And now everyone here is looking to me. If only they knew. The fools. I'm as lost as they are. In the ghoulish light he drew out the house of chains. The lacquered wooden cards slipped about in his hands as if coated in grease. He squinted down at them, slowly worked his way through each one, studying it in turn. 7 cards. 6 felt cool to his touch. Only 1 glistened with sweat. Leper. Oh, Hedge, I'm so sorry for that. The Shigal assassin had left a place of flame far behind him now. flame and the blood of a slain god raining down from a tortured sky. He had witnessed the deaths of thousands, humans, Kachain Shemal, Imas. He had seen the fall of Fokrul Esael and Jaghut warriors, Toblakai and Barghast, all for the scarred thing he now clutched in his hands. It dripped blood, and there seemed to be no end to that flow, trickling down his fingers, painting his claws, spattering his thighs as the rhythmic beat of his wings carried him westward, as if chasing the sun's eager plunge beyond the horizon. The heart was once more alive, heavier than any stone of similar size, the weight of a sky stone, such as fell from the sky. But that seemed an appropriate detail, since it belonged to the fallen god. Gorol's mind tracked back to the last scene he had witnessed atop the spire, moments after he had torn loose the heart from those dying chains, the body of the mortal sword lying so motionless on the blood-splashed platform, the dog guarding what had already left the world. It is only the dumb beast that understands futile gestures, the cold necessity for them, in the face of all the hard truths. We who hold to the higher aspirations of the intellect, we surrender too quickly. And yet, in looking upon that dog, a creature knowing only loyalty and courage, we find flavors to wound our own souls. I now wonder, is it envy we feel? He had underestimated the matron's choices. Destriant Callith, Shield Anvil Stormy, and Mortal Sword Gessler, were these not worthy humans? They have shown us a path for all the children of Gunthmak. 2 are fallen, 2 gave their lives, but 1 remains. I am not likely to see her again, but in my mind, in this moment and all the moments that remain to me, I will honor her as I honor Gessler and Stormy. They lived as brothers, they fell as brothers. I shall call them kin, and of the tasks awaiting me, I shall in turn strive to see this through. Destriant, in your sorrow and grief, which I even now taste, I will seek to give meaning to their deaths. His wings shifted slightly at a sudden twist in the currents, and all at once the air seemed to thicken around the Shigal assassin, filling with a strange susurration, heavy whispers, a sudden darkness that swarmed and swirled, blotting out the entire sky. And Gorol realized that he would not be making this journey alone. Cinta sat up and then stood. She studied the sky, and there to the east, a black cloud, vast and seething, growing. Gods below! Everyone! She shouted. Get under your shields! Take cover! Everyone!
Beloved children, listen to your mother. Hear her words, the words of Crone. We took inside us his flesh, all that we could find. We kept it alive on the blood of sorcery, all for this moment. Rejoice, my sweet children, for the fallen god is reborn.
And Crone gave voice to her joy, and on all sides her children, in their tens of thousands, cried out in answer. The winged Kachain Shemal, clutching its precious prize, was buffeted by the cacophony, and Crone cackled in delight. Ahead, she could sense the fragments of bones scattered on the knoll, the bones of dozens of people once interred in crypts within the barrow. Would they be enough? There was no choice. The moment had come, and they would take what was available to them. They would make a man, a poor man, a weak man, but a man nonetheless. They would make a home for the god's flesh from these bones, and then fill it with their own blood, and it would have to be enough. The great ravens whirled over the knoll, and then plunged downward. Fiddler threw himself behind the carved stela. The thunder of wings was deafening, crashing down, and the air grew hot and brittle. He felt the stone shuddering against his back. Something like fists struck the ground, concussive blows coming one after another. He clutched at his head, tried to block his ears, but it was no use. The world had vanished inside a storm of black wings. He was suffocating, and before his eyes small objects were flashing past, converging somewhere close to the sword. Splinters, bleached fragments, bones pulled into the air, prized loose from tangles of grass and roots. One cut a vicious gouge across the back of his hand, and he flinched it under cover. Who had voiced the warning? Whoever it had been, it had probably saved their lives. Except for me, I stayed too close to the sword. I should have gone down lower with my soldiers, but I held back. I didn't want to see their faces, didn't want to feel this terrible love that takes a commander before battle, love for his soldiers, every one of them, that builds and ever builds, trying to shatter his heart. My courage failed, and now... Gorol circled high overhead. He watched as the great ravens launched themselves at the knoll, saw the blooms of raw power erupt one after another. The black-winged creatures were sacrificing themselves, one by one, to return their god to living flesh, to make for his soul a mortal house. One of the birds swung up alongside him, and he tracked her with his lower eyes.
"Kachin Shemal, I am Crone, mother of all these blessed children. You bring a gift."
And she laughed. Reaching for her mind, Gorol recoiled at the first touch, so alien, so cold in its power. Crone cackled.
"Careful! We are anathema in this realm. Heed me well now, your task is not done. Beyond this gift you carry, you will be needed on the morrow. But I tell you this, in your moment of dire need, look again to the skies. Do you understand? I promised a most noble lord. I have sent my sweetest daughter far away, but she will return. You will see, she returns."
The huge raven banked up closer still.
"Look below! They are almost all gone. We have waited for this all our lives. Do you see what we have made? Do you?"
He did. A figure sprawled close to the Otataral's sword, bound by chains to the earth, but its chest was a gaping hole. Gorol crooked his wings, plummeted. Crone followed, cackling madly. The last of the other ravens plunged into the man's body in a flash of lurid power. Wings thundering to slow his descent, the Shigal landed straddling the man and looked down, appalled at this mockery the great ravens had made. Bent bones, twisted muscles, a sickly pallor, the face deformed as if by disease. The hole in its chest was a pool of black blood, revealing the reflection of Gorol's own elongated face, his glittering eyes. He took the heart in his hands, slowly crouched, and settled it like a stone in that ragged-edged pit. The blood swallowed it. Flesh knitted, bones growing like roots. The Kachin Shemal spread his wings once more, and then lifted skyward. Crone watched from above.
"Reborn, reborn! Look down, all ye souls in the sky. Look down upon the one taken from you. He is almost within reach. Your lost wandering is soon to end, for his spark of life shall return, his eyes shall open. Witness, for I am that spark. He was brought down, he was torn apart, scattered across the world. He made us to keep him alive. We fed on his corpse by his will. Ye souls in the sky, your God did not lose faith. He did not."
As the Kachin Shemal lifted away, Crone swept down, power burgeoning within her. All she had, eyes fixed on the body below, she loosed one last cry of triumph before striking home. One final detonation of such power as to fling Fiddler away sent him rolling to the very edge of the slope. Gasping, drawing in the suddenly cold night air as the echoes died away, he forced himself onto his hands and knees, astonished that he still lived. Silence now swallowed the knoll, but no, as he looked up he saw Marines and heavies stumbling into view, slowly rising to their feet in bludgeoned wonder. The ringing in his ears began to fade, and through the fugue he could now hear their voices. Pushing himself to his feet, he saw that the half-buried standing stone he had been hiding behind had been pushed almost onto its side by the blast, and all the others ringing the summit were similarly tilted back. On the ground, not a single spear point remained, leaving only scorched earth. Seeing a figure lying close to the sword, Fiddler staggered forward. A broken, deformed man.
The crippled god.
Heavy chains pinned him to the ground.
We'll never break those, not with that sword.
We've done nothing but make him more vulnerable than he has ever been. Now he can truly be killed.
Perhaps that's a mercy.
Then he saw that the man's eyes were on him. Fiddler drew closer.
I'm sorry,
he said. But the twisted face softened, and in a frail voice the crippled god replied,
No need. Come near. I am still so weak. I would tell you something.
Fiddler walked until he was beside the figure, and then he squatted down. We have water, food, but the god shook his head.
In the time when I was nothing but pain, when all that came from me was spite, and the hunger to hurt this world, I saw you Malazans as no better than all the rest, children of your cruel gods, their tools, their weapons.
He paused, drew a rattling breath.
I should have sensed that you were different. Was it not your Emperor's champion who defied Hood at the last chaining? Did he not cry out that what they sought was unjust? Did he not pay terribly for his temerity?
Fiddler shook his head. I know nothing about any of that, Lord.
When he came to me, your Emperor, when he offered me a way out, I was mistrustful. And yet, what do I see now? Here, standing before me, a Malazan.
Fiddler said nothing. He could hear conversations from all the slope sides of the barrow, voices raised in wonder and plenty of cursing.
You are not like the others. Why is this? I wish to understand, Malazan. Why is this?
I don't know.
And now you will fight to protect me.
We can't break these chains. She was wrong about that.
No matter, Malazan. If I am to lie here, bound for the rest of days, still you will fight to defend me.
Fiddler nodded.
I wish I could understand.
So do I, Fiddler said with a grimace. But maybe in the scrap to come you'll get a better sense of us.
You are going to die for me, a foreign god.
Gods can live forever and make real their every desire. We can't. They got powers to heal, to destroy, even to resurrect themselves. We don't. Lord, to us all gods are foreign gods. The bound man sighed.
When you fight, then, I will listen. For this secret of yours, I will listen.
Suddenly so weary that his legs trembled beneath him, Fiddler shrugged and turned from the chained man. Not long now, Lord, he said, and walked away. Hedge was waiting, seated on one of the tilted standing stones.
Hood take us all,
he said, eyeing Fiddler as he approached.
They did it. Her allies. They did what she needed them to do.
Aye, and how many people died for that damned heart? Cocking his head, Hedge drew off his battered leather cap.
Little late to be regretting all that now, Fid.
It was Kellenved, all of this, him and Dancer. They used Tavare Paran from the very start. They used all of us, Hedge.
That's what gods do, aye. So you don't like it? Fine. But listen to me. Sometimes what they want, what they need us to do, sometimes it's all right. I mean, it's the right thing to do. Sometimes it makes us better people. You really believe that? And when we're better people, we make better gods.
Fiddler looked away. It's hopeless, then. We can stuff a god with every virtue we got. It still won't make us any better, will it? Because we're not good with virtues, Hedge.
Most of the time, aye, we're not. But maybe then, at our worst, we might look up, we might see that God we made out of the best in us. Not vicious, not vengeful, not arrogant or spiteful, not selfish, not greedy.
just clear-eyed, with no time for all our rubbish. The kind of God to give us a slap in the face for being such shits."
Fiddler sank back down onto the ground. He leaned forward and closed his eyes, hands covering his face.
"Ever the optimist, you. When you've been dead, everything after that's looking up."
Fiddler snorted.
"Listen, Fid. They did it. Now it's our turn. Ours and Tavares. Who'd have thought we'd even get this far?"
Two names come to mind.
"Since when didn't their empire demand the best in us, Fid? Since when?"
Wrong. It was as corrupt and self-serving as any other. Conquered half the fucking world.
"Not quite. World's bigger than that."
Fiddler sighed, freed one hand to wave it in Hedge's direction. "Go get some rest, will you?" The man rose.
"Don't want anyone interrupting all that feeling sorry for yourself, huh?"
"For myself?" Fiddler looked up, shook his head, and his gaze slipped past Hedge, down to where his soldiers were only now settling once again, desperate for sleep.
"We're not finished yet," Hedge said. "You plan on talking to 'em all before it all starts up?"
"No."
"Why not?"
"Because this is their time, from now to the end. They can do the talking, Hedge. Right now, for me, I'll do the listening, just like that god back there."
"What do you expect to be hearing?"
"No idea."
"It's a good knoll," Hedge said. "Defendable."
And then he departed. Closing his eyes again, Fiddler listened to the crunch of his boots until they were gone. Chains. House of chains. Us mortals know all about them. It's where we live. Calm could see the rise where she had left him, could see a darker shape low across its summit. The chains of her ancestors still bound him. Distant deaths tracked cold fingers across her skin. Reverence was no more. Diligence was gone. They had lost the heart of the fallen god. When a building is so battered and worn that no further repairs are possible, it needs tearing down. As simple as that, now. Their enemies might well stand filled with triumph at this very moment, there on the heights of the great spire, with a fresh, clean wind coming in from the sea. They might believe that they had won, and that no longer would the fulcral assail make hard the fist of implacable justice, to strike at their venal selves, to crush their presumptuous arrogance. They might now imagine that they were free to take the future, to devour this world beast by beast, tree by tree, emptying the oceans and skies of all life. And if the victory on this day just past tasted of blood, so be it. It was a familiar taste to them, and they were still not weaned from it and perhaps would never be. But nature had its own weapons of righteousness, weapons that struck even when none held them. No god, no guiding force or will beyond that of blind destruction was even necessary. All it needed was freedom. The time for Life-Stealer had come.
"Face the sea, you fools. Face the rising of the sun, imagining your new day. You do not see what comes from the darkness in the west. The Slayer is awakened. Obliteration awaits you all."
Innocence and ignorance. He had struggled with those two words for so long, and each time he had looked upon the face of Icarium, Mappo had known his own war there in his mind. They were places of being, that and nothing more, and long had sages chewed on their distinctiveness, but they understood little of the battle the Trell had fought. He protected innocence by making ignorance a weapon and shield. In the belief that innocence had value, was a virtue, was a state of purity, so long as he remains ignorant. Knowledge is the enemy. Knowledge was ever the enemy. Staggering through the gloom, shadow roads crossing the plain around him, though there was no sun left to cast them, he looked up to see a figure in the distance, coming from the southeast. Something cold whispered through him. "He's close. I feel him. So close." He forced himself to move faster. That stranger, the way it walked, the way it seemed a thing of bleached bone beneath this uncanny light. He knew. He understood. With a soft groan, he broke into a run. She saw him after turning, after feeling his footfalls lumbering closer. Skin the color of stained wood, a dark visage bestial by nature and ravaged by deprivation. The creature was emaciated, hunched beneath a heavy satchel, his clothes half rotted off. An apparition, yet one of weakness and pathos. Calm faced him, waited. When she saw him spot the body of Life-Stealer, when he cried out a small animal sound, pitching as he changed direction, as he stumbled towards Icarium, Calm stepped into his path. "It is too late, Trell. He is mine now." Haunted eyes fixed on her as the Trell stopped, only a few paces away. She could see the pain that had come from running, the way his chest heaved, the way he bent over, legs shaky beneath him. Then he sank down, pulled the satchel from his shoulder. His hands fumbled, and a scatter of small objects spilled out from the sack, the shards of a broken pot. The Trell stared down at them as if in horror. "We'll fix that," he mumbled, visibly jerking as he pulled his gaze away from the fragments. Looking up, he glared at Calm. "I won't let you, Assail." "Don't be a fool." He pulled a heavy mace from the satchel, struggled to his feet. "I will kill you if you continue to stand in my way," she said. "I understand, Trell. You are his latest protector, but you lost him. All the ones before you, and there were many. They all lost him eventually, and then they died. But none of you ever understood. The nameless ones weren't interested in Icarium. Each time, the one they chose, that one was the real danger. A war leader who threatened their hidden alliances. A rebel of terrible potential. Each time, for nothing more than squalid immediate necessities, political expediency, they snatched away the maker of trouble, gave to him or her a task impossible to achieve, and a lifetime chained to it. You are the last of them, Trell, made harmless." He was shaking his head. "Icarium." "Icarium Life-Stealer is what he is and what he has always been. Uncontrollable, destined to awaken again and again, there in the midst of the devastation he has wrought. He cannot be stopped, cannot be saved." She stepped forward. "So let me free him, Trell." "No." The mace lifted in his hands. "I will die first." She sighed. "Trell, you died long ago." Roaring, he charged. Calm evaded the clumsy swing, moved in close, one hand shooting out. The blow against his right shoulder punched the bone from its socket, ripped the muscles clean away. The Trell was thrown round by the impact. She drove her elbow into his face, shattering it, angled a kick against his right shin, broke both bones. The mace thudded onto the ground. Even as he fell, he tried to grasp her with his left hand. She caught it by the wrist, clenched and twisted, crushed the bones. A savage pull snapped him closer. Calm plunged her other hand into his chest, up and under the ribs, the fingers stabbing through to sink deep. She pushed him back, her hand reappearing in a welter of blood, fingers clutching half a lung. Another push sent him onto his back. Calm dropped down over him, hands closing on his throat. Mappo stared up at her. "Lies. I was nothing. Throwing away my life. They gave me a purpose. It's all anyone needs, a purpose." She had stolen his breath, and his chest raged with fire. His body was broken, and now the end was upon him. "Icarium, she's done something to you. She's hurt you." Darkness closed around him. "I tried, but too weak, too flawed. They all hurt you. I was nothing. A Trell youth among a dying people. Nothing. My friend, I am sorry." She crushed his windpipe. She crushed every bone in his neck. Her fingers pushed through wrinkled, slack skin, skin that felt like worn deer hide, and the blood welled out. His dead eyes stared up at her from her blackened face, a face now frozen in a peculiar expression of sorrow. But she would give that no thought. Just one more warrior cursed to fail. The world was filled with them. They littered battlefields. They marched into the fray, beating time with swords on shields. But not for much longer.
He is mine. I will awaken him now. I will free him to kill this world.
A sound to her left, and then a voice.
That's not nice!
She twisted to fling herself away, but something massive slammed into the side of her head, hard enough to lift her from the ground, spin her in the air. Calm landed on her right shoulder, rolled and came to her feet. Her face, her entire head, felt lopsided, unbalanced. The backswing caught her left hip. Shards of jagged bone erupted from her pelvis. She folded around the blow, pitched head first downward, and once more landed hard. Fought to her knees, stared up with her one working eye to see a Toblakai standing before her.
But you freed me. No, you're not him. That was long ago, another place, another time.
I don't like fighting,
he said. His next swing tore her head from her shoulders. Brother Grave?
A moment.
The Forkral Assail stared at the distant knot of hills.
This is where the cloud of birds descended. I see shapes there upon the flanks of the Elan Barrow.
He spoke to the High Watered at his side.
Do you see, Hagraf? We will now encircle, but maintain our distance. I want us rested before we strike.
Perhaps we should await the heavy infantry, Pure. They have prepared for us on that barrow.
We will not wait, Grave replied. That hill is not large enough to hold a force of any appreciable threat. Before dawn we shall form up and advance.
They will surrender.
Even if they do, I will execute them all.
Pure, will you make them kneel before our blades? Brother Grave nodded.
And once we are done here, we shall return to Brother Aloft and Sister Freedom. Perhaps the enemy they have now found will prove more of a challenge. If not, we will form up and march our 3 armies north to eliminate that threat, and then we shall retake the Great Spire.
Hagraf strode off to relay the orders to the company commanders. Brother Grave stared at the distant barrow.
At last, we will end this.
Vastly Blank stepped down from the boulder and then sat to adjust the leather bindings protecting his shins. Fiddler frowned down at the heavy and then across at Baron Gruck. The sergeant shrugged.
Just our luck, Captain, that it's him got the best eyes here.
Soldier, said Fiddler. Vastly Blank looked up, smiled.
Captain wants to know what you saw from up there,
Baron Gruck said.
We're surrounded.
He began pulling at a torn toenail. Fiddler made a fist, raised it for a moment, and then let his hand fall to his side again. How many? Vastly Blank looked back up, smiled.
Maybe 3,000.
He brought up most of the nail, which he'd prized off, and squinted at it, wiping the blood away.
And? Banded leather, Captain. Some splint. Not much chain. Round shields and spears. Javelins, curved swords. Some archers.
He wiped more blood from the nail, but it was still mottled brown. They're getting ready to attack?
Not yet,
Vastly Blank replied.
I smell their sweat.
You what?
Long march.
Best nose, too, Baron Gruck offered. Vastly Blank popped the nail into his mouth, made sucking sounds. Sighing, Fiddler moved away. The sky to the east was lightening, almost colourless, with streaks of silver and pewter close to the horizon. The sound of the Kalansi soldiers was a soft clatter coming at them from all sides. The enemy taking position, readying shields and weapons. Ranks of archers were forming up, facing the hill. Sergeant Erb heard Commander Hedge talking to his own dozen or so archers, but couldn't quite make out what he was saying. Shifting his heavy shield, he edged closer to where Hellion sat. He couldn't keep his eyes from her.
She is so beautiful now, so pure and clean, and the awful truth is, I liked her better when she looked like a bird that's flown into a wall. At least then I had a chance with her. A drunk woman will take anyone after all, so long as they clean up after them and take care of them and got the coin for more to drink. Take cover, they're drawing.
He worked his way back under his shield. He heard Fiddler.
Hedge! After the first salvo.
Distant thrums, hollow whistling, and suddenly arrows thudded the ground and snapped and skidded on rock. One pained howl and a chorus of curses. Herb looked across at her to see if she was all right. 2 arrows were stuck in her shield, and there was a lovely startled look on her face.
I love you,
Herb shouted. She stared at him. What? At that moment a thick rushing sound filled the air. He saw her flinch back down, but these weren't arrows. He angled himself up, saw a band of enemy archers on the ground, writhing and pelting back towards the barrow, one of Hedge's bridge burners, his shoulders covered in turf, his uniform grey and brown with dirt.
Dug a hole, did he? Hit the archers with some god's awful grenado.
Hedge shouted,
Archers down! Guards below! Someone bellowed. What was that blue stuff? They're rotting to bones!
Looking over, Herb saw the accuracy of that assessment. Whatever had splashed all over the archers had dissolved their flesh. Even the bones and quivers filled with arrows were nothing but paste. Now an officer was stepping out from the ring of Colansi infantry, tall, white-skinned. Corporal Clasp crawled up beside him.
That's one of those fuckeralls, isn't it?
you!
Shouted Hellion, pointing a finger at Herb.
What did you say?
The Forkral assail then roared, impossibly loud, the sound hammering against the hillside. Herb was driven into the ground by the concussion. He clawed at his ears, a second roar, and then it seemed to dim, as if muffled. A quavering voice lifted from a nearby trench.
Worm says, fuck you, assail!
Is that you I'm smelling again, Wid?
Herb uncurled, straightened up, though still on his knees. He could see the Forkral assail, watched him roaring for a third time, but the sound barely reached through. A rock sailed out, landed well short of the pure, bounced and rolled. The enemy commander seemed to flinch from it nevertheless, and then he whirled.
Here they come!
Hellion's voice was much closer and much louder.
What did you say?
He twisted round. Corporal Clasp was lying between them, staring back and forth.
What in Hood's name is with you two?
I love you,
Herb shouted. When he saw her delighted grin, Herb clambered over a grunting Clasp. Hellion pitched up to meet him, her mouth hard against his own. Pinned by Herb's weight, Clasp squirmed and kicked.
You idiots! The enemy's advancing! Get off me!
Cuttle watched the lines closing in. At 20 or so paces, javelins flashed out, colliding against uplifted shields, and then, at a signal from the company commanders, the Colansi surged forward into a charge against the slope. The sapper half rose from his position, the crossbow thocked, thick cord humming, the vibration a soft brush against his cheek. He saw his quarrel take a squad leader in the throat. The rest of the Marines had also loosed quarrels into the rushing enemy. Bodies went tumbling among the crags and outcrops. The sapper set his weapon down behind him, swung his shield round, slipping his arm through the straps, and drew his short sword. These 4 motions were done before the squad leader hit the ground.
Hold and at 'em!
He shouted, rising as the first Colansi arrived. An arrow had pinned Saltlick's left foot to the ground, but he didn't want to move anyway. The soldier arriving directly in front of him stumbled at the last moment. Saltlick pressed his shield down on the man and drove the pommel of his sword through the top of his helm and then the bones of his skull. When he pulled his weapon free, the helm was stuck to the pommel. A spear thrust at him. He batted it aside with the helm, put his shoulder behind his shield bash, and flattened the soldier's face. As the man reeled back, Saltlick stabbed him low in the gut, dragged the weapon free and began hacking at another Colansi. They seemed to be everywhere. He never even saw the spear that impaled his neck and tore out his throat. Korik swore, swinging his left arm to shake off the remnants of his broken shield. He drew a seti long knife from his harness, kicked away the man whose skull had broken his shield, and looked up in time to meet the next attacker. Blades flashed out, the heavier one batting aside the jabbing spear. the thinner one thrusting through leather armor to sink a hand's width into the Colance's chest, and then back out again. As the soldier staggered back, sagging, Korik brought his longsword down between head and neck, the blow of such power that he cut through a clavicle and down through 3 ribs, where they met the breastbone. Korik twisted to avoid another spear point, then heard a laugh and saw Smiles spin away again, leaving behind her a toppling corpse. Another surging mass of Colanci rushed up towards them. The blued, leathery blade seemed to shout as it clove through the side of a helm, crushing the cheek guard and then the bones it was meant to protect. Blood spat out from the soldier's gaping mouth, the eyes bulging, and then Korab kicked the man away, watched as he pitched backward to collide with the next soldier. The echo of that shout raced back and forth in his skull. He bellowed in answer to it, lifted the weapon crossways over his shield, and awaited the next fool. "I am a Marine, a heroic soldier on a day of glory. Come to me and die." Swearing, Throat-Slitter cut off an arm to his right, then another to his left. Blood sprayed him from both sides, making him curse some more. He shifted to avoid a spear thrust, kicked under a jaw hard enough to snap the head back, and then slashed across that exposed neck. Beside him, Dead Smell staggered to repeated blows on his shield from a Colanci wielding a heavy spiked axe. Throat-Slitter's sideways thrust drove his long knife over the attacker's shoulder, into the gap behind the corner of the jaw and the flared helm, angling slightly upwards to slice through the spinal cord just below the base of the skull. Righting himself, Dead Smell lunged with his shield, blocking an attacker trying to take Throat-Slitter from the flank. The enemy soldier grunted at the impact, knees buckling. Having broken his own weapon, Dead Smell now held the spiked axe, and he hammered it down, splitting the Colance's round shield, and then thrusting the spike into the man's shoulder. Ducking low, Throat-Slitter cut through the Achilles tendon of the Colance's right leg, and as the screaming man fell, he stabbed down through the eye socket, silencing the cries. "Stay down!" shouted Widdershins behind him. A quarrel hissed over Throat-Slitter, caught the next foe in the chest. From Dead Smell's other side, Balm shouted, "Where'd you get that stupid axe, soldier? Find a sword! You end up hanging out there and you're finished!" "I'm looking, damn you! I'm looking!" Kisware fell onto her back. She heard the blocked thrust above her, and then Cinta's snarl as her sister backslashed across the Colance's face. Kicking herself clear of his collapsing body, her hand closed on a javelin. She grasped it, pushed herself back onto her feet, and leapt into the press yet again. Cinta was taking blows on her shield, righting herself from that sideways lunge against Kisware's assailant. Baden Gruck then flung himself at her attacker, pushing his short sword deep into the man's side. An axe came down on the back of the sergeant's helm, splitting it, driving Baden Gruck face first into the ground. The half-moon blade sobbed free, its edge dragging free hair, scalp, and fragments of bone. Howling, Cinta cut off the hand holding it, and then the flailing arm, and then opened wide the man's belly with a single savage slash. Intestines tumbled out over Baden Gruck's corpse, and still she howled. A spear transfixed Laptwirl, drove him against a tilted standing stone. The Falari cutter shrieked as the iron point bit through to grind against the rock. He chopped down with his short sword, slicing off the fingers of the nearer hand along the spear's shaft. The pressure from the weapon released all at once. He slid forward on the slick wood until he was close to the Colanci, and slashed halfway through the woman's neck, severing the jugular. As the woman fell, the cutter dropped sword and shield, grasped hold of the butt end of the spear. Feeling the point dig at an angle into the ground at the base of the stone behind him, he flung out his feet and fell straight down. The shaft snapped just past his back. Leaving it there, he gained his knees, wiping his hands on dead grasses, and took up shield and sword again. Spitting out a mouthful of blood from a cut tongue, he gasped, "Now that wasn't so bad." More Colanci clambered into view between the outcrops. Laptwirl went forward to meet them, stepping over Burnt Rope's body. He had enough left in him to take a few more down. Maybe. Skulldeath sailed sideways through the air, gliding over the hunched back of a Colanci engaged in a fierce battle with Relico. Lashing down, his blade bit deep beneath the flared rim of the man's helm, cutting through his vertebrae. Spinning round, Skulldeath landed in a crouch and then screamed as he lunged forward. He saw a face staring directly ahead, and the Colancy ducked down behind his round shield, slashing out with his scimitar, but Skulldeath leapt high, one hand landing atop the enemy's helm, and used that to pivot round above him. Cutting downward, he sliced through the Colancy's hamstrings. Striking the ground, the Desert Prince rolled. He heard Cinta shouting, heard Kisware's cursing. Gaining his feet, Skulldeath found himself surrounded. He twisted, slashed, ducked, kicked and closed. Bodies fell away, blood sprayed. Then a blow hammered his lower back, lifting him from his feet. He tried curling away from the blow, but something was jammed in his body, a hard edge crunching and grinding against his spine. He was driven to the ground face first, and then they were beating on him, heavy edges chopping into his muscles and bones. One struck the back of his head, and there was darkness and then oblivion. Hedge stood over the corpse of Bevedict. The damned fool had been killed outright by that first shower of arrows, taking one through an eye. From his vantage point, Hedge could see the ring of defenders contracting as the enemy pushed higher up the slope. He watched Fiddler moving down to block an imminent breach where most of a squad had gone down.
"You, archers, keep an eye on there. If they get through, it's a straight path to the crippled god."
"Yes, sir."
"Now, the rest of you, we got to relieve the pressure. Take those coppery ones and throw for the 5th and 6th ranks. Use them all up. If we don't make 'em reel right now, we're done for."
"What's the copper kittens do, sir?"
Hedge shook his head.
"I forget, and the alchemist's dead. Just go. Spread out. Get moving."
As they left, the sapper took up his crossbow. He only had half a dozen quarrels left. The occasional arrows still sailed down here and there, but either the sappers he'd dug in below the slope were all dead, or they'd used up their munitions. It'd be just his luck if some errant arrow took him or Fiddler out now. Loading his weapon, he moved down past his 4 remaining archers, who were sending arrows into the breach. He could see Fiddler there with those Dalhanese sisters and a lone heavy infantryman shorter than any of them. The Colancy who'd been advancing to flank them were all down, feathered with arrows.
"Good work," barked out Hedge to his archers. "Now find somewhere else you're needed."
A stone turned underfoot and Fiddler's left ankle gave way in a stab of pain. Cursing, he stumbled, looked up to see a Colancy closing, the eyes manic and wild beneath the helm, a heavy axe lifting high. The quarrel punched the man back a step, and he looked down in astonishment at the heavy bolt buried in his chest. One hand closed on Fiddler's collar, dragged him clear. An all-metal crossbow landed in his lap, followed by a quiver.
"Load up, Fid," said Hedge, drawing his short sword. "Keep 'em off my left flank, will you?"
"You getting mad, Hedge?"
"Aye."
"God help them." His attacker had pushed his spear right through Bottle's right thigh, pinning him down, but Bottle had replied with a sword through the stomach, and as the Colancy sagged back, voicing terrible screams, the Marine decided he'd come away the winner of the argument. "Is that what this is? An argument? But look at them. They're slaves. They're not asking for this." Tar dropped down beside him, blood streaming from a gash in his face. "You want that spear out, Bottle? It ain't bleeding much for the moment, but if I take it out—" "I know," Bottle said, "but it's pushed right through. I want it gone, Sergeant. I'll stuff rags in." "A bleeder?" "It ain't one, Sergeant. It's just a big fucking hole." Tar pushed Bottle onto his side and then quickly drew out the spear. "Bleeding," he said after a moment, "but not spurting. When I see dead smell, I'll send him your way." Nodding, feeling faint, Bottle pushed himself upright, fumbling at the pouch at his side, where he found a roll of bandages. He was working a wad into one end of the hole when there was a flash of heat from downslope and then blood-chilling screams. Brother Grave stared in shock, furious at his own helplessness, as copper-hued grenadoes sailed down from the defenders to strike the Colancy ranks at the foot of the barrow and on the level ground beyond it. The emerald fires that erupted when they shattered seemed almost demonic as they spread with terrible ferocity through the ranks. The attack was a shambles. He saw his soldiers reeling, flinching back. "This is going to take longer than I anticipated." He looked to the northeast, seeking that telltale sign of dust on the horizon. "Where are they?" "Hagraf, sound the recall. We shall wait until the fires burn down.
Then strike again and again until they are all dead."
The stench of burnt flesh carried with it a strange flavor, something between sulphur and limes. The crippled god listened to the clamor of battle on all sides. He heard the cries of pain and anger, but these were sounds he had expected. Amidst the clash of iron and the splinter of wooden shields, amidst the whistle of arrows, some of them striking close, and the splinter of shafts against insensate stone, he heard soldiers shouting to each other, heard their desperate breaths as they struggled to stay alive and to kill those who rose up against them in seemingly endless waves. And overhead the sky was almost blinding with all the souls abandoned by his descent to this world. He thought to hear them as well, but they were too far away, lost in the heavens. Did they still struggle to hold on to their faith, with their God vanished for so long? Or had they surrendered to the cruel malice that came to so many of the spiritually vacant? Did they now wander without purpose in the horror of a meaningless existence? Fires erupted around him, not so close that he could feel their heat, and now shrieks rushed out to fill the air. Sounds of dying from all sides. He had heard these sounds before. There was nothing new, nothing to give him comprehension. That mortal lives could so willingly extinguish themselves in the name of causes and noble desires. Was this not the most profound, most baffling sacrifice of all? The one sacrifice every god has long since forgotten. The one sacrifice that they, in their callous indifference, could not even comprehend.
Their flesh is all they know, all these men and women here. Flesh as now clothes me. Feel our limits, our terrible limits, so frail, so temporary. A flitting light, a moment's breath. I hear you surrendering it. This one gift that is the only gift ever given you. You yield it back into the firmament, and the world passes on, barely taking notice. Will no one notice? I will heed your deaths. I will remember.
The crippled god listened, past the horns of retreat, past the cries for healers, past the clashing signals announcing the next wave to advance upon these beleaguered few. The crippled god listened, and he waited. 7 of the dead fires, the Tlanimas stood on a bare rise to the east of the Malazan regulars. Nomkala and Kaltur Manal were now among them, as bound as true kin. And in Nomkala's mind it was well. She did not feel like a stranger. She did not feel alone. Oragal the Woven spoke.
"She prepares for the enemy's approach. We have listened to her silence, and we know that there are no lies within her soul. Yet she is mortal." "Many who see her," said Baruch, "believe her weak, not in her will, but in her flesh and bones. She has yielded her sword. I sought to give her mine, but she refused me."
"We understand the power of a formidable will," observed Kalb the silent hunter.
"Nevertheless," said
Baruch. Oragal said,
"I have elected that we remain with her, to stand here rather than join the fate of the Marines. Should the crippled god indeed rise once more, we shall not even witness that moment."
He faced the others.
"You did not agree with me on this. My command that we remain with her."
"It is what we may lose, Uragal," said Senik the Shattered, "to see him reborn."
"Must our faith show its face to us, Senik?"
"I have longed for proof," the Shattered replied, "that all that we have done has purpose. Is this not what the Fallen One offered us? Yet we do not lend our swords to the defense of our god."
"In the manner I have chosen," countered Uragal, "we will do just that."
Nomkala spoke hesitantly.
"Kin, I have listened to the soldiers, these Malazans, at the campfires in the times of rest."
They had turned to regard her now.
"They speak to each other rarely, yet when they do, It is of her words from long ago, when she spoke of being unwitnessed. They do not, I feel, quite understand her, nor do I. And yet, when I hear them, when I see what stirs in their eyes, the word awakens something in them. Perhaps it is no more than defiance. But then, is not defiance mortality's most powerful proclamation? There was silence for a time, barring the faint moan of the morning wind. Finally, Baroque said,
"Unwitnessed. Then let us make this our cause, too."
"One none of us understands?" demanded Seneca.
"Yes, one none of us understands."
"Very well. Nomkala, your words awaken in me defiance."
Seneca turned to Urugal.
"We have been ghosts among them. We have given them so little because we had so little to give. This day let us give to her all that we have left."
"The fallen one,"
said Baroque,
"has placed his trust in her, his face. Urugal, I honor you. My kin, I honor you all."
The Tlanimas paused and then said,
"One must be sacrificed. The interference of Akrast Corvelain remains and will do so until the last of the Focral Assail falls. But the sundering of the vow by one of us here will grant us what we seek. I volunteer to be that sacrifice."
"Soft voice," said Urugal.
"You are most formidable in battle. One of lesser use should be the one to sunder the vow. It shall be me."
"You are both incorrect," said Seneca. "I am well named the Shattered. There must be no sentimentality to this decision, nor obstinate courage. After all, does any of us here not possess that? Baroque, Urugal, Kalb and Halad, Nomkala of the wise words, Kalt Urmanal of Trell blood, I shall open the way for you all, in the name of defiance. The discussion ends."
The Tlanimas were silent, and in silence they fell to dust. The enemy had been sighted. The enemy was closing. Lostare Yil stood with the adjunct in Tavare's tent, watching as the woman prepared for battle. The adjunct had selected a standard-issue longsword from the depleted stores. Its last wielder had scorched uneven patterns down the length of the leather-backed wooden scabbard. An eye bereft of talent, but possessed of boundless discipline and patience. Not an artist, a soldier. The captain had inquired of Tavare about her selection of this particular weapon. Was it the scabbard's elaborate pattern that caught her interest? The well-honed blade edges? The solid-looking cross-hilt and firm grip? And had earned nothing more than a blank look in reply. And Lostara understood, when Tavare had a moment later glanced back at the scabbard, that the adjunct had not even noticed any of these details. Her coat of chain waited on the wooden chest that had held it, with the leather-cuffed gauntlets folded over the glistening iron links. The plain shirt Tavare was now wearing was worn through in places, revealing pale, almost bloodless skin and the ripples of bone so close beneath it. Her iron helm with its grilled cheek guards sat waiting on the map table. Tavare finished binding her bootlaces and then walked to stand before a small wooden box beside the helm, one that bore a silver-inlaid family crest of House Paran. The fingertips of her right hand settled upon the lid, and then the adjunct closed her eyes for a moment. Lostara suddenly felt an intruder on this, Tavare's private readying for what was to come, and almost turned to leave before recalling that the adjunct had ordered her to attend her preparations, to help with the chain coat and its fastenings. The lid creaked as Tavare opened it, startling Lostara. Reaching inside, she drew out a necklace, a simple leather string, and an eagle's talon of brass or gold. Then she turned to the captain.
"Would you tie this for me, please?"
But Lostara simply stared at the talon.
"Captain?"
She looked up, met Tavare's eyes. The adjunct sighed.
"I am a child of the Emperor. What more is there for you to understand, Lostara Yil?"
"Nothing, adjunct." She moved forward, took the necklace in her hands. As she stepped close, drawing it up round Tabaret's neck, Lostara caught a faint scent of perfume from the woman's thin, straight hair, and her knees came close to buckling, a rush of ineffable sorrow taking hold of her. "Captain? A moment. Sorry, sir." She struggled to tie the knot, but it was harder than it should have been, as her vision wasn't clear. "Done." "Thank you," Tabaret replied. "Now the chain." "Of course." Banascar stood holding the reins of the adjunct's horse, a Kundril breed, tough and stubborn, but it was gaunt, aged by suffering, its coat matted and dull. Even the burned tears had, in the last days on the desert, failed in their diligence. This beast had no running left in it. The damned thing might well collapse beneath Tabaret as she rode out to address her army.
Address her army? Is this truly the adjunct? When did she last speak to all of her soldiers? Now I remember. On the ships, confusing words, the awakening of an idea few could even grasp. Will she manage better this time?
He realized that he was nervous for her. No, he was sick with anxiety.
So I stand here holding the reins of her horse outside her tent. I am... God, the word is pathetic. But what does it matter? I am also priest to a god about to die on him. I once vowed that I would meet this day cold sober. What a miserable vow to make.
The tent flap was drawn back, and Captain Lostara Yil stepped outside, looked round until she saw Banascar, and then gestured. He led the beast forward by the reins. The adjunct stepped into view, met his eyes, and nodded. "Demidrek, you have stood here for some time, I should think. I was expecting one of my aides to attend to this, and they're used to standing around and waiting. My apologies." He blinked.
Adjunct, you misunderstand. I drove the poor man away.
He handed her the reins.
I am and always will be honored, Tabaret Paran.
"If I could," she said, "I would order you away from here."
"But I am not one of your soldiers to be bullied around," he said, smiling. "So I will do as I damned well please, adjunct."
She studied him and then said, "I wonder,
adjunct,
is this not the true purpose of a priest? To take faith from the one hand and place it into the next? To stand between a god and one such as myself?" His breath caught.
"A few remain," he managed. "Most go through the motions, but see themselves as privileged from both sides, closer to their god than to their unordained flock."
"But that is not you, is it?"
"Adjunct, I am kneeling beside you."
There was the flicker of something in her eyes, something raw, swiftly suppressed, and then she was setting a boot in the stirrup and drawing herself into the saddle. Banascar stepped back. Looking away, he saw rank upon rank of soldiers turned, facing them, and now they slowly shifted as Tabaret trotted her mount forward. She reached the southwest corner of the formation before wheeling inward to pass along the back line. She rode straight in her saddle, a figure in tattered chain, upon a starved, dying horse. The image seemed to sear itself in Banascar's mind. Reaching the far end, she swung round the corner, making her way up to face the front of the three much-reduced legions. She would speak to her soldiers now, and, much as he yearned to hear her words, he knew that they were not for him. Chest aching, the priest turned away. As she rode towards the head of her forces, Tabaret could see the dust cloud from the approaching army, and it was vast. Wheeling her horse, she walked the animal on a course parallel to the presented ranks, slowing the beast's steps enough to move her gaze from one face to the next in the front line. When the adjunct finally spoke, her voice carried firm on the wind. "Does anyone know you? You, who stood in the shadows of the heavies and the marines? Who are you? What is your tale? So many have seen you marching past, seen you standing silent and unknown. Even now, your faces are almost lost beneath the rims of your helms." She was silent for a long moment, her eyes tracking each and every visage. And then she halted, gaze fixing upon one man, a Falari. "Corporal Grid Fan, 3rd Squad, 11th Company, Bone Hunter. You carried Sample,
the soldier on your left, on your back, the last day in the desert. And before the blood for water, the only thing that kept you and her alive was your love for her." The man seemed to sway before her words. She nudged her horse forward. "Where stands Rekai?"
"Here!"
cried out a voice from a dozen ranks back. "When Lostare Yil lost consciousness protecting my life on the day of the Naruk, you led your squad to recover us. Myself, Henar Vigolf, Captain Yil. You lost a brother, and to this day you can find no tears for him. But be at ease. There are those in your squad who have wept in your stead. At night, when you sleep." She walked her horse forward a few more steps, found another face. "Sergeant Ordinary Grey. When Sergeant Gauntai's squad of Marines broke and tried to murder him, you and Kudhaul held them all off. You cut them down to save Gauntai. Because once, long ago on the holy desert of Raraku, he showed kindness to you." She reached the end of the ranks, turned her mount round and began retracing her route. "Who are you? I know who you are. What have you done? You have stayed with me since the very beginning. Soldiers, hear me. This day is already lost to history, and all that happens here shall remain forever unknown. On this day, you are unwitnessed, except for the soldier to either side of you. They shall witness. And I tell you this, those soldiers to either side of you, they are all that matters. The historian scrolls have no time for soldiers like you. I know, for I have read hundreds of them. They yield a handful of words to speak of defeat or victory. Perhaps, if so warranted, they will make mention of great valor, extraordinary courage, but the weight of those words is no more and no less than those used to speak of slaughter and murder. Because, as we all know, one soldier can be hero and villain both. We have no place in their histories. So few do. They are not us. They were never us, and we shall never be them. You are the unwitnessed, but I have seen what you see. I have felt what you feel, and I am as much a stranger to history as any of you." The adjunct reined in again at the very center and swung her horse round to face the silent troops. "On the day of the Naruk, they stood for you. Today, here, you shall stand for them, and I shall stand with you, my beloved soldiers." She held up a gauntleted hand. "Say nothing. We are walls of silence, you and me. We are perfect reflections of the one we face, and we have faced each other for so long now. And the meaning of that silence is none of the enemy's business." Behind her she could feel the tramp of thousands of boots reverberating up from the ground, but she would not turn, would not face the enemy. Her eyes belonged only to her soldiers, and, she could see, theirs belonged in turn to her and her alone. "Bone hunters, yield only in death on this day." When she rode to take her position on the south flank, Fist Blistig watched her, his eyes following her as did the gazes of every soldier round him.
"Gods below, what kind of rousing speech was that? Salvage it, Fist, before it's too late."
He swung round.
"Forward ranks, drop—"
But he got no further. Weapons snapped out of sheaths and scabbards, shields lifting onto shoulders, and in the faces around him he saw the coldest iron he had ever seen. Sister Freedom surveyed the enemy position. They had done the best they could given the limits of the land. Arrayed along a modest ridge, and before them the ground stretched more or less level, although just to the north rose a series of low hills. Her scouts had informed her that the land beyond those hills was cut by ravines. If not for that obstacle to ordered retreat, no doubt the enemy commander would have positioned his or her troops on those heights. But movement would have been too restricted, and in a battle that could prove deadly. She saw no heavily armored infantry among the foreign soldiers facing them, and no cavalry. The ranks of archers anchoring each flank looked pitifully small. "This is barely an army,"
ventured Brother Aloft, who rode at her side.
I might well believe that they crossed the glass desert. See how disordered and worn they are, how few in number. They must have left a road of corpses behind them.
Of that I have no doubt,
Freedom replied, eyes narrowing upon seeing a lone rider, a slight, frail-looking figure out in front of the facing line of soldiers.
Yet, she added, crossing that desert should have been impossible.
The foes who destroyed our kin at the Great Spire were known to Brother Diligence, Volcando, Letheri. I do not recognize those standards.
Nor I, Brother Aloft. From what land have they come, I wonder?
She looked round, baffled.
To this place, to die.
Brother Grave draws close to the smaller force.
She nodded. Though faint, his sending had reached through to her. Akrast Corvalane was in a tumult, disturbed and sinning with weakness.
There is something still to come. I feel its assault.
She looked up at the sky, but saw only those slashes of jade, icy worlds flung across the heavens. They had last appeared on the day the foreign god was brought down.
And that is the truth of this, all of this. They seek to return him to the heavens. But the fate of the fallen god belongs to the gods, not to humans. We could have wrested that privilege away from those gods with our ancient power, our elder Warren, but that has been taken from us, for the moment. Whose game was this? She wondered, eyes still on that frail commander, who was clearly addressing his or her troops. Her. That is a woman.
Sister?
She shook her head. Audacity rarely goes unpunished. She reined in. The way to the south is open. Brother, I want you there. I no longer trust that we shall have the power to make these foreigners yield.
But why?
We shall strike them, yes, but not seeking to enslave. Voice no words in your cries, brother. Instead, flinch the flesh from their bones. I trust nothing more subtle.
As you wish.
Lead your forces round to the south, to encircle. The ranks we see are no doubt screening reserves, and I would know their strength. I, in turn, will leave the centre to high-watered Melest, and take the north, where I will lead the dead king's elite infantry into the crook between the enemy's flank and the hills.
There is great risk in that, Sister Freedom.
No one hides behind those hills, brother. Furthermore, with me in the lead, we can drive that flank inward, shatter the hinge on your side while I break the one on mine, and we shall make quick work of this. Aloft faced the north.
Do you sense anything from high-watered Kesgan? Have they encountered the other army? Brother Grave cannot find them at all.
Nor can I. If they are in battle, then we must trust that they can delay or even drive back the enemy. The woman commanding the foreigners was now riding to take position on the south flank. Whatever she had said to her soldiers had elicited no cheers, no defiant roars.
"She has lost them!"
cried Brother Aloft. So it seems, brother. See where she goes? She understands the weakness of that side. Ride straight for her when you advance. Kill her.
She might well be alone by then. I believe this army is moments from routing.
Such is the failing of their kind, Freedom replied. Humans have the qualities of vermin. You will find them everywhere, but they share a belief in the virtue of running away when threatened. We shall have to hunt them down, brother, and rid us of them once and for all.
I will ride to my vanguard now, sister. When next we meet, it shall be standing upon the corpses of these wretched upstarts.
The ground will welcome their bones, she replied, nodding. War leader Gaul surveyed his paltry force of horse warriors, and then, helm tucked under one arm, he walked over to Hanavat. The foundling Rut was beside her, the unnamed baby cradled in his arms. His thin face was white with fear. "Wife," said Gaul in greeting. "Husband." "I will die today." "I know." she replied. Will you flee this battle for our child?
No, she said.
Please, I beg you.
Husband, we have nowhere to go. We shall find you in the ancestral hills, beneath a warm sun, and the desert flowers will fill our eyes with the colors of spring.
At the ancient parting words of the Kundril, Gaul slowly closed his eyes. I have fallen, he said, looking up once more to meet her level gaze. You have seen my weakness.
I have only seen what can be found in all of us, beloved. Does not a war leader of the Kundril walk the same ground as the rest of us? Your gift was courage and cunning on the field of battle. That gift remains. Take it with you this day, in the name of Coltane, and in the spirit of the Wiccans, who were the greatest horse warriors this world has ever seen. Did we not proclaim that? With your own words, did you not cry their name to the heavens, until even the ancestral hills stirred in the awakening of our ghosts?
I did, my love.
We burned tears upon our faces to mark their passing from the world. But I see Kundril warriors behind you, husband. I see the best of what remains. Lead them. I give to you the courage of my own heart to join with yours. Today I am proud.
Trembling, he stepped forward and took her in his arms. Fist Faradan Sort watched the massive army form up on the plain beyond. By numbers alone, the center dominated. Medium infantry along with skirmishers and crescents of archers. She judged 7,000 or 8,000. The wings belonged to heavy infantry, and she could see a pure-blooded Forkral assail commanding each one. Her eyes narrowed on the pure opposite her, a female, mounted on a bone-white horse, from which she was now dismounting.
They have power in their voice, Faradan Sort shouted. By command alone they will seek to make you yield. To drop your weapons. Defy them, Malazans! Easy enough to say. Probably impossible to achieve. This could turn into horror very quickly.
She drew her sword. Ancient scars from the sorcery of the Storm Riders marred the blade, forming a crazed mottling of pattern welding and watermarking. In her mind, a faint echo rose up, the crash of massive waves shuddering the treacherous icy stone underfoot, the bitter cold bite of the shackles round her bandaged ankles. Explosions of foam, and then, rising through the blue-white foment, a shape, a figure armored in ice. She shook herself, mouth suddenly dry. It's a warm day. Nothing to slip on. No numbness to steal all feeling from my hands. No raw patches where my skin has torn away at the touch of metal. I have faced worse. Remember that. It's what has kept you going battle after battle. The Forkral assail was walking ahead of her troops now, up towards a low rise. Faradan Sort suddenly looked down, studied the yellow, brittle grasses, the countless rodent holes. Soldiers, anyone see any scorpions hereabouts? A chorus of grunts answered her, all in the negative. Good. That will do then. Shields high. Seems she's got something to say to us. Gods, this is where it gets unfair. Smiling, Sister Freedom studied the enemy forces. Ah, we were wrong. They are not moments from routing. There was rage and stolid determination in the faces across from her, but none of that would help, not now. Shields and armor would resist the power she was about to unveil, would protect them for a time. Perhaps a handful of heartbeats, but then her voice would tear through, claw away skin and muscle, spray blood into the air. Bones would snap, skulls would shatter. They were all about to die, and nothing they did would prevent that. As here, so too the rest of the world. Glancing to her left, she saw the center advancing, now less than 30 paces distant from the motionless line of defenders. Archers were loosing arrow upon arrow, with the enemy's own archers countering here and there. Soldiers were falling, though for most shields fended off the deadly rain. 12 paces, and then the charge. Its weight will drive them back, break up that facing line, and into the gaps we will pour, splitting the formation apart, and then will come the slaughter. Returning her attention to the flank opposite her, she raised her arms, began drawing breath. The flint sword that erupted from the ground beneath the fulcral assail ripped into the inside of her left thigh, lifting her into the air as the tip cracked and pierced her hip bone. As its wielder rose in a shower of earth, stones, and roots, others burst from the ground surrounding the fulcral assail. Weapons hammered into her. Howling, writhing still on that sword, she lashed out. The back of one hand struck the forehead of Uragal the Woven, collapsing it inward, pitching the Tlanimas from its feet. Kaltur Manal's bone mace caught the fulcral assail under her left arm, spun her entirely around, boots skyward, and off from the skewering sword. She landed with a roar, surging back to her feet. Baroque's obsidian-tipped spear slid through her, exploding out from her lower belly. Twisting round, the assail grasped hold of the spear shaft and lifted it into the air, taking Baroque with it. Releasing the wood, she reached up to trap Baroque's skull between her hands as she slid closer to her. With a bellow, she crushed the warrior's skull. In her mind, Sister Freedom shouted commands to her officers. "Charge the enemy! Break through and encircle them! Kill every damned one of them! Leave these bone bags to me!" The Tlanimas with the crumpled forehead came towards her again. Snarling, she flung herself at him. Blistig could feel the desperate rage growing in him, and as the enemy ranks suddenly seemed to build like a rising wave and rush howling towards him, he screamed his own fury. The collision lifted soldiers from their feet, shoved them into the air. Blood misted, weapons hammered down, and the front ranks of the Malazans recoiled and then stiffened. The clamour was deafening, weapons and shrieks, and the world was crazed before the fist's eyes. Frantic was motion, the flash of faces, teeth bared, sudden gushes of blood from mouths and gaping throats, bodies pushing up against his shins. Staggering, flaying with his sword, buffeted by repeated blows against his shield, Blistig fought with the ferocity of a rabid dog. He was going to die. They wanted to kill him. Every damned one of them wanted to kill him, drag him down, trample his corpse. His life wasn't supposed to end like this. He would fight and fight. This was not going to be the end. He wouldn't let it. "I will not let it!" Chaos spun wild around him, and the soldiers pressing against his sides. They were pushed back another step. Lostara Yil moved up alongside the adjunct, drawing her swords. "Another dance. All I can do. The dance of the world, this fucking miserable, murderous world." She saw Ruthen Gud take Tavare's other flank, and behind her she could hear Hanar Vigolf. The fool was singing some damned Blue Rose sea shanty. Ahead, advancing now, leaning forward and striding on stiff legs like a madman, came the fulcral assail. His eyes were feral, and they were fixed on the adjunct. When he roared, the sound hammered them back. Blood sprayed into the air, and Lostara staggered, blinded. Whose blood? What? And now it was pouring down her cheeks, and she saw Hanar thump down, turning to her a shredded face. "Oh, gods, it's my blood! We're all—" Impossibly, the adjunct straightened against that devastating onrush of wordless sound, drew her sword round, and sought to close. The fulcral assail was still almost 40 paces away. "We can't do this! Even Tavare! We can't—" Ruthen Gud reached the adjunct's side in his armor of ice, but that too was riven with cracks, breaking away in a hail of shards. He seemed to be reaching for her, as if to drag her back, away from this, but no retreat was far enough. The assail roared again. Lostara Yil's own scream was lost even to her own ears. She felt her body skidding across the broken, tortured ground. "Against this, we are done with. Not even the adjunct. Not even Ruthen Gud. He slays us. Cotillion." But not even a god could hear her prayers now. 50 paces behind, driven to his knees by the power of Akrast Corvelain, Banaskar wiped blood from his eyes. He had tried to get closer, tried to move up and join with the adjunct and her companions, but he had failed.
Failure. I know that word. Spent many a night sitting at its table.
A figure stepped past him. Badal hummed softly to herself, and that gentle sound pushed away all that the Quisitor flung at her. Ahead, she could see how the power was hurting Mother. Even with all her magic-deadening blood, her extraordinary will, Mother was being torn apart. She gave words to her wordless song, simple words, 3 to find the 4th, when the 4th was all that mattered.
Opals, gems, diamonds, shards, opals, gems, diamonds, shards. You have forgotten so much, until only hunger and pain remains. I know those 2 things. I know them well. We have shared them, you and I. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards, opals, gems, diamonds, shards. I sent you away once. I told you to take your hurt and your hunger away from us, because we deserved neither. Someone hurt you long ago. Someone hurt Rut long ago. Someone hurt Sadik and Held and all the others. Someone must have hurt me, too. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards. I sent you away. Now I summon you. See the bringer of pain. See the deliverer of hunger, the Quisitor. I know him. I remember him. He came among my people. He told them they had to die, to answer ancient crimes. Perhaps he was right. But that did not mean he had the right. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards. Do you know his kind? I think you do. Do you awaken now to ancient hurts? I think you do. I summon you. They like their justice. Now, my friend, deliver it. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards. Opals, gems, diamonds, shards.
And above the Focral Assail the sky darkened. Banascar stared as the swarm of locusts descended. Where they had come from, how they had been summoned, he knew not. Their sound was a seething whisper, and then a swarming, howling cacophony. He saw the Focral Assail cease his attack, saw the man look up, and then the swarm plunged down in an enveloping cloud, a storm of wings that suddenly blossomed crimson. Brother Aloft screamed, and as he screamed, the locusts crawled into his mouth, poured inside, mandibles slashing. Blood soaked the creatures, helped them slide down his throat. Choking, blinded and deafened, he fell to his knees. They chewed inside, his windpipe, and now his stomach. They blocked his nostrils, fought to enter his ears. Their bites cut through his eyelids and burst the eyes behind them. They swarmed into the sockets. The god of the Focral Assail was coming home. The locusts formed a seething pillar, which fell as the body it shrouded toppled to one side. Flashes of red gristle, of pink bone, and then the creatures were lifting away on their wings, rushing into the Colansi infantry. But those soldiers, well armored, their shields up before their faces, pushed through, and the locusts spun, the whir of their wings reaching a higher pitch, as if giving voice to their frustration. Abruptly the swarm lifted, swirled into the air overhead. Badal could feel their need. It was without end, and she knew that if they remained in this place, she would lose control of them. They would devour everyone.
Go now. You cannot stay.
The roar reached a pitch that shivered the air, a scream of impotence, and then the whirling clouds spun away. Just beyond the bones of the Focral Assail, the Colansi infantry advanced, and before them stood 4 figures sheathed in blood.
Mother, when this is done, when you and all your children have fallen, I shall with my last breath summon them again, to deliver our revenge.
War Leader Gaul sat on his horse, eyes on the heavy infantry pushing past the embattled female Focral Assail. Their ranks were disordered, broken by the steep pitch of the hillside on their right, crowding to avoid the hill where fought their commander and the Tilani Mas. Large stones that had long ago rolled down from the summit further slowed their advance. He could see the flank of Malazans turning to ready for the inward attack, but he could also see that the intention of the enemy was to win through to the rear of the defenders. Beside him, Shalamasa said,
"War leader, the south flank!"
"We must choose one or the other," Gaul cut in. "Do you see the ones before us? They cannot hold their lines. But see how, once they are past the Malazans, they will be able to spread out, once more on level ground. They will then form up."
"War leader, the adjunct—"
"We cannot help her," he said. "If there were 3,000 of us, yes, we could challenge that flank. But these ones here, at the threshold of open ground, we will meet them there." He drew his tulwar, rode out ahead of his pitifully small army, and then wheeled. "In the name of Cultain and the Fall!" He needed say nothing more.
Weapons flashed, the horses tossing their heads as they caught the sudden fever of their riders. Gaul soared on his reins, pitching his mount round. The beast reared, hoofs scything in the air, and the war leader laughed. Faradan's sword had pushed her way to the edge of the flank. Once the Colanzi broke through, she would need to be there, to hold her soldiers, to maintain their resolve. But they do not need me. See their faces. The enemy seeks our underbelly and will be met with iron. And I will be there. This battle shall be mine to the end. And then she heard the sound of horses' hoofs, looked up, twisted round, and saw the Kundril-burned tears at full charge. Even as the first of the Colanzi spilled out from the narrow passage, the horse warriors, with Gaul in the lead, crashed into them. The impact shook the ground, rippled through bodies all the way to the Malazan ranks. "Hold fast!" Faradan's salt shouted. "Now push! Into the enemy! Push!" The Colanzi advance had been checked, but not for long, she knew. It has to be enough. Now let's make them pay for that bad footing. The north-facing side of the Malazan phalanx surged forward. Faradan sought in their midst, and the Colanzi heavy infantry turned to meet them. But they were staggering, stones rolling underfoot, boulders trapping their legs, and the Kundril were in a frenzy, driving ever deeper into their ranks. "Gods, see them fight!" Sergeant Ordinary Grey grasped hold of the corporal's jerkin, pulled him close. "Great Fan, where's your squad?" The Falari's eyes were wild, his face bright red. "All around us, you cartoony spider bait!" "Where's your sergeant?" "Dead! Where's your fucking squad?" "With your sergeant!" snapped Ordinary Grey. "Except for my Simp here." They were being jostled, ever losing ground. Grid Fan's eyes shifted past the sergeant and then widened. "Someone sewed up his fucking mouth!" "He likes it that way. Now listen, the south flank. We ain't got a south flank. She's over there. Her and that shadow dancer and that captain with piss ice in his beard. The assail's finished, but the heavy infantry's about to fold us up. She named you, Fan, just like she named me in Kudhowl. You understanding me?" Grid Fan shifted round. "Hair Ravage! Sample! Find the others! We're pulling out of this press!" The squad's huge mailed fist turned to the corporal. "I barely got a swing in. Been waiting for fucking ever, Corporal." "We'll get you your hood-damned fight, you cannies, squid-eater. We're taking on a whole army of heavies." "How many of us?" Sample demanded, her blue-tinted skin ashen with dust. Fan turned back to Ordinary Grey, who answered, "Maybe 10. The Napan's grin flashed white, and in a sharp, piercing voice she cried out, "Shades, Brutan, Asp, Shipwreck, and Gilslime! With us! Move, damn you all!" Paws sagged beside Kindly, who risked a moment to glower down at the man. "Get out of here! You're a damned liability!" "Just need to catch my breath." Beyond Paws, in the seething press, Kindly saw a dozen or so soldiers moving through the ranks away from the front line. "What in Hood's name are they doing?" But he saw no panic in the faces of the soldiers closest to them. Words were shouted back and forth, and the ranks shifted to make room for them to pass. Paws straightened once more, followed Kindly's glare. "Ordinary Grey, Fan and Sample. And there's that scary Simk. It's the ones she called on, sir." "Is it now?" Another hard shove from the front staggered them back again. "Head back to the camp, Paws. Do something useful. Protect the children." "I don't think—" "Oh, right, sir." "I'm moving up again. Get out of here." "Sir!" "That's it. You're up on report, soldier. Now go before I kill you myself." Lesser-watered Trissin moved past the bones of Brother Aloft. She struggled to not look down, yet could not help herself. Locusts still crawled here and there, out from under the bones or the slack skins of intestines, still crowded the gaping jaws. She could feel Sister Freedom's fury and pain as the wounded pure lashed out. The Tlanimas would not win that battle. But they were taking all the Focral assail's concentration. In truth, it was high-watered Melest who was commanding the assault from the center. She saw ahead of them a line of 4 soldiers, and her eyes widened. "This is all they have for us? They are mad!" Off to the right, spilling out from the enemy phalanx, came a dozen or so medium infantry. A laugh burst from her. "This is what they offer in opposition?" She gestured, her mind snapping out the command to spread out, widen the facing line. They would sweep past these fools and then wheel round to close on the flank from behind. The battle was as good as done.
"Adjunct," said Ruth and Gad. "We need to fall back into the phalanx. We can't stay out here. We can't hold that advance."
But Tavere Paran seemed to be beyond words. Blood flowed down her face, as if all that she had contained, all that she had held inside, was now pushing free.
"Gods below. Take our left, Lostara, with Hanar on yours. I've got the right. Adjunct, fuck this waiting. Let's charge."
Her head snapped round, the eyes raw and wild, and then the four of them were moving forward. Trissin shouted in shock. They were attacking. And now she saw one of the soldiers was sheathed in ice, even under the longsword in his hand, and another was coming forward with the fluid grace of water, two swords seeming to flow from her hands. Apart from the ice-bound figure, the others were covered in blood. These were the ones who had stood against Brother Aloft. "That woman, she commands this army. What is she doing? What are they all doing?" Grid Fan swore in a stream of languages and then yelled, "Run, you fools! Catch up to 'em!" And as they pelted forward, 10 regulars racing to join up with their adjunct and her officers, the corporal found breath to bark out orders. "Herr Ravage, go far end and arrive hard. Sample, follow him up. Shades Ellar and Bruton Hub, back up the Shadow Dancer and the Blue Rose. Shipwreck and Cudhowl, stay with me for the adjunct. You too, Grey." Sergeant Ordinary Grey cursed. "I outrank you, Fan. Show what?" "Right," the man gasped. "You all, what Fan said. Carry on, Corporal." "Asp Slither, got any magic? How about you, Gil?" "It's coming back," hissed Gil Slime, and Asp Slither cackled like a strangled swan. "Just watch me," she crowed. "No!" Fan shouted. They were only a dozen or so paces away now. "Hold back, both of you! Find their fucking commander and hit the fucker with all you fucking got! You fucking got it?" The Cartuli mage cackled a second time and loomed close. "No, sir! What do you mean?" A strange burbling sound spat out from Cudhowl. Fan shot the Semka look. "That's some laugh you got there." They arrived like a whirlwind into the front line of the Colansi. Swords were a blur in the hands of the dancer, and where they touched, blood sang forth and bodies tumbled back. The ice-clad soldier waded in, blows bouncing from him unnoticed, and cut deep into the ranks, his sword seemingly everywhere. The tall soldier on the dancer's left was bellowing as he beat down the Colansi in front of him, shield slamming another and knocking the 2 men off their feet, where they fouled those coming up behind them. And the commander fought with breathtaking precision, every motion either evading a thrust or dealing death, on her face an expression that struck ice through Trissin's heart. And then the other soldiers arrived, 4 coming up around the commander, 3 of them howling like demons, the 4th with his mouth horribly sewn tight. They struck in a manic frenzy, driving the Colansi back. She saw a huge soldier collide with the heavies who had swung round the icebound man, somehow knocking 3 of them to the ground. His short sword lashed down, seemingly little more than touching each Colansi on the side of the neck, and from 3 throats blood sprayed out. "Surround them!" screamed Trissin from 3 ranks behind the fighting. "Cut them!" A ball of flames engulfed the Colansi commander, raging wild, and from the cloudless sky above, lightning crashed down, the impact thundering, flinging soldiers to the ground, the strike creating a vast hole in the ranks. Burnt flesh and parts of bodies rained down. 3 demons clawed up from the ground beneath the burning woman, their bodies covered in protruding mouths filled with dagger-length fangs, the talons on the ends of their fingers long as sabres, their heads swarming with coal-red eyes. Roaring, they lunged into the raging flames, tearing the commander to pieces. Seeing all this, Grid Fan shot a wild look back at his mages, saw them convulsed with laughter. "Fucking illusionists! Tone it down, you fools! You want to give it all away?" Gil Slime and Asp Slither looked up, suddenly straight-faced. "Got anything else?" Fan demanded. Both shook their heads.
Then get up here and fight!
The Colansi had recovered, were now pushing to close once again, and more was swinging round on the far side, forcing Sample and Hair Ravage to back up. Swearing, Fan worked up close to the adjunct.
Sir, we need to fall back into the phalanx. Adjunct!
When she did not reply, or even seem to hear him, he cursed and said to the sergeant beside him,
Grey, listen. We come up and around her, either side. We make us a wall so she can't get past us. Shipwreck, go there, and you, Semk, right here. We're going to force her back and into the ranks, understood?
It's the battle lust, sir,
shouted Shipwreck, staggering drunkenly, as was his way in moments of high excitement, when his damaged inner ear started acting up.
I know what the fuck it is, idiot! Now let's do this!
Lostara Yil was being pulled away from the adjunct's flank. Henar Vigolf was hard-pressed, now defending himself from attackers on two sides. The sudden arrival of the regulars had eased the threat, but only momentarily. There were simply too many of the bastards. Sobbing, bearing countless wounds, Lostara Yil drew closer to her love.
Don't die. Please, don't die.
A sword blade clipped Henar's head. He staggered, stunned. Lostara screamed, now fighting blind to the threats pressing in around her, her gaze fixed on Henar. The two regulars collapsed in to fend off the blows rushing down towards Henar. A woman and a man, the former Nathi, the latter 7 cities. She had never seen them before, but they fought the attackers to a standstill above her love, who dragged off his cracked helm, blood gushing down from a scalp wound, and was trying to regain his feet. Lostara hacked down a Colansi on her left, leapt over his crumpling form. The grace was gone now, only brutal savagery remained. She opened another man's throat. The Nathi woman shrieked, a sword driven through her chest. Dropping her weapon, she took hold of the arm gripping that sword and pulled her attacker down as she fell. Her companion's short sword licked out, cut through half his neck. The man was shouting, trying to drag Henar back to his feet, until an axe crushed the back of the regular's head, through helm and bone, and flung him forward, limbs flopping. But Henar was on his feet once more, and Lostara reached his side. Just beyond, a row of faces, Malazan regulars shouting from their line on the flank, screaming and beckoning, "Close! Hurry! Come to us!" Lostara spun round, blades whipping out.
Henar! To the ranks! Go!
She saw the other regulars spilling back, all of them arrayed protectively round the adjunct as they forced her towards the ranks. Ruthen Gad and one huge regular were fighting to prevent the group from getting cut off, enveloped, but even they were being pushed back.
Take me, Cotillion, please, I beg you, take me.
But from her patron god, nothing. She twisted to her left, marched ahead to hold the enemy. A dozen Colansi rushed her. The Kundril had pushed as deep as they could into the press of heavy infantry. They had gone farther than War Leader Gaul had thought possible. But now the horses were all dead, and so too the last of his warriors. But the advance had been blocked. Bodies alone were enough to prevent the enemy from swinging round the Malazan wing. So now they were simply pushing inward, forcing the regulars into an ever-contracting formation. A sword had ripped open everything below his rib-cage. He was lying on his back, on the corpses of strangers and kin, his intestines spilled out and tangled round his legs. Something was pulsing in the air. He could not be certain if it came from outside or from somewhere deep inside him.
No, outside.
Voices rising in rhythm, but he could not quite make out the word. Again and again the sound rising and falling, coming from somewhere off to his right. He found the pounding of his heart falling into that pulse, and warmth flowed through him, though he knew not the reason for it. Darkness was drawing close.
That sound. Voices. They are voices, rising from the Malazans. What are they saying? What do they shout again and again?
Abruptly, thick blood crackled in one ear, opened a way through, and he could at last hear the endlessly repeated cry. "Kundril! Kundril! Kundril!" A word for his fading heart, a song for his ending life.
Coltaine, I shall stand before you. We shall ride with your Wiccans. I see crows over the ancestral hills.
Sister Freedom strode forward as the huge emas toppled. She kicked him onto his back, plunged her battered hands down, closed her fingers through torn, papery skin and ripped sinews, and took hold of his spine. She paused a moment, glaring at the one with the flint-studded harpoon who was rising yet again a few paces away. The Focral assail was a mass of wounds and broken bones, but she was far from dead. Bellowing, she lifted the Tlanimas from the ground and broke his spine like a branch, twisting it amidst snapping, grinding sounds. Flinging the corpse away, she advanced on the last undead warrior.
"This ends now."
The female warrior backed away. They were both down from the rise, down among heaps of bodies, cold flesh and thick, cooling blood underfoot, limbs that flopped away with each step. Fury filled Freedom. At the murder of Brother Aloft, at the pathetic audacity and stubbornness of these Tlanimas, at this army of foreigners who refused to break, who did nothing but die where they stood, killing her soldiers and killing yet more of them. She would destroy them, soon, once this last Imas was crushed and torn apart. She stepped over a dead horse warrior, one boot cracking into the side of the man's head. The blow rang loud, and Gaul opened his eyes, blinked up at the sky.
I should be dead. Why am I not yet dead?
Behind him he heard someone speak.
Surrender to me, Tlanimas. Your kin are all gone. There is no point in continuing this fight. Stand, and I will destroy you, but I will give you leave to depart. Be done with this. It is not your battle.
Gaul reached down, took hold of a handful of his intestines just under his rib cage and tore it free. He groped, slicing open the palm of his hand on a discarded sword, a Colansi blade, straight and tipped for thrusting.
A child's toy, not like my talwar, but it will have to do.
He climbed to his feet, almost folded as a weight slipped behind his ribs and sternum. With his free hand he reached in to hold everything up. Turning, he found himself staring at the back of the Focral assail. Beyond her stood a Tlanimas, the one he knew to be named Nomkala. Her left thigh had been shattered, bent and splintered, yet still she stood, her spear held at the ready. Gaul stepped forward and drove the sword through the Focral assail, through her spine. She arched in shock, the breath rushing from her. The Kundril fell back, his lungs slipping past his spread fingers to flop in his lap. He was dead before his head hit the ground. Nomkala stepped forward. The Focral assail's eyes were wide, staring into her own. The Tlanimas had been watching those eyes for what seemed an eternity, since the moment they had risen up from the ground beneath her. She had studied the malice and ferocity in that unhuman glare. She had witnessed the flares of pleasure and triumph each time the assail had shattered another of her kin. She had seen their delight when breaking Kalturmanal's spine. But now there was a sword thrust through the Focral assail, iron gleaming blue-red, and those eyes held nothing but astonishment. Nomkala took one more step closer, then drove her harpoon into the bitch's eye, hard enough to drive through, punching out the back of the assail's skull. The Malazan army was crumbling. Driven back, pushed ever tighter inward, they left bodies heaped in ribboned mounds with every step they yielded. Joined by a stumbling pause, Banaskar led the non-combatants, the children of the snake and the Kundril, as far back as they dared, but it was clear that the Colansi sought only to annihilate the bone hunters. All the heavy infantry now working round from the south were ignoring the huddled mass of unarmed onlookers. Blistig was still fighting, a hard, defiant knot at the front of the center phalanx. Banaskar could see kindly, there on the right, doing the same, and Faradan Sort on his left. These three fists, chosen by the adjunct, simply refused to fall. The ex-priest could no longer see Tavare, but something told him that she still stood, somewhere in the ranks on the south-facing line. That attack, with the squad of regulars coming up to join it, had been extraordinary.
And that magic was ridiculous. But see that commander lying dead. That's real enough. Not much assail blood in that one to have succumbed to nothing but invented nightmares. Nice play, regulars.
But it was all hopeless. All that he'd seen here, all that he'd witnessed. He felt a presence to his right and turned to see Hanavat. and a step behind her and to one side, Rut carrying the child.
"Your husband. I am sorry,"
said Banascar. She shook her head.
He stopped them. They all did. And now, see, the Focral Azael herself has fallen.
"It was well fought, was it not?"
She nodded.
"Tell me, have you named the child?"
Hanavat met his eyes.
I believed. What is the point? Until this moment, until you spoke.
Then her eyes fell from his.
Yet for the life of me I cannot think of one.
Gaul?
Gaul bears but one face in my life, and so it shall ever be. Priest, I am lost.
He could say nothing to that.
We are all lost.
Banascar faced the terrible battle once more, Hanavat upon one side with the boy and the baby, Pors upon the other. They looked on, silent, to where the bone hunters were dying, every one of them. The air swirling brittle with outrage, High-Fist Ganos Paran rode to the top of the ridge, Fist Writhe Bude at his side. Behind them the host was drawing up at the trot. He did not need to look behind him, or listen to Bude's desperate breaths to know that they were exhausted. That legion of heavy infantry had savaged them. Without Callum and Quick Ben's deadly antics, the high-watered who had commanded the Colansi had proved a stubborn foe, refusing to yield to the inevitable. They had been forced to kill every last one of them before finally cutting down the commander. And now his army was bleeding, dragging itself up the slope like a wounded dog. They reached the rise and reined in. Before them, the bone hunters formed a crumbling core under sustained attack from three sides, and in moments the fourth side would be engulfed as well. Ganos could barely comprehend the magnitude of the slaughter he was seeing. Corpses made low hills around the combatants, as orderly as the berms of an earthworks fortification. Shock and horror tightened like a fist around his heart. His sister's army had been reduced to less than 1,000, and they were falling fast.
High-Fist!
Writhe Bude's mouth snapped shut when he spun to her and she saw his face. Paran swung his mount round as the first line of soldiers reached the summit.
"To the edge! To this damned edge! Close up, damn you! Those are fellow Malazans dying down there! Look on them! All of you, look on them!"
His horse staggered beneath him, but he righted it with a savage sawing of the reins, then reached up and dropped the full visor over his face, drew out his sword and rose in his stirrups as still more soldiers crowded the ridge.
"Draw breath, you bastards, and charge!"
As he and Fist Writhe Bude drove their mounts down the slope, Ganos Paran angled close to her.
"Into that flank! Leave the south alone!" "Yes, sir." "Look for any mixed bloods."
The look she shot him was venomous.
"Oh, really, sir?"
Behind them the ground shook as the host thundered down the slope.
"High-Fist, if we take down their commanders, mercy?"
He glared ahead, drawing his mount away from the woman, angling towards the unoccupied flats between the fighters and the non-combatants.
"Today, Fist, I don't know the word."
But he knew he would change his mind, cursed with softness. "I got it all, left nothing for Tevere, my sister of ice-cold iron. We should have shared it out, like coins. God, so many things we should have done. Is it now too late? Does she live? Sister, do you live?" High-watered Melest, still shaken by the deaths of the Pures, turned at the cries of shock and dismay from the Colansi on the right flank, and his eyes widened upon seeing another foreign army pouring down from the hills. Even as he watched, they slammed into the heavy infantry, and these attackers were as heavily armored, and with the weight of the downhill charge behind them, they shattered the wing with the force of an avalanche. Howling in rage, he pushed back through the ranks. He needed one of the Pure's horses to attain a higher vantage point. They still held the center and fully commanded the south side of the field. Victory was still possible, and he would win it. In his mind, drawing as much strength as he could from Akrast Corvalane, he exhorted his soldiers into a battle frenzy.
"Kill them! All these who have so defied us on this day, destroy them!"
His horse lagging beneath him, beginning to weave, Paran cursed and slowed the beast. He fumbled in the saddlebag on his left, drew out a lacquered card, glad at the lone rider painted on it.
"Methok,
I know you can hear me. I'm about to open the gate for you, but listen. Come at the charge, do you understand? You wanted a damned hood-balled, blood-pissing fight, and now I'm giving it to you." Paran kicked his horse forward again, pushing the poor beast into a gallop. He fixed his eyes on the place where he would tear open the gate, and then rose in his stirrups. "There," he said to the card, and then threw it. The card sailed out, level as a quarrel from a crossbow, so fast it blurred as it cut through the air. Beneath Paran, his horse stumbled, then collapsed. He threw himself clear, struck hard, rolled, and was still. Ruthengard fought to defy the envelopment, but even with this unknown brute of a soldier fighting at his side, he could not prevent the hundreds of Colanzi from swinging round, well beyond the reach of their swords. Behind him, he felt a sudden surge rip through the regulars, pushing everyone forward a step. Twisting round, Ruthen strained to see the cause, but dust filled the air, and all he could see was the reeling mass of Malazans, now breaking apart, spilling out, as if in a berserk fever they now sought to charge. But before these soldiers there were no Colanzi. "They are broken. They are finally—" Thunder spun him round, and he stared, disbelieving, as thousands of warriors rode out from an enormous gate. But no, this ragged tear in the fabric of the world did not deserve so lofty a title. It was huge, opened to a howling wind, and it was barely 30 paces from the first ranks of the enemy. The riders bore lances, their mounts heavily armoured across chest and neck. They struck the disordered mass of heavy infantry. There had been no time to wheel, no time to draw shields round, and the concussion of that impact shuddered through the Colanzi. The wings split, broke apart, and suddenly all cohesion was lost, and the horse warriors were delivering slaughter on all sides. The regular infantryman beside him stumbled then, leaned hard against Ruthengard's hip. Startled, he stared down, saw the man pressing his forehead against his ice-sheathed side. Eyes closed, the gasping Canese breathed. "Gods below, that feels good." Lostara saw Adjunct Tavare stumbling away from the ranks. The pressure was gone. The enemy had other foes to deal with, and those foes were driving them back, away from the bone hunters. She stared after Tavare. The adjunct was barely recognizable. Covered in blood and gore, her helm torn off, her hair stained red, she staggered into the clear. 10 jerking, almost manic steps, her sword still in her hand but held out to one side, as if the arm had forgotten how to relax. Lostara pulled free of the ranks, moved after her, but a hand grasped her, dragged her back, and Hanar's voice was close by her ear. "No, love, leave her. Just leave her." Her steps ran out, lost all momentum, and then she was standing, alone, her back to her army. The sounds of battle seemed to be falling away, as if thick, heavy curtains were being drawn across every side of the world, shutting away every scene, every swirl of motion and dust. She was alone. The sword still held out so awkwardly, and her head slowly tilting back to lift her face to the sky. Eyes were upon her now, but she saw them not. Tavare's mouth opened, and the cry of anguish that tore from it held nothing human. It rang across the field of battle. It pushed past the witnessing bone hunters, reached out and caressed countless corpses. It fought with the dust, rising up to vanish in the lurid green hue of the sky's fading light. When her voice gave out, all could see that cry continuing in the stretched contortion of her face. Silent now, she gave nothing to the sky, and in that nothing there was everything. Half stunned by the fall from the horse, Paran staggered towards her. That sound had not come from his sister. Too terrible, too ravaged, too brutal, and yet it dragged him towards her, as if he was caught in a rushing current. Off to his left, a few hundred bone hunters still alive, motionless, unable even to sag or settle to the ground. They looked upon his sister, and he could make no sense of their meaning, of what they still wanted from her. Is this not enough? This one weakness, breaking loose so raw, so horrifyingly from her? Is it never enough? I don't understand what you want from her. What more are you waiting for? Through the bars of his helm's iron grille, she was directly ahead, a prisoner still. Someone was rushing towards her, another enemy. She could not even open her eyes, could not turn to meet him. One more death seemed too much, but she knew what waited within her. This need to finish. Do not attack me. Please, someone stop him. Please. I will kill him. She heard him arrive, and she dropped down into a crouch, spinning round, eyes opening, a heavy helm, an armored body lunging for her. Her blade was a blur. He caught her wrist, was rocked back by the force of the swing, pulled her close as she struggled, fumbled at his helm's strap. "Davare, stop! It's me! It's Ganos!" The helm came away, left his hand to thump on the ground. She stared up at him, disbelieving, and then, in her face, everything shattered. "I lost her! Oh, Ganos, I lost her!" As she collapsed into his arms, frail as a child, Ganos held her tight. One hand against the back of her sweat-matted head, her bloodied face now pressed into his shoulder as she broke down, he found himself sinking to his knees, taking her within him. And when he looked up, over at those bone hunters, he saw that whatever they had been waiting for, they had now found. Like him, like her, they were settling down to their knees. They were surrendering to whatever was left inside them. Muffled against his shoulder, through her sobs, she was saying his name, over and over again. On a distant part of the field, as high-watered Melest swung his jag horse round, seeking to flee, Mathok's lance took him in the side of the head, and the final battle of the Bone Hunter regular infantry was done.
"Corporal, get over to those fat women!"
"Dead, Sergeant."
"Then the other one, damn you!"
"Both corporals are dead. I told you." Cursing, Hellion sidestepped a lunging attacker, drove her knee into the man's jaw. The head snapped upward, and the body beneath it sagged. She stabbed him in the neck and then turned to glare at her squad's last soldier.
"Well, what good are you, damn it? What's your name?"
"You stupid, brain-dead cow! I'm Maybe. I've been with you from the start."
"And you're still here. Just my luck. I'll hold this track. Go find someone to spell those two whales. Most of those bridge burners are dead."
Swearing, Maybe moved off. Hellion took a moment to dry the sweat and blood from her palm, and then picked up her sword again. Where was Herb? If that fool was dead, she'd kill him. No, that's not right. No matter. Below, she saw more helmed heads lurching into view on the narrow, winding incline.
"Come on, then. One of you's got to have a flask. Something, for hood's sake. See what happens when I'm sober?"
Korab heard Maybe shouting behind him and turned, saw weapons flashing. Colansi soldiers pouring up onto the summit. Marines were going down all round Maybe. Malvan Dredder, Ruffle, Honey.
"Breach!" he screamed. "Breach!"
And then he was running. Maybe stumbled, stabbed through one calf, buckling to blows against his shield. Korab saw Ruffle push herself onto her hands and knees, but then an axe descended, bursting her skull. She flopped back down, limp as a rag doll. Now he could see the breach. The two bridge-burner sergeants had both gone down at the top of the trail they had been defending. Korab leapt over the chained guard. Colansi faces turned towards him, and then he was among them, his sword singing. The shield was torn from his left arm by an axe blade, a point bit deep into his side. Howling, he slashed open a shoulder, cutting through chain, the links scattering, and then drove another man to his knees on the backswing. A heavy grunt from someone on his right. Shortnose had arrived, shield-bashing two foes, sending both to the ground. He'd collected up a Colansi axe and now used it to dispatch the stunned soldiers. More of the enemy rushed them. The crippled god was able to turn his head, was witness to the savage, desperate defense from these two Malazans. He watched the enemy driven back in one instant, then pushing closer in the next. The sweat of one of his protectors had splashed his face when the man had sailed over him, and those droplets now ran down in trickles, leaving tracks that felt cool as tears. It seemed that there would be no reinforcements to this modest engagement. The enemy was upon them on all sides. They had finally come within sight of his chained body. and now the Focral assail understood the purpose behind all this. The crippled god could feel the assail's hunger.
I am almost all here, within this bag of skin, and I remain in chains. He can wound me. He can feed on my power for all time, and none could challenge him. He will unleash my poison upon the world.
The Malazan with the cut-off nose-tip staggered, pierced through by a sword, and then another, only to then straighten, his axe lashing out. Bodies reeled, toppled in welters of gore. He stumbled forward, and the crippled god saw his face in profile, and saw the man's smile as he fell face first onto the ground. Leaving but one defender, harried now by 3 Colansi, with a 4th and 5th soldier appearing from behind them. His lone stalwart marine cut one down with his singing blade, and then another, crippled by a sigh, chopped down to the bone. The axe that caught the marine was swung from the shield side, but the Malazan held no shield, could not block the swing. It cut clean through his left shoulder, severing the arm. Blood spraying, the man stepped back, his torso held, pitched to one side, unbalanced. A second swing slashed through half his neck. Somehow the marine found the strength to drive the point of his sword into his killer's throat, the tip bursting out below the back of the skull. The thrust toppled him forward into the dying man's arms. They fell as one. Even as the remaining 2 Colansi moved towards the crippled god, weapons lifting, quarrels flashed in the air, knocked both men down. The god heard the scuff and thump of boots, and then someone landed and slid up against him, and he turned his head to the kneeling savior, looked up into Captain Fiddler's eyes.
"They reach you, Lord?"
The crippled god shook his head.
Captain, your soldiers.
As if the word alone wounded him, Fiddler looked away, and then scrambled back onto his feet, cranking back the claw on the crossbow, his eyes fixing on the breech. Those eyes then went wide.
"Hedge!"
he screamed. Hedge fell against the hacked bodies of sweet lard and rum jugs. The trail just below where the 2 women had fought was jammed with corpses, but beyond them he could see more Colansi soldiers, dragging the way clear. They'd be through in moments.
Too many. Fuck.
How long had they been fighting? He had no idea. How many waves of attacks? It seemed like hundreds, but that wasn't possible. They still had daylight above them. Dying daylight, aye, but still. Eyes on the mass of enemy below, an enemy heaving ever closer, he drew round the satchel he had collected from the mound of gear close to the feet of the crippled god. Drew out the cusser.
"Always keep one. Always. Sapper's vow. If you're going down, take the bastards with you."
He lifted it high. Behind him he heard Fiddler shriek his name.
"Oh, shit. Sorry, Fid."
Hedge plunged down the trail, rushing the mob of Colansi, and then heard someone behind him and whirled.
"Fiddler, damn you! No! Go back!"
Instead, his friend tackled him. Both went down, the cusser flying from Hedge's hand. Neither man ducked for cover, instead turning to watch the munition take its leisurely, curving path down to the press of soldiers and all those bobbing iron helms. It struck one of those helms clean as a coconut falling from a tree, burst open to spill insensate carmine powder. The 2 sappers stared at each other, faces barely a hand's width apart, and in unison they cried, "Dod!" And then a Malazan slammed down beside them in a clatter of armor. A man, if anything, shorter than Relico, yet pale and thin, his ears protruding from the sides of his narrow head. He faced them and offered up a yellow, snaggle-toothed smile.
"Got your back, sirs. Get on we now."
Fiddler stared at the man. "Who in Hood's name are you?" The soldier gave him a hurt look.
"I'm nefarious bread, sir. Who else would I be? Now get back up there. I'll cover ye, aye?"
Fiddler turned and dragged Hedge back onto his feet, pulling him up the trail. As they scrabbled to the edge, hands reached down and dragged them up. The faces of the Marines now surrounding them, Tar, Bottle, Smiles, and Coric, were the palest he had ever seen. Dead Smell arrived and fell to his knees beside the prone bodies of rum jugs and sweet lard, looked up and muttered something to Tar. Nodding, Sergeant Tar pushed Hedge and Fiddler from the edge. "We got this breach taken care of, sirs." Fiddler grasped Hedge's arm, yanked him as he dragged him away.
Fid, shut the fuck up! He rounded on Hedge. You thought to just do it all over again? It looked like we was finished. We ain't never finished, damn you! We drove 'em back again. You hearing me? They're pulling back. We drove them back again!
Hedge's legs suddenly felt watery beneath him. He abruptly sat down. Gloom was settling round them. He listened to gasping breaths, cursing, ragged coughs. Looking about, he saw that the others within sight were also down on the ground, too tired for anything more. Heads fell back, eyes closed. His sigh was a rasp.
Gods, how many soldiers you got left, Fid?
The man was now lying beside him, back propped against a tilted stone.
Maybe 20.
You? A shudder took Hedge and he looked away.
The sergeants were the last of them. They ain't dead. What?
Cut up, aye, but just unconscious. Dead smell figures it was heat prostration.
Heat? Gods below. I told them to drink all they had.
They're big women, Hedge.
My last bridge burners.
Aye, Hedge, your last bridge burners. Hedge opened his eyes and looked over at his friend, but Fid's own eyes remained shut, face towards the darkening sky.
Really? What you said?
Really. Hedge settled back.
Think we can stop 'em again?
Of course we can. Listen, you ain't hiding another cusser, are you?
No. Hood take me. I've been carrying that one for bloody ever. And all that time, it was a dud.
Faces floated behind Fiddler's eyes, stilled in death when so many memories of each one gave them so much life. But that life was trapped now inside Fiddler's own mind. And there they would remain, when in opening his eyes, which he was not yet ready to do, he would see only that stillness, the emptiness. He knew which world he wanted to live in, but people didn't have that choice, did they? Not unless they killed the spark inside themselves first. With drink, with the oblivion of sweet smoke. But those were false dreams and made mockery of the ones truly lost, the ones whose lives had passed. Around him, the desperate gulps of breath were fading, the groans falling off as wounds were bound. Few soldiers had the strength to move, and he knew that they were now settled as he was, here against this stone, too tired to move. From the slope on all sides, the low cries and moans of wounded Colansi lifted up, soft and forlorn, abandoned. The Malazans had killed hundreds, had wounded even more, and still the attackers would not relent, as if this hill had become the lone island in a world of rising seas. But it's not that. It's just the place we chose to do what's right. But then maybe that alone gives reason to take us down, to destroy us. Hedge was silent beside him, but not asleep. If he had been, his snores would have driven them all from this place, the crippled god included, chains be damned. And from the army still surrounding them, down on the lower ground, nothing more than a sullen mutter of sound, soldiers resting, checking weapons and armor, readying for the next assault. The last assault. 20-odd soldiers cannot stop an army, even these soldiers. Someone coughed nearby, from some huddle of stones, and then spoke.
So, who are we fighting for again?
Fiddler could not place the voice, nor the one that replied, Everyone. A long pause, and then,
No wonder we're losing.
6, a dozen heartbeats before someone snorted. A rumbling laugh followed, and then someone else burst out in a howl of mirth. And all at once, from the dark places among the rocks of this barrow, laughter burgeoned, rolled round, bounced and echoed. Fiddler felt his mouth cracking wide in a grin, and then he barked a laugh, and then another. And then he simply could not stop, pain clenching his side. Beside him, Hedge was suddenly hysterical, twisting over and curling up as the laughter poured out of him. Tears now in Fiddler's eyes, wiping them frantically, but the laughter went on. And on. Smiles looked over at the others in her squad, saw them doubling over, saw faces flushed and tears streaming down. Bottle, Korik, even Tar, and Smiles smiled. When her squad mates saw that, they convulsed as if gut stabbed. Lying jammed in a crack between two stones a third of the way down the slope, half buried beneath Colansi corpses and feeling the blood draining away from the deep mortal wounds in his chest, Cuttle heard that laughter. And in his mind he went back and back. Childhood, the battles they fought, the towering redoubts they defended, the sunny days of dust and sticks for swords, and running this way and that, where time was nothing but a world without horizons, and the days never closed, and every stone felt perfect in the palm of the hand, and when a bruise arrived or a cut opened red, why, he need only run to his ma or da, and they would take his shock and indignation and make it all seem less important, and then that disturbance would be gone, drifting into the time of before, and ahead there was only the sun and the brightness of never growing up. To the stones and sweat and blood here in his last resting place, Cuttle smiled, and then he whispered to them in his mind, "You should have seen our last stands. They were something. They were something." Darkness, and then brightness, brightness like a summer day without end. He went there without a single look back. Lying beneath the weight of the chains, the crippled god who had been listening now heard. Long forgotten, half-disbelieved emotions rose up through him, ferocious and bright. He drew a sharp breath, feeling his throat tighten. "I will remember this. I will set out scrolls and burn upon them the names of these fallen. I will make of this work a holy tome, and no other shall be needed. Hear them. They are humanity unfurled, laid out for all to see, if one would dare look. There shall be a book, and it shall be written by my hand. Wheel and seek the faces of 1,000 gods. None can do what I can do. Not one can give voice to this holy creation. But this is not bravado. For this, my Book of the Fallen, the only god worthy of its telling is the crippled one, the broken one. And has it not always been thus? I never hid my hurts. I never disguised my dreams. And I never lost my way. And only the fallen can rise again." He listened to the laughter, and suddenly the weight of those chains was as nothing. Nothing. "They have Brother Graves stopped. He turned, faced the dark hill. Beside him, high-watered Hagraff's eyes slowly widened, and on all sides the Colansi soldiers were looking up at the barrow, the weapons in their hands sagging. More than a few took a backward step, as laughter rolled down to them all. When Brother Grave pushed harshly through the soldiers, marching towards the corpse-strewn foot of the hill, Hagraff followed. The Pure halted 5 paces beyond the milling, disordered ranks, stared upward. He flung Hagraff a look drawn taut with incredulity. "Who are these foreigners?" The high-watered could only shake his head, a single motion. Brother Graves' face darkened. "There are but a handful left. There will be no retreat this time. Do you understand me? No retreat. I want them all cut down." "Yes, sir." The Forkral assail glared at the soldiers. "Form up, all of you. Prepare to advance." Suddenly, from the hill, deathly silence. Brother Graves smiled. "Hear that? They know that it is over." A faint whistling in the air, and then Hagraff grunted in pain, staggering to one side, an arrow driven through his left shoulder. Brother Graves spun to him, glared. Teeth clenching, Hagraff tore the iron point from his shoulder, almost collapsing from the burst of agony as blood streamed down. Staring down at the glistening sliver of wood in his hand, he saw that it was Colansi. Snarling, Brother Grave wheeled and forced his way back through the press of soldiers. He would join this assault. He would ride his jag horse to the very top, cutting down every fool who dared stand in his way. In his mind, seeping in from the soldiers surrounding him, he could hear whispers of dread and fear, and beneath that palpable bitterness there was something else, something that forced its way through his utter command of their bodies, their wills. These were hardened veterans, one and all. By their hands they had delivered slaughter upon foes armed and unarmed, at the command of the fulcral assail. They had been slaves for years now, and yet, like a black current beneath the stone of his will, Brother Grave sensed emotions that had nothing to do with a desire to destroy the enemy now opposing them. They were in awe. The very notion infuriated him.
"Silence! They are mortal. They have not the wits to accept the inevitable. You will fight them. You will take them down, every last one of them."
Seeing them wither before his command, a surge of satisfaction rushed through him, and he moved on.
"And I will claim the crippled god,"
he hissed under his breath, finally pushing clear of the troops, marching towards his hobbled horse.
"I will wound him, and Akrast Corvalane shall be reborn, and then none will be able to oppose me. None!"
Motion off to his left caught his attention. He halted, squinted into the green-tinted gloom. Someone was walking towards him across the plain.
What now?
At 40 paces he saw the figure raise its arms. The sorcery that erupted from him was a blinding, coruscating wave, argent as the heart of lightning. It tore across the ground between them, struck one edge of the Colansi ranks, and scythed through them. Bellowing in answer, Brother Grave threw up his hands a moment before the magic struck. He was flung backwards through the air, only to slam into something unyielding, something that gave an animal grunt. Strength fled Brother Grave. He looked down, stared at 2 long blades jutting from his chest. Each knife had pierced through one of his hearts. Then a low voice rumbled close to one ear. "Compliments of Kalamekar." The assassin let the body sag, slide off his long knives. Then he turned and slashed through the rope hobbling the horse, moved up alongside the beast's head. "I hate horses, you know, but this time you'd better run. Even you won't like what's coming." He stepped back, slapped the animal's rump. The bone-white jag horse bolted, trying a kick that Kalam barely managed to dodge. He glared after it and then turned to face the Colansi soldiers. In time to see another wave of Quick Ben's brutal sorcery hammer into the press of troops, tearing down hundreds. The rest scattered. And the High Mage was shouting, running now.
"Through the gap, Kalam! Hurry! Get to that barrow! Run, damn you!"
Growling, the assassin lumbered forward. "I hate horses, aye, but I hate running even more. Should have ridden the damned thing, then this would be easy. Better still, we should never have let the other one go. Quick's going soft on me." A Colansi officer with assail blood in him stepped into his path, clutching his wounded shoulder. Kalam cut the man's head off with a scissoring motion of his long knives, knocked the headless body to one side, and continued on. He knew that tone from Quick Ben. "Run like a damned gazelle, Kalam." Instead, he ran like a bear. With luck, that would be fast enough. Hedge knew that sound, recognized that flash of blinding mage fire. He rose, dragging Fiddler to his feet.
"Quick, Ben! Fiddler! They're here!"
On all sides, the last few Marines were rising, weapons hanging, their faces filling with disbelief. Hedge pointed.
"There! I'd know that scrawny excuse for a man anywhere. And there! That's Kalam!"
"They broke the Colansi," Fiddler said. "Why are they running?" As Hedge spun round, as if to shout to the Marines, his hand suddenly clenched on Fiddler's arm, and the captain turned. He looked skyward.
"God's below!"
She was the finder of paths. There were ways through the worlds that only she had walked, but now, as she forced her will through the Warren's veil, she could feel the pressure behind her, a need that seemed without answer. Instinct had taken her this far, and the world beyond was unknown to her. "Has my course been true, or nothing but a lie?" I whispered to myself over and over, as if the universe would bend to my will. I promised so much to my lord. I led him home. I led him to the throne of his ancestors.
I promised answers to all of the hidden purposes behind all that his father had done. I promised him a meaning to all this, and I promised him peace.
She emerged into a dying day, trod lifeless grasses beneath her moccasin-clad feet, and the sky above was crazed with emerald comets, the light stunning her eyes with its virulence. They seemed close enough to touch, and in the falling rain of that light she heard voices. But a moment later those actinic arcs were not alone in the heavens. Vast shadows tore ragged trails through the green glow, coming from her right with the fury of clashing storm clouds. Blood and gore spattered the ground around her like hail. She spun in that direction, and the breath escaped Apsalara in a rush. A blight was taking the land, faster than any wildfire, and above it was a dragon, appallingly huge, assailed on all sides by lesser kin. Corabus! She saw the front of that blight rushing towards her. She turned and ran, reached desperately for Warren's, but nothing awakened. It was all being destroyed. Every path, every gate. Life's myriad fires were being snuffed out, crushed like dying embers. What have I done? They are following. They trusted in me. My lord and his followers are coming. There is no stopping that. But they will arrive in a realm which they cannot leave. Where flies Corabus, there shall be Tiam. What have I done? Suddenly, in the distance ahead, sure as a dreaded dawn, the rift she had made tore open wide, and 5 dragons sailed out, their vast shadows rushing towards her. 4 were black as onyx, the 5th the crimson hue of blood. Desra, Skintic, Korlat, Silana, Nemander. And awaiting them, in the skies above this world, between earth and the fiery heavens, the air swarmed with their kin, and Corabus, at war. She saw her lord and his followers drawn into that maelstrom, all lost, stolen away by what was coming. Where flies Corabus, there shall be Tiam. And the goddess of the Alaint had begun to manifest. Panicked, weeping, Apsalara began running again, and there in the distance beckoned a hill crowded with crags and boulders, and upon that hill there were figures. As Fiddler turned to face the west, he found himself staring at the most massive dragon he had ever seen. Harried by scores of lesser dragons, seemingly torn to shreds, it was laboring straight for them. He spun. The adjunct sword was now bleeding coppery, rust-stained light, visibly trembling where it was driven into the earth. Oh no, we're all dead. The land beneath the Otataral dragon was withering, crumbling to dust and cracked bare clay. The devastation spread out like floodwaters over the plains. A sword wasn't enough. We all knew that. When we stood here, her, me, the priest. The priest! He whirled round. At that moment, Quick Ben reached the crest.
No one leaves the barrow. Stay inside the ring.
The ring?
God's below, direct.
The wizard heard him and flashed a half-panicked grin.
Well said, Fid, but not God's below, just one.
Callum stumbled into view behind Quick Ben, lathered in sweat and so winded he fell to his knees, face stretched in pain as he struggled to catch his breath. Hedge threw the assassin a waterskin.
You're out of shape, soldier.
Fiddler saw his marines drawing up. Their eyes were on the approaching dragon, and the hundreds of other smaller dragons swooping down upon it in deadly waves. When some of them saw the blight, spreading out and now rushing closer, they flinched back. Fiddler well understood that gesture.
Quick, Ben! Can she protect us?
The wizard scowled across at him.
You don't know? She's here, isn't she? Why else would she be here?
He then advanced on Fiddler.
Didn't you plan this?
Plan? What fucking plan? He retorted, unwilling to budge.
Banaskar said something. His god was coming to offer protection. Exactly. Wait, what kind of protection? I don't know.
The blight struck the lower ground, caught the scattered Colansi soldiers. They disintegrated in billows of dust. The Malazans threw themselves to the ground, covering their heads. Fiddler simply stared as the Otataral dragon voiced a terrible cry that seemed to hold in it a world's pain and anguish, age upon age. and its tattered wings, snapping like torn sails, thundered wildly in the air as the creature halted directly above the barrow. Quick Ben pulled him down to the ground. Nearby, the earth shook as the corpse of a dragon slammed into it. A curtain of blood slapped the hillside. The wizard dragged himself close.
"Stay low! She's fighting it! Gods, it's killing her!"
Twisting round on the ground, Fiddler looked over at the crippled god. His eyes widened. Forged by the gods, the chains shattered like ice, links exploding, flinging shards in a vicious hail. Soldiers cried out, flinched away. The crippled god remained lying on the ground, motionless. He had carried that weight for so long, he felt unable to move. Yet his chest filled with air, the unyielding constriction now gone. The sudden release from pain left him hollow inside. Trembling took his body, and he turned his head. The mortals were screaming, though he could not hear them. They looked upon him with desperate need, but he no longer understood what they desired of him. And then, blinking, he stared up, not at the hovering, dying dragon, but beyond it.
"My worshippers, my children, I hear them. I hear their calls."
The crippled god slowly sat up, staring down at his mangled hands, the uneven fingers, the nubs where nails should have been. He studied his scarred, seamed skin, the slack muscles beneath it.
"Is this mine? Is this how I am?"
Rising to his feet, his attention was caught by the hundreds of dragons now massing to the south. They had drawn back from the Otatarl dragon, and now had begun writhing, swarming against each other, forming spiraling pillars of scale, wings, and dragon flesh, twisting above a more solid mass. The shape towered into the sky, impossibly huge, and from the flattened, elongated ends of those pillars, high above them all, eyes suddenly flared awake. A word whispered into the crippled god's mind, faint, yet still voiced in a howl of terror.
"Tiam!"
Manifesting, awakening to slay the Otatarl dragon. The crippled god saw a man fighting his way closer to where he stood, as if against a whirlwind. Iron in his beard, a familiar face he vaguely recalled, and with that recollection vague emotions rising into his thoughts.
"There have been sacrifices this day, made for me by these strangers, yet asking for nothing, not for themselves. Still, what do they now want from me? I am free. I can hear my children, and yet they are trapped in the heavens. If I call them down, all will be destroyed here. There were others once. They fell as I did, and so much was damaged, so much was lost. I see them still, trapped in jade, shaped to make a message to these mortal creatures. But that message was never understood, and the voices stayed forever trapped within. If I call my children down, this world will end in fire."
Craning, he stared beseechingly into the heavens, and reached up as if he might fly into them. The uneven fingers strained on the ends of his misshapen hands, pathetic as broken wings. The bearded man reached him, and now at last the crippled god could hear his words, could understand them.
"You must chain her, Lord! She will accept your chains! You must... Tiam is manifesting! She will destroy everything!"
The crippled god felt his face twisting.
"Chain her? I, who have known an eternity in chains? You cannot ask this of me. Chain her or she dies. Then death shall be her release. Lord, if she dies, then we all die. I beg you, chain her."
He studied this mortal.
"She accepts this? Yes, and quickly. The wreck is dying beneath us. But my power is alien. I have no means of binding it to this world, mortal. Find a way. You have to."
He was freed. He could walk from this place. He could leave these mortals. Not even the deadly power of the Otatarl dragon could harm him.
Otataral, after all, is nothing more than the scab this world makes to answer the infection. And what is that infection? Why, it is me."
The crippled god looked down upon this mortal.
"He kneels, as all broken mortals kneel. Against the cruelty of this and every world, a mortal can do nothing but kneel, even before a foreign god. And what of the love I possess? Perhaps there is nothing. But no, there is no such thing as foreign love."
He closed his eyes, released his mind to this world, and found them waiting for him. Two elder gods, each taking a hand, their touches heartbreakingly gentle. The crushing pressure in this place had leveled every feature, darkness and silt swirling in unceasing dance. Currents raged on all sides, but none could reach through. The gods held them at bay. No, only one of these elders possessed that power, and he was named Male of the Seas. They led him across this plain, this ocean bed lost to the sun's light, to where knelt another mortal, but only his soul remained, though for the moment it once more occupied the body it had abandoned long ago, rotted with decay, swirl tattoos seeming to flow in the currents from the naked form. He knelt with his hands thrust down, buried deep in the silts, as if seeking a lost coin, a precious treasure, a memento. When he looked up at them, the crippled god saw that he was blind.
"Who is this?" the mortal asked. "Who is this, nailed so cruelly to this tree? Please, I beg you, I cannot see. Please tell me. Is it him? He tried to save me. It cannot have come to this. It cannot."
And the elder god who was not Male of the Seas then spoke.
"Heboric, you but dream, and this dream of yours is not a conversation, only a monologue. In this dream, Heboric ghost hands, you are trapped."
But the mortal named Heboric shook his head.
"You don't understand. All I have touched I have destroyed. Friends, gods, even the child. I lost her too to the whirlwind. I lost them all."
"Heboric ghost hands," said Male, "will you fill this ocean with your tears? If you believe this notion to be new, know this. These waters were so filled long ago." The other elder gods said,
"Heboric, you must awaken from this dream. You must free your hands. They have waited for this moment since the island. They have touched and taken the jade, and now within you reside 1,000,000 lost souls, souls belonging to this foreign god. And too, your hands have touched Otataral, the summoner of Korabas."
But Heboric sank back down, groping in the silts once more.
"I killed my god."
"Heboric," said Male of the Seas, "even gods of war will tire of war. It seems that only mortals will not. No matter. He has absolved you of all blame. His blood has brought life to dead lands. He deems it a worthy sacrifice."
"But that sacrifice will fail, Heboric," said the other elder god, "if you do not awaken from your dream."
"Who is upon the tree?"
"Heboric, there is no one upon the tree."
The sightless eyes lifted once again.
"No one?"
"Let us see your hands, old friend. I have awakened all the warrens, and all now lead to one place, a cavern far beneath a barrow, made by the jaws of Durek. Shall we walk there now, Heboric?"
"A barrow?"
"A barrow."
"No one dreams within a barrow."
Both elder gods were silent to that, and when the crippled god looked at each of them in turn, he saw that they were weeping. He could see the tears on their weathered faces, as if they stood not at the bottom of an ocean, but upon a desert, or upon the broken skin of a barrow. When Heboric dragged his hands from the silts, one glowed emerald through the billowing clouds, the other the hue of Otatarl. The face he now turned to the elder gods was filled with sudden fear.
"Will I be alone there, in that cavern?"
"No," replied Male of the Seas. "Never again."
"Who was upon the tree?"
"We go to her now, Heboric Ghost Hands." They began walking, and the crippled god could feel the sorceries of this realm drawing towards them, gathering, conjoining to make this road. Then, ahead on the path, he saw the glimmer of a lantern, a figure now guiding them forward, but from a great distance. The journey seemed to take an eternity. Things sank down from time to time, coming from the darkness above, stirring clouds of silt into the currents. He saw ships of wood, ships of iron. He saw the carcasses of serpentine monsters. He saw a rain of human corpses, shark-gnawed and dragged down boots first to land upon the bottom as if to walk, perhaps even to join this procession, but then their legs folded beneath them, and the silts made for them a soft place to rest. He thought he saw mounted warriors, glimmering green and blue, tracking them from a distance. The lantern light was suddenly closer, and the crippled gods saw their guide standing before a cave chewed into the face of a massive cliffside. When they reached the mouth of that cave, the two elder gods paused, and both bowed to their guide. But that ghastly figure gave no sign of acknowledgment, only turned away, as if to take its light onto some other path, as if to lead others to their own fates. They strode down a winding tunnel and emerged in a vast cavern. The elder god, who was not Male of the Seas, faced the crippled god.
"Long have you wondered the blood I gave to this realm. I am Kurul, the maker of warrens. Now it is time for you to leave, to return to your home."
The crippled god considered this, and then said,
"I am flesh and bone, made in the guise of a human. Where my children call down to me, I cannot go. Would you have me summon them down?" "No, that would mean our deaths, all of us." "Yes, it would." "There will be a way," Kurul said. "It begins with Heboric, but it ends at the hands of another." "This flesh you wear," Male of the Seas added, "is unsuited to your return, but it was the best that they could do." "Fallen one," said Kurul, "will you trust us?" The crippled god looked at Heboric, and then he released his grip on the hands of the elder gods, reached for Heboric's. But the mortal stepped back and said, "Not yet, and not both of them. Both of them will kill you. I will reach for you, Lord, when the moment arrives. This I promise." The crippled god bowed and stepped back. And with his Otatarl hand, Heboric, once named Light Touch, reached through the waters above him. Copper light burst forth, filled the entire cavern. The vast fingers that erupted from the barrow encompassed the entire mound, but they did not tear the ground. Ghostly, translucent, they arced high overhead and closed about the Otatarl dragon. Carabas loosed a deafening scream, but if it was a cry of pain, torment, or release, Fiddler could not tell. Beyond the Otatarl dragon, which was even now being drawn closer down above them, the manifestation of Tiam, growing ever more corporeal, forming a multi-headed leviathan, began to tear itself apart once more. Distant shrieks as dragons pulled away, lunged free. Most fled as if their tails were on fire. Fiddler stared, now unmindful of the vast descending form of the Otatarl dragon, as they raced away, while others, too badly damaged, spun earthward, striking the ground with thunderous concussions. "It's fucking raining dragons."
Quick Ben stared upward, praying under his breath, and then his eyes narrowed. He could see through Corabus. He has her. Whoever you are, you have her now. God, this is going to work. I promised, Byrne. I promised you, didn't I? All right, so maybe I can't take all the credit. Maybe. For modesty's sake, if I ever talk about it, I mean. But here, in my head, I did it. Callum saw the infernal pride burgeoning in the wizard's face and knew precisely what the scrawny bastard was thinking. The assassin wanted to hit the man at least 10 times. Crouched, even as the ghostly body of the Ototaral dragon slipped down around them all, Callum turned to look at the crippled god, who stood motionless, eyes shut, hands still raised into the sky. Maybe a dragon can fly you up there, friend. They're not all fleeing, are they? A woman he'd never seen before slumped down beside him, offered him an inviting smile. I like the look of you, she said. Gods, not another one. Who in Hood's name are you? Her smile flashed wider. I am the woman who stole the moon. Oh, I see that you don't believe me, do you? It's not that, he replied. Fine, you stole it, but then you broke the fucking thing. Fury lit her face most becomingly. I am Apsalara, the mistress of thieves. He grinned at her. Never liked thieves. Frustrate them. Works every time. Hearing the exchange, Quick Ben snorted. Callum, you never learn, do you? Or maybe you just can't help yourself. The roof of the cavern suddenly glowed white-hot, and Heboric spun to the crippled god. Now, open your eyes! You can't be down here when she arrives. No one can. The crippled god turned. He sensed the 2 elder gods were gone. Farewell, male of the seas and Corol, maker of warrens. Open your eyes! And so he did, and in that moment he felt Heboric take his hand. Coric had dragged himself behind a tilted standing stone, his eyes fixed upon the crippled god not 5 paces away. There was a need inside him, unbearable, savage. It wanted to devour him. It wanted to annihilate the world, the one he lived in, the one that had nothing but the thinnest skin between what hid inside and what lay outside. There was no answer, none but the obvious one, the one he dared not look at. If he did, he would have to face his own story, not as some nostalgic bravado, but as the succession of hurts that he was not unique in carrying. And he would see all the scars, the ones he bore, the others he had made on those close to him. He stared at the crippled god, as if it could somehow save his soul, and the fallen one opened his eyes and stared directly into Coric's. Jade fire lit a whirling pillar round the god, spinning ever faster, the glow brightening, the air howling. Their gazes were locked together through the emerald flames, and Coric saw something, there, awakening, a look, a promise. He felt his soul reaching forth, closer, closer, reaching to touch. The crippled god smiled at him with such love, such knowing. The shadow rising behind him was out of place. It could not belong inside those raging fires. Yet Coric saw it lifting, taking form. He saw 2 arms rising from that shape, saw the raw, dull gleam of dagger blades. Shadow! Coric's scream of warning ripped raw his throat. He flung himself forward, even as Cotillian's knives plunged down, to sink into the crippled god's back. Shock took that otherworldly face, as if the smile had never been, and the head rocked back, the body arching in agony. Someone slammed into Coric, dragged him to the ground. He fought, howling. The green fire ignited, shot spiraling into the sky, so fast it was gone in moments. Coric stared after it, one hand stretching upward. Beside him, too close to bear, he heard Fiddler say, It was the only way, Coric. It's for the best. Nothing you can... Suddenly sobbing, Coric pushed the man away, and then curled up like a child who lived in a world of broken promises. Hedge pulled Fiddler away from the sobbing soldier. Fiddler shot him a helpless look. He'll shake out of it, Hedge said, once it all settles and he works it out.
He'll be fine, Fid.
Quick Ben and Callum joined the two sappers, and Fiddler fixed his eyes on the wizard.
Was it real quick? What I saw? Did I?
The wizard gestured, and they followed him to one edge of the summit. He pointed down to a lone figure standing some distance away, little more than a silhouette, its back to them.
Care to ask him, Fid? Ask him? After all we've done? How to see this? Ask him? What if he answers me?
No, he said.
Listen, you were right. It had to be this way.
Yes, it had to. We didn't do all this for nothing. Fiddler stepped back, eyed the three men standing before him.
Look at us, he whispered. I never thought. Send them down, Fid, said Hedge. You soldiers, get 'em to carry the wounded down off this fucking barrow.
What? Quick Ben and Callum were now eyeing Hedge suspiciously. The man scowled at the attention.
Fid, send them down, will you? This is just for us, don't you see? What's coming, it's just for us.
When Fiddler turned, he saw his soldiers, and feeling grief grip his heart, he forced himself to look from one face to the next. In his mind, he spoke their names. Tar, Coric, Bottle, Smiles, Balm, Throat Slitter, Dead Smell, Widdershins, Hellion, Herb, Limp, Crump, Cinter, Kissware, Maybe, Flashwit, Mayfly, Clasp, Nepfurrow, Relico, Vastly Blank, Massangalani. Where's Nefarious Bread? He demanded. Sergeant Tar tilted his head.
Captain? Where is he, damn you?
There is no Nefarious Bread, sir. We made him up on the march to Yagatan. Got us a bad loaf of bread. Someone called it nefarious. We thought it was funny, like something Braven Tooth would have made up. He shrugged.
But I...
Fiddler turned to Hedge, saw the man's blank look.
Oh, never mind,
he sighed, facing his soldiers again.
All of you, go down. Take sweet lard and rum jugs with you. I'll be down shortly.
He watched them walk away. He knew their thoughts, the emptiness now overtaking them, which would in the days and nights ahead slowly fill with grief until they were all drowning. Fiddler looked back up at the sky. The jade strangers looked farther away. He knew that was impossible, too soon for that. Still, a faint wind swept across the summit, cool and dry.
Now, said Hedge.
Fiddler thought he heard horses drawing up, and then three figures were climbing into view, ghostly, barely visible to his eyes. He could see through them all. Whiskey Jack, Trots, Mallet.
Oh, shit,
said Callum, kicking at a discarded helm. It spun, rolled down the hillside. Whiskey Jack regarded him.
Got something to say, assassin?
And the man suddenly grinned. It stinks, sir, from here to the throne. The ghost nodded, and then squinted westward for a moment before turning to Hedge.
Well done, soldier. It was a long way back. You ready for us now?
Fiddler felt something crumble inside him. Hedge drew off his tattered leather cap, scratched at the few hairs left on his mottled scalp.
That depends, sir.
On what? Whiskey Jack demanded, eyes fixing hard on the sapper. Hedge glanced over at Fiddler.
On him, sir.
And Fiddler knew what he had to say. I let you go long ago, Hedge.
Aye, but that was then, and this isn't. You want me to stay? A few more years, maybe? Till it's your time, I mean.
If he spoke at all, Fiddler knew that he would lose control, so he simply nodded. Hedge faced Whiskey Jack.
Not yet, sir. Besides, I was talking with my sergeants just the other day about buying us a bar back in Malaz City. Maybe even Smiley's.
Fiddler shot the man a glare. But no one can find it, Hedge. Kellenved went and hid it.
Kitty corner to the dead house. That's where it is. Everyone knows, Fid.
But they can't find it, Hedge. The man shrugged.
I will.
Fiddler, Whiskey Jack said, pay attention now. Our time is almost done here. Sun's soon to rise, and when it does, we will have left this world for the last time. He gestured, and Mallet stepped forward, carrying a satchel. He crouched down and removed the straps, and then drew out a fiddle. Its body was carved in swirling barghast patterns. Seeing that, Fiddler looked up at Trots. The warrior grinned, showing his filed teeth. I did that, Fid. And that mistake there, up near the neck, that was Hedge's fault. He tugged my braid. Blame him. I do. Mallet carefully set the instrument down, placing the bow beside it. The healer glanced up, almost shyly. We all had a hand in its making, Fid, us bridge burners. Take it, ordered Whiskey Jack. Fiddler, you were the best of us all. You still are. Fiddler looked over at Quick Ben and Callum, saw their nods, and then at Hedge, who hesitated as if to object, and then simply shrugged. Fiddler met Whiskey Jack's ethereal eyes. Thank you, sir. The ghost then surprised him by stepping forward, reaching down and touching the fiddle. Straightening, he walked past them to stand facing the lowland to the west. Fiddler stared after him, frowning. Sighing, Hedge spoke low at his side. She's out there, assembled now. They're keeping their distance. They're not sure what's happened here. By the time she comes, it'll be too late. Who? By the time who comes? The woman he loves, Fid. Call that. Tist Andy. Tist Andy? Oh, no. Hedge's grunt was strained with emotion. Aye, the sergeant's luck ain't never been good. He's got a long wait. But wait he will. Then he caught a blur of motion from a nearby jumble of boulders, a woman watching them. Fiddler hugged himself, looked over once more at Mallet and Trots. Take care of him, he whispered. They nodded, and then Whiskey Jack was marching past. Time to leave, you two. Mallet reached down and touched the fiddle before turning away. Trots stepped past him, squatted, and did the same. Then they were down over the edge of the hill. Moments later, Fiddler heard horses, but in the gloom he could not see his friends riding away. A voice spoke beside Cotillion. Well done. The patron god of assassins looked down at the knives still in his hands. I don't like failure. Never did, Shadow Throne. Then, and the ethereal form at his side giggled, we're not quite finished, are we? Ah, you knew then. Of course, and this may well shock you, but I approve. Cotillion turned to him in surprise. I knew you had a heart in there somewhere. Don't be an idiot. I just appreciate symmetry. Together they turned back to face the barrow once again, but now the ghosts were gone. Shadow Throne thumped his cane on the ground. Among all the gods, he said, who do you think now hates us the most? The ones still alive, I should imagine. We're not done with them either. Cotillion nodded towards the barrow. They were something, weren't they? With them we won an empire. I sometimes wonder if we should ever have given it up. Bloody idealist. We needed to walk away. Sooner or later, no matter how much you put into what you've made, you have to turn and walk away. Shall we, then? And the two gods set out, fading shadows as the dawn began to awaken. Tok Younger had waited astride his horse, halfway between the motionless ranks of the Guardians and Whiskey Jack and his two soldiers. He had watched the distant figures gathering on the barrow's gnarled summit, and now the three ghostly riders were returning the way they had come. When they reached him, Whiskey Jack waved Mallet and Trots on, and then reined in. He drew his mount round to face the barrow one last time. Tok spoke. That was some squad you had yourself there, sir. My life was blessed with fortune. It's time, he said, drawing his horse round. He glanced across at Tok. Ready, bridge burner? They set out side by side, and then Tok shot Whiskey Jack a startled look. But I'm not a... You say something, soldier? Mute Tok shook his head. God's pillow. I made it. In the luminescent sky high above the plain, Gorol sailed on the currents, wings almost motionless. The Shigal assassins studied the world far below. Scores of dragon carcasses were strewn round the barrow, and there, leading off into the west as far as Gorol's eyes could see, a road of devastation almost a league wide, upon which were littered the bodies of Elaint, hundreds upon hundreds. The Shigal struggled to comprehend the Ototaral dragon's ordeal. The flavors that rose within him threatened to overwhelm him. I still taste the echoes of her pain. What is it in a life that can prove so defiant, so resilient in the face of such willful rage? Corabas, do you crouch now in your cave, gift of a god wounded near unto death, closing about your wounds, your sorrow, as if in the folding of wings you could make the world beyond vanish? And with it all the hate and venom, and all that so assailed you in your so few moments of freedom? Are you alone once more, Corabas? If to draw close to you would not kill me, if I could have helped you in those blood-filled skies, upon that death-strewn road, I would join you now, to bring to an end your loneliness. But all I can do is circle these skies, above the ones who summoned you, who fought to free a god, and to save your own life. Those ones, too, I do not understand. These humans have much to teach the Kachin Chemal. I, Gorul, Shigal assassin of Gunthan wandering, am humbled by all that I have witnessed, and this feeling, so strange, so new, now comes to me in the sweetest flavors imaginable. I did not know. Settling the last stone down on the elongated pile, Ikariam brushed dust from his hands and slowly straightened. Ublala, with Ralata sitting nearby, watched the warrior walk to the edge of the hill, watched as Ikariam dislodged a small rock and sent it rolling down the slope. And then he looked back at the barrow, and then at Ublala. The morning was bright, but there were clouds building to the east, and the wind carried the promise of rain. "It is as you said, friend?" Ublala nodded. Ikariam wiped at the tears still streaming down his face from when he'd wept over the grave. But the look on his face wasn't filled with grief any more, just empty now, lost. "Ublala, is this all there is of me?" He gestured vaguely. "Is this all there is to any of us?" The Toblakai shrugged.
I am Ublala Pung, and that is all I ever am or was. I don't know if there's more. I never do."
Ikariam studied the grave again.
"He died defending me."
"Yes."
"But I don't know who he was."
Ublala shrugged again. There was no shame in weeping for the death of a stranger. Ublala had done it many times. He reached down, picked up a potsherd, examined the sky-blue glaze.
"Pretty,"
he said under his breath, tucking it behind his belt. Ikariam collected up his weapons and then faced north.
"I feel close this time, Ublala."
Ublala thought to ask close to what, but already he was confused, and so he put the question away. He didn't think he'd ever go back to find it. It was where all the other troubling things went, never to be gone back to, ever.
"I am glad you found a woman to love, friend," Ikariam said.
The giant warrior smiled over at Ralata and received a stony stare in return, reminding him how she'd said she liked it better when it was just the two of them. But she was a woman, and once he sexed her again, everything would be all right. That's how it worked. When Ikariam set out, Ublala collected up the useful sack he'd found, shouldered it, and went to join the warrior. Ralata caught up a short time later, just before Ikariam happened to glance at the pottery fragment Ublala had taken out to admire again, and then halted to face one last time the low hill they'd left behind. Ikariam frowned and was silent. Ublala was ready to turn away when Ikariam said,
"Friend, I have remembered something."
Epilogue 1. Perched upon the stones of a bridge, the soldiers had the eyes of ravens. Their weapons hung black as talons. Their eyes gloried in the smoke of murder. To the shock of iron-heeled sticks, I drew closer in the cripple's bitter patience, and before them I finally tottered, grasping to capture my elusive breath. With the cockerel and swift of their knowing, they watched and waited for me. "I have come," said I, "from this road's birth. I have come," said I, "seeking the best in us." The sergeant among them had red in his beard, glistening wet as he showed his teeth. "There are few roads on this earth," said he, "that will lead you to the best in us, old one." "But you have seen all the tracks of men," said I, "and where the mothers and children have fled before your advance. Is there naught among them that you might set an old man upon?" The surgeon among this rook had bones under her vellum skin like a maker of limbs. "Old one," said she, "I have dwelt in the heat of chests, among heart and lungs, and slid like a serpent between muscles, swum the currents of slowing blood, and all these roads lead into the darkness where the broken will at last rest. Dare say I," she went on, "there is no place waiting inside where you might find in slithering exploration of mysteries all that you so boldly call the best in us." And then the man with shovel and pick, who could raise fort and berm in a day, timbered of thought and measured in all things, set the gauge of his eyes upon the sun, and said, "Look not in temples proud, or in the palaces of the rich high-born. We have raised each in turn in our time to melt gold from icon and shrine. And of all the treasures weeping in fire, there was naught but the smile of greed and the thick power of possession. Know then this, all roads before you, from the beginning of the ages past and those now upon us, yield no clue to the secret equations you seek, for each was built of bone and blood, and the backs of the slave did bow to the labored sentence of a life in chains of dire need and little worth. All that we build one day echoes hollow. Where then, good soldiers, will I ever find all that is best in us, if not in flesh or in temple bound or wretched road of cobbled stone?" "Could we answer you," said the sergeant, "this blood would cease its fatal flow, and my surgeon could seal wounds with a touch. All labors will ease before temple and road." "Could we answer you," said the sergeant, "crows might starve in our company, and our talons we would cast in bogs for the gods to fight over as they will. But we have not found in all our years the best in us until this very day." "How so?" asked I, so lost now on the road. And said he, "Upon this bridge we sat, since the dawn's bleak arrival, our perch of despond so weary and worn. And you we watched, at first a speck upon the strife-painted horizon, so tortured in your tread as to soak our faces in the wonder of your will. Yet on you came, upon two sticks, so bowed in weight, seeking, say you, the best in us. And now we have seen in your gift the best in us. And were treasures at hand, we would set them humbly before you, a man without feet who walked a road. Now soldiers with kind words are rare enough, and I welcomed their regard as I moved among them, crossed the bridge, and onward to the long road beyond. I travel seeking the best in us, and one day it shall rise before me to bless this journey of mine, and this road I began upon long ago shall now end, where waits for all the best in us. Where ravens perch. Avas Didion flicker. This had, in the end, been a war of liberation. Colancy's citizens had emerged from the city, and after 5 days of hard labor, the vast trenches, revetments, and redoubts had been transformed into long barrows. 3 such barrows now stood to mark the Battle of Blessed Gift, where the Letheri, Balcando, Gilk, and Teblor had fought the army of Brother Diligence. And at the foot of the fissured ruin of the spire, 3 large barrows of raw earth rose to commemorate the fallen Imas, Jaghut, Kachain Chemal, and Kolansi, with one smaller mound holding the remains of 2 Malazans. And it was at this last place that figures now gathered. Remaining at a respectful distance, close to the now abandoned work camps of the diggers, Lord Nimander stood with Corlat and his uncle, Silchas Ruin. Along with Skintik and Desra and Apsalara, they had accompanied the troops commanded by Captain Fiddler on this long, tedious journey to the coast. It was not hard to mourn the death of brave men and women, nor even reptilian soldiers bred for war. There was no shame in the tears that ran from Nimander's face when he came to learn of the slaughter of the Emas in the moment of their rebirth. The survivors had departed some days ago now, into the north, seeking their leader, he had been told, whose fate, after the battle, remained unknown. And the brother of his father, standing now at his side, had grieved over the destruction of an old friend, Tulas Shorn, in the draconic War of Awakening. The sword strapped to Silchas Ruin's hip still held bound to its blade the souls of 3 surviving Elaint from Corald Emerlan. The details of this binding were still unclear to Nimander, and his uncle seemed to be a man of few words. More rain threatened from the east, and Nimander watched the dark grey wall of clouds drawing ever closer. He glanced over at Corlat. Something had awakened her own grief, and it had struck deep in the sister of cold nights. And as the distant figures now closed about the small barrow, he saw her take a half-step forward and then halt. "Corlat," said Nimander. She caught herself, turned to him, wretched eyes.
Lord?
"It is not our place to intrude upon them at this time."
I understand.
"But I believe it is nevertheless fitting that we convey our respect and honor in some fashion. I wonder, could I ask you, Sister of Cold Nights, to represent us by attending their ceremonies on our behalf?" Something was released from her face, suddenly softening it, awakening once more her extraordinary beauty. She bowed to him.
Lord, I shall go at once.
Nimander watched her make her way towards the ceremony. Beside him, Silchas Ruin said, "She was ever favored by your father, Lord. Silchas, she gave her heart to a human, a Malazan, who died in the conquest of Black Coral." The white-skinned man was silent for a moment, and then said, "He must have been formidable." "I imagine so. My experience with these Malazans has thus far been brief. I recognize the uniforms from my attempt on Letheras. To say that they have earned my respect is something of an understatement. I would not willingly cross them again." Nimander looked at his uncle, wondering. Tentative, weakened by a sudden feeling of temerity, Corlat's steps slowed when she was still 40 or more paces away from the gathering of dignitaries. Off to her left, assembled in formation, stood the ranks of Malazans, the army known by the name of Bone Hunters. Beyond them, arrayed on a higher vantage point, were the far more numerous ranks of the second Malazan army, the host. To her right, where the Kachain Chemal had encamped, the Vagath and Kel hunters had formed up in a facing line, the matron foremost among them. A human woman was walking out from that formation on a route that would intersect Corlat's own. Perhaps she would find strength in that company. Failing that, she doubted she would manage to get much closer. Her heart felt laid bare. She had believed her days of deepest grief were past, but seeing those Malazan Marines, seeing Hedge, Quickben, and Kalam, had cut her open all over again. When they had seen her, when at last Nimander had judged it time to approach that fated barrow, they had but nodded in greeting, and she could admit now that the distance they had maintained since had hurt her in some way. Perhaps they thought that she had been intent on stealing their sergeant away from them. Perhaps, even, they blamed her for his death. She did not know, and now she had been commanded to join them once more, at this place where 2 Malazan Marines were interred. She had selected a polished jet stone from her modest collection, knowing how the humans would smile at that, these small leather bags that Ist Andi always carried, with a stone to mark each gift of the owner's heart. She possessed but a few, one for Anamanda Rake, one for her fallen brother, Orphantal, one for Spinok Durav, who cared nothing for her low birth, and one for Whiskey Jack. Soon, she had begun to suspect, she would set out to find two more, for Queen Jan Tovis, for Lord Nimander. These stones were not to be surrendered. To give one up was to set down a love, to walk away from it for evermore. But it had been foolish finding a stone for a man whose love she had known for so brief a time. He had never felt the way she had. He could not have. She had gone too far, had given up too much. They'd not possessed the time to forge something eternal. Then he had died, and it was as if he had been the one doing the walking away, leaving his own stone behind, the dull, lifeless thing that was her heart.
The dead forget us, so said Galan. The dead forget us, and this is why we fear death.
She had thought, there on that distant barrow now called the Awakening, a whisper of something, a presence arriving old and achingly familiar, as if he had looked upon her, as if she had felt his eyes.
No, you foolish woman. It was his soldiers gathered on that hill. If he was there at all, it was for them.
Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the woman from the Kachain Jamal ranks. Corlat had come to a halt with her memories, and now she looked on this stranger, offering a rueful half-smile.
My courage fails,
she said. The human woman, plain, past her youth, studied her for a moment.
What is that?
She asked.
In your hand?
Corlat thought to hide it away again, but then sighed and showed the black stone.
I thought a gift for the barrow. I have seen such practices before.
Did you know them? After a moment, Corlat turned to retrace her steps.
No, I am sorry. I did not.
But the woman took her arm.
Walk with me, then, and I will tell you about Mortal Sword Gessler and Shield Anvil Stormy. I was presumptuous.
I doubt it, the woman replied. But you can hold on to your tale, if you like. I am Calith. Corlat gave her own name. They won free the heart of the crippled god, said Calith as they drew closer. But that is not how I remember them. They were stubborn. They snapped at each other like dogs. They mocked their own titles, told each other lies. They told me lies, too, wild stories of their adventures. Ships on seas of fire, dragons and headless Tist Andi, whatever they are. Corlat turned at that, thought to speak, then decided to remain silent. In the time I knew them, Calith went on, not noticing her companion's reaction, they pretty much argued without surcease. Even in the middle of terrible battle, they bickered back and forth. And all the while, these two Malazans, they did all that needed to be done, each and every time. She nodded towards the spire. Up there, she said, they climbed through walls of fire. And at that moment I realized that all those wild tales they told me, they were probably all true. Stormy died on the stairs, keeping a wild witch away from the heart. Those flames he could not in the end defeat. Gessler, we are told, died saving the life of a dog. She pointed. That one, Corlat, the one guarding the barrow's entrance. See how they await me now. It is because I am the only one the dog will let pass into the chamber. I dragged Gessler's body in there myself. When the woman at her side stopped talking then, Corlat looked down and saw how her face had crumpled, with her own words as if their meaning only now struck true. She very nearly collapsed, would have done so if not for Corlat's arm, now flexing to take the woman's weight. Calith righted herself. I am sorry. I did not mean... Oh, look at me.
I have you,
Corlat said. They went on. This side of the small round barrow, the group of humans parted before them, as many eyes on Corlat as on Calith. She saw Hedge there, along with Quick Ben and Callum, and the grey-bearded man she now knew to be Fiddler, Whiskey Jack's closest friend. Their expressions were flat, and she weathered their regards with as much dignity as she could muster. Near them stood a mother and daughter, The latter, though little more than a child, pulling hard on a stick of rust leaf. And on this one's other side stood an older woman doing the same with her own, beside a handsome young man. She saw a white-faced Barghast chieftain grinning openly at herself, his desires made plain in the amused glint in his eyes. Just beyond Whiskey Jack's old squad stood a man and a woman, possibly siblings, in the company of an older man weighed down in the robes of a high priest, the gold silk patterned in the sinewy forms of serpents. Behind this group stood a man picking at his teeth, and beside him, seated on a stool, was an artist, sketching frantically on bleached lambskin with a wedge of charcoal. At his feet was a bloated toad. Arrayed in a semicircle around this group was an honor guard of some sort, facing outward, but as Corlat and Callis approached, they smartly turned round, gauntleted hands lifting to their chests in salute, and she saw that they were the soldiers who had fought at the awakening. Callis leaned close against Corlat and disengaged her arm. "I believe there are burial gifts," she said, nodding to a soldier's chest, waiting beside the barrow entrance. "I will take it inside." She looked up at Corlat. "I will take your gift, Corlat, if you like." She held up her hand, opened it to look at the gleaming stone in her hand. There was a commotion from Whiskey Jack's squad, and Corlat faced them, ready to retreat, to flee this place. "Captain!" snapped the plain woman behind the Marines. Corlat saw that the squad had reached for their weapons, swords now half drawn. At that woman's bark they had halted their motions, and Corlat stared, frightened and dismayed by what she saw in their faces. The plain woman stepped round to place herself between Corlat and the squad. Standing directly in front of Fiddler, she said, "What in Hood's name do you think you're doing?" "Forgive us, Adjunct," Fiddler replied, eyes still on Corlat. "Explain yourselves! High Mage, Callum, one of you, speak!"
"Your pardon, Adjunct," Fiddler ground out. "I would ask the Tistandi a question."
"By your threat," snapped the Adjunct, turning to Corlat. "Should she refuse the courtesy, I will defend her decision." Corlat shook her head, drawing a deep, fortifying breath. "No, thank you, Adjunct. This soldier was Whiskey Jack's closest friend. If he would ask me something, I shall answer as best I am able." The Adjunct stepped back. Fiddler's gaze fell to the stone in her hand. "You mean to give that up? Did you know Gessler and Stormy?" Corlat shook her head. "Then why?" Her thoughts fumbled, words failing her, and her eyes fell from Fiddler's. "Is it his?" She looked back up, startled. Behind Fiddler, the Marines of the squad stared, but now she saw that what she had taken for rage in their expressions was in fact something else, something far more complicated. "Corlat, is it his?" She faced the barrow entrance. "They were Marines," she said in a weak voice. "I thought a measure of respect." "If you give that up, you will destroy him." She met Fiddler's eyes, and at last saw the raw anguish in them. "I thought he left me." "No, he hasn't." Hedge spoke. "He only found love once, Corlat, and we're looking at the woman he chose. If you give up that stone, we'll cut you to pieces and leave your bones scattered across half this world." Corlat stepped close to Fiddler. "How do you know this?" His eyes flickered, were suddenly wet. "On the hill. His ghost. He saw you on the plain. He couldn't take his eyes off you. I see now, you thought, through Hood's gate, the old love's forgotten, drifting away. Maybe you even began questioning if it ever existed at all, or meant what you thought it meant. Listen, they've told me the whole story. Corlat, he's waiting for you. And if he has to, he'll wait forever." Her hand closed about the stone, and all at once the tension fell away, and she looked past Fiddler to the soldiers of the squad. "You would have killed me for forsaking him," she said. "I am reminded of the man he was, to have won such loyalty among his friends." Hedge said, "You've got centuries. Well, who knows how long?
Don't think he expects you to be celibate or anything. We ain't expecting that neither. But that stone, we know what it means to your kind. You just shocked us, that's all.
Corlat slowly turned to the barrow.
Then I should leave here, for I have nothing for these fallen soldiers.
The adjunct surprised her by stepping forward and taking her arm. She led her to the chest. "Open it," she invited. Wondering, Corlat crouched down, lifted back the lid. The chest was empty. Baffled, she straightened, met the adjunct's eyes, and saw a wry smile. They were Marines. Everything of value they've already left behind. In fact, Corlat of the Tist Andi, if Gessler and Stormy could, they'd be the first ones to loot their own grave goods.
"And then bitch about how cheap we were,"
Fiddler said behind them. "We are here to see the barrow sealed," said the adjunct. "And if we can, get that Wiccan demon to yield before it starves to death." 1,000 paces away from this scene, a gathering of Jaghut warriors stood facing a barrow raised to embrace the fallen Imas. They were silent, as befitted the moment, a moment filled with respect and that bone-deep loss for comrades fallen in a battle shared, a time lived to the hilt, but for all that it was a silence riotous with irony. After a time, a small creature looking like a burst pillow of rotted straw came up to lie down at the feet of one of the Jaghut. From the filthy tangle out came a lolling tongue. One of the warriors spoke. "Varandas, our commander never tires of pets."
"Clearly,"
replied another,
"he has missed us."
"Or does the once Lord of Death return with alarming appetites?"
"You raise disquiet in me," said Sanad.
"You promised to never speak of that. Oh, you mean my query on appetites? Humblest apologies, Sanad."
"She lies, Gathras. This I swear."
"The only one lying here is the dog, surely." The warriors all stared down at the creature, and then roared with laughter. That went on, until Hood whirled round.
"Will you all shut up?"
In the sudden silence that followed, someone snorted. When Hood reached for the sword at his hip, his warriors all found somewhere else to look, until the ratty dog rose and lifted a leg. Weathering their raucous laughter and the steady stream tapping his ankle, Hood slowly closed his eyes.
"This is why Jaghut chose to live alone."
Bryce Benedict turned at the sound of distant laughter, squinted at the Jaghut warriors standing at the Imas barrow.
"Errant's nudge, but that's hardly fitting, is it?"
Erinict frowned. "Theirs is an odd humor, my love. I do not think disrespect is the intention. Indifference would have managed that succinctly enough. Instead, they walked out there and requested solitude."
"Ah,"
murmured Bryce, taking her hand. "It is, I believe, time." He led her towards the adjunct, where Queen Abrastel, Falash, and Spax now joined Tavaret. Just beyond them, Erinict saw, was Ganos, not one to join in these moments, yet never far from his sister. Bryce spoke as soon as they drew near.
"There was some tension at the barrow, adjunct. I trust all is well."
"A misunderstanding, Prince.
The cattle dog—"
"No. Once the barrow was sealed, the beast joined Destriant Callis, and at her side I believe it will stay until its life is done." "There is word," said Abrastel, "of a tribe on the plateau north of Estebance, remote kin of Calith's Elan, Bedouin herders."
"They will journey alone?"
Bryce asked in concern. "With only a few hundred Kel hunters as escort, yes," replied the Volcando Queen.
"Prince Bryce," said Falash, "your brother the king's fleet is only days away."
Her languid gaze flicked to Erinict. "I've not yet told him," Erinict replied, lighting a stick. "Beloved," she now said, "your brother is with that fleet."
"Tehol hates the sea. Are you certain of that?"
But Falash was coughing, her eyes wide on the prince. "Excuse me, King Tehol hates the sea? But rather, forgive me, Bug, his... Oh, never mind.
My pardon, Prince Bryce.
Brastel was regarding her daughter sidelong. "You're as plump as you ever were," she said. "Smoke more, girl."
Yes, mother, at once.
"And where is your handmaid?"
Down with Captain Ilal, mother, ship-shaping a boat, or whatever they call it.
Bryce spoke to Tavaret. "Adjunct, there were times when I doubted you. This seemed so vast, what you sought."
"Forgive me for interrupting, Highness," Tavaret replied. "The deeds that have won us this victory belong to every soul on this journey, and it has been a rather long journey. A sword's tip is nothing without the length of solid steel backing it." She hesitated. "There have been many doubts to whether, but this is a weakness we all share."
"You said you would be unwitnessed, yet that proved untrue, did it not?" She shrugged.
"For each moment recorded in the annals of history, how many more are lost? Highness, we shall be forgotten. All of this, it will fade into the darkness, as all things will. I do not regret that."
"In Letheras," said Bryce, "there will be a statue of bronze raised in your likeness. I know few will know what it means, what it signifies, but I will, Adjunct."
"A statue?" Tavaret cocked her head, as if considering the notion. "Will I be beautiful?" she asked, and before Bryce could answer, she formally bowed before him and then Queen Abrastel. "I thank you both for making my cause your own. For your losses I grieve. Goodbye, Highnesses." They let her depart, and only Aranicht heard Bryce say,
"Of course you will." "A hood-damned dog," muttered Dead Smell as the Marines and Heavies walked from the barrow.
"That's Gessler for you," replied Throat Slitter. "Brainless to the end."
"He wouldn't have liked things without Stormy anyway," observed Balm.
Bottle considered this brief exchange and then nodded to himself. "There's a point when there's nothing left to say, when every word does nothing more than stir the ashes." He glanced over at Smiles and then Coric and finally Tar. "We finally took some losses, our squad. Cuttle, never thought he'd die, not like that. In some whore's bed, maybe. Corab, gods below, how that man could fight. Limp says he saw him, there at the end. He'd blown his knee again, was looking over at the crippled god. And there was Corab, his face all lit with the glory of his last stand over the chained body of a god. Really, what could be more perfect than that? Well done, Corab Bilan Senoalis." "Heard she's retiring us," ventured Cinta. "Priests paying us out. A damned fortune for each and every one of us."
"Where in the Faradin, eh? Where be done of them?"
"To the families if they got any, Nep. That's how it's done. Stand or fall, you still get paid."
"Ganert Pavrim!"
Cinta made a startled sound, and beside her Kisware leaned forward to shoot Nep Furrow a shocked look. "Really, Nep?" Kisware asked.
"Nepel!"
"Gods below," Cinta whispered. "I never—" Reaching the road, they came within sight of the Bone Hunter regulars. Glancing back, Bottle saw the adjunct on her way up, with Banascar at her side. Behind these two walked Lastara Yil, Henar Vigolf, the three fists, Scannero and Ruthen Gud.
"She wants a last word with them,"
Tar said, evidently noticing Bottle's backward look.
"But we're not going to be there for that. Between her and them, you others all hear that? We walk through."
"We walk through,"
Hellion echoed.
"Crump, go back and help Limp. He's lagging. Let's just get this over with."
They strode into the loose ranks of the regulars.
"Wish we had it as easy as you did," someone shouted. Coric yelled back, "You never would have hacked it, Fan."
"Hey, Hellion, found me this big spider here. Wanna see it?" "Call it whatever you want, soldier. It's still small."
Bottle shook his head. "Oh, fuck. They're soldiers. What did you expect?" It was dark by the time Corlat returned to the small Tist-Andi camp. They were seated round a fire like hunters out from the wood, or harvesters at day's end. A fresh rain had cleansed the air, but its passage had been brief, and now overhead tracked the jade strangers, as she had learned to call them, casting down a green light.
Nimander looked up, made room for her on the Colansi workbench they had found in one of the work camps. "We were wondering if you would ever return," he said. She drew her cloak about her shoulders.
"I watched the bone hunters depart," she said.
"Have ships arrived, then?" Corlat shook her head.
"They're moving to a camp at this end of the Estebans Valley. The adjunct spoke to her regulars. She thanked them. That and nothing more. She was the last to leave. She bade the others go ahead, even her brother, and she walked alone. There was something. She shook her head. It broke my heart."
A voice spoke from the darkness behind her. "She does that, does Tavare." They turned to see Fiddler stepping into the firelight, carrying something wrapped in skins. Behind, arrayed but drawing no closer, Corlat saw the rest of Whiskey Jack's old squad. They seemed to be muttering to each other in low tones, and then Quick Ben pointed up past the road, and in a sharp voice said,
"There, that hilltop. Not too far, but far enough. Well?"
He looked at his companions, and both men grunted their assent. Returning her attention to Fiddler, she saw that he had been watching, and now he nodded, faced Corlat.
"It's not far. In this air it'll carry just fine."
"I'm sorry,"
said Corlat.
"What are you doing?"
"See the hill they indicated, other side of the road? Go there, Corlat."
"Excuse me?"
Nimander made to rise, but a look from Fiddler stilled him.
"Just her," he said. "I'll take that stump there. Mind, sir?"
Silchas Rowan, seated on that stump, rose, shaking his head, and then gesturing an invitation. Fiddler went over and settled down on it. He began unwrapping the object on his lap, and then looked up and met Corlat's eyes.
"Why are you still here?"
"What are you going to do?"
she demanded. He sighed.
"Said it was the last time for him. Said it like it was an order. Well, he should know by now we're lousy with taking orders."
He slipped away the final layer of skin, revealing a fiddle and bow.
"Go on now, Corlat. Oh, and tell him this one's called My Love Waits. I won't take credit for it. One of Fisher's."
Then he looked round at the gathered Tistandi.
"There's another one that I can slide into it easily enough. A bit sadder, but not too sad. It's from Anamandaris. You'll forgive me, please, if I get the title wrong. It's been a long time. Galan's Hope? Does that sound right to you all? Seems it does."
Corlat backed away, felt a hand touch her shoulder. It was Hedge.
"Hilltop, Corlat. Fed's gonna call him back. One more time. But listen, if it's too much, walk the other way or stay off the hill. He'll see you anyway. We're doing that bit no matter what. For him."
He would have babbled on, but she moved past him, eyes on the hill on the other side of the road. Behind her, the strings drew a song into the night air. When she reached the road and saw her beloved standing on the hill before her, Corlat broke into a run. Epilogue 2. For once the seas were calm on the beach below, and with the tide out, many of the Emas had ventured on to the flats to collect shellfish. Off to one side, the twins played with Ebsi, and the sound of the boys' laughter reached up to the shelf of stone where sat Udinas. He heard footsteps coming down the trail nearby and turned to see Onos and Hetan. They were carrying reed baskets to join in the harvest. Udinas saw Onos pause, look out towards the children.
"Relax, Onos," Udinas said. "I'll keep an eye on them."
The warrior smiled. Hetan took his hand to lead him down. Reclined on a high shelf of limestone above Udinas, Riyadh said,
"Stop worrying, father. It'll wear you out."
From one of the caves higher up the climb behind them, there drifted out the sound of a crying baby.
"Poor Seren. That's one cranky baby she has there."
"We're safe," Riyadh said, "and if some damned mob of vicious humans shows up, well, they'll have Kelava, Onrak, Onostulan, and me to deal with."
"I know,"
Udinas replied. He rubbed and massaged his hands. The aches were coming back. Maybe it was time to try that foul medicine Lera Epar kept offering him.
"Ah, it's just years of cold water. Sinks in, that's all.
Glancing over, he grunted to his feet.
Father?
It's all right, he said. The twins have buried Absy up to his neck. Those girls need a good whipping.
You've never whipped a child in your life.
How would you know? Well, maybe I haven't, but the threat still works.
Riyadh sat up, looked down on Udinas with his young, sun-darkened face. Squinting, Udinas said,
In the bright sun, I see your mother in your smile.
She smiled?
Once, I think, but I won't take credit for it.
Udinas set off down to the beach. Absy had clambered free and tackled one of the girls and was now tickling her into a helpless state. Trouble passed, but he continued anyway. Out in the sea beyond the small bay, whales broached the surface, sending geysers into the air, announcing the coming of summer. The rider paused on the road, glancing down at the untended turnips growing wild in the ditch, and after a moment he kicked his horse onward. The sun was warm on his face as he rode west along Itko Khan's coastal track. In his wake, in the lengthening shadows, two figures took form. Moments later, huge hounds appeared. One bent to sniff at the turnips, and then turned away. The figure with the cane sighed.
Satisfied?
The other one nodded.
And you imagine only the best now, don't you?
I see no reason why not. Shadowthrone snorted.
You wouldn't.
Cotillion glanced over at him. Why not, then?
Old friend, what is this? Do you still hold to a belief in hope?
Do I believe in hope? I do.
And faith?
And faith. Yes, I believe in faith. Neither spoke for a time, and then Shadowthrone looked over at the hounds and cocked his head.
Hungry, are we?
Bestial heads lifted, eyes fixing on him. Don't even think it, Amyrnus.
Why not? Remind that fop on the throne who's really running this game.
Not yet.
Where is your impatience, your desire for vengeance? What sort of patron of assassins are you?
Cotillion nodded down the road. Leave them alone. Not here. Not now. Shadowthrone sighed a second time.
Misery guts.
The shadows dissolved, and a moment later were gone, leaving nothing but an empty road. The sun set, dusk closing in. He'd yet to pass any traffic on this day, and that was a little troubling, but he rode on. Having never been this way before, he almost missed the side track leading down to the settlement on the shelf of land above a crescent beach, but he caught the smell of wood smoke in time to slow up his mount. The beast carefully picked its way down the narrow path. Reaching the bottom, now in darkness, he reined in. Before him was a small fishing village, though it looked mostly abandoned. He saw a cottage nearby, stone-walled and thatch-roofed, with a stone chimney from which smoke drifted in a thin grey stream. An area of land had been cleared above and behind it, where vegetables had been planted, and working still in the growing gloom was a lone figure. Crocus dismounted, hobbled the horse outside an abandoned shack to his left, and made his way forward. It should not have taken long, yet by the time he reached the verge of the garden, the moon overhead was bright, its effervescent light glistening along her limbs, the sheen of her black hair like silk as she bent to gather up her tools. He stepped between rows of bushy plants, and she turned, watched him walk up to her. Crocus took her face in his hands, studied her dark eyes. "I never liked that story," he said.
"Which one?"
she asked. "The lover, lost on the moon, tending her garden alone."
"It's not quite like that. The story, I mean."
He shrugged. "It's what I remember from it. That and the look in your eyes when you told it to me. I was reminded of that look a moment ago."
"And now?"
"I think," he said, "the sadness just went away, Apsalar."
"I think," she replied, "you are right."
The boy watched the old man come down to the pier, as he did almost every day whenever the boy happened to be lingering along the waterfront at around this time, when the morning was stretching towards noon and all the fish were asleep. Day after day he'd seen the old man carrying that silly bucket with the rope tied to the handle for the fish he never caught, and the fishing rod in his other hand would most likely snap in half at a crab's tug. Bored, as he was every day, the boy ambled down to stand on the edge of the pier, to look out on the few ships that bothered sheltering in the harbour of Malaz City. So he could dream of the worlds beyond, where things exciting and magical happened, and heroes won the day and villains bled out in the dirt. He knew he was nobody yet, not old enough for anything, trapped here where nothing ever happened and never would. But one day he would face the whole world, and, why, they'd all know his face, they would. He glanced over to where the old man was sitting down, legs over the edge, working bait onto the hook. "You won't never catch nothing," the boy said, idly pulling at a rusty mooring ring. "You sleep in too late every day." The old man squinted at the hook, adjusted the foul-smelling bait. "Late nights," he said. Where you go? I know all the taverns and bars in the whole harbour district." "Do you know?" "All of them. Where do you drink, then?"
"Who said anything about drinking, lad? No, what I do is play."
The boy drew slightly closer. "Play what?"
"Fiddle."
"You play at a bar?"
"I do, aye."
"Which one?"
"Smiley's."
The old man ran out the hook on its weighted line and leaned over to watch it plummet into the depths. The boy studied him suspiciously. "I ain't no fool," he said. The old man glanced over, nodded.
"I can see that."
"Smiley's doesn't exist. It's just a story, a haunting. People hearing things, voices in the air, tankards clunking, laughing."
"That's all they hear in the night air, lad?"
The boy licked his suddenly dry lips. "No, they hear fiddling, music. Sad, awful sad."
"Hey now, not all of it's sad, though maybe that's what leaks out. But," and he grinned at the boy, "I wouldn't know that, would I?"
"You're like all the rest," the boy said, facing out to sea once again.
"Who are all the rest, then?"
"Making up stories and stuff, lying. It's all anybody ever does here, 'cause they got nothing else to do. They're all wasting their lives, just like you. You won't catch any fish, ever." And he waited to gauge the effect of his words.
"Who said I was after fish?"
the old man asked, offering up an exaggeratedly sly expression. "What, crabs? Wrong pier. It's too deep here. It just goes down and forever down."
"Aye, and what's down there at the very bottom? You ever hear that story?"
The boy was incredulous and more than a little offended. "Do I look 2 years old? That demon, the old emperor's demon. But you can't fish for it."
"Why not?"
Well, your rod would break. Look at it."
"Looks can be deceiving, lad. Remember that."
The boy snorted. He was always getting advice. "I won't be like you, old man. I'm going to be a soldier when I grow up. I'm going to leave this place forever. A soldier fighting wars and getting rich and fighting and saving people and all that." The old man seemed about to say one thing, stopped, and instead said,
"Well, the world always needs more soldiers."
The boy counted this as a victory, the first of what he knew would be a lifetime of victories. When he was grown up and famous. "That demon bites, and it'll eat you up. And even if you catch it and drag it up, how will you kill it? Nobody can kill it."
"Never said anything about killing it," the old man replied. "Just been a while since we last talked."
"Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha!" High above the harbour, the winds were brisk coming in from the sea. They struck and spun the old battered weather vane on its pole, as if the demon knew not where to turn. A sudden gust took it then, wrenched it hard around, and with a solid squeal the weather vane jammed. The wind buffeted it, but decades of decay and rust seemed proof to its